Chapter 1: A new guest at home. Snow blanketed the city of Shuzhou, enveloping it in a pristine white. The air was crisp and cool as a slender, black-clad girl, her legs slightly limping, hurriedly lifted her skirts and dashed down the street toward the end of a narrow alley in the northern part of the city. Upon reaching the entrance, she called out, "Mother, I am home." The window of the side room was ajar, revealing a woman seated within. She looked up and gazed outside, her face resembling exquisite white jade, with beautifully arched brows and captivating eyes. Her long, lustrous hair was elegantly pinned up with a simple green leaf jade hairpin, exposing her graceful neck. Upon seeing the girl, her lips curled into a gentle smile. "How was your journey?" Although Mai Huang was already accustomed to her mother's beauty, she couldn't resist leaning against the window frame, exclaiming, "Mother, you are truly lovely." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression turned to one of mild exasperation as she reached out through the window to lightly tap the girl's forehead. "If you were a boy, you would surely incite the affections of many young ladies." The girl hurriedly entered the room, continuing, "I carried the jade to the shop and delivered the bundle to old Master Tao. After his inspection, everything was fine, so I rushed back. However, I encountered some delays along the way." Tao Heyi, upon hearing that the newly crafted jade had been delivered to her father, nodded in acknowledgement and returned to her work. She held a carving knife, meticulously sculpting a jade ornament in the shape of a phoenix, requiring her utmost concentration to delicately detail the feathers. 2 months prior, their family's jade shop had received a shipment that was subsequently returned due to mysterious cracks appearing in the jade pieces. Her father had carved the jade according to ancestral patterns and methods, and there had been no issues prior to shipment. The jade had been procured from reputable dealers, and the cause of the cracks remained elusive, necessitating a hurried reproduction. If they failed to produce the new pieces in time, the family would incur substantial losses, jeopardizing the shop's viability. Her father was overwhelmed with work, and her younger brother, being playful, refused to focus on carving. Thus, it fell upon her shoulders. Now that she was married, her mother-in-law disapproved of her involvement in such tasks, leaving her with the opportunity to work on the jade only during the fortnight when her mother-in-law was away at a temple in the mountains, praying for her husband's well-being. Every few days, she sent Mai Huang to the shop with her creations. Thinking of her husband, a sweet smile graced Tao Heyi's lips as she looked up and instructed Mai Huang, "Today, my husband is returning from the academy. Please remember to prepare the medicinal meal I have made." The winter chill posed a risk to her husband's frail health during his travels, as he returned home every 7 days. Mai Huang, being young and lively, was unable to contain her excitement and chattered away, "Mother, you wouldn't believe how lively the streets are today. A new captain has arrived at the Shuzhou Way, and it is said he immediately bested the previous captain in a fierce altercation. They discovered numerous treasures in his home, causing quite a commotion. The entire street was blocked because of it, and everyone is saying that the new captain is establishing his authority. I caught a glimpse of him amid the crowd. He was tall and imposing, with a sword at his waist, exuding an intimidating aura. Tao Heyi has always held a rather unfavorable impression of the Dragon Scale Guard, furrowing her brow in distaste at the mere mention of them. She recalled an encounter from 2 months prior when she crossed paths with the Dragon Scale Guard while returning to her shop. The new captain had already arrived in Shuzhou. She raised her gaze to admonish Mai Huang. "From now on, if you come across those armed ruffians, make sure to keep your distance and avoid unnecessary trouble." Although Mai Huang was spirited, she was exceedingly obedient to her mistress. Rescued by her at the tender age of 8, she had been by her side for 6 years. Her mistress not only ensured she was well fed, but also protected her from bullying, earning her devoted affection. Despite her mistress' gentle demeanor, her wrath could be chilling and formidable. Mai Huang had yet to fully grasp the complexities of her mistress' character, aside from knowing that she was fiercely protective of those she cared for. She nodded obediently, standing by the table to observe her mistress sculpting jade. Unable to resist, she added, "I truly hope Aunt Zhou returns later. When she does, I shall not allow you to touch the jade again. It's cold these days, and with the second master often at the academy, he remains unaware of how Aunt Zhou bullies you at home." "Mai Huang." Tao Hei's voice took on a sharper tone. Mai Huang bit her lip, lowering her head in silence. Yet her thoughts drifted back to the circumstances under which her mistress had married the second master of the Li family too. Years prior, a union that had been born of necessity rather than desire. Aichi Guang, the second master, was the son of the head of the Eastern Fence Academy and handsome and refined, yet frail in constitution. His health had been compromised from a childhood incident where he and his twin brother fell into a river. The brother, tragically, did not survive. Consequently, Aunt Zhou lavished affection on Li Guang, and when he fell gravely ill 2 years ago, she sought solace in a temple, consulting a monk who prescribed a marriage to bring him fortune, fortuitously aligning with Tao Heiyi's birth details. Thus, in haste, she was wed. Strangely enough, after this marriage, Li Guang's health began to improve, yet Aunt Zhou soon found fault with Tao Heyi, criticizing her for not being the daughter of a scholarly family, but rather a merchant's daughter. When the second master was away, she would nitpick at Tao Heyi, subjecting her to peculiar concoctions in hopes of producing an heir. In my Huang's eyes, it was the second master's frailty that hindered the prospect of children. Furthermore, Aunt Zhou herself hailed from a humble village background. Who was she to look down upon Tao Heyi? However, such thoughts remained unvoiced, for my Huang understood her mistress' affections lay with Li Guang even before their marriage. She had harbored a fondness for him. Whenever he passed by the jade shop on his way home from the academy, Tao Heyi invariably set aside her work to steal glances at him. Noticing my Huang's pouting expression, Tao Heyi couldn't help but chuckle, setting down her carving knife to gently tap her forehead. Is it truly a grievance to be called out for raising your voice? After a pause, she continued, and Zhou merely has a quick temper and speaks her mind. She does not truly mistreat me. My Huang's lips pursed even more defiantly, prompting Tao Heyi to pull a sweet rice dumpling from her pouch and offer it to her, which brightened her mood. Are you thirsty, my lady? Shall I brew some tea for you? With my Huang appeased, Tao Heyi returned to her jade carving, her expression serene and composed. Yes, she became engrossed in her tasks. Time slipped away from her until a familiar, cheerful yet delicate voice echoed from the courtyard. Yun, do not stand on ceremony. Here, you may feel as at home. It has been many years since we last met, and I never anticipated we would have a chance to reunite. My wife possesses a gentle temperament and is an exquisite cook. Shortly, I shall ask her to prepare a few authentic dishes from Shuzhou for us to savor while we reminisce. Then, a voice of refined elegance and warmth interjected. To intrude unannounced is indeed a breach of decorum. How could I trouble your esteemed wife? I shall send a servant to Mingyue Tower to arrange a banquet for us. Tao Heyi was well aware that though her husband was frail, he was amiable and enjoyed the company of friends. He often welcomed several acquaintances into their home. However, the voice from outside was unfamiliar to her. As she lowered her gaze to finish the last detail of the phoenix ornament, she pondered where her husband had made the acquaintance of his visitor. Li Guang called out cheerfully, seemingly aware that his wife was occupied in the side chamber with her jade carvings. We have guests at home, and I have an important matter that requires your assistance. In this time, there was little separation between the genders among noble families. Premarital cohabitation was not uncommon. Furthermore, the Li family was not particularly affluent, and given Li Guang's frail constitution, he cherished each day of life, maintaining a jovial disposition and treating others kindly. During meetings with friends at home, he often invited Heyi to prepare a few simple dishes. Tao Heyi glanced down at herself. She was attired in the garments she typically wore while crafting jade sculptures, quite different from the flowing sleeves and skirts of the current fashion. Her attire was modest, yet not inappropriate. It was common for women of ordinary households to dress similarly at home, exuding a sense of carefree grace. She rose to wash her hands in a basin of water prepared by my Huang, who knew she would finish her work around this time, and had thoughtfully set out warm water for her. The window was shut, but my Huang opened a crack to peek outside, unable to contain a soft gasp. Mistress, the young gentleman outside has never been seen with the second master before. He is incredibly handsome. Dressed in a blue robe, he exudes a gentle demeanor, even more so than the second master. Curiosity piqued, he lifted her gaze in the direction my Huang indicated. Through the narrow slit of the window, just enough space for a person to be seen, a young man stood half-turned, conversing with someone beside him, but he seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head to look in her direction. Startled, he trembled slightly, quickly averted her gaze, and with a decisive motion, closed the window with a soft thud. Though she could not discern the man's face, she caught a glimpse of his warm, smiling eyes. Chapter 2. I hope my sister-in-law will forgive me due to the recent upheaval. Tao Heyi lowered her head in greeting as she emerged from the side room with my Huang, refraining from looking up to meet anyone's gaze. She only heard her husband introduce the young man, Zhao Yunyun, who had studied at Dongli Academy for years 7 or 8 years ago. They shared a bond of camaraderie from their school days. Zhao Yunyun had returned to the capital and had only just encountered her husband again. Dear sister-in-law, there is no need for excessive courtesy. My sudden visit today is truly an intrusion, the young man replied with a bow, his voice suggesting a smile that could be envisioned upon his countenance. Tao Heyi said nothing further and took my Huang to the kitchen. With her mother-in-law absent and her father-in-law's stern demeanor, who resided at the academy to mentor students, it was only fitting that she prepared a few dishes for her husband and his friend, rather than allowing guests to order from Mingyue Tower. What shall we cook, mistress? My Huang's voice rang with joy. Each time the second master returned, the mistress would prepare a lavish feast. Yet, despite having learned to cook from her, my Huang could never replicate her mistress's distinctive flavor. Carving meat required strength, and with a firm wrist, Tao Heyi grasped the kitchen knife and chopped a piece of prepared pork rib. She then instructed my Huang to kill the bass fish they had bought that morning from the wooden tub. The medicinal soup was made from an old hen, accompanied by braised ribs, steamed base, stir-fried dried bamboo shoots with sliced cured meat, and a dish of sauteed cabbage and vinegar. After finishing, she saved some of the dishes for herself and my Huang. Then together, they carried the food to the main hall. In the main hall, Li Qiguang was recounting his experiences and observations over the years to Zhao Yunyun. His pale, slender face, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, did not appear bulky. He possessed a strikingly handsome demeanor, albeit with lips lacking color that hinted at frailty. Despite his cheerful and jovial nature, he often paused to catch his breath after speaking at length. Yet his inherent optimism brought a sparkle to his eyes. Tao Heyi could not help but glance at him. Noticing her gaze, Li Qiguang paused his conversation with Zhao Yunyun, turning to smile at her, expressing gratitude for her efforts. She smiled gently, her expression serene, her ears tinged with a hint of red. Thank you, sister-in-law, for your hospitality, a warm and smiling voice from Zhao Yunyun interjected. Feeling a bit bashful for constantly looking at her husband, Tao Heyi offered a polite smile in Zhao Yunyun's direction, finally catching a clear glimpse of his face. It was no wonder my Huang had gasped. Zhao Yunyun was indeed remarkably handsome, with deep-set eyes and a sharp visage softened by his gentle, peach blossom-shaped eyes that curved when he smiled. His fair skin and dark eyebrows gave him an elegant, jade-like quality. Tao Heyi mused that her husband's amiable nature was mirrored in his friends, who were equally gentle. She courteously remarked, "These are merely a few simple home-cooked dishes. I hope Master Zhao finds them to his liking." Zhao Yunyun gazed at her, his eyes twinkling with warmth, and replied, "I am not picky. I can relish even the simplest fare, let alone such a sumptuous meal." Such exchanges were mere pleasantries, and Tao Heyi simply smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. She retreated with my Huang back to the kitchen, where the residual warmth from the stove provided a cozy atmosphere without the need for additional charcoal. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the young servant Feng Shu attended to Li Qiguang, alleviating her concerns. The Li family is not particularly affluent, but they are respected scholars. The father-in-law, Li Kuaming, hails from the ranks of successful candidates in the imperial examinations. He holds little affection for the political arena and prefers nurturing young minds. After serving in office for a few years, he returned to Shuzhou to establish an academy, where he generously supports impoverished students, waiving their tuition fees. Thus, the family's expenditures remain modest. After Tao Heyi sat down and began to eat, my Huang joyfully picked up her chopsticks to join her. Heyi regarded my Huang as a sister, yet regrettably, she must serve as her maid and assist her with chores. Even after marrying into the Li family, she must continue to fulfill her duties as a servant. "My lady, what do you think that young Master Zhao does?" My Huang whispered, her eyes filled with curiosity. "He seems to possess an extraordinary presence, quite wealthy indeed." Heyi, however, was not curious. She stuffed a piece of rib in her mouth and laughed. "What does it matter what he does? The meat is enough to silence you." She pondered the young man she had just encountered, surmising that he likely did not come from an ordinary background. Although her experiences were limited, she had seen many patrons in the jade shop, and a man of such demeanor could only be wealthy or noble, capable of purchasing exquisite jade. Due to his frail health, Li Qiguang did not entertain guests late into the night. After dinner, conversations would typically last no more than half an hour. However, today, after finishing her meal, Tao Heyi spent some time sketching jade designs and noticed that he had not yet bid farewell to his guest, causing her some concern for his well-being. Unable to resist, she set down her brush and called for Mai Huang to fetch the medicinal tea warming in the kitchen, then instructed her to prepare a charcoal basin and foot soak. Mai Huang complied, bringing the tea to Heyi, who tested its temperature before carrying it into the main hall. Upon entering, she observed that Li Qiguang appeared fatigued. His complexion paler than usual, yet his tone remained spirited, clearly enjoying a lively conversation with Zhao Yunyun. "Darling," Tao Heyi gently called. Both men turned their gazes toward her. Heyi, naturally, ignored the other pair of eyes, aware that her sudden appearance would draw attention. She approached Li Qiguang and offered him the medicinal tea without uttering much. After 2 years of marriage, Li Qiguang understood her unspoken concern. She thought he was overexerting himself and urged him to rest. He took the cup from her, squeezed her fingers affectionately, and flashed a charming smile. Though no words were exchanged, a silent intimacy lingered between them. Zhao Yunyun, appearing to realize that it was getting late, hurriedly rose and bowed, expressing his apologies. "It has been a delight to encounter you again, brotherly. Our conversation was so enjoyable that I forgot about your delicate health. I hope my intrusion is forgiven by you and your esteemed wife." His voice, clear and melodious, took on a somber tone in the dimming light of the evening, filling the quiet hall with a gentle gravity. Li Qiguang squeezed Hei's fingers once more, as if pleading with her not to be upset. Since Zhao Yunyun had made a point to apologize to her, Hei felt it inappropriate to voice any objections. A hint of embarrassment colored her delicate features, and her cheeks flushed slightly as her gaze fell upon Zhao Yunyun for the 3rd time today, just as he lifted his head. Their eyes briefly met, and she beheld those enchanting peach blossom eyes. Yet, this time, they were not filled with the usual mirth, but rather darkened with sincerity and regret, exuding a refined gentleness. As nightfall enveloped the surroundings, the flickering candlelight in the hall dimmed slightly. His profoundly handsome visage appeared somewhat obscured by the shadows cast by the flames, and in the blink of an eye, he could no longer discern the emotions lurking within his gaze. Yet, he was merely a friend of her husband, and thus she paid him little heed. Feeling somewhat shy, she merely lowered her brows and offered a courteous nod in return. Once Zhao Yunyun straightened himself, he bid farewell to Li Qiguang, his gaze briefly gliding over Tao Heyi. With a gentle smile, he softly remarked, "Let us gather again with brotherly another day." Chapter 3. Zhao Yunyun glanced back once more at Li Qiguang, whose frail body was propped up as he sat in the main hall, conversing with Zhao Yunyun. Their rapport blossomed from shared temperament, and now, feeling too weak to see his guest off, he turned to Tao Heyi and said, "Hinyam, please escort Yendi out." Though a humble family, it was Tao Hei's first experience of bidding farewell at dusk. She nodded, her attention primarily on her husband, her voice bright and gentle. "Please sit for a moment. I will return shortly for us to go back inside together." Li Qiguang looked at his wife with tender affection and replied, "Very well." Only then did Tao Heyi turn her gaze to Zhao Yunyun. Marking their 4th encounter of the day, she noticed Zhao Yunyun looking at her as well. Upon meeting her eyes, he politely performed a bow and added with a hint of jest, "No need to trouble my sister-in-law. I know the way." Li Qiguang chuckled heartily and said, "Yendi, allow me to fulfill the courtesies of the host. Otherwise, all these years of literary study would have come to naught." He echoed Zhao Yunyun's playful tone. Zhao Yunyun laughed, his laughter clear and harmonious. Tao Heyi also smiled, her lips forming delicate dimples, and she glanced at her husband, her eyes brimming with warmth and affection, subtly illuminated by the soft glow of the lamp. The atmosphere lightened, and Tao Heyi lifted a lantern to accompany the equally cheerful Zhao Yunyun outside. The path from the main hall to the door traversed a small courtyard, which, though modest in size, was easily navigated. The snow had been diligently cleared, making their passage swift. However, Zhao Yunyun walked slowly, prompting Tao Heyi to match his pace. The bond between sister-in-law and brotherly is truly commendable, Zhao Yunyun remarked suddenly, a note of envy mingling with his tone as the serene night enveloped them. Tao Heyi, upon hearing this, felt a blush tint her fair cheeks. With her eyes lowered and lips pressed together in a smile, she replied softly, "My husband treats me well." Zhao Yunyun nodded in agreement. Though brotherly is physically delicate, his spirit is remarkably open and generous. As she spoke of Li Qiguang, Tao Hai's words flowed more freely. "My husband often says that one should embrace joy while it lasts and not squander time." Her head was bowed, revealing a glimpse of her delicate neck in the moonlight. Zhao Yunyun, tall in stature, had only to lower his gaze slightly to catch sight of her, yet he averted his eyes, smiling warmly as he said, "Indeed." By this time, they had reached the door. Zhao Yunyun stepped outside, while Tao Heyi remained within, feeling that this was sufficient for their farewell. He turned back to her, bowing once more, "Thank you, sister-in-law, for your hospitality today." Tao Heyi felt that Zhao Yunyun was exceedingly polite. In response, she returned the gesture, saying, "Please travel safely." "Young Master Zhao." Once Zhao Yunyun departed, Tao Heyi watched him take a few steps before closing the door and preparing to return. With her head lowered, she reflected on her husband's health, thus failing to notice Zhao Yunyun glance back one last time. After shutting the door, Tao Heyi hurried back to the main hall, finding her husband patiently seated in a circle chair, waiting for her. Unable to suppress her laughter, she approached him quickly but was soon met with the sight of his pale, ashen face. Concerned, she softly called out, "Ailing," her tone laced with worry. "Why is Feng Shu not accompanying you?" Li Qiguang sat quietly in the stillness of the hall, feeling weary and drowsy. However, upon seeing the smile on his wife's face, he took her outstretched hand and said with a smile, "Do not worry about me. I am merely a bit fatigued. Feng Shu is still young and cannot endure the strain, so I sent him to sleep. Let us return to our room. I have instructed my Huang to prepare the charcoal and warm foot bath." Tao Heyi assisted him to his feet, her arm encircling his slender waist. Once standing, he bent slightly and smiled at her, saying, "Hinyang, you are truly considerate." With no one else around, and having sent Feng Shu to rest, he allowed himself to lean weakly against her, discreetly slipping something into her hand. Hai bit her lip, feeling a surge of sweetness. He always brought her gifts upon returning from the academy. She opened her hand to find a wooden hairpin. Looking up at him, her eyes sparkling like spring water, Li Qiguang quietly remarked, "The plum trees at the academy have blossomed. I secretly fashioned a hairpin from one of the branches. It pales in comparison to the ones you carve, of course." Tao Heyi, blushing at his teasing, placed the hairpin in her hair and asked, "Does it look good?" "Beautiful," Li Qiguang replied. They exchanged smiles and supported each other as they returned to the main room. Inside, 2 braziers were lit, and the room was now pleasantly warm. Hai helped Li Qiguang sit at the edge of the bed, where he naturally removed his cotton jacket, allowing her to gently cleanse his face with a warm cloth. Eventually, he submerged his feet in the foot bath, which contained medicinal powder to ward off the cold, and warmth enveloped him instantly. Tao Heyi also sat close to him at the edge of the bed, as she usually did, removing her shoes and dipping her small, tender feet into the bath. Her toes were round and delicate, while Li Qiguang's feet were long and pale, their toes bearing a withered hue. As he gazed at their 2 pairs of feet in the bath, he embraced Hai and sighed. It was only in the quiet of the night, with just the 2 of them, that he revealed the sadness and concern in his heart. His frailty and short lifespan weighed heavily on him, and he felt a pang of sorrow for having married a woman who deserved better. He said, "Hinyang, you have endured so much." Hai lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with warmth, and asked, "When you have time, could you draw me a few jade carving sketches?" Li Qiguang, charmed by the playful expression on her porcelain face, smiled brightly and replied, "Why not?" His worries often dissipated in her presence. Remembering the jade shop, he quickly inquired, "How is the shop doing now?" Tao Heyi was reluctant for him to concern himself with matters related to her family. She bore these burdens alone, wishing only for him to pursue his passions, studying and writing poetry, without fretting over trivialities. He was unaware of her assistance in the family business and assumed she was simply indulging in her love for jade carving. She softly replied, "The shop is doing well. I heard from father that we have received a large order. This year we shall surely have a bountiful one." Indeed, the large order was true, but due to the need to complete an earlier batch of goods, they had not yet begun on the new order. Trusting his wife completely, Li Qiguang nodded without further thought. The couple continued their intimate conversation, and, as they spoke, Li Qiguang brought up Zhao Yunyun. He is the youngest son of the Duke of Dingyuan in the capital, known for his exceptional scholarly abilities from a young age. He had once attended Dongli Academy, where he excelled academically, passing the scholar's examination at 13 and the provincial exam at 16. However, having little desire for an official career, he chose not to pursue further examinations. It is said that he now assists his family in managing their estate, which is indeed a lamentable situation. Tao Heyi discerned the envy and regret in his tone, understanding the complexity of his feelings. Did he not wish to partake in the local and imperial examinations as well? Although he had studied diligently under his father-in-law since childhood and was now 23, filled with knowledge, he had only achieved the title of scholar after passing the preliminary exam. He had once attempted the provincial examination, but after 3 days, he fainted in the examination hall and subsequently gave up. What Li Qiguang desperately yearned for was something that others casually relinquished. Tao Heyi recognized that everyone has their own aspirations. She refrained from passing judgment on those unrelated to her. Instead, she leaned against Li Qiguang's shoulder, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she remarked, "I never would have guessed he was such a meticulous steward." Li Qiguang laughed heartily at this comment. The conversation shifted away from that topic. After tidying up, Li Qiguang soon succumbed to sleep due to his fatigue, while Heyi found herself restless. She recalled the medicinal herbs her mother-in-law had made her drink and gently wrapped her arms around Li Qiguang from behind, resigning herself to the events of the day. Chapter 4. The ease of conception. As the snow fell, Tao Heyi harbored concerns that Li Qiguang might succumb to illness, as he was prone to languishing in bed for 10 days to half a month each winter. However, to her surprise, this time he managed to endure, resting at home for 2 days without incident. Elated, Li Qiguang prepared to return to the academy on the 3rd day. Despite his wife's gentle and charming demeanor, his heart remained tethered to the sea of books. He cherished reading and engaging in discourse and debate. Yet, Tao Heyi was reluctant to let him go, wishing instead for him to stay home and study. As she slowly fastened his belt, she murmured, "My dear, would you not consider lingering at home for a few more days? If the snow continues in the coming days, it will grow colder, and I worry for your health." With a twinkle in his eye, Li Qiguang smiled, lowering his gaze to Cup Heyi's face, bestowing a kiss upon her forehead. "My beloved, it is rare for you to be so clingy, and I find great joy in it. But is it not true that those precious jade pieces can no longer divert your affections from me?" He understood he was referring to her past indulgence in the treasures of the side chamber. Her cheeks flushed quietly as she lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes shimmering with unspoken allure, reflecting nothing but him. With a hint of bashfulness, she entwined her fingers around his belt and replied, "With you by my side, how can my heart wander elsewhere?" Li Qiguang chuckled, utterly enchanted by her demeanor. Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, his eyes sparkled as he softly said, "Today, a renowned scholar will visit the academy. He is Yun's teacher, passing through the capital, and has promised to deliver a lecture. I have long admired him and must attend. I shall return in 2 days and spend some time with you then." Tao Heyi bit her lip, embracing Li Qiguang's slender waist, resting against his slight chest, and murmured, "You must return in 2 days." Pausing, she looked up at him, standing on tiptoe to whisper in his ear, "It will be the 15th. As the doctor mentioned, I am more likely to conceive then." Her words, though light, caused her to flush deeply, and she averted her gaze from Li Qiguang. He paused, his pale face tinged with a faint blush. His constitution was not inclined towards desire. His efforts were solely to ensure that they might conceive, to carry on the Li family lineage. After a moment of silence, Li Qiguang gently caressed her back and laughed heartily. "Of course. When have I ever failed to fulfill my promises to you?" Tao Heyi laughed in return, feigning innocence as if nothing had transpired, reminding him, "Do not forget to drink the medicinal tea that Feng Shui prepares for you daily, and dress warmly. Take a hand warmer when you leave." Yet, her rosy cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil as she forced herself to maintain composure while draping a thick, quilted cloak over him. Li Qiguang complied, feeling a surge of embarrassment, and chose not to elaborate further. Feng Shui had long been prepared with the book box outside, and the carriage awaited. He saw her husband off, standing at the door for an extended period until the carriage vanished from sight. She then turned to Ma Huang, gently instructing, after a while, "Please take that phoenix ornament to my father. Be careful on the way and do not trip." Ma Huang patted his chest confidently. "Rest assured, my lady, I shall be careful." Originally, Tao Heyi was not at ease with Ma Huang delivering the jade carving to the shop alone. However, she had no one else to rely on. After successfully sending the first piece without incident, she began to send her regularly. Despite her limp, Ma Huang proved to be quite clever, and the shop was not far away, with no mishaps occurring. He still had one final jade piece to carve, which she needed to finish today. Otherwise, she would have to accompany Ma Huang. Ma Huang left with the jade carving wrapped in a bundle, while Tao Heyi retreated to the side room, taking up her carving knife and focusing on her work. Before long, a letter was placed on the desk in a study within a courtyard in the eastern part of Shuzhou City. After a little more than half an hour, the study door opened, and a pair of finely knuckled hands picked up the letter, unfolded it, revealing a page densely filled with the dialogue between Li Qiguang and Tao Heyi, capturing even their tones and expressions. "Easily pregnant," a gentle voice murmured, followed by a soft chuckle. The study door soon opened again, returning to silence. On the following morning, Heyi handed the jade piece she had completed the previous day back to Ma Huang, instructing her to take it to the jade shop while she remained at home to prepare the meal, as her mother-in-law was returning from a mountain temple today. When Ma Huang returned, Tao Heyi had just started simmering the soup. Before she even entered, her voice came rushing from outside, breathless, "Mistress! Mistress!" Tao Heyi turned around, smiling helplessly, teasing her, "How many times have I told you not to hurry? Walk steadily. If you fall and hurt your face, how will you marry your ideal husband?" However, Ma Huang's anxious little black face was filled with urgency as she gasped, "Mistress, I can't be steady. Something has happened at home." The home in question was, of course, the Tao family. Heyi's expression shifted slightly as she hurriedly inquired about the matter. Ma Huang clutched her chest and explained, "Just now, while I was carrying the jade carving back, the shopkeeper asked me to wait a moment. She was frying beans, saying you love to eat them, and asked me to bring a jar back. While I was waiting, someone returned to the shop and said that Yulang was outside fighting and broke someone's leg, injuring his own arm in the process. That family intends to report to the authorities." When father heard this, he panicked, accidentally cutting his hand with the carving knife, tripping over a nearby shelf, and the jade material fell and struck him, injuring his arm. "The house is in chaos right now. The shopkeeper sent me back to ask you and the second master to help plead for Yulang, as the injured party is a student from the academy." Yulang refers to Tao Hei's younger brother, Tao Qinyue, who is 13 and quite mischievous, showing little interest in the craft of jade carving and aspiring to pursue other business ventures. Since Hei's marriage to the Li family, he had been compelled to attend Dongli Academy for his studies, where he should have been at this time. Tao Heyi was nearly stunned, although her brother was mischievous. He had a kind nature and would not engage in a fight to the extent of breaking someone's leg. What on earth had transpired? She quickly wiped her hands, closed the door, and hurried home with Ma Huang. Upon arriving at the jade shop, they found it closed. She made her way to the small courtyard behind and was met with the sound of her mother's weeping. "Mother!" Tao Heyi hurried into the room, only to find her father lying in bed, his robust right arm, used for carving jade, bound with a wooden splint. His lips were pale, his face tense, and an unusual look of panic marred his typically stoic expression. The hands of the jade carver are his livelihood, impervious to injury. Upon seeing the wooden board, he immediately discerned that her father had sustained a bone injury. Concern flooded her heart, yet her words were gentle. "Father, do not fret. Your wrist is unscathed, and with some rest, it shall return to its former self." Old Tao, upon noticing his eldest daughter, stifled his growing anxiety and nodded sternly. "I am fine. The previous batch of goods has just been completed, but I fear the large order received recently may remain unfinished. At that moment, he was hardly concerned about any order. She comforted him. If it cannot be completed, then so be it. We shall forfeit the deposit. Where is my brother now? Wen Hui, beside her, wiped her tears, her eyes swollen and red. That family has reported to the authorities, and he is now imprisoned. Her gentle disposition made her look up at Heyi with tear-filled eyes, grasping her sleeve. I do not know what to do now, Heyi. Please, go find Second Master Li and ask for his assistance in securing your brother's release. He cannot endure the hardships of prison. He took out a handkerchief to dry her mother's tears and softly reassured her, Mother, do not worry. Yulang will be fine. Her soothing voice inexplicably calmed the turmoil within. Wen Hui nodded, her eyes still fixed on Heyi, aware that beneath her calm and gentle exterior lay a profound strength. It was she who had insisted on marrying into the Li family, despite their objections, and now that Second Master Li's health was improving, it was undeniably a fortuitous match. He was reluctant to burden Li Qiguang with the troubles of the Tao family, yet this predicament was beyond her capacity to resolve alone. Mother, I shall visit the academy for a while. Please take good care of father at home. She gently returned the damp handkerchief to Wen Hui's hands and spoke softly. Chapter 5. It turns out to be Zhao Yunyun. Dongli Academy is not situated within the city, but rather at the foot of the mountains. In a secluded area by the water, having been transformed from a residence purchased by Li Kuaming after his retirement. This tranquil setting is ideal for scholars to immerse themselves in their studies. The journey from the city to the academy requires over half an hour by carriage. When Tao Heyi returned to the jade shop, she was in a rush, still clad in her home's simple dress, without any money, and thus made a trip back home with my Huang. As she pushed open the door, she heard her mother-in-law's voice complaining inside. You fiddle with that worthless jade all day long and neglect the household. It's been half a month since I returned, and there's dust everywhere. My Huang immediately felt displeased, pouting but remaining silent, glancing at Heyi beside her. Heyi, unperturbed, stepped into the small courtyard and called out gently to Zhou Chunlan, Mother. Her soft voice startled Zhou Chunlan, who was inspecting various items in the kitchen. Clutching her chest, she turned and glared at Heyi, moving silently like a cat, as if to say, Are you trying to scare me to death? Heyi had long grown accustomed to her mother-in-law's manner of speaking. Anticipating that she would inquire about her impending departure, she decided to keep her reasons secret. If Zhou Chunlan were to know she was going to seek her husband for family matters, she would surely become enraged and try to prevent her from leaving. With this thought, she resolved to conceal the truth and simply said, Mother, my father has injured his hand. I'm going back home for a bit. I've made chicken soup for you on the stove. Please don't forget to drink it later. Zhou Chunlan frowned, staring at Tao Heyi with discontent. Your father has his wife to care for him. What business do you, a married woman, have returning home? Although Zhou Chunlan hailed from a humble background, her position as the wife of the academy's head brought her a measure of respect, and she often donned a friendly and gentle demeanor. However, in the presence of Heyi, her true nature resurfaced. While not malicious, she was somewhat sharp-tongued and critical, believing that if her son were in better health, he would never have married the daughter of a jade shop owner. She hoped for a grandchild who would be a perfect gem, yet after 2 years, Heyi had yet to bear even an egg. She had recently gone to the mountains to pray for her son's prosperity and could not resist asking a master to divine when he might have offspring. The result was an unfavorable omen. When she inquired further, the master informed her that her son would struggle to have children throughout his life. This incensed her, as her son's health was improving. How could he possibly struggle to have offspring? Suspecting it to be Heyi's fault, she sought another reading, this time concerning Heyi's potential for children, which yielded a favorable omen instead. Zhou Chunlan was initially overjoyed, but then doubt crept in. How could her son struggle to have children while her daughter-in-law was prophesied to bear 3 sons and a daughter? Her face darkened as suspicions arose that her daughter-in-law might be unfaithful, leading her to seek another reading regarding their marital connection. The master, being seasoned and observant, sensed the underlying tension and, wishing to avoid any karmic entanglements, fortuitously drew a favorable omen on the third inquiry. He smiled and spoke auspiciously, declaring that the marital bond between the two would be harmonious and destined for happiness. Thus, Zhao Chunlan's smile returned, though remnants of unease lingered in her heart from the previous divinations. However, her thoughts were solely occupied with preparing a medicinal soup for her daughter-in-law. Consequently, she did not notice the master's soft sigh after her departure, as he remarked that while the omens were indeed accurate, they merely pertained to the past. Upon hearing that Tao Heyi intended to return to her parental home, Zhao Chunlan felt a surge of discontent. Without waiting for a response, she declared, "I have already prepared a nourishing soup for you, specifically designed to aid in bearing a son. You must drink it while it's still warm." Tao Heyi, though anxious within, maintained a gentle demeanor. She stepped forward with a smile, addressing Zhao Chunlan, "Mother, I would appreciate it if you could simmer it a bit longer. I will return later to enjoy it. Earlier, I had my father carve a brooch in the shape of a peony, which will beautifully complement you, and I intend to collect it. Furthermore, I have heard that the leather shop has received new stock, and I plan to see if there is any thicker mink fur to craft a cloak for Erling." Her voice remained soft and soothing, patiently comforting Zhao Chunlan without engaging in any verbal disputes. Despite Zhao Chunlan's various reservations about Heyi, she was swayed by her gentle approach. If the conversation turned to matters concerning her son, Zhao Chunlan found it easier to acquiesce. With a furrowed brow, she muttered, "Very well. It seems my words are of little consequence." Tao Heyi offered a few more kind remarks before retreating to don her cloak and gather her purse. After a moment's thought, she retrieved 2 50-tael silver notes from her dowry box for unforeseen circumstances. Accompanied by Mai Huang, they ventured out and rented a mule cart from a nearby establishment, setting off towards the outskirts of the city. Having previously visited Dongli Academy, Tao Heyi was aware of her father-in-law's strict demeanor, which prohibited female relatives from lingering too long, lest they disrupt the student studies. As the son of the academy's head, Li Qiguang led by example. Thus her visits were infrequent, typically limited to delivering items and exchanging a few pleasantries before departing. Reflecting on Li Qiguang's earlier words about a distinguished scholar lecturing at the academy that day, Tao Heyi felt a pang of guilt towards her husband, fearing her absence might hinder his studies. Suddenly, the mule cart jolted violently, causing Tao Heyi to lurch forward. Fortunately, Mai Huang caught her, and regaining her composure, she pushed open the cart door to inquire the driver. "Good sir, what has happened?" The driver, an elderly man, had dismounted and was examining the situation with a furrowed brow. "The wheel has become lodged in a pit beneath the snow, and the axle is broken. I'm afraid this cart cannot continue." Mai Huang, flustered, pointed to the snow-covered ground outside, exclaiming, "Look at the snow. We have only traveled halfway. What are we to do? We cannot go back, nor can we proceed." When we left the livery, Madam clearly inquired whether the cart had been inspected. The driver, equally perplexed and dismayed, replied, "I assure you it was checked, and there were no issues. However, the snow has concealed a pit, and it was only upon encountering it that the axle broke." Tao Heyi gazed at the snow-laden path ahead, her brow furrowing with concern as she asked, "Is it possible to repair the axle?" The driver sighed, "It is broken clean through the middle, beyond repair. I must return to the city to fetch a new axle." Tao Heyi fell silent for a moment before stepping down from the cart. A small black-faced child named Mai Huang pouted, "My lady, why don't you wait in the carriage? I can run quickly to the academy." Tao Heyi, however, could not allow the young child to run through the bitter cold. She gently shook her head, momentarily at a loss for what to do, as a series of unfortunate events seemed to swarm upon them, catching her unprepared. "My lady, it appears a carriage is approaching," Mai Huang suddenly exclaimed with delight. Tao Heyi looked up and indeed saw a carriage slowly making its way through the snowy path ahead. Her heart lifted with hope as she pulled Mai Huang to the side of the road, unable to resist taking a few steps towards the carriage, silently wishing for assistance from its owner. She felt fortunate to have brought along 2 banknotes of 50 taels each before leaving the house. The coachman, noticing the mule cart obstructing the road, drew closer and pulled on the reins, bringing the carriage to a halt. He leaned towards the interior and exchanged a few words with the passengers. Before long, the carriage door swung open, and a young man dressed in a flowing robe descended. Tao Heyi took a couple of steps forward with my Huang, and, upon lifting her gaze, found that the young man was also looking back at her. Their eyes met, and for a moment, she was taken aback, but soon a soft smile graced her lips, a reflection of her relief. It was Zhao Yunyun. He thought to herself that since Zhao Yunyun was a friend of her husband with a kindred spirit, it would not be too much to ask for his assistance in taking her to the academy. Otherwise, she could always offer him money to hire a carriage. Chapter 6. In the palm of Zhao Yunyun, a woman clad in a black cloak, her hood obscuring half of her palm-sized face, revealed only a chin as smooth as white jade. She gracefully lifted her hand to remove the hood, unveiling her exquisite features, and with a slight bow of her eyes, she greeted Zhao Gongzi. Zhao Yunyun appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon his lips curled into a smile that resembled the gentle spring breeze of March, warm and refined. He promptly returned her greeting with a bow. Without waiting for him to inquire, he rose and succinctly stated, "Zhao Gongzi, I had intended to visit the academy to find my husband, but alas, the axle of my carriage has broken, rendering me unable to proceed or retreat. Might you be able to assist me by lending me your carriage?" Her voice was clear and melodious, perfectly measured in distance and tone. However, Zhao Yunyun hesitated to respond immediately, a hint of confusion crossing his face as he murmured, "Did Li Xiong not inform his wife that he would be attending the lectures of the esteemed scholar today?" He was puzzled. Attending lectures was a regular occurrence at the academy, so why did Zhao Yunyun speak in such a manner? She remained silent, gazing at him with expectant eyes, seeking clarification without uttering a word. With a gentle tone, Zhao Yunyun explained, "There exists a hot spring villa 100 miles from the academy. Given the chilly weather, the esteemed scholar proposed to go there to warm wine and converse. Master Li took numerous students there yesterday, and since Li Xiong has been in good health lately, he accompanied them." He was taken aback. Her expression immediately clouded with concern for her husband. Would he fare well after such a journey yesterday? 100 miles under ordinary circumstances, a carriage would require 4 to 5 hours, but in this frigid weather, it would take at least 6 or 7 hours. By the time she reached him, it would already be late at night. It was inconceivable to allow her husband to travel in the cold darkness. Thus, this trip would mean he would not return until the earliest tomorrow evening. Resolutely, he decided against going to the academy. She planned to return home to retrieve her entire dowry of 500 taels of silver, hoping to seek assistance from someone to extricate her brother from prison. If that proved impossible, she would at least use the funds to alleviate some of her brother's suffering and, subsequently, inquire about the details of his predicament. She would take her time and wait for her husband to return before making further plans. Has sister-in-law encountered a predicament? Zhao Yunyun's soothing voice gently interjected. Though he hailed from a merchant family, as the eldest daughter, she was accustomed to handling matters and had read several books, acquiring a basic literacy. She understood the proprieties governing interactions between men and women. Although Zhao Yunyun was a friend of Li Qiguang, she felt it inappropriate to share her family matters with him, as they were of no concern to him. She shook her head, her rosy lips articulating 2 clear words, "Not at all." Zhao Yunyun regarded her with lowered eyes. A moment of silence passing before he gently smiled and said, "It seems I have been presumptuous." For a fleeting moment, he sensed something peculiar in his tone. Yet upon looking up, she was met with his slightly curved peach blossom eyes. Zhao Yunyun's demeanor was always scholarly and gentle when he smiled, and she felt perhaps her own tone had been a touch cold, while he had meant well. After a brief contemplation, she softly responded, "Merely some trivial family matters. Those well-versed in poetry and literature understand that it is inappropriate to discuss the affairs of others with those unacquainted." Yet, what significance did Zhao Yunyun hold in Heyi's life? She was merely an acquaintance of her husband. In that case, would Zhao send her back to the city? Zhao Yunyun nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and gently asked. Tao Heyi expressed her gratitude with utmost courtesy. "Thank you, young Master Zhao." Zhao Yunyun stepped aside, inviting Tao Heyi to enter the carriage first. As she approached the carriage, she paused for a moment. Zhao Yunyun's vehicle was evidently not the rudimentary cart typical of the carriage shop, but a grand and lofty carriage, not easily accessible for her as a woman dressed in a skirt. Lost in thought, she was suddenly called by Zhao Yunyun, and she instantly recalled the servant stools of the affluent. She hastily tried to refuse, only to see the cheerful and plump coachman produce an inverted stool from beneath the yoke and place it at her feet. Zhao Yunyun seemed to anticipate her thoughts, offering a gentle smile, which made her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she stepped onto the stool. Despite the presence of the stool, the carriage remained somewhat high for her. Her petite maid, Mai Huang, strained to stretch her hand to assist, but her posture appeared awkward. A hand reached out beside her, perfectly alleviating the predicament of both mistress and maid. Tao Heyi cast a silent glance, recognizing that it was not the time for pretensions. She gently placed her hand on Zhao Yunyun's wrist for support, stepping up and then releasing her grip, a fleeting touch. Zhao Yunyun intended to follow suit, but the little maid, Mai Huang, clearly lacking awareness, hurriedly climbed into the carriage. Though small in stature, she paid no mind to decorum, stepping onto the stool and clambering inside. As Tao Heyi adjusted her skirt and settled in, Mai Huang squeezed in beside her. Tao Heyi couldn't help but smile wryly at the situation, and when Zhao Yunyun joined them, she spoke softly, her voice tinged with embarrassment. "I apologize. My maid has been rude." Zhao Yunyun replied warmly. "No matter, the carriage is quite spacious." His words carried a hint of gentle amusement. Tao Heyi felt increasingly that Zhao Yunyun resembled her husband in disposition. Both were open-hearted and gentle, occasionally sharing well-timed, jesting remarks, which eased her tension in the presence of a stranger. Mai Huang, nestled beside Tao Heyi, surreptitiously scrutinized Zhao Yunyun, who responded with a warm smile, causing her cheeks to flush as well. The carriage resumed its course, enveloped in silence. Tao Heyi lowered her head, quietly awaiting their return to the city. Zhao Yunyun, ever the courteous gentleman, maintained his silence, and they traveled this way until they reached the city. As they passed through, Tao Heyi intended to disembark, but Zhao Yunyun sighed, his smile tinged with a touch of helplessness. "Sister-in-law, I cannot simply leave you here. It would bring me shame in front of brotherly." Understanding that Zhao Yunyun would indeed escort her home, she suppressed her desire to visit the jade shop, offering an apologetic smile and saying, "Thank you." The route to the Li residence would inevitably take them past the Tao family's jade shop, and as thoughts of her parents crossed her mind, she couldn't help but lean over to open the carriage window to look outside. To her horror, she caught sight of a group of ruffians wielding wooden clubs, surrounding the Tao family's jade shop and vandalizing it. She could no longer remain seated in the carriage. "Stop the carriage." Upon witnessing her profound anxiety, Zhao Yunyun promptly instructed the coachman to halt. Seizing the moment, he followed her gaze outward. He, impatient for any semblance of a bench, flung open the carriage door, eager to leap down, only to be restrained by Zhao Yunyun's grip on her sleeve. In a low voice, he urged her to remain calm. After uttering these words, he bent slightly and descended first, then stood beside the carriage, extending his hand once more towards He. This time, she disregarded any notions of distance, and, in her haste, reached out to grasp his wrist. However, in her flustered state, she seemingly miscalculated, inadvertently placing her palm down, resting it upon Zhao Yunyun's hand instead. Chapter 7. He stumbled directly into his embrace. His warm, robust palms, calloused and rough, contrasted sharply with Li Qiguang's delicate coolness. The moment they made contact, he felt a searing heat, and in her fluster, she glanced at Zhao Yunyun, once more meeting his smiling peach blossom eyes. As she fell to the ground, Zhao Yunyun's other hand instinctively reached out to catch her, yet he landed steadily, releasing his grasp to avoid further contact. Zhao Yunyun paused momentarily, then stepped back half a pace, as if his earlier motion was merely an instinctual act of chivalry. He noticed this, and although she was perceptive, she could not afford to dwell on her thoughts in such a chaotic situation. She lifted her skirt and rushed into the shop, calling out, "Stop!" Her clear voice immediately pierced through the tumultuous clamor ahead, silencing the ruffians wielding sticks as they turned to her, momentarily frozen in their actions. A woman had burst into the shop, her black cloak billowing, the hood blown back by the wind to reveal a fair and unadorned face, exuding an ethereal elegance. Frowning, she rushed in, causing the crowd to hesitate, their weapons lowered in reluctant restraint. However, the leader of the ruffians bellowed in anger. "Who is this young lady who cannot read the room? Do not disturb our important matters. Leave at once." He wore a scowling expression, and the other ruffians quickly regained their senses, blocking Heyi's path, one of them shoving her roughly. He was no match for their strength and stumbled backward. "Be careful," Zhao Yunyun called out, encircling her from behind. She fell entirely into his arms, feeling the faint fragrance of his essence. But almost instantly, she pushed him away. My lady, Mai Huang, who had just dismounted from the carriage, maneuvered through the crowd to stand beside Heyi. Zhao Yunyun, having been pushed aside, merely cast a brief glance at Tao Heyi and then positioned himself slightly forward on her other side, standing guard against the glaring ruffians with a hint of tempered anger gracing his gentle features. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Amidst the turmoil, when Hui, who had been weeping inside, heard the commotion and looked up, only to see her eldest daughter, who was supposed to be leaving the city in search of Li Qiguan. She was momentarily taken aback before her concern surged. "He, why are you still here? Weren't you supposed to go to the Book City? Even if you returned briefly to the Li family, you should have already been halfway out of the city by now." He peered through the crowd, catching sight of her father, who was hunched over, protecting several pieces of jade, the ground around him in disarray. Her mother knelt beside him, weeping in unison. A surge of anger and poignant sorrow ignited within her, yet she forced herself to regain her composure. The ruffians, having overheard when Huey's exchange with Heyi, quickly shifted their attention to her. The ruffian leader scrutinized Heyi from head to toe, inquiring, "What is your connection to the Tao family jade shop?" The Tao family jade shop had been in operation for decades, seldom encountering such disturbances. Due to her mother's gentle disposition and her father's steadfast yet passionate nature in jade carving, they had always maintained amiable relations with neighbors and the community. Although her younger brother was mischievous and playful, he possessed a kind heart and was especially charming, addressing everyone as sister or aunt, and with his handsome looks, he was quite endearing. Upon witnessing the presence of a ruffian in her home, Tao Heyi instinctively surmised that it must be someone sent by the family of the person her brother had injured. Consequently, when the ruffian leader inquired about her, her demeanor remained remarkably composed. "I am the sister of Tao Kunyue." With this single utterance, she clarified all familial ties. The ruffian leader raised an eyebrow, though it did not seem to surprise him overly much. He crossed his arms and declared, "Your brother has left my young master with a broken leg, and the doctor fears he may be left with a permanent limp. My master is understandably furious." There was no further elaboration. His intention was merely to vent his anger by vandalizing the shop, and his explanations had already been generous enough. "And to what extent do you intend to wreak havoc? What compensation do you seek? What price must my brother pay?" Tao Haoyi's voice was gentle, and she stood there draped in a black cloak, revealing a hint of cold detachment. Zhao Yunyun had kept his gaze fixed upon her, yet Tao Heyi, lost in her own thoughts, did not spare him even a fleeting glance. "That depends on whether our master calms down," the ruffian leader replied, exuding a rather unsavory demeanor. Tao Heyi fell into silence. His words were as good as meaningless. If she were to inquire how to placate him, she would only receive a response akin to "it depends on our master's mood." She yearned to ascertain whether her brother had indeed broken someone else's leg. Unable to consult him directly, she found herself trapped by the unfounded assertions of others, unable to refute them for fear of inciting further wrath. Many onlookers had gathered, and those familiar with the Tao family hesitantly interjected. "Although young Master Tao can be mischievous, he is not one to act without reason. Surely there must be some misunderstanding?" "What misunderstanding? That little brat was caught red-handed by my master," the ruffian leader retorted gruffly, waving his hand dismissively to disperse the crowd. The onlookers, recognizing the danger of offending the Tao family, retreated in silence, while Heyi cast a grateful glance at them. When she spoke again, her tone softened even further. "I am still unaware of which young master has been wronged, so that I may prepare a visit." However, she was no proper noblewoman and was unfamiliar with the conventions of such matters. "Our young master is the youngest son of the esteemed Sun Yuanwei from the west of the city," the ruffian leader scoffed. Sun Yuanwei. Tao Hei's gaze fell. her complexion draining of color upon realizing it was the youngest son of Sun Yuan. She could hardly fathom how her brother had entangled himself with such a formidable family. Sun Jinghai, the Sun Yuan of Shuzhou, commanded a degree of respect even from the Dragon Scale Guard. He was an astute businessman, reputed to own shops across various locales, thus maintaining connections with significant figures in the capital. As for the nature of these connections, it was beyond the understanding of a young lady like Heyi. However, it was evident that even the Dragon Scale Guard held him in regard, indicating that he was not someone to be trifled with. Such a family would hardly engage in rational discourse. Their wealth and power were their law, and whatever they proclaimed as truth became the absolute reality. The ant struggles to shake the giant tree. Even if the Tao family united with the Leaf family, they would still be insufficient to stand on equal footing and converse with a formidable adversary. This time, it was inevitable that her brother would face severe consequences. She had foolishly entertained the idea of using a dowry of 500 taels to curry favor. Yet how could they possibly regard such a meager sum? Even if the entire jade shop were offered, it would be of no interest to them. He dared not dwell on the thought any longer. Her fingers dug into her palm, and when she finally spoke again, her voice trembled. I wonder if Mr. Sun is at home today. I wish to visit with my parents to express our apologies. With the young master gravely injured, how could the master be bothered to entertain trivial visitors? A sarcastic voice interjected. Inside, when Huey's mother, who had been suppressing her tears, suddenly broke down sobbing, What shall we do about your brother? Tao Shanshi, stooped in posture, slightly turned towards his eldest daughter. His face was ashen, lips quivering. Yet he could not muster the words to tell her to disregard her brother's plight. A moment of silence enveloped the air. Just as Tao Heyi was about to speak again, the gentle voice of Zhao Yunyun resonated beside her. Indeed, I have heard family members mention Mr. Son of Shuzhou. I have been here for some time and have yet to make a visit. Chapter 8. Zhao Yunyun seemed to sense her gaze and turned his head to look at her. His words were akin to a sudden downpour of refreshing rain in the desert, fortuitously flowing into the mouths of the Tao family. Tao Shanshi and Wen Huinyang, both honest individuals who had never encountered formidable figures, regarded their daughter's marriage to the son of the Academy's president as a monumental achievement. Upon hearing that the handsome and gentle man was acquainted with Master Sun, their eyes instinctively brightened with excitement. Yet in an instant, both realized a crucial question. Who was this person? The henchmen, too, were puzzled, and one of them inquired, Who are you? What is your connection to the Tao family? Surrounded by a throng of burly and menacing henchmen, Zhao Yunyun responded with an air of refinement. My surname is Zhao, and I am a friend of Li Qiguang. Who is Li Qiguang? Someone asked, and another quickly elucidated. Li Yi is the husband of Our Lady. At this revelation, not only the henchmen, but also Wen Huinyang and Tao Shanshi recognized that this young man clad in white was indeed a friend of their son-in-law. Naturally, a friend of their son-in-law represented a valuable connection. Instantly, the expressions of Tao Shanshi and Wen Huinyang shifted to one of anticipation and hope as they regarded Zhao Yunyun. At this juncture, it was no longer the time for Tao Heyi to insist on rejecting Zhao Yunyun's assistance. Unable to suppress her urge, she lifted her gaze towards him, wishing to speak. However, Zhao Yunyun did not look at her or the Tao family. He stood before the head of the henchmen, who was towering and robust, with a fiercely intimidating appearance. Yet, Heyi noticed that Zhao Yunyun was slightly taller than the henchman, his frame slender yet with broad shoulders. A smile lingered at the corners of his lips, though his expression remained aloof. You may return, he stated, signifying that he would pay a visit to the Sun family's young master on the morrow. Such a simple pronouncement bore an unexpected air of authority. The henchman was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Zhao Yunyun for a while. After a moment of hesitation, he finally conceded, If that is the case, I shall grant you this small favor. Zhao Yunyun responded courteously, Thank you. The henchman quickly departed, and it was only at this moment that Tao Heyi found the opportunity to converse with Zhao Yunyun. She bowed respectfully and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, young Master Zhao. At that moment, she could utter no other words, her heartfelt appreciation for Zhao Yunyun overflowing. Zhao Yunyun observed her downcast eyes and pale cheeks, still trembling from fear. He slowly rubbed his fingers together behind his back and gently remarked, "It is of no consequence. I have a good rapport with Brother Li. Knowing these matters, how could I stand idly by?" Tao Heyi looked up at him gratefully once more, uttering another thank you, when suddenly the sound of Wen Huingyang's sobbing reached her ears, prompting her to turn and rush back to the shop. The ground was strewn with jade artifacts, as their family was in the jade business. The floor was covered with a carpet to prevent breakage. Nevertheless, despite the precautions, a significant portion of the jade had shattered under the deliberate force, with only a small fraction being protected by Tao Shansher's embrace. The multitude of jade artifacts has been damaged. How shall we compensate for the loss? Is there enough silver left in the household? In that moment, Tao Shansher could only muster the strength to concern himself with the jade pieces scattered on the ground, his voice imbued with an age beyond his years. When Huingyang wept, exclaiming, "Who cares about these now? We must gather our silver to rescue our son." A sheen of cold sweat broke out on Tao Shansher's once impassive visage. Tao Heyi, burdened by the weight of the situation, crouched on the ground, gently comforting her parents. "Mother, my brother will be fine. Please, do not weep. Your health is paramount. Father, your hand is injured and requires your care." She assured Father, "I will bring my brother back. If our silver is insufficient, we shall borrow from the moneylender. You know the proprietor is amiable. Do not fret." After a time of soft reassurances, when Huingyang and Tao Shansher were coaxed into the small upstairs room for rest. Initially, Hai intended to follow, but my Huang tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "My lady, young Master Zhao is still here." Hai paused, turning back to see Zhao Yunyun still present in the shop, seemingly oblivious to her presence, his gaze fixed upon the few jade artifacts that had survived. This revelation eased Hai's heart, sparing her from further embarrassment. "Master Zhao." She stepped forward, her voice soft as she contemplated how best to articulate her thoughts, recalling his earlier words. Zhao Yunyun did not turn immediately, but acknowledged her with a low, casual, Taking a deep breath, Tao Heyi spoke clearly, "Thank you, Master Zhao, for your assistance. You mentioned you would visit the Sun family tomorrow. I would like to accompany you with a small gift. It would be inappropriate to send Zhao Yunyun, an outsider, to handle such matters for her family. Were it not for her husband's connection, Zhao Yunyun would not involve himself in these troubles." A profound sense of guilt washed over her, and her gaze toward him reflected her remorse. Sensing her eyes upon him, Zhao Yunyun turned his head to meet her gaze. Hai once again found herself captivated by his exquisite, almond-shaped eyes, their corners gently arched, exuding both elegance and kindness. After a moment, he nodded, affirming, "That would be splendid, for I am not merely an outsider." Hai felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, yet she recognized the truth in his words. How could he, an outsider, represent her family in dealings with the Sun family? Nevertheless, he truly embodied the qualities of her husband's friend, kind, gentle, and remarkably honorable. She longed to inquire about the time of their visit to the Sun family the following day, but Zhao Yunyun gestured toward the jade sculpture displayed on the shelf, asking, "Might this jade carving have been reserved by someone?" Following his gaze, Hai beheld a jade sculpture of a serpent entwined around a peach branch, carved from a flawed and rough piece of jade. Its natural hues of dark green, brown, and pink intertwined, representing the last jade piece she had completed prior to her marriage 2 years ago. It was not particularly masterful, and given the jade's inferior quality and poor translucence, it had accumulated dust on the shelf ever since. She shook her head, replying, "No, it has not been reserved. Zhao Yunyun has already acquired that jade carving." Seeming to hold it in great affection, his elongated fingers caressing and playing with it. "If the lady of the house wishes to express her gratitude, why not offer this as a gift to me?" He smiled gently at her, his fingertips lightly brushing the base of the ornament, where the jade sculptor's name is typically concealed, etched in fine script. However, how could Tao Heyi possibly refuse to present a jade carving that nobody desires? Yet, this particular piece is undeniably rather inferior. How could she bear to gift such a trinket? Heyi remarked, "The material of this jade carving is rather coarse. I happen to have 1 or 2 pieces of jade with superior quality at home. If Master Zhao has a preferred design, I could ask my father to carve it meticulously. Zhao Yunyun, however, held the serpentine peach branch carving and, gazing at her with a gentle smile, said, "Though the jade material may be lacking, this ornament is exquisite and delightful. It has truly captured my heart, and I desire only this one." Chapter 9. The fleeting touch. Tao Heyi understood that some individuals who appreciate jade do not concern themselves with its quality, instead relying solely on the affinity they feel. Thus, she nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further remarks, saying, "I shall wrap it up for young Master Zhao." "Very well," Zhao Jian replied with a smile, handing the snake entwined around a peach branch ornament to Heyi. As she received it with both hands, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against hers in a fleeting moment. She noticed this and furrowed her brow slightly, but dismissed it as an accident, not giving it much thought. Heyi retrieved a wooden box lined with soft padding from the cabinet, carefully placing the ornament inside and sealing it. When she presented it back to Zhao Jiyun, she was more cautious this time, ensuring their fingers did not touch again. She seized the opportunity to inquire about a matter that had been on her mind. "Young Master Zhao, what time shall we visit the Sun family tomorrow?" Zhao Jiyun considered for a moment while cradling the wooden box, then responded, "How about the hour of the dragon?" Heyi readily agreed, wishing to visit today, but since Zhao Jiyun had mentioned tomorrow to his companion, they would adhere to that schedule. It was best not to delay the visit to apologize, and the hour of the dragon was indeed suitable. She nodded, "All right." Zhao Jiyun then suggested, "I shall arrange for a carriage to fetch you, madam." Unaware of the decisive tone in his words, Heyi interpreted it as an inquiry, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She quickly replied, "There is no need for such trouble. I shall go to the Sun family myself in the morning, and we can meet at their doorstep." Zhao Jiyun did not insist, merely pausing for a moment before nodding in agreement. With their conversation concluded, he found no further reason to linger and naturally bid farewell to Tao Heyi. She accompanied him to the door, standing for a moment before turning back towards the small building without a trace of reluctance. Inside the carriage, Zhao Jiyun turned his head to watch as the figure of the woman quickly vanished from view. He squinted slightly, his warm demeanor darkening as he pondered something unknown. Upon returning to the small building, Tao Heyi informed her parents about the impending visit to the Sun family to offer her apologies. Tao Shanshi immediately struggled to rise from his bed, urging Wen Huinyang to fetch the small box where the family had hidden silver. Upon opening it, he extracted banknotes and handed them to Heyi, saying, "Heyi, we still have 1,500 taels saved for your brother's marriage. This is all we have left. 500 taels must be set aside for the compensation of the jade. Thus, we have about 1,000 taels available. Your brother must be rescued." Tao Shanshi's gaze was earnest, placing all his hopes upon Heyi. She understood her father's heart. He regarded her brother as the heir to the Tao family's jade carving legacy. Though she had not learned jade carving in her youth, her father had not allowed her to touch the engraving knife. Instead, she absorbed knowledge simply by watching him carve jade. When her brother reached an age where he could hold a carving knife, he stubbornly refused to learn. And even when compelled by their father, he merely went through the motions. With their father preoccupied with family orders, he had little time to teach him, which ultimately led her to pick up the knife and learn herself. After mastering the craft, she attempted to teach her brother, but he was disinterested and unable to grasp the skills. As she grew older, her father finally began to share some of the jade carving patterns passed down through their family, yet she had never laid eyes on the most exquisite volume. However, he did not blame her father. He was a simple and honest man, merely adhering to the customs passed down through generations. The family tradition dictated that jade carving be taught to sons, not daughters. The fact that her father was able to instruct her was already a deviation from this norm, allowing her the freedom to envision her own designs. Although her younger brother refused to learn, being only 13 years old, he understood that her father still hoped her brother would eventually settle down to learn the art of jade carving. She nodded gently and whispered, "I will bring my brother back." Tao Shanshi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. The taciturn man remained silent, merely observing He's quivering lips. He softly uttered, "When your brother returns, you two can learn jade carving together." This statement was extraordinary, as learning alongside her brother implied that whatever he learned, she could also master. He paused momentarily, yet her heart did not swell with the joy she anticipated. Her voice was barely above a whisper. "Father, Yu Lang is my biological brother." She neither wished to nor intended to use this as a bargaining chip for the family's ancestral jade carving patterns. Tao Shan sure blinked, his expression awkward on his usually impassive face. Wen Huinyang gently nudged him, admonishing him for speaking such trivialities at such a moment. He then declared, "I wish to carve a statue of Guanyin from the family's piece of mutton fat jade and gift it to the Sun family." The Tao family possessed an ancestral piece of mutton fat jade, an ancient and exceptionally lustrous material, reserved for family use and not for sale or carving. Upon hearing this, Tao Shan sure hesitated. Being a straightforward and honest man, he respected his late father's wishes and was reluctant to make hasty decisions. When Huinyang decisively interjected, "At this juncture, if Yu Lang cannot return safely, what remains for the family to pass down?" Thus, Tao Shan sure nodded, allowing Wen Huinyang to retrieve another wooden box, and he looked at Heyi, saying, "Carve it well." Heyi accepted the box with a nod. She did not linger long in the jade shop. After tidying up the disarray with Mai Huang, she selected a peony jade hairpin, wrapped it carefully, and bid farewell to her parents before donning her hood and heading home. On her way back, she passed by a fur shop and chose some sturdy gray marten fur to take with her. After this delay, by the time she arrived home, it was already late. Zhou Chunlan, hearing the sound of the door, rushed out from inside. Upon seeing Tao Heyi, she tightened her brows and reproached, "Why are you returning so late? Did your father sustain a severe injury?" The latter part of her statement seemed both curious and caring. He paid little heed to her mother-in-law's tone. She understood this was simply her nature, where even the kindest intentions could be overshadowed by her manner. She also recognized that, in her mother-in-law's eyes, nothing was more significant than the affairs of Li Qi Guang. If it did not pertain to him, it was of little concern to her. The doctor said he should recover well in about a month, but it will take at least 2 months before he can hold the carving knife again, he said, removing her hood. Zhou Chunlan gasped. "Does that mean your family's jade shop will be closed?" He thought to herself, that will not be the case. Although my father cannot carve, I still can. However, she refrained from sharing this with Zhou Chunlan. Instead, she smiled and replied, "My father is diligent, and he has sufficient stock to sustain the business for 2 months. Mother, here is a jade hairpin I brought for you. Please have a look and see if you like it," she concluded, gracefully shifting the subject as she revealed the hairpin. Zhou Chunlan's attention shifted to the hairpin, her face alight with joy as she accepted it, swiftly inserting it into her own hairdo. Why not send a thicker one? This delicate one lacks vigor. Is it not beautiful? Indeed it is, she remarked. Tao Heyi smiled gently, taking the bundle from Mai Huang's hands. These pieces of gray squirrel fur appear remarkably sturdy. I shall craft a cloak over the next few days, ready to wear when my husband returns. What do you mean by gray squirrel fur? Your Tao family's jade shop has always had a prosperous intake. Why not procure mink or fox fur? To make a cloak for your husband with such a meager choice seems rather petty. Zhou Chunlan's dissatisfaction was evident upon seeing the gray squirrel fur. Her brows knitted in discontent as she muttered complaints about Hai's frugality. Hai remained silent. Not only were mink and fox furs exorbitantly priced, but they were also typically pre-ordered by the affluent. How could common folk like them ever hope to acquire such luxuries? Speaking of such matters only led to a stifling silence. Gray squirrel fur would suffice, as it was still quite warm. Zhou Chunlan huffed, casting a glance at her before turning away towards the kitchen, saying, "Mother has been warming the medicinal soup on the stove for you. Hurry and drink it. This month, we must ensure you conceive. The new year is approaching, and relatives will be visiting, asking if I have a grandchild. I do not know where to hide my old face." She moved briskly, and before Hai could respond, she returned holding a large bowl of medicinal soup. Placing it directly before Hai, her eyes fixed on her, urging her to drink. Tao Heyi lowered her gaze, exuding a quiet grace, and did not refuse. She lifted the bowl, held her breath, intending to finish it in one go, but as the bitter concoction touched her lips, she was met with an overwhelming taste that was fishy, foul, sour, and bitter, sending her into a fit of coughing. "My lady, Mai Huang hurriedly attended to her from behind. Zhou Chunlan frowned, grumbling, "You're being delicate. It's merely a bit bitter. Hurry and finish it." Tao Heyi, utterly repulsed by the flavor, hesitated, covering her mouth. "Mother, what on earth is in this?" Zhou Chunlan, noticing her distress, coaxed, "This is something I procured with great difficulty. You must not spit it out. It is, of course, filled with good things, top-quality herbs. Drink it for you and Erlang's sake." Understanding that refusing to drink would only lead to relentless nagging from her mother-in-law, Hai reluctantly complied, pinching her nose to gulp it down in one breath, suppressing the nausea that followed, feeling as though remnants of something meaty lingered in her mouth. Satisfied that she drank it, Zhou Chunlan then habitually offered her a dried apricot from her pouch. Hai accepted it, grateful for the relief it provided, and listened as her mother-in-law cheerfully declared, "Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to the Wang family's full moon celebration. The Wang family has welcomed a pair of twins, and such joy must be shared. The soup you just consumed contains the precious afterbirth of fresh twins, steeped in medicinal herbs for a month." Chapter 10. Zhao Yunyun awaits her upon hearing this. Tao Heyi felt an unsettling wave of nausea wash over her, and she turned away to vomit violently. Zhou Chunlan exclaimed, "How could you waste it like that? I went to great lengths and spent a fortune to obtain it from the Wang family. Oh, you prodigal child." Her heart ached as she gazed at the medicine scattered on the ground, wishing fervently to scoop it up and force it back into Hai's mouth. However, when she looked up to scold her further, she was taken aback by Hai's ghostly pallor, causing her voice to drop instinctively. "Now look, you've expelled the precious medicine meant to aid childbirth. Who knows when we'll find more?" Tao Heyi clutched her chest, supported by Mai Huang, while dry heaves continued to rack her throat. She lacked the strength to argue and recognized that Zhou Chunlan would not relent until she had given birth. So she allowed her a few more words. Zhou Chunlan stood with her hands on her hips, chiding her for several moments before finally relenting. "Fine, regardless. You must accompany me to the Wang family tomorrow to bring back some good fortune. But tomorrow, I need to visit the Sun family to apologize." "I cannot go to the Wang family," Tao Heyi replied softly, taking a deep breath. Zhou Chunlan's suppressed anger flared anew. What could possibly be more important than this matter? Do you not wish to give birth to Erling's child? He adores you so. He has even shown me a cold shoulder for your sake. Do you have no heart?" As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes as she thought of her second son. "What has he done to deserve this? You want to even do this little thing for him? Did you marry him merely to be a decoration?" Seeing her mother in tears filled Tao Heyi with helplessness. She thought of Li Qiguang, recalling the moment he saved her from danger when she was only 11. Her heart had been filled with affection for him ever since. How could she not desire to bear his child? After a moment's contemplation, she bore the discomfort and embraced Zhou Chunlan's frail form, suppressing her embarrassment. "Mother, you know well that I hold deep love for Erling. How could I possibly wish to deny him child? I must return to the jade shop for a matter at the hour of Qin tomorrow, but I assure you I will visit the Wang family by noon. Is that acceptable?" Zhou Chunlan understood all too well. 2 years prior, when her second son was gravely ill, a master had advised seeking a woman with a compatible birth date to bring him luck. She had sought help from acquaintances and inquired among students' families, but no one was willing to marry a man on the brink of death. It was Tao Heyi who, knowing the birth date, had approached them, offering to bring him good fortune. She pressed her lips together, finding no fault in Tao Heyi on this matter, yet she was not one to speak sweetly. Instead, she stated bluntly, "If you truly love Erlang, you should have given him a child sooner." Heyi nodded, continuing to soothe, "Mother, I understand. I will indeed visit the Wang family, but I have pressing matters tomorrow. It concerns my husband's instructions from a couple of days ago, which I must attend to. The box in my Huang's hands contains jade that my husband asked me to deliver. I intend to carve it meticulously tonight." Upon hearing that it was related to Li Qiguang, Zhou Chunlan ceased her complaints, nodding in agreement. "Very well, just ensure you fulfill your promise to visit the Wang family." Nodded repeatedly, assuring herself that she would visit the Sun family at the hour of Chun, even if Zhao Yunyun were present. There might still be some vexations. After leaving the Sun residence, she intended to visit her younger brother at the county office. This back and forth would likely take most of the afternoon. It was already mealtime, and the pot was simmering with soup. She had prepared the vegetables before leaving. She instructed my Huang to take the jade material to the side room, while she herself began to stir-fry the dishes. After they had dined, Zhou Chunlan returned from the mountain, weary. After a quick wash, she retired to her room, while He went to the side room. When my Huang finished tidying up and entered, she found He with her eyes lowered, having completed 2 drafts of guanyin. Knowing that her mistress preferred solitude while sculpting jade, my Huang could not help but murmur, "Aunt Zhou has been bringing increasingly peculiar food for you. It smells quite repulsive. One might think it could make you ill." Upon recalling the taste from before, He felt a wave of nausea rise within her. She quickly halted my Huang's comments, explaining, "Indeed, there is such a medicinal ingredient called zihe, but I'm simply unaccustomed to it." Sighing, she continued, "Even if it is zihe, it should have been processed properly. Fresh placenta soaked in medicinal herbs for a month. It is beyond me how my mother-in-law prepares it. It is best not to dwell on it. Thankfully, it has all been expelled. My lady, you hardly ate anything earlier. If you grow hungry tonight, call for me, and I shall prepare noodles for you," my Huang said, still displeased with Aunt Zhou, yet aware that her mistress did not appreciate such remarks. She spoke cheerfully instead. He, unwilling to dismiss her good intentions, smiled and nodded in agreement. My Huang, pleased, lit the charcoal stove and settled beside He. He sketched several versions of guanyin, ultimately deciding on 1 draft. After inspecting the jade material thoroughly, she steadied her mind and picked up the carving knife. The jade was not large, roughly the size of a man's palm. Her chosen design emphasized simplicity and elegance, eschewing a lotus seat in favor of an ethereal, transcendent quality. It would take a night of meticulous work to carve it. My Huang initially intended to keep watch over He, but before she knew it, sleep overtook her. When she suddenly awoke with a start, she found her mistress sprawled over the table. She jumped up, ready to exclaim, but was taken aback by the sight of a white jade guanyin, serene and otherworldly. Glancing outside, she quietly stepped into the kitchen to boil water for breakfast. Once finished, she returned and gently nudged He's arm. "My lady?" It was just at dawn when He had rested her head on the table. As my Huang called her name, she awoke with a look of bewilderment, unsure of the time or place. She had dreamt of the day after her marriage to Li Qiguang 2 years prior, when he awoke from his stupor, astonished and embarrassed at the sight of her. He asked who she was and how she came to be in his bed. Blushing, she replied that she was his wife and had already wed him. Li Qiguang, filled with shock and remorse, expressed that as a man of frail health, she should not have been subjected to such a union. He wished to annul the marriage, but with tear-filled eyes, she refused. She had admired him since their first encounter at the age of 11. He, moved and sighing, was at a loss, and ultimately, with a flushed face, he embraced her, solemnly vowing to cherish her and love her, promising her a lifetime of devotion. "My lady?" My Huang called out again, standing by her side. He regained her senses, still immersed in the scene from her dream, unable to suppress a smile that lingered on her lips. As she thought of Li Qiguang, she wondered if he felt joy in his heart while listening to the teachings of the esteemed scholar. She was also concerned about his health, pondering whether he had caught a chill. Tao Heyi carefully placed the intricately carved jade guanyin into a wooden box, instructed my Huang to prepare hot water, and returned to her room to freshen up. Upon glancing at her reflection in the mirror and noticing her pallor, she rarely applied a touch of powder and then changed into a nearly new lake blue dress. After partaking in a modest breakfast, she stepped outside. She donned her hooded cloak, intending to walk with my Huang to the Sun family in the western part of the city. The sky was still early, and it seemed that snow had fallen again during the night. Delicate flakes danced in the air, and the biting cold wind stung her face. Lowering her head, she tightened her hood, when suddenly a warm and deep voice called out from ahead, "Sister-in-law." Tao Heyi paused for a moment, then looked up. By the carriage stood Zhao Yunyun, clad in a light blue wide-sleeved robe, holding a paper umbrella. He stood tall and graceful, his peach blossom eyes soft and gentle as they turned towards her. Chapter 11. Zhao Yunyun, Mistress Tao. At this moment, the streets were sparsely populated, yet a horse-drawn carriage stationed in this narrow alleyway to the north of the city remained conspicuously noticeable. The neighbors, having risen early to freshen up, peered out at the sound of the horse's snorts. Zhao Yunyun, however, seemed oblivious to this, taking a few graceful steps forward. He first inclined his head in respect to Tao Heyi before gently saying, "I happen to be passing by on official business this morning, and with the snow beginning to fall, I thought it prudent to offer you a ride, dear sister-in-law." In that fleeting moment, Tao Heyi felt a peculiar sensation upon seeing Zhao Yunyun, yet his poised demeanor made her question her own thoughts. She trusted the character of her husband as friend, and since she would need his assistance at the Sun residence today, she returned the gesture with a bow and, without further hesitation, nodded in acquiescence. "I am grateful for your kindness, Mr. Zhao." Zhao Jun gestured for her to proceed, and as Tao Heyi moved forward, Mai Huang, holding an umbrella, closely followed. However, when Tao Heyi approached the carriage, the high steps made it difficult for her to keep the umbrella above her. At that moment, Zhao Jun naturally raised the umbrella to shield her head, extending his other hand to assist her, just as he had done the previous day. Tao Heyi couldn't help but glance at that hand, her brow furrowing slightly once more. But due to the height of the carriage and the inconvenience of her skirt, she lowered her eyes and extended her fingers to lightly touch his wrist before quickly withdrawing. Mai Huang, wishing to climb up as she had the day before, found her actions inadvertently obstructed by Zhao Yunyun withdrawing the umbrella at that precise moment. Instinctively, she looked up, only to meet Zhao Yunyun's gaze directed at her, calm and serene. A sudden wave of trepidation washed over her, and she hesitated to continue her ascent. Zhao Yunyun then stepped up into the carriage, and as Tao Heyi raised her eyes to him, he offered a gentle smile before seating himself opposite her. It was only then that Mai Huang managed to scramble up beside Tao Heyi. Yet she refrained from scrutinizing Zhao Yunyun as she had the day before. As the carriage set in motion, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped the interior. After a while, Zhao Yunyun, seemingly curious, broke the silence. "Is the compensation prepared by sister-in-law a jade carving?" Aside from Li Qiguang, Tao Heyi had never shared a carriage with another man. She had not anticipated that after riding with Zhao Yunyun once yesterday, she would find herself in the same situation again today. Intending to maintain a quiet distance from him, she was nonetheless compelled to respond, "Indeed, it is a jade carving. I possess an ancient piece of jade, a family heirloom, made of mutton fat white jade, which I have sculpted into a statue of Guanyin." Zhao Yunyun appeared genuinely intrigued, his eyes sparkling with mirth, reminiscent of a reservoir brimming with spring water. He spoke softly, "Might I have the honor of viewing it?" Tao Heyi did not decline and signaled for Mai Huang to present the box to him. Mai Huang carefully cradled the wooden box and leaned slightly forward. Zhao Yunyun effortlessly accepted it with one hand, opening the lid to reveal a serene and exquisite Guanyin statue made of mutton fat white jade, resting gracefully at the bottom of the box. The figure of Guanyin, with lowered brows and striking features, appeared ethereal, as if ready to ascend on the wind, holding a pure vase with willow branches that seemed to sway with a gentle breeze. Even with Zhao Yunyun's distinguished upbringing, such exquisite mutton fat white jade was a rarity, akin to the soft, delicate skin of a maiden, exuding warmth. As he regarded the statue, he felt an inexplicable familiarity in its expression. His fingers glided over its surface, and when he looked up at Tao Heyi, his gaze sparkled like the stars, filled with unequivocal admiration. He smiled and remarked, "Sister-in-law, your sculpting skills are truly remarkable. It would not be an exaggeration to call you a master. There is little else of note, but when others extol the exquisite craftsmanship of Heyi's jade carvings, she cannot help but smile faintly, her troubled expression softening slightly, yet she refrains from engaging in conversation, instead directing her gaze toward the jade sculpture. Zhao Yunyun retrieves the jade Guanyin from the box, cradling it in his palm, his fingertips delicately tracing every contour of the statue with measured slowness. He, aware of his noble lineage, assumes he is merely inspecting for any imperfections, which causes her heart to flutter with anticipation. However, after his examination, Zhao Yunyun only smiles and remarks, "Master Sun will surely be pleased with this gift for his wife." Upon finishing, he returns the Guanyin to the wooden box and hands it back to Heyi. Mai Huang instinctively reaches out to receive it. But as she looks up and catches Zhao Yunyun's gaze, she inexplicably hesitates to take it. Observing Mai Huang's stillness, he naturally extends her hand to accept it. As the box rests in her palm, Zhao Yunyun's fingertips brush against hers momentarily before retreating. He, absorbed in the moment, does not notice, her lips curling into a smile as she cradles the box. Zhao Yunyun's gaze lingers on her fair and delicate visage, his eyes deep and contemplative, his lips slightly curved in a smile. Silence envelopes them until the carriage halts before the Sun family's residence in the western part of the city. Mai Huang hastily disembarks, and Zhao Yunyun, descending before he naturally extends his hand once more. However, he does not take it. Alighting from the carriage is far less laborious than mounting it, and she is no delicate maiden, merely a step down, made easier by the prepared bench, allowing her to disembark directly. Zhao Yunyun retracts his hand with ease. The Sun family had long been informed of their arrival, and an elderly steward, adorned in a butler-esque attire, awaited them at the entrance. Upon seeing the pair dressed in azure descending from the carriage, he approached with a smile. "Ah, Master Zhao." Zhao Yunyun turned, responding with a warm smile. The steward bowed respectfully, gesturing for them to enter. "Master Zhao, Madame Zhao, please come in." At the utterance of Madame Zhao, Zhao Yunyun appeared momentarily taken aback, glancing at He, whose fair complexion betrayed a hint of embarrassment. After appraising her for a fleeting moment, he preemptively clarified, "This is the wife of my close friend, Li Qiguang, Madame Tao." The way he articulated Madame Tao softened the ending. The mere mention of her name was sufficient for the astute steward to grasp her identity, causing a subtle change in his expression. Nevertheless, out of respect for Zhao Yunyun, he maintained a courteous demeanor. "Madame Tao, please do come in." He lowered her head, taking a step back to follow Zhao Yunyun as they entered the Sun residence. From the moment they stood at the entrance, a sense of heaviness settled in her heart. The earlier commotion at the jade shop indicated that Master Sun was likely a difficult man to negotiate with, and she was uncertain if she could persuade him to spare her brother today. Soon, the steward guided them to the reception hall of the Sun family. "Master Zhao, it was supposed to be my visit to you, but due to matters at home, I must trouble you instead. Please take a seat." Sun Zhenghai, who had been waiting, rose promptly, walking toward them with a booming laugh. Zhao Yunyun was the fifth in line in the Zhao family. Tao Heyi followed closely behind, observing the middle-aged Sun Yuanyuan, whose bearded visage bore the marks of age, bending with deference toward Zhao Yunyun, who was nearly 2 decades his junior. She could not help but reflect upon the advantages of power. In the past, she harbored a deep aversion to the oppressive authority that subjugated the common folk. Yet now, she found herself yearning for the very influence she once despised, hoping that Sun Yuanyuan might show leniency toward her brother due to his association with Zhao Yunyun. However, she was acutely aware that the affairs of the Tao family had no bearing on Zhao Yunyun. His presence at the Sun residence was solely due to his connection with her husband. Thus, she remained quietly in the background, listening as the two exchanged pleasantries. Zhao Yunyun, with a complexion as radiant as white jade and exuding an air of refined elegance, revealed an innate nobility that had hitherto eluded him in the company of Li Qiguang and herself, an effortless grace that spoke of his upbringing in a distinguished household. After a brief exchange of niceties with Sun Zhenghai, Zhao Yunyun smiled gently and remarked, "Today, Madame Tao has come specifically to offer her apologies for her younger brother. I am merely accompanying her." He slightly turned, allowing the concealed Tao Heyi to step into view. "Madame Tao?" Zhao Yunyun called to her softly once more, his gaze no longer indifferent. His peach blossom eyes took on a gentle curve, the corners lifting naturally, resembling delicate little hooks. Chapter 12. Whom does her smile remind her of? Tao Heyi had long been prepared. At this moment, upon hearing Zhao Yunyun call her name, she stepped forward, cradling the wooden box. When she raised her eyes, the first person she saw was not Sun Zhenghai, but Zhao Yunyun, who was smiling at her. Their brief gaze exchanged gratitude, and she then turned to face Sun Yuanyuan, performing a respectful bow. Despite the anxiety churning within her, He maintained her composure and stated her purpose. Sun Yuanyuan, My younger brother has acted mischievously, lacking in decorum, and inadvertently harmed young Master Sunday. Our elderly father has injured his hand, and our mother is tending to him. Thus, I have come to offer our sincere apologies and to inquire after young Master Sun's well-being. The Tao family will bear the medical expenses, and I hope you can forgive my younger brother this once. This is a humble gift from the Tao family. A piece of ancestral white jade. Where did this insolent woman come from? Silence. Sun Zhonghai, having endured enough, could no longer restrain himself and interrupted her sharply. Though Tao Heyi conducted herself appropriately, she was merely a daughter from a jade shop and was unaccustomed to bowing her head in apology at another's home. Despite her efforts to remain calm, she felt a wave of shame for her brother's actions, and her words faltered. Upon hearing Sun Yuany's thunderous reprimand, her complexion paled. As Sun Zhonghai continued to speak, he seemed to be at the peak of his fury, showing no regard for Tao Heyi's delicate status as a young lady. He pointed an accusatory finger at her, scolding, "Such a wayward child should be kept confined at home and not allowed to roam freely to cause trouble. Do you think I care about a few coins for a doctor? Or your pitiful family heirloom of jade? What does my son family lack? Do we need your unrefined trinkets?" Tao Heyi's face flushed, alternating between red and pale. Though she understood the Sun family was formidable, she had not anticipated that Zhao Yunyun would bring her here only to receive such blatant disrespect. "Sun Yuan, why? What do you propose to resolve this matter?" she asked softly, lowering herself in humility. "Naturally, I shall have your younger brother confined in prison for a few years, and then he will learn what it means to be sensible. Furthermore, if my son suffers a broken leg, your brother should receive the same punishment." Sun Zhonghai replied dismissively. Tao Heyi clutched the wooden box tightly, wishing to argue that a single slap cannot create sound. How could her brother have engaged in a fight with young Master Sun? Yet, fearing to further inflame Sun Yuany's anger, she could only pale and inquire, "How long do you deem appropriate for my brother's imprisonment?" Sun Zhonghai frowned, his expression icy. 5 or 6 years at the very least. 5 or 6 years. My brother would be humiliated in prison for 5 years. What sort of person would he be upon his release? Tao Heyi's mouth opened, struggling to voice her thoughts. "Sun Yuan, why can we not find some leniency? My younger brother will not appear before young Master Sun again." Sun Zhonghai waved his hand dismissively. "What leniency can there be? My son still lies bedridden." Tao Heyi fell silent, her head bowed, standing there as a young lady, not much older than Tao Heyi, feeling utterly humiliated by this harsh treatment. Yet Sun Zhonghai showed no signs of softening. Sun Yuany's, Zhao Yunyun, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "There is no need to be so aggressive." Sun Zhonghai pressed his lips together, observing him. It seemed he had just realized Zhao Yunyun's presence, his face revealing a hint of embarrassment, much to the amusement of Fifth Master. Indeed, the child was a treasure of the family, and the doctor had warned that his leg was exceedingly difficult to heal, likely leaving him with a permanent limp. I found it hard to suppress my anger. Tao Heyi listened intently to the conversation, recalling what Li Qiguang had said about Zhao Yunyun's family background, and thinking of how Sun Yuany was connected with prominent figures in the capital. Now, observing his demeanor, it was evident that he was not afraid of offending Zhao Yunyun, suggesting that his politeness was merely superficial. Her brother had truly provoked someone he should not have. Though her heart ached, she had already prepared herself for her brother to endure torment. This lesson was one he had to learn. Yet, Zhao Yunyun spoke gently. "I know a renowned healer in the capital who specializes in bone ailments. Perhaps he can assist young Master Sun in returning to his former state." Tao Heyi immediately lifted her head to look at him. Zhao Yunyun slightly turned his head toward her, his deep and clear peach blossom eyes filled with a sense of comfort, before he turned back to Sun Yuany, hoping he would graciously consider this as a favor owed to him. With just this single sentence, he refrained from saying more. However, Tao Heyi pondered that for someone of Zhao Yunyun's stature, this gesture was indeed one of humility, for no matter how esteemed Sun Yuany was, he was still merely a wealthy gentleman. She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, mixed with a touch of embarrassment. This was not Zhao Yunyun's concern. Yet he had chosen to owe Sun Yuany a favor for her family's sake. Sun Jinghai clearly cherished his son. Upon hearing these words, he immediately softened his previously stern demeanor. A skilled businessman, he quickly donned a beaming smile, as if the earlier harshness had merely been an illusion in Heyi's eyes. He remarked, with Fifth Master speaking, "How can I not respond?" Zhao Yunyun remained composed, inquiring, "What was it that Tao Madam requested earlier?" Only then did Sun Jinghai truly regard Tao Heyi, and he sincerely apologized. "I was rather rude just now. I hope Tao Madam can forgive father's concern." With Fifth Master advocating, "Let us settle this matter amicably. I shall send someone to the official office in the next few days." Tao Heyi had yet to fully comprehend the drastic shift in attitudes. The contrast left her astonished. However, in a fleeting moment, a smile illuminated her face. As if she had never faced any embarrassment at all, she gently responded, "I am truly grateful for Yunyun's magnanimity. Please accept this token from the Tao family." Once more, she presented the wooden box. This time, Zhenghai did not refuse, accepting it with a smile and even inviting Heyi to sit and enjoy a cup of tea. Tao Heyi seated herself, listening to the light banter between Sun Zhenghai and Zhao Yunyun. Their conversation initially revolved around the remarkable healer for bone ailments, but later veered into why Zhao Yunyun had not pursued the imperial examination further. Sun Yuanyuan expressed his regrets repeatedly, while Zhao Yunyun merely chuckled, saying, "I am naturally carefree and dislike being constrained." The two individuals appeared to have completely forgotten her, continuing their conversation about matters pertaining to the marketplace and aristocratic families, predominantly revolving around Zhao Yunyun. The humble commoner, had no desire to eavesdrop. She simply wished to lead a tranquil life with Li Qiguang and Shuzhou. Those discussions held no relevance for her, nor did she wish to pry into any secrets. Instead, she allowed her mind to wander, contemplating what Li Qiguang might be doing at that moment, pondering how to bring good fortune to the Wang family, and reflecting on his impending return home in a couple of days. She mused about how her life would change should she bear a child. As these thoughts occupied her mind, the day's myriad anxieties and discomforts were, at last, softened by a hint of sweetness. Zhao Yunyun, seemingly indifferent, exchanged a few words with a man surnamed Sun, yet her peripheral vision was fixed on the tranquil figure of Tao Heyi beside her. With her head slightly bowed, revealing a slender neck, her serene countenance exuded tranquility. However, her gaze was fixed vacantly ahead, clearly lost in thought. Suddenly, the corners of her lips curled upwards. Who could it be that she was reminiscing about? Chapter 13, Madam's Sister-in-Law. "Assist me in choosing a wife." Though Sun Zhenghai spoke with great eloquence, he remained attentive to Zhao Yunyun's expressions. Noticing that the latter's typically warm and handsome visage had dulled somewhat, as if he had lost interest in the conversation, Sun Zhenghai discreetly followed his gaze to glance at Tao Heyi. Aware of the shift in mood, he feigned ignorance and deftly redirected the conversation, stating, "Yesterday, we received some game from the estate. I shall have the kitchen roasted shortly. We also have a few bottles of fine wine at home. Would you do me the honor of partaking?" At this, Tao Heyi seemed to awaken from a reverie. Rising in response, she said, "Since the gentleman and Master Zhao have matters to discuss, I shall not intrude." With a slight bow, she took her leave. Sun Jinghai had no reason to retain a married woman in his company, yet he cast another seemingly casual glance at Zhao Yunyun before smilingly bidding, "Madam Tao, safe travels." Tao Heyi turned to leave, and Ma Huang, drawing in his head, followed closely behind her, holding an umbrella. Zhao Yunyun trailed after them, while Sun Jinghai personally escorted Zhao Yunyun to the door. Upon reaching the threshold, Tao Heyi once more turned to bow in farewell and, naturally, would not accept a ride in Zhao Yunyun's carriage. She intended to visit the jade shop to inform her parents of her brother's imminent return. After her visit to the jade shop, she would head south to the city, where the Wang family resided at the southernmost edge, running a tavern. The young master of the Wang family was studying at Dongli Academy, and Madame Wang frequently flattered her mother-in-law. This occasion marked the birth of twins to Madame Wang's eldest daughter-in-law. Zhao Yunyun observed Tao Heyi, cloaked in her hood, as she gracefully departed from his sight, her lithe figure beautifully framed by the pristine snow. "Master, this jade carving." Sun Zhenghai slightly bent forward to retrieve the wooden box that Tao Heyi had just gifted him from a servant behind, hesitating to continue. Zhao Jiyun's long fingers grasped the box, drawing it into his palm. Sun Zhenghai maintained a composed demeanor, quickly stating, "I shall send word to the authorities immediately to retract the case." Zhao Jiyun appeared lost in thought, his elegant features betraying a slight smile as he replied, "There is no rush." Though puzzled, Sun Zhenghai nodded in agreement. As he prepared to speak further, Zhao Jiyun waved his hand dismissively and stepped into the carriage. Qing Chuan mounted swiftly, and with a tug of the reins, the carriage set off in the direction Tao Heyi had taken. Sun Zhenghai straightened, watching as the carriage swiftly pulled up beside the departing Tao Heyi. He dared not linger outside and turned back to return with his servant. "Madam's sister-in-law," came a gentle voice that radiated warmth even amidst the snowfall. Tao Heyi looked up, surprised to see Zhao Jiyun beside her once again. Zhao Jiyun pushed open the carriage window, lowering his head slightly to meet her gaze. The woman beside the carriage lifted her delicate face, her long, curled lashes framing clear, luminous eyes that seemed to reflect his own image within them. He offered a subtle smile, his voice warm, yet imbued with a hint of Li Qiguang's spirited charm. "Since our paths align, Madam's sister-in-law, allow me to offer you a ride." "Align paths?" Tao Heyi pondered, a question forming within her heart. Zhao Jiyun nodded, a glimmer of mischief dancing in his gentle eyes. Since the lady of the house was already aware of her brother's news, it was only natural for her to return to the jade shop. "I was on my way to the northern city gate and would pass by the Tao family's jade shop." Upon hearing this, Tao Heyi revealed a faint smile. Pondering for a moment before replying, "I am grateful to you, young Master Zhao." In this era, the social barriers between men and women were not as stringent as in previous dynasties. Although she was a married woman, Zhao Jiyun was a close friend of her husband, and their interactions were open and honest. Today, he had rendered her considerable assistance, and she felt it would be ungracious to refuse his goodwill. Qing Chuan set down the stool, and he stepped up onto it. Mai Huang was hastily folding the umbrella when Zhao Jiyun leaned halfway out of the carriage, extending his arm to assist her. Seeing this, Mai Huang inexplicably felt a wave of shyness wash over her and took a step back. He hesitated for a moment, then placed her hand on Zhao Jiyun's arm once more, using his support to ascend before releasing it. Once inside the carriage, Tao Heyi sincerely expressed her gratitude to Zhao Jiyun again, softly stating, "When my husband returns, we shall certainly pay a visit to young Master Zhao to thank you for your assistance." However, Zhao Jiyun found the term husband and wife somewhat jarring. Narrowing his eyes, he took a quiet breath and, while he was momentarily distracted, cast a fleeting glance at her face, speaking in a gentle tone. "There is no need for such formalities between us, as I consider Li Xiong a brother." Tao Heyi felt fortunate that her husband had such a loyal friend, perhaps even a lifelong companion, and their interactions began to feel more natural. Yet, if the lady truly wished to express her gratitude, might she assist Zhao with a small favor? Zhao Jiyun appeared to ponder this for a moment, his expression tinged with mild frustration. Curiosity piqued within Tao Heyi. What sort of matter could perplex someone of Zhao Jiyun's stature? As her guard against this stranger began to wane, her demeanor relaxed, her sparkling eyes gazing directly at him with charming innocence as she smiled. "If I am able to help, I shall certainly assist you, young Master Zhao." Zhao Jiyun regarded her with a soft smile, replying, "My mother in the capital has sent many portraits of young women to arrange a marriage for me. It has indeed become quite a headache for me. Yet, I have reached the age where I must heed my mother's wishes and select a suitable match. She is quite insistent that I respond within a few days, but I must remain in Shuzhou for some time, with no elder to advise me. I was hoping the lady might assist me in choosing." Tao Heyi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had not anticipated that Zhao Jiyun would seek her help regarding such a monumental decision in his life. If she were to overstep her bounds and assist in this selection, and Zhao Jiyun ended up marrying the woman she chose, any misstep would weigh heavily upon her conscience. Such a task was beyond her capacity, and she quietly replied, "Matters of lifelong importance are perhaps beyond my ability to assist." Zhao Jiyun sighed softly, saying, "In the past, I did not resent the idea of marriage, but seeing how affectionately Xiong and the lady are with one another has stirred a sense of envy within me. It has led me to consider the prospect of taking a wife, lest I remain a solitary figure forever. Upon hearing this, Tao Heyi's curiosity deepened. The lives of the affluent were often indulgent and extravagant. It was said that men would have concubines by the age of 10, and some households even kept courtesans for entertainment. Zhao Yunyun's words hinted that he might be devoid of such companionship. How could that be? Is he not the son of a noble family in Kyoto? Perhaps it was merely a compliment, considering she is a woman and it is inappropriate for her to engage in such discussions. Tao Heyi still gently declined, her tone imbued with patience and warmth. I am but a merchant's daughter, fortunate to be addressed as sister-in-law by you. Yet, my experiences are limited, and the portraits sent by your esteemed father are all of distinguished young ladies. In my humble opinion, they are all admirable, yet I find myself unable to assist. Zhao Yunyun placed one hand over the other, lightly caressing the spot where Tao Heyi had touched, his voice tinged with a hint of disappointment as he said, "If sister-in-law is unwilling, then so be it." His words and tone stirred a sense of guilt within Heyi, causing a blush to bloom upon her cheeks. However, it was truly beyond her means to help, so she kept her gaze lowered in silence. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yunyun unabashedly let his gaze linger upon her face, tracing the flush of her cheeks, lightly tapping her delicate nose, and finally resting his eyes upon her rosy lips, his gaze intense and unwavering. Yet, the silence hung heavy between them, with neither daring to break it. Tao Heyi felt she had misspoken and fidgeted uncomfortably, glancing frequently out the carriage window, eager for their arrival at the jade shop. Once they reached their destination, she hurriedly expressed her gratitude to Zhao Yunyun once more, bending to take his hand before gracefully alighting from the carriage. Zhao Yunyun looked out the window, catching a fleeting glimpse of her skirt as she dashed away. He recalled her eager demeanor as she leapt from the carriage and chuckled softly, quite agile indeed. "Fifth master, where shall we go now?" Qing Chuan asked, pulling the reins and glancing back. "Let us head to the Wang residence in the southern part of the city to witness the festivities." Chapter 14. Acknowledging Zhao Yunyun as a foster father? Upon returning to the jade shop, he made her way to the back small building, where Wen Huinyang was busy concocting medicine in the kitchen. Hearing the commotion, she peeked out and, upon seeing her eldest daughter return from the snowstorm, hurried to greet her. Knowing that he had gone to the home of Sun Yuan to plead for her brother, she could not help but inquire, "Huinyang, have you just returned from a Sun household? What transpired?" Tao Heyi smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, and replied, "Mother, my brother should be returning in a couple of days." When Huinyang's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. "Really? Sun Yuan is so agreeable? That is quite contrary to what I had heard." Tao Heyi, however, did not wish for her parents or brother to think of Sun Yuan as an easily offended man. She carefully recounted her encounters at the Sun residence, from Sun Zhenghai's unrelenting mockery to the grim fate that awaited her brother in prison for 5 to 6 years, concluding with the revelation that Zhao Yunyun, as a scion of an esteemed family, owed a favor to secure the divine physician's assistance for young Master Sun, which led to Sun Yuan's eventual forgiveness of Yulang. Wen Huinyang gasped, "Indeed, Sun Yuan is not to be trifled with." Tao Heyi nodded, a hint of seriousness gracing her gentle face. "When my brother returns, mother must discipline him properly, so he understands that we, as humble folk, cannot withstand the wrath of those who wield wealth, power, and influence." Wen Yunyang nodded fervently. "I will certainly have a serious talk with your brother." Yet, she soon wore a worried expression, "But I wonder how he is faring now. Is he injured?" A visit to the prison must have been tormenting. Tao Heyi understood her mother's gentle nature. She realized that any reprimand would lack authority. If her brother were indeed wounded, he might disregard any admonitions. She contemplated that upon Yu Lang's return, she would take the time to inquire in detail about the altercation with young Master Sunday when Huinyang sighed, if that is the case. Zhao Gongzi truly is a good person. I wonder what kind of bond he shares with our son-in-law that he would go to such lengths to help. Tao Heyi herself was uncertain. She had never heard of Zhao Yunyun from Li Qiguang before, only thinking that Zhao Yunyun was as gentle as jade, his temperament in perfect harmony with her husband, and thus must be a dear friend. unsure how to repay such kindness. She thought that since her husband enjoyed a good rapport with Zhao Gongzi, perhaps when they had children, they could acknowledge him as a godfather, allowing Zhao Gongzi to have more children to care for. Suddenly, when Huinyang suggested, "What if we were to acknowledge him as a godfather?" Tao Heyi was taken aback by her mother's fanciful notion. After pondering Zhao Yunyun's apparent aversion to marriage, she felt a chuckle rising within her and said, "Mother, he hails from a noble family, and there are plenty of noble ladies eager to bear his children. Why would he need my child to call him godfather? It might lead others to think that Erlang and I are trying to climb the social ladder. Let us not entertain such jesting talk, lest we invite ridicule." Wen Huinyang, reflecting on this, chuckled awkwardly indeed. Tao Heyi did not linger long at the jade shop. After visiting her father, she departed with Mai Huang. Shortly thereafter, a carriage inconspicuously parked in a narrow alley was tapped twice, and a slender hand pushed open the window, extending a neatly folded piece of paper. Within the carriage, the paper was unfurled, revealing the words recently spoken by Wen Hui. "Adoptive father." The man chuckled softly, tossing the note into the hand warmer. Tao Heyi, dressed in wheat-colored attire, hurried towards the southern part of the city. The pair walked briskly for nearly half an hour before they finally neared their destination. In the distance, they could see a throng of people bustling about in front of the southernmost house in the city. Mai Huang stood on tiptoe, straining her neck to see. "My lady, there are so many people. It seems everyone wants to share in the joy of the Wang family celebration." The rarity of twins being born alive indeed attracted many eager to partake in the festivity. Heyi's heart raced a little faster. When her mother-in-law spoke of it yesterday, as she consumed that medicinal soup, she felt an instinctive resistance. Yet now, as they approached the Wang family, a sense of anticipation blossomed within her. She longed to bask in this happiness and conceive a child soon. Unconsciously, Tao Heyi quickened her pace. But as she neared the crowd, she was jostled by someone emerging from the throng, nearly losing her balance. "My lady," Mai Huang quickly steadied her. She raised her voice in protest. "Why is everyone so careless, pushing about like this?" Once Heyi regained her footing, she grasped Mai Huang's sleeve, her demeanor gentle and smiling. "Mai Huang, I am fine." Mai Huang wished to say more, but merely pouted, refraining from further comment. As she looked up, she noticed the crowd was fixated on something ahead, a vague sense of unease settling over her. She leapt up to catch a glimpse, only to see soldiers emerging from the Wang family's doorstep, accompanying two Wang family members, one middle-aged and the other young, in handcuffs. "My lady, isn't today the day of the Wang family's full moon banquet?" Mai Huang asked, bewildered. "What is happening?" He, too, noticed the scene before her, gasping in shock. She could not fathom what had befallen the Wang family, but the presence of soldiers here certainly signified trouble. A wave of concern washed over her for her mother-in-law, who must have arrived here early. "Let's go and see," she urged, pushing through the crowd. Just then, she heard Mai Huang call out, "Andy." He looked up to see her mother-in-law, pale-faced and clutching her chest as she emerged from the Wang residence, almost fleeing, her eyes betraying her panic. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhou Chunlan, in her fluster, lifted her gaze and spotted He and Mai Huang. Without a moment's hesitation, she navigated through the crowd and took He's hand, leading her away. He's heart swirled with confusion, but seeing her mother-in-law's reaction, coupled with the soldiers outside the Wang house, she sensed that something was amiss. Zhou Chunlan hurriedly brought He back home, closing the door behind them with a sigh of relief. "That truly frightened me. A death occurred at the Wang family's eatery, and the soldiers came to apprehend someone. It's fortunate you arrived late. Otherwise, instead of sharing in the joy, you might have been caught up in misfortune." After saying this, she recalled the bowl of medicinal soup from the previous night and added, "Thank goodness you managed to expel that soup. It seems the Buddha is watching over my grandson to keep him from ill fortune. Next time, I shall find you a remedy that brings the joy of twins." Tao Heyi remained silent for a moment, then echoed a few words of agreement. Zhou Chunlan, having indulged at the Wang family banquet, felt the chill of the day and, shaken by the events, retreated to her room to rest. In accordance with the agreement, Li Qiguang shall return tomorrow. With the matters concerning her brother now resolved, he no longer allows herself to be distracted by her family's affairs. Her thoughts are solely focused on the impending reunion with her husband. After preparing a simple meal of noodles and wheat sprouts, she proceeds to brew the fertility herbs she consumes mid-month. At the break of dawn the following day, he rises early. After partaking in her breakfast, she drinks a bowl of medicinal soup, her heart brimming with anticipation, yet unable to find tranquility. Though she intends to craft a cloak from gray rat fur, her focus eludes her, and she compels herself to retreat to the side room to carve jade. When engaged in jade carving, she possesses an extraordinary patience. Casting aside all other concerns, Zhao Yunyun, having learned from He that her son would return today, rushes outside at the slightest noise. After what seems like countless trips, He hears her exclamations of joy, causing her hand to tremble and the carving knife to slip, cutting her fingertip and drawing forth blood. She quickly bows her head to stifle the pain, hastily binding it with a cloth before stepping outside. Li Qiguang, clad in a thick cotton jacket and draped in a cloak, appears somewhat pale, yet his spirit seems invigorated as he stands smiling in the courtyard. Upon catching sight of his wife emerging from the side room, he raises his gaze. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Tao Heyi's lips curl into a smile, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, and her eyes shimmering with affection. Li Qiguang recalls Heyi's words spoken before his departure, and a flush rises to his cheeks as he resolves to return home today, for he has significant matters to attend to. Chapter 15. Though he wore a smile, his expression was shadowed and cold. The return of their son filled Zhao Yunyun with uncontainable joy. She shooed He and Mai Huang out of the kitchen, insisting on preparing a feast herself. She also sent Mai Huang to purchase 2 plump, fresh fish, knowing that Li Qiguang, being frail, would find fish and meat easy to digest, and that he particularly relished them. While Zhao Yunyun busied herself in the kitchen, and with Mai Huang absent, even the young servant Feng Shu was dispatched to crack walnuts. Li Qiguang seized the opportunity to take Heyi's hand and return to their room. Once the door was closed, he turned and melted into his embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist and burying her face in his chest. She inhaled deeply, the faint bitterness of medicinal fragrance enveloping her senses, and her heart quieted, overwhelmed by an uncontainable joy. Perhaps due to the events of the past few days, he felt an overwhelming desire for his companionship, a longing that surged within her. Yet, what had transpired at home? Li Qiguang held her close, lowered his head, and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, his tone warm as he inquired. Hearing his gentle voice, Heyi's heart ached, and the facade she maintained while managing matters at the Tao household crumbled in an instant. Although she wished to spare her husband from worry to protect his health, today she could not restrain her urge to confide in him. Li Qiguang, though frail, was a man of gentle disposition and radiant spirit. He nodded softly and recounted her brother's misdeeds, how she had set out to find him, how she encountered Zhao Yunyun when her cart's axle broke, and how Zhao Yunyun had assisted her. As Li Qiguang listened, his brow furrowed in concern, unable to conceal his distress. Regret washed over him, and he murmured, "I should not have left that day. Tomorrow, I will visit Yupu to see your father, and then I will inquire at the magistrate's office about when Yulong will be released." His words filled Heyi's heart with sweetness akin to sipping honey. She took a deep breath, savoring the scent of Li Qiguang, her fair face blushing with a delicate hue seldom seen outside their private quarters. Playfully, she teased, "Who could blame that great scholar for winning my husband as heart more than I?" Her words, laced with jest yet tinged with a hint of jealousy, revealed a side of her that was different from the gentle and composed lady she presented to the outside world. This was the playful Tao Heyi, unguarded with Li Qiguang. Li Qiguang could not help but laugh, admitting, "It is indeed the husband's fault." He pretended to release Heyi to bow to her. However, she would not allow it, clinging to him still. Li Qiguang chuckled again, playfully poking her cheek, asking, "Haven't you had enough of this embrace?" Heyi, feeling a twinge of shyness, reflected on her love for Li Qiguang. Since their first meeting when she was 11, she had been captivated by his gentle and benevolent nature, his boundless patience even towards the most destitute, and his strikingly handsome features. Who could resist loving Li Qiguang? Lost in thought, he looked up at him, her eyes sparkling like spring water, radiating a captivating charm in the dimly lit room. When Li Qiguang met her gaze, his thoughts wandered to the night ahead, and a faint blush crept upon his face. The couple shared a silent understanding, both turning away to suppress their embarrassment, only to glance back at each other soon after. Finally, Li Qiguang cleared his throat and remarked, "The sky has yet to darken." Her cheeks flushed, rose from his embrace and lightly tapped his shoulder. Li Qiguang finally let out a chuckle, taking her hand as they walked into the room. His palm was slender, lacking in flesh, with pronounced bones, and rather cool to the touch, yet he found it delightful. Her warm hand could easily warm his. Yindi had indeed been of great assistance this time, and we must select a day to visit and express our gratitude, Li Qiguang said, shifting the conversation to more serious matters. He nodded in agreement. Indeed. At this thought, she recalled a humorous quip her mother had made and shared it with Li Qiguang. Upon hearing it, Li Qiguang burst into silent laughter, suddenly adopting a serious expression, and remarked, "It is not impossible." He looked up and met his gaze, playfully nudging him, but Li Qiguang seemed to anticipate it, raising his hand to block her gesture and, in a smooth motion, clasping her hand. He lowered his head to gaze at her, his eyes shimmering like water. Her lashes fluttered gently as she tilted her head slightly upward. As Li Qiguang leaned down to kiss her, their breaths intertwined, the warmth of their lips palpable. However, in that moment, a gust of wind blew in from the window, causing a vase on the small table to crash to the floor, startling both of them into a momentary freeze, and they instinctively pulled apart. The sky outside was still bright. He, feeling bashful, lowered her head, covering her flushed cheeks. Li Qiguang cleared his throat, commenting on the strong wind today. He nodded absent-mindedly, her heart racing. Perhaps the window was left ajar. "I will close it." Vaguely recalling that she had not opened it, she released Li Qiguang and approached the window to secure it tightly and lock it. After such a diversion, the enchanting atmosphere had to be tempered, as the day still held light. He pulled Li Qiguang to sit on the small couch and inquired about his recent lectures. His eyes brightened at the mention, as he eagerly introduced the esteemed scholar, his gaze filled with reverence. He mentioned that he had read the scholar's travelogue 3 times, proclaiming that hearing a single word from such a learned man was worth more than a decade of study. In conclusion, he sighed softly. It is often said that reading thousands of books does not compare to traveling thousands of miles. Meeting Mr. He made me realize the truth of this saying, yet I lament that my body cannot travel far. Do not speak so, Erlang. That young master Zhao hails from a distinguished family and seems well acquainted with many. Perhaps he knows some esteemed physician or royal court doctor who could assist us, and your health could be restored. He gently reassured him, unable to contain her thoughts. This notion had actually begun to form in her mind when she heard Zhao Yunyun mention knowing a physician who specialized in bone ailments. Li Qiguang fell silent upon hearing this. He too possessed a sense of pride. While he was usually open in his interactions with others, he had never considered seeking help for his own condition. Yet he understood that he had his best interests at heart and was momentarily at a loss for words. After 2 years of marriage, Tao Heyi naturally understood her husband's disposition. He valued equality in friendships, and it was difficult for him to stoop to seek assistance for his own matters. Tao Heyi's eyes grew moist. Erlang, I wish for us to share a harmonious union for 100 years. Just this one sentence softened Li Qiguang's heart. After a moment of hesitation, he softly replied, "When the opportunity arises, I will inquire with Yindi when we meet." Tao Heyi was aware that his words were likely mere flattery, yet she felt a surge of joy within her. She contemplated that if he felt too shy to inquire, she would take the initiative to ask. Nestled in Li Qiguang's embrace, she exchanged a few more words with him when suddenly the boisterous call of Zhou Chunlan echoed from outside. Erlang Yinyang. It's time for dinner. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a knowing smile and, hand in hand, proceeded to dine. In a grand residence situated in the eastern part of the city, Zhao Yunyun reclined in a rocking chair by the window of his study, his eyes closed. lost in thought. Before long, a hand appeared from outside the window, and several folded sheets of paper found their way into his lap. Zhao Yunyun opened his eyes, his countenance serene yet inscrutable, as he delicately grasped the paper to unfold it. After a mere glance, a smile broke upon his lips. How eager one must be to have a child. Though he smiled, his expression bore an undertone of darkness and coldness. Chapter 16. He feels everything is going awry after dinner. Zhao Yunyun urged the young couple to retreat to their room for a rest. While she murmured about Erlang needing proper rest, she subtly hinted at matters concerning children, her expression a mixture of concern and hesitation. Li Qiguang pretended not to grasp his mother's intentions and took Yi back to their room. The diligent Mai Huang and Feng Shu had already brought in hot water, and the steamy bathtub in the small bathing area, partitioned off by a screen, was accompanied by the warmth of burning charcoal, making the room feel like spring. "My dear husband, allow me to assist you in your bath." Tao Heyi took Li Qiguang directly to the bathing area, gazing up at him with a playful smile, her hands reaching to unfasten his garments. Li Qiguang nodded, naturally spreading his arms wide in compliance. He raised his hands when she asked, turned when she instructed, and as she finally removed the last layer of fabric clinging to his form, a rosy hue blossomed on her cheeks, reminiscent of spring-blooming begonia. Caught between shyness and unuttered words, her eyes not daring to wander downward, Li Qiguang, noticing her flushed cheeks, felt a rare urge to tease. He lifted her chin with his finger, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he silently admired her. Yet everything was conveyed in the unspoken. His delicate features, imbued with youthful innocence, were reflected in her actions as she unfastened his belt. Catching sight of his trousers slipping down, she gently urged, "Hurry and get in the water, lest you catch a chill." Li Qiguang, not one to be reticent, felt a slight flush on his own face, but laughed heartily, nodding as he stepped into the bathtub. He turned to see Yi arranging a stool beside the tub, unable to resist grasping her hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. He reciprocated by playfully scratching his palm before withdrawing her hand to tend to his hair. With his eyes closed, Li Qiguang surrendered to Heyi's tender care as she washed his hair, sighing contentedly, "With Hinyang treating me thus, what more could a husband desire?" Heyi smiled, meticulously massaging his scalp, washing his hair, and then drying his body, her hands gliding over his slender form. In her heart, she resolved to ensure he enjoyed hearty meals during his stay to restore his strength. Once Li Qiguang finished bathing, he used 2 large cotton towels to absorb the moisture from his hair, setting 2 braziers beside the bed to warm his hair. She then returned to the bathing area, where a smaller wooden tub of hot water awaited, anticipating the intimate moments she would share with her husband. The warmth on her face lingered, and her heartbeat quickened. Just as she hesitated to remove her own garments, an abrupt sound and a gasp echoed from outside. What was that noise? Li Qiguang furrowed his brow and inquired. He shook her head, donned her outer garment, and softly replied, "I shall go and take a look." Just as she took a step, she noticed Li Qiguang attempting to rise from the bed to accompany her. She quickly urged, "Your hair is still wet. Stay and continue warming it. It's cold outside, and you might catch a chill." Reluctantly, Li Qiguang complied and lay back down, remaining still. Despite being the head of the institution, my father-in-law expends most of his wealth on nurturing talent within the academy. Thus, this modest residence is rather unassuming. In the western wing, one room serves as a study, with a small portion partitioned off for the delicate art of carving jade, while the other room is designated for guests. Directly opposite, the main house to the north houses my parents-in-law, and he, along with Li Qiguang, occupies a relatively spacious room in the eastern wing. The source of the commotion arose from the main house. Zhao Yunyun had taken a tumble. Upon arriving, he found her seated on the ground, clutching her waist and lamenting. She hurriedly assisted her, along with Mai Huang, to her feet, yet Zhao Yunyun winced and exclaimed, "Be gentle. I fear my back may be broken." Observing her pallor, he promptly instructed Mai Huang to summon Feng Shu to fetch a doctor. When Mai Huang returned, they carefully helped the nearly immobile Zhao Yunyun to bed. Throughout, Zhao Yunyun continued to moan, recounting how she had been seated on a chair, mending shoes for Erlang. When the chair leg suddenly gave way, causing her to fall and endure excruciating pain. How could a chair leg break? I specifically chose sturdy wood when I ordered it. Oh, it hurts so much, I can hardly walk. Am I destined to be paralyzed? Not being a physician, was at a loss for how to respond. Yet her mother-in-law's words instilled a sense of worry within her. What troubles her? Came Li Qiguang's clear voice from outside. He turned to see her husband approaching, draped in a thick cloak, evidently unable to remain indoors any longer. Upon seeing his pale mother lying on the bed, his brow furrowed in concern. Zhao Yunyun, feeling aggrieved, reiterated her tale of misfortune to her son, lamenting the chair's instability, to which Li Qiguang offered soothing words. The doctor arrived promptly, assessed the situation, and diagnosed a sprained back, which had also rendered her legs weak and immobile. With time and care, she will recover, he assured. With this news, both he and Li Qiguang exhaled in relief. The doctor prescribed some medicinal oil and instructed he on how to massage it into the skin. That evening, he remained in Zhao Yunyun's room to assist with massages and attend to her needs through the night. As he lay in bed, she pondered that this month would likely not bear the fruit of conception. She would have to share a bed with her mother-in-law for the next few days. Her brow furrowed slightly as she turned over, feeling as though misfortune had befallen her recently. The following day, Li Qiguang excused himself to visit a friend in Yupu to see his father-in-law. He handed him the silver note she had obtained from Yupu, just in case, while also intending to visit the official residence. He remained at home to care for Zhao Yunyun. Around noon, Li Qiguang returned with disheartening news. Sun Jinghai has yet to send anyone to the official residence to withdraw the case against Yulong. He paused, then clenched her fists, softly replying, "How can this be? When young Master Zhao accompanied me to the Sun residence, Sun Jinghai assured me he would send someone within a couple of days. Perhaps he will do so today." Li Qiguang mused. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "I shall visit Yundi this afternoon." He was acutely aware that he was merely a scholar, perhaps only the son of the academy's principal, and in this matter, he might still require Zhao Yunyun's assistance. He nodded and adjusted his collar. It was cold outside, and he must carry a hand warmer at all times. When Li Qiguang went to find Zhao Yunyun, he was somewhat distracted. While feeding Zhao Yunyun, she inadvertently poked her lips a few times, earning a few scolds, which she brushed off, letting the words flow in one ear and out the other, soothingly murmuring a few phrases before moving on. In the evening, Li Qiguang returned, his clothes dusted with snow and a smile upon his face. Upon seeing his expression, the tension in Heyi's heart eased slightly. After avoiding her mother-in-law, she listened as her husband spoke. Brother Yin has sent someone to the Sun family once more. Within less than half an hour, Yu Lang was released, and I brought him back. Knowing you must be worried, I hurried home to tell you. He quickly inquired, "Is Yu Lang injured? Is it serious?" Li Qiguang wrapped his arm around her shoulder, his voice gently reassuring. Having been to such places, he must have endured some torment. Brother Yin possesses excellent medicine for wounds, which is said to be particularly effective for external injuries. However, he only had half a bottle left, all of which he gave to me for Yu Lang. He mentioned that the medicine can be prepared new, but fresh herbs are required for that. In a few days, when I go to the academy, you can fetch them from the Zhao family in the eastern part of the city. He would not refuse, promptly nodding in agreement. Yet she could not help but softly ask, "Will you not stay home for a few more days this time?" Li Qiguang gently stroked her back, his voice laced with joy. "Hinyang, Mr. He has read my essay and wishes to meet me. I've already delayed my return for several days." Tao Heyi understood that although her husband was frail, he harbored lofty ambitions, and having a wise mentor was indeed a stroke of fortune. Thus she felt happy for him, softly saying, "I will take good care of your mother at home while you are away." She thought to herself, if a great scholar appreciates her husband, perhaps he might have a promising opportunity in the future. Li Qiguang lowered his head to hold her tightly, kissing her forehead, and then brought up another matter. "Tomorrow, you shall accompany me to Brother Yun's home. Besides expressing our gratitude for his assistance, it is also to celebrate his new residence. I have asked the neighbor lady to look after your mother for a day." Chapter 17. For a fleeting moment, her red lips lingered. Zhao Yunyun suffered from aches in her waist and legs, unable to find solace in sleep, her lamentations echoing through the night. He arose multiple times to massage her weary body, and it was not until dawn that she managed to steal a few moments of rest. Waking in the morning with a profound fatigue, dark circles shadowing her eyes. Such a delicate constitution. Observing He's plight from her bed, Zhao Yunyun could not help but murmur softly. He smiled gently at her, all the while feeding her porridge, and said, "Mother, today Erlang wishes to take me to visit a dear friend of his, who is celebrating a housewarming. And Zhu from next door will come over shortly to look after you." Zhao Yunyun immediately furrowed her brows, replying, "Why must you go as well?" He, well-versed in the intricate dynamics of her relationship with her mother-in-law, spoke softly that young master Zhao hails from a prominent family, being the youngest son of the Duke of Dingyuan, since he has extended an invitation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunyun nearly sat up, only to wrench her waist painfully, letting out a cry as she lay back, panting heavily, and declared with a flourish, "You may go. Anju is attentive and will care for me well." When Li Qiguang arrived and saw his wife in such a state, he took the bowl from her hands and said gently, "Hinyang, you should eat your breakfast first, then rest a while longer to regain your strength. I will call for you shortly." Zhao Yunyun observed the scene, pursing her lips but saying nothing further. He felt a sweetness bloom in her heart, nodding in agreement. Lacking appetite herself, she took a few sips of porridge before returning to her room to lie down. When Li Qiguang called for He with a smile, she struggled to open her eyes, and upon seeing him, a smile graced her face, her demeanor adorably innocent, a stark contrast to her usual serene elegance, stirring a deep affection within Li Qiguang. Seizing the rare moment of daylight, he pressed a kiss upon her lips. He was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. Embarrassed, she pulled the quilt over her, revealing only her bright, expressive eyes, shimmering with emotions as they gazed at Li Qiguang. Li Qiguang, feeling a tinge of bashfulness for his daytime audacity, cleared his throat and whispered, "Quickly rise. Yun Di is waiting for us." Tao Heyi replied with a soft hum. Li Qiguang then inquired, "What dress would you like to wear today?" He rose, and her gaze fell upon the blue garment he wore. A smile playing on her lips as she replied, "The lake blue dress." Li Qiguang opened the wardrobe to fetch it, and he, feeling playful, spread her arms for him. He chuckled and helped her into the dress, their shared intimacy infusing the mundane task with an abundance of affection. Although he had rested, her complexion still lacked vitality, so she applied a light touch of powder. Li Qiguang bent down to paint her brows and lips. In the shadows, an expressionless guard observed, his face twitching slightly as though he had bitten into something sour, his charcoal pencil recording events at a rapid pace. "Before I forget, what gift have you prepared for young master Zhao as housewarming?" He, having styled her hair and adorned it with a jade hairpin, inquired with curiosity. Li Qiguang replied with a smile, "I have painted a snowy landscape to present to Yun Di." Tao Heyi's eyes sparkled at this revelation. Li Qiguang's artistry was renowned throughout Shuzhou, widely circulated among scholars. She eagerly wished to see it, her fingers delicately tracing over the canvas before Li Qiguang rolled it up once more. Fang Shu had earlier ventured out to procure a mule cart, and upon his return, Li Qiguang and he ascended into the vehicle. Initially, he intended to leave Mai Huang at home to attend to Zhou Yunyun, but Li Qiguang remarked, "Today, many are visiting the Zhao family, and given Yun Di's esteemed status, it is customary for the ladies of such households to be accompanied by maids. Therefore, it would be prudent for Mai Huang to accompany you for convenience." Thus, Mai Huang cheerfully joined them, silently resolving not to bring shame upon her mistress today. The new residence of Zhao Yunyun was situated on the eastern side of the city, within a locale where wealth was a prerequisite, but only those of noble lineage could reside. Upon their arrival at the Zhao estate, he was greeted by the imposing sight of 2 stone lions guarding the entrance, while a steward accompanied by a young servant stood ready to receive guests. Several carriages were already parked, and amidst them, the Li family's mule cart appeared rather shabby. However, neither Li Qiguang nor Tao Heyi were the type to feel diminished by such trivialities, and they approached with a dignified composure. The elder steward, seemingly forewarned, promptly abandoned other guests upon spotting Li Qiguang and Tao Heyi striding towards them with an inviting demeanor that drew the curious gazes of the onlookers. Pondering the identities of this striking couple who warranted such attentive hospitality. Young Master Li, Lady Tao, our fifth master has been awaiting you for some time. Please step inside. The steward greeted with a warm smile, his gaze briefly resting on Li Qiguang before lingering a moment longer on Tao Heyi. Li Qiguang responded with a congenial exchange, following the steward into the Zhao residence, while Heyi quietly trailed half a step behind. Feng Shu and Mai Huang followed closely, bringing up the rear. The Zhao estate was vast, and as Heyi entered, she found herself enchanted by the gardens. Beyond the second gate lay a landscape of artificial hills and unusual rocks, where, despite the winter chill, vibrant colors persisted. Graceful maidservants meandered through the grounds, their movements synchronized and elegant, prompting Mai Huang to steady her gait, striving to conceal her limp, yet feeling a twinge of timidity that urged her to stay close to Heyi, quickening her pace slightly. Our fifth master intends to reside in Shuzhou for some time. It took 2 months to renovate this estate after its purchase, the steward remarked amiably, noting, I hear that young Master Li is a true native of Shuzhou, and we hope he will look after our fifth master, who, though gentle in nature, tends to be rather indulgent and struggles to care for himself. Li Qiguang laughed heartily. My bond with Yundi is profound. I regard him as a brother and will certainly look after him. The steward chuckled as well, then turned towards Heyi, commenting, Lady Tao, you possess a captivating elegance. Truly a gem of translucent beauty. One can only hope our fifth master will find such a match in the future. Upon hearing this, Tao Heyi lowered her head with a shy smile, feeling a touch of bashfulness. As they traversed a covered corridor and entered a moon gate, a gentle, smiling male voice resonated from ahead. He followed the sound and beheld Zhao Yunyun, clad in a flowing lake blue robe, adorned only with a jade hairpin and a white jade belt at his waist. His peach blossom eyes arched slightly in a smile, radiating warmth reminiscent of sunlight breaking through the clouds, exuding an elegant charm and striking handsomeness. Li Qiguang strode forward to exchange pleasantries with him. Zhao Yunyun, equally beaming with joy, appeared to be brimming with words, and upon their meeting, the conversation flowed effortlessly. After a few exchanges, Zhao Yunyun suddenly remembered Heyi and promptly shifted slightly to the side, bowing respectfully towards her with a smile, saying, I have yet to pay my respects to the esteemed lady. Heyi, modestly avoiding a full bow, returned a slight gesture in kind, smiling as she said, Congratulations, Mr. Zhao, on your new abode. Zhao Yunyun expressed his heartfelt gratitude with a radiant smile, and as he straightened up, his gaze naturally lingered on Heyi's face, particularly pausing on her lips, which appeared strikingly vibrant today due to the touch of rouge. Chapter 18. Zhao Yunyun's hidden affliction today. The Zhao family is besieged by visitors, with numerous female guests gathering. The men and women have formed separate circles, and Heyi is led by a maid to a garden where a stage has been erected for performances, allowing the ladies to select their preferred plays. The atmosphere is lively, depicting the tale of married women clandestinely rendezvousing with their lovers under the moonlight. Heyi has never witnessed a play before, and she finds it quite intriguing. Mai Huang, her companion, gazes wide-eyed and tugs at Heyi's sleeve, whispering, Madam, we don't have this in Shuzhou. Why are they performing such a thing? Before Heyi can respond, a round-faced matron beside them, adorned in the attire of a married woman, smiles and explains. This is quite the trend among the noble women in the capital these days. The fifth master has especially invited renowned performers. This play tells the story of a virtuous wife, forced to marry a frail and inept husband, suffering through an unfulfilled marriage and the humiliation from her in-laws, only to later encounter a considerate man. Their love blossoms, and she bravely seeks divorce to remarry. Though our dynasty is relatively open-minded, the popularity of such plays in the capital is indeed surprising to Heyi. The round-faced matron continues to engage in light conversation, revealing her identity as the daughter-in-law of the county magistrate, surnamed Qian. She has come to the Zhao residence in place of her ailing mother-in-law. Chatty by nature, she cannot help but add, Have you seen young Master Zhao? He is as elegant as a fine orchid and jade tree, embodying grace and charm. I wonder which fortunate lady will win his heart. Being his beloved must be a delightful experience, given his gentle demeanor. He finds the incessant praise amusing and responds, surely, only the noble ladies of the capital could be worthy of such an esteemed gentleman. However, Qian Matron retorts playfully, not necessarily. It all hinges on fate. Just look at that handsome young actor on stage, portraying a noble lord. He is gentle and considerate, yet he is enamored with a married tofu beauty. When love strikes, who cares for social status? He remains disinterested in such matters, feeling detached and unwilling to engage further. She simply smiles and nods, dismissing the conversation in her mind. Suddenly, Qian Matron leans in and whispers, if a gentleman like young Master Zhao were to covet me, as the character Wang Lang does in the play, I would gladly divorce to follow him. He is taken aback, and, upon noticing Qian Matron's flushed cheeks, is struck by her boldness. Perhaps her astonishment is evident, prompting Qian Matron to bite her lip and curiously inquire, could it be that such a man is pursuing you, and you are unwilling? He, the epitome of quiet elegance, replies softly with a smile, I would not. In my heart, no one compares to my husband. When we wed, he gifted me a promise of eternal companionship. I vow to remain steadfast by his side for a lifetime. Qian Matron opens her mouth in surprise, taking a moment to respond awkwardly. You and your husband share a deep bond. After a brief pause, she adds, I was merely jesting. Let us return our attention to the play. Indeed, the character Wang Lang treats the tofu beauty exceptionally well. She skillfully mediated the conversation, and he was supposed to continue to agree, but the play on stage was precisely that of the illicit rendezvous between Wang Lang and the tofu beauty, disregarding her status to steal away moments of intimacy. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, that Wang Lang's affair with a married woman strikes me as base in character. It hardly qualifies as honorable. Madame Qian silently thought to herself how utterly unromantic Tao Heyi was. How could someone so exquisite appear as rigid as a block of wood? An affair, such an exhilarating tale, where both parties willingly indulge in pleasure. How could it be deemed contemptible? Yet, observing the tenderness in her eyes when she mentioned Li Qiguang, Madame Qian pondered whether she truly was as unromantic as she seemed, or if all her affections were directed solely towards Li Qiguang. This presented quite the conundrum. After a moment of silence, only the faint sounds of the performance and the murmur of other ladies filled the air. Madame Qian covertly glanced at Heyi, inwardly lamenting that this sculptor of jade was indeed like a precious gem, lustrous, translucent, and gracefully enchanting. No wonder she captured the attention of many. Casually, she remarked, while we ladies have a performance to enjoy, the gentlemen also have their share of entertainment, don't they? This piqued Heyi's interest, prompting her to turn her head and listen. Madame Qian then mysteriously added, today, there are songstresses performing in the manor. She continued, with a hint of envy. I wonder if any gentleman will choose a particular songstress to take home. I just hope I sent my husband. He blinked, feeling her previously favorable impression of Zhao Yunyun. Indeed, he was a scion of a noble family, and such indulgent tendencies seemed ingrained in their very nature. Despite his gentle demeanor, his behavior remained distinct from that of the common folk. Madame Qian shifted the topic, stating, however, I have heard that young Master Zhao maintains a clean reputation, not keeping courtesans or songstresses at home, and has no concubines. He is considered a person of integrity in the capital. Engaging in idle chatter, he inquired, how old is young Master Zhao now? Madame Qian proudly declared, he is 22. He couldn't help but think that at such an age, he should have been encouraged by his family to marry, unlike her previous husband, who had been frail. Surely, those from noble families were expected to have concubines for relief. Zhao Yunyun was only 1 year younger than her late husband, yet he remained unmarried. Could it be that he harbored some ailment? She lowered her gaze, absent-mindedly touching her nose, and lifted her teacup to sip, concealing her astonishment at such a speculation. She recalled Zhao Jiyun's expression when he expressed envy for her relationship with her husband. When he mentioned his desire for a wife, there seemed to be a hint of bitterness in his demeanor. Tao Heyi suddenly realized she might have stumbled upon a significant secret. seeing her lost in thought. Madame Qian found herself at a loss for words and could only state dryly, "I've heard that young Master Zhao hesitates to marry because he seeks a kindred spirit, which has delayed his decision. However, he mused that perhaps this was merely a facade to disguise his hidden affliction." Yet she responded gently, "May young Master Zhao find his heart's desire." Madame Qian nodded in agreement, indeed. After exchanging pleasantries, her thirst became apparent, and, as she lifted her teacup to drink, her grip faltered, causing the cup to slip from her hands, perilously close to staining Heyi's dress. Tao Heyi deftly caught the teacup with a steady hand, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she returned the cup to Madame Qian. "But did it burn you?" Madame Qian asked, her concern evident after a brief moment of silence. He wiped the water droplets from her hand with a cloth, smiling as she replied, "I often carve jade, so my hands are quite calloused. It's nothing to worry about." Yet, Madame Qian still took her hand to examine it, and upon seeing no harm done, she sighed in relief, though her expression remained oddly conflicted. After a while, unable to sit still, she said, "Henyang, I need to relieve myself. Would you accompany me?" He, uninterested in the performance on stage, nodded in agreement. Madame Qian inquired about the way from a maidservant, and together they exited the garden. The Zhao residence was extensive, winding through numerous paths until they found themselves opposite the men's entertainment area, where they could glimpse the revelry across the lake. Madame Qian, filled with curiosity, tugged at He to steal a glance. The scene was lively, with dancers moving gracefully, their forms elegantly contrasting with the sounds of poetry being recited. "Who is that slender man in the blue robe?" Madame Qian whispered, captivated by his refined appearance. Beside him, a seductive dancer cast enticing glances, clearly prepared to accompany him. He recognized him as Li Qiguang, but remained silent, although she trusted her husband as character. Witnessing his close interactions with other women stirred a tinge of jealousy within her, dimming her tranquil expression. Madame Qian observed her closely and then said, "Henyang, please wait here for me. I shall return shortly." Tao Heyi acknowledged her with a nod, understanding that the restroom was nearby. As Madame Qian departed, Mai Huang could no longer contain herself. "Madam, why does the second master frolic with the courtesans like everyone else?" she remarked, stamping her foot in evident frustration. He chuckled softly at her reaction and replied, "It is merely socializing. I am not anxious, so why should you be?" Mai Huang remained sulky, her gaze fixed on the opposite shore. He, too, felt her attention drawn there, noticing that Li Qiguang had soon left the riverbank, his figure disappearing from view. A sense of unease began to brew within her, prompting her to take a step forward. Unbeknownst to her, the recent snowfall had left the bank treacherously slick. Suddenly, her ankle twisted painfully, and she slipped downwards. Mai Huang, fixated on the scene across the lake, failed to notice her companion until her peripheral vision caught sight of he falling into the water. Panic-stricken, she cried out, "Madam!" The frigid water engulfed He, and as she sputtered, choking on the icy liquid, she thought she heard Zhao Yunyun's voice calling out to her. "Sister-in-law?" Chapter 19. Zhao Yunyun's soft lips drew near. The winter lake's water was frigid to the bone. Heyi's ankles felt as though they were broken, causing excruciating pain that left her devoid of strength, even to flounder beneath the surface. Her drenched garments weighed heavily upon her, and a suffocating weight pressed against her chest, while faintly, she could hear Mai Huang's frantic shouts. Accompanying the sensation of drowning was a profound fear. He opened her mouth to breathe, but was met only with water. Suddenly, with a splash, someone leapt into the water. As she looked up, she realized it was midday, the sun blazing overhead, and the lake's waters were crystal clear. When she opened her eyes underwater, the light was blinding. She vaguely discerned a man diving in, his face, pale and illuminated by the sun, partially obscured beneath the water. It was Zhao Yunyun. In this life-and-death moment, Tao Heyi thought of nothing but survival. She could not help but struggle in the water, yearning to swim upwards. Zhao Yunyun was swift, almost instantaneously reaching her side and supporting her waist with one hand. He, her chest tight and her thoughts muddled, felt her body growing weak. She fought to maintain her last shred of consciousness as Zhao Yunyun began to swim upwards, but he suddenly halted, tilting his head downwards to observe something beneath the surface. In her peripheral vision, he glimpsed the sinuous water plants, swaying like mischievous spirits. Zhao Yunyun leaned down to disentangle the water plants that had ensnared his ankle, causing he to momentarily slip from his grasp and sink deeper. Just as she felt the encroaching darkness of drowning, Zhao Yunyun's handsome face loomed before her. His striking peach blossom eyes shadowed in the murky water, revealing no discernible emotion. His soft lips pressed against hers, granting her a breath of life. Mai Huang, who could not swim, crouched at the water's edge, panic-stricken, her small black face paling visibly. Upon seeing He emerge from the water in Zhao Yunyun's arms, her eyes brimmed with tears. Madam, are you unharmed?" He's face was equally pale, her body frozen. The moment she reached the shore, she leaned towards Mai Huang, attempting to extricate herself from Zhao Yunyun's embrace, but her legs felt as though they were cramping, causing her to sway unsteadily. "Madam, sister-in-law." The voices of Mai Huang and Zhao Yunyun rang out simultaneously. At that moment, he wished fervently to faint, yet her constitution had always been robust. Having merely fallen into the water, she was not feeble enough to lose consciousness. She remained alert, yet her legs were numb and unsteady, particularly her painful ankles. Mai Huang wished to assist her, but her petite frame rendered her incapable of lifting He. "I beg your pardon, sister-in-law," Zhao Yunyun murmured softly, his voice carrying a dampened timbre, likely a result of emerging from the water. Tao Heyi bit her lip, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her, and in an instant, Zhao Yunyun swept her into his arms. She trembled slightly, wanting to resist, but he then draped a large cloak over her, borrowed from his servant, enveloping her completely. The cloak, infused with the scent of Zhao Yunyun, bore a delicate woody aroma, yet at that moment, he found it overwhelmingly suffocating. She wished to remove the cloak, but was reminded of her painful ankle that rendered her unable to walk. Soaking wet and unable to face others, she could only endure, her face paling further. On the way, Zhao Yunyun encountered a friend. Upon seeing him drenched and cradling someone in his arms, concern inevitably arose. "What has befallen you, Brother Zhao?" The hand of He, clutching her sleeve, tightened, her nails digging into her palm. She heard Zhao Yunyun respond with a warm smile. "It is merely my maid who fell into the water." The friend chuckled at this, for among men, such laughter carried an unspoken understanding. A maid who had served since childhood was certainly no ordinary servant, but rather someone who might become a part of his household in the present or future. "It is so cold, Brother Zhao. Do take her inside to change quickly." Zhao Yunyun chuckled softly, offering no further explanation, and continued to lead He along, exuding an air of effortless charm. He felt as if they had been walking for an eternity when she finally heard the door creak open. Unable to contain herself any longer, she peeled back her cloak and lifted her face to call out, "Mai Huang." The young girl's pale face had remained expressionless, but upon hearing her mistress's voice, she hurriedly extended her hand. Yet Zhao Yunyun did not release He. He carried her directly into the room and laid her upon the bed before finally meeting her gaze. In a low voice, he said, "There is a charcoal brazier lit in the room. You may rest here. I shall have someone bring you clothes and ginger soup shortly." He lowered her gaze, tightening the cloak around her. Her voice trembled slightly as she replied, "Thank you, young Master Zhao." He acknowledged her with a nod, his attention lingering on the drenched woman before him. Her long eyelashes were damp, and her eyes were rimmed with red, as though she were on the verge of tears, stirring an ache within his heart. "Earlier, when I spoke with my friend, I may have offended you, my lady." He interrupted him softly, saying, "I understand that you could only say such things to avoid complications for both of us. Today, you merely acted to save me. A gentleman's noble deeds are to be appreciated. Thank you." She remained calm and composed, as if the kiss beneath the water had never occurred, as if the mention of the maid had not embarrassed her in the slightest. Zhao Yunyun's expression darkened momentarily as he scrutinized He's serene and pale visage, attempting to discern any sign of shame or anger. Yet, there was none. Her face betrayed not the slightest ripple of emotion. He chose not to speak further and exited the room, embodying the demeanor of a courteous and reserved gentleman. Once Zhao Yunyun departed, my Huang immediately nestled beside Heyi, exclaiming, "Mistress, what shall we do?" Her words stumbled forth, for she had never encountered such a situation, feeling utterly lost. Though societal norms had become more lenient, the notion of a married woman being rescued from the water by another man still felt difficult to articulate. "Go close the door. I will remove my clothing, and you can help me dry them by the fire. I cannot go home in Zhao's garments." He forced a faint smile, attempting to reassure my Huang. "Young Master Zhao was merely acting to save me. There is nothing to worry about." Yet, the final statement was uncertain. Whether it was meant to comfort my Huang or herself remained ambiguous. Upon hearing Heyi's calm voice, my Huang felt her own anxiety dissipate and hurried to assist her mistress in removing her garments. Initially, she intended for Heyi to strip entirely, believing the warmth of the charcoal brazier would suffice to dry her clothes. But Heyi only permitted the removal of her outer robe, leaving her inner garment intact. She sat beside the charcoal basin, her tattered garments warming by the fire. "My Huang, please remove my socks so I may take a look," she requested. He shifted her legs slightly, the pain in her ankle still excruciating. My Huang hastily complied, but as he pulled off her socks, a sharp gasp escaped him. "My lady, where have you hurt yourself?" he exclaimed, noticing a bruise forming there, as if she had been struck. He glanced down and indeed saw a small, darkly contused patch on her right ankle, her fair skin rendering the mark all the more conspicuous. For a moment, she was at a loss, muttering, "Perhaps I bruised it against a stone when I fell." Upon hearing this, my Huang couldn't help but recall the scene he had observed from across the bank. If she hadn't witnessed the second master's intimate exchange with that courtesan, she would not have been so agitated, nor would she have fallen. Anger bubbled within her as she exclaimed, "How could the second master indulge in such frivolity with a courtesan? Does he not realize how it would wound my lady's heart?" At that moment, Zhao Yunyun approached the door, holding a dress and a bowl of ginger soup, and overheard the furious voice of the maid inside. He narrowed his eyes, refraining from knocking immediately, intrigued to hear how Tao Heyi would respond. Chapter 20 presents a scene where Zhao Yunyun personally retrieves clothing. Tao Heyi, momentarily lost in thought, does not immediately respond to my Huang's remark. The events of the day have left her in a state of confusion. People aspire to ascend, and such heights differ vastly from their current existence. The aristocracy operates under specific social codes, while Li Qiguang is merely a humble scholar, obliged to engage in pleasantries with others at the gathering hosted by his patrons, who have invited courtesans to entertain the guests. Yet, Tao Heiyi's mind is consumed with thoughts of Li Qiguang. Witnessing such a scene unexpectedly stirs feelings of discomfort and disappointment within her. With her head bowed, a faint smile flickers across her pale face as she softly remarks, "I had thought that Erlang would not partake in such frivolities, but seeing it now, it seems tolerable." My Huang's eyes widen in confusion, clearly struggling to comprehend her words. Suppressing her own pangs of sorrow, Tao Heyi pinches my Huang's cheek, questioning why she appears so upset when Erlang has always treated her well, allowing her to serve as a maid alongside her mistress, and even offering her treats while speaking kindly. "Doesn't tea that bring you joy?" she asks, her tone softening as she senses the girl's distress. My Huang rubs her eyes and gazes earnestly at her mistress, her voice dropping to a whisper as she responds, "Indeed, the second master is kind to me, yet does it not make you sad or angry?" She poses the question once more, her concern evident. Initially, Tao Heyi wished to brush off the inquiry, but the girl's genuine concern for her feelings compels her to reflect. With no one else to confide in, she finally admits her unease, though she remains reticent to elaborate further. However, this single admission is sufficient for Zhao Yunyun, who narrows his eyes in response. He realizes that the pleasure he anticipated is absent. Rather than seizing the moment when Tao Heyi is vulnerable, he finds himself overcome with an inexplicable anger. What discomfort could a weak and ineffectual person like her possibly feel? He thinks darkly. Suddenly, a wild cat's yowl pierces the air in the garden, provoking Zhao Yunyun's ire. He swiftly removes a jade pendant from his waist and hurls it with precision, silencing the cat's cries with a single, anguished scream. Startled by the commotion, both Tao Heyi and her maid turned towards the door as a knock resounds. It may be the maid delivering the garments, Tao Heyi suggests, prompting my Huang to rush to the entrance. Upon opening the door, she is taken aback to see the elegant and refined Zhao Yunyun. A wave of inexplicable shyness washes over her, and despite his benign smile, her legs instinctively part to let him pass. Zhao Yunyun seems momentarily taken aback as well. But perceiving my Huang's gesture as an invitation, he steps into the room. As Tao Heyi catches sight of him, she swiftly grabs a cloak from the side and wraps it around her slender frame, concealing her attire. Zhao Yunyun, appearing slightly flustered, remains rooted in place, averting his gaze. His tone carries a hint of embarrassment as he explains, "I thought it prudent that this matter remain private, so I came personally to retrieve the garments and prepare some ginger soup. I only came to understand that your maid wished to admit me, assuming that you had something to discuss." Tao Heyi lowered her head, a blush of embarrassment creeping onto her face as she softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Zhao, for your thoughtful consideration. You are a man of integrity, and I have nothing to convey." Mai Huang then stepped forward timidly to receive the garments brought by young Master Zhao. It was as if she had just regained her senses, hesitantly extending her hand. Zhao Yunyun paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on the heavy cloak enveloping Heyi, before descending to the delicate feet clad in shoes, as white as tender lotus roots. He watched in silence for quite some time before slowly handing the garments to Mai Huang. "In that case, I shall not disturb you any further, madam." Heyi, unable to perform a proper curtsy, merely nodded in acknowledgement. The door opened and closed once more. Mai Huang, cradling the bundle and holding the ginger soup, approached the bedside. Before she could utter a word, she caught a sudden, piercing glance from her usually gentle mistress, whose beauty resembled that of jade. This fleeting gaze held an undeniable authority, rendering Mai Huang momentarily speechless. Noticing the timid expression on Mai Huang's youthful face, Heyi sighed, her demeanor softening as she inquired, "Why did you allow young Master Zhao to enter when you saw him at the door?" "I am in a state unfit to receive a gentleman." Mai Huang hesitated only briefly before confessing, "Madam, I am somewhat afraid of young Master Zhao. When he stood outside, I cannot explain it, but I instinctively stepped aside." He was taken aback by this revelation. "How could you be afraid of young Master Zhao? His disposition is gentle and kind." Mai Huang recalled the few times she had caught Zhao Yunyun's gaze. The feeling was indescribable. If she were forced to articulate it, it was akin to being scrutinized by a venomous serpent, a fierce leopard, or a predatory wolf. Her body instinctively trembled in fear. Yet, she reflected that when Zhao Yunyun looked at her mistress, his expression was filled with warmth, suggesting he held no interest in her, especially considering that the Zhao family's maidservants were far from ordinary. With this thought, Mai Huang absent-mindedly tapped her fingers against her skirt, swallowing the words about young Master Zhao's intimidating gaze, and instead sheepishly remarked, "Perhaps it is just that young Master Zhao is exceptionally handsome. Each time I see him, he is adorned in different robes, wide sleeves, and flowing attire, truly exquisite." He could not help but chuckle softly. Mai Huang, still swayed by her youthful emotions, quickly became distracted by other matters. She first handed the ginger soup to Heyi, murmuring, "Young Master Zhao brought the ginger soup himself, without even a food box to carry it. He walked so steadily that not a drop spilled. Look at me. I've only taken a few steps, and it has already spilled a bit." He paid little heed to her murmurs, taking the ginger soup, which was a sweet and spicy concoction, steaming yet at the perfect temperature for consumption. She never imposed hardship upon her body, knowing that only with good health could she pursue her desires. Cradling the bowl, she began to sip. The ginger soup was both fiery and sweet, promptly dispelling some of the chill that clung to her. Mai Huang then opened the package containing the dress on the adjacent bed. She exclaimed, "Young Master Zhao is truly considerate. The color of this dress is remarkably similar to the one worn by my lady, and the style is not vastly different either. The fabric appears to be of superior quality, akin to the garment young Master Zhao is wearing." Speaking of which, after young Master Zhao's clothes became damp, he changed into another outfit of the same hue. Furthermore, upon our earlier encounter, I intended to mention that young Master Zhao's attire today resembles my lady's even more than the second master's green robe. My lady, young Master Zhao has even prepared shoes and socks for her. Oh, there's also a belly band. Listening to my Huang's chattering, was suddenly choked by the ginger soup upon hearing the last remark. Turning to look, she found my Huang staring wide-eyed at a neatly folded piece of pure white silk on the bed, devoid of any embroidery. In the past, he had favored such plain belly bands, as they were snug yet gentle against the skin. Suddenly, she recalled Zhao Yunyun's earlier words, stating that he had personally fetched the garments to avoid too many people knowing about her misfortune in the water. The notion of personally fetching stirred a moment of indescribable embarrassment and discomfort within her. Perhaps the scions of noble families are more indifferent to such mundane matters than someone of her humble status. Is this how interactions between noble men and women typically unfold? He pondered the prevalent practice of trial marriages among the aristocracy and mused that her assumptions might indeed hold some truth. With this thought, she felt herself relax. Fortunately, she had never intended to don a Zhao family's clothing. She neatly folded it back and placed it aside. He gently pressed her hand to her chest, sipped some ginger soup, and then spoke softly. Mai Huang quickly exclaimed and resumed, drying the wet clothes he had removed, but suddenly exclaimed again, "My lady, this garment cannot be worn anymore. The hem has torn a large gash, and the fabric is damaged." Chapter 21. Young Master Zhao and the lady resemble a perfect pair. Tao Heyi raised her gaze and followed the direction pointed out by Mai Huang, only to discover a considerable tear in the hem of her skirt, irreparably damaged. She furrowed her brow, touched the fabric lightly, and pressed her lips together. Noticing Heyi's discontent, Mai Huang whispered, "Perhaps the lady slipped by the shore and tore her dress. What shall we do now?" Heyi remained silent for a moment, contemplating that aside from wearing the dress sent by Zhao Yunyun, there was little else to be done. However, she was resolute in her decision not to change the garments and footwear underneath. After a short while, he donned a new outfit and restyled her hair. She instructed Mai Huang to carefully pack her damaged clothing, intending to return to the banquet. Though her ankles still throbbed with pain, she was able to walk. Suddenly, she recalled that her face had been covered by the cloak throughout her journey, and she could not remember the way back. She hurriedly asked Mai Huang if she remembered the route. "I was too focused on you to pay attention to the path," Mai Huang replied, tapping her head in frustration, feeling somewhat anxious. He sighed, realizing she could not blame her. Once they stepped outside, she could simply inquire with a maid. To her surprise, upon opening the door, a maid stood waiting outside. The maid, appearing to be in her 20s, possessed a stunning visage and carried herself with grace. Upon seeing Heyi, she performed a respectful bow, saying, "Madame Tao, this servant, Jin Shu, has been instructed by the fifth master to wait for you." The reason for waiting was self-evident. Heyi nodded gently, offering a soft smile, and said, "I would appreciate it if you could lead the way." Jin Shu nodded slightly, discreetly observing Heyi. She noted that although this woman was married, her eyes sparkled with brightness, and her demeanor exuded not only tenderness, but also an ineffable calmness and grace. Her beauty was picturesque, and if she possessed a clever mind, it would not be surprising for the fifth master to fall for such a woman. However, the fifth master had merely come to Su Zhou out of boredom, seeking amusement and finding none, thus contemplating a fleeting romance with this lady. Jin Shu hoped that this woman would eventually let go. Otherwise, the unwed scion of the noble Zhao family entangled with such a woman would indeed be a poor reflection on him. Having served Zhao Yunyun since childhood, Jin Shu was accustomed to the high standards of noble households. Although she appeared graceful and poised, she held a certain disdain for someone of Heyi's status, thinking that such a person would naturally seek to ensnare the fifth master. After all, the fifth master was known for his pride and had no interest in being coerced. He preferred genuine affection. Yet, it was truly beneath him for a married woman to pursue him while still at the banquet, and she suspected he would soon grow weary of her. Throughout the journey, Jin Shu spoke little, and upon escorting He back to the banquet, she bowed once more, saying, "Madam, you may proceed. I shall take my leave now." He, unaware of Jin Shu's thoughts, felt that the servants of noble families were indeed well-mannered, resembling the decorum of refined young ladies. As she followed behind, she felt more like a maid. Now, with Jin Shu bidding farewell, she politely responded, "Please convey my gratitude to young Master Zhao." He assumed that the maid would surely know what she was thanking her for. Yet Jin Shu harbored disdain in her heart, believing that he was desperately trying to cling to Fifth Master, even after taking her leave. Still engaging in sticky conversation while merely smiling in agreement. Madame Qian kept glancing around, and upon seeing He return so early, a fleeting look of surprise crossed her eyes, but she quickly composed herself, stood up, and took a few steps forward, saying, "When I came out earlier, I did not see my sister and was quite anxious, fearing something might have happened to you. Later, I encountered a maid who mentioned that my sister suddenly felt unwell and went to the side room to rest, which relieved my worries. How are you feeling now?" He was still pondering how to explain her extended absence, but unexpectedly, Zhao Yunyun, being considerate, had instructed a maid to inform Madame Qian. So, she nodded in agreement, saying she felt much better. Madame Qian, delighted, took He by the hand and led her back to the table. The Zhao family hosted their guests for a day of merriment, with various games in the afternoon, such as throwing pots, grass fighting, and chupu. He was not skilled in these pastimes. She merely knew a few basics and participated as an inconspicuous companion, playing a couple of rounds. At one point, she considered sending Mai Huang to check on Li Qiguang, but she hesitated, fearing that her actions might bring him embarrassment, especially since many distinguished guests were present. Not just ordinary students from the academy, so she refrained. By the time evening arrived, Tao Heyi let out a long sigh, feeling quite exhausted from the banquet of the aristocrats. She waited for Li Qiguang to come and take her home. However, after waiting for a while, even as many of the ladies departed, including Madame Qian, Li Qiguang had yet to arrive. "Madam, why hasn't the second master come yet?" Mai Huang, feeling anxious, stood on tiptoe, glancing around, unable to suppress her quiet complaints. He, too, felt puzzled and increasingly worried, considering that she was already fatigued, let alone the frail Li Qiguang. After waiting for a little longer, he could no longer bear it, and sought out a maid from the Zhao household to inquire about the situation with the male guests. "Have they finished?" she asked. The maid bowed respectfully and replied, "At this moment, the gentlemen have already dispersed, and Fifth Master is seeing them off." He waited a little longer until she was the only lady remaining. Unable to endure any further, she requested the maid to accompany her and Mai Huang to search for him. Just as she reached the moon gate, she spotted Zhao Yunyun approaching gracefully, his wide sleeves billowing. A small servant beside him held a delicate lantern that illuminated him with a shimmering glow. His face bore little expression, and his deep, affectionate peach blossom eyes appeared somewhat subdued, further accentuating the noble elegance typical of a gentleman from a prestigious family. Zhao Yunyun seemed to sense a gaze upon him, and upon looking up, he noticed Tao Heyi at the moon gate. His eyes momentarily widened, then softened, dispelling the chill that surrounded him. Returning to his usual gentle and unassuming demeanor, he stepped forward as if aware of Heyi's purpose for being there, and spoke, "Sister-in-law, Li Xiong drank a bit too much at the banquet and is inebriated. I noticed he was unwell, so I had him go to the side room to rest. I momentarily forgot to have someone inform you." Zhao Yunyun spoke gently, his expression tinged with a hint of frustration. Observing him, he could not bring herself to express any reproach, fully aware of his busyness that day. She anxiously inquired, "Where is Erlang now?" The woman before him, having fallen into the water, was devoid of makeup, revealing skin as exquisite as jade, though her eyes bore the marks of fatigue. Her ethereal beauty resembled a jade-carved guanyin descending into the mortal realm, her gaze filled with urgency for an ailing, feeble man. Zhao Yunyun's gloomy demeanor was shrouded in the night, yet he spoke with warmth. "I have come to escort you to fetch Brother Li. Please follow me." He took the lantern from Qingchuan's hand, slightly shifting to indicate He to keep pace. Lost in thought of Li Qiguang, He quickened her steps, nearly walking beside Zhao Yunyun. "Do not fret, sister-in-law. Brother Li is merely a bit fatigued, and there are no other ailments," Zhao Yunyun murmured soothingly. He lowered her head and absent-mindedly replied, Erlang rarely drinks. Today must be a joyful occasion for him. Noticing her mind had drifted, Zhao Yunyun unabashedly let his gaze linger on her, their garments of matching fabric and color occasionally brushing against one another, as if they were inseparable. His spirits lifted slightly. Mai Huang, somewhat intimidated by Zhao Yunyun, kept her head down and followed Heyi, but soon realized that both the young master and the lady wore not only the same color, but the fabric appeared identical as well. When a breeze swept by, their hems intertwined, creating an impression of unity. She paused, her youthful mind simplistically concluding that, in that moment, Zhao Yunyun and the lady resembled a perfect pair more than Erlang did. Tao Heyi followed Zhao Yunyun as he turned left and right, leading her to a courtyard. Just as she was about to search for Li Qiguang's room, a melodious yet flustered cry from a woman echoed, and a door swung open. Li Qiguang amarja, froning. Hastily fastening his garment, his pallid face reflecting confusion and irritation, with a woman urgently pursuing him from behind. Chapter 22. The gentle voice of Zhao Yunyun broke the silence. Li Xiong? At that moment, Li Qiguang looked up to see his wife, quietly observing him from a few paces away. A sudden heaviness settled in his heart, and he felt a fleeting panic. Hinyang, he thought, wanting to approach her, but was halted by a woman behind him who tugged at his sleeve. This woman, possessing a striking beauty, had tear-filled eyes that conveyed a sense of vulnerability. Her pallid complexion was marked by desperation as she pleaded, Erlang, please save me. I was wrong. I regret it. Take me home. You promised to marry me. Please take me away. Li Qiguang inhaled deeply, his handsome face reflecting a mix of helplessness and a tinge of pity. He furrowed his brow and sighed. I now have a virtuous wife. Please, do not behave this way. Despite her sobs, the woman clung tightly to his sleeve, unwilling to let go. Tao Heyi felt a rush of dizziness. A mere glance was enough for her to recognize the tear-streaked face of Su Yuhua, the daughter of the former county magistrate of Shuzhou. Known for her beauty, she had once flourished in Shuzhou, with countless suitors vying for her affection, including Li Qiguang. Yet, given Su Yuhua's proud nature, it was inconceivable that she would be interested in a frail scholar like him. Their engagement had been arranged by their families, who were connected through past academic achievements. Heyi was aware of this history because Su Yuhua had once visited her family's jade shop to commission a jade hairpin, on which occasion Li Qiguang had accompanied her. They shared a childhood bond. On that day, while hiding behind the curtain, Heyi had witnessed the tenderness in Li Qiguang's gaze as he looked at Su Yuhua. And it was he who had paid for the hairpin. Though she admired Li Qiguang, she could not ignore the implications of his affection for Su Yuhua. 2 years prior, Li Qiguang's serious illness had also been linked to Su Yuhua. At that time, the Su family had called off their engagement, fearing that Su Yuhua's persistent affections would lead to complications. In a moment of cruelty, they humiliated him, causing Li Qiguang to fall ill from the rain, leading to a persistent cough and subsequent unconsciousness. It was in this context that she, out of fondness and gratitude, eventually married him. Half a year later, due to corruption, the Su family was imprisoned, and Su Yuhua was sold into a brothel. Li Qiguang had contemplated rescuing her from that fate, and although he hesitated to discuss it with her, she admired his integrity and transparency, ultimately agreeing to the notion. However, as the daughter of a disgraced official, there was no way for her to redeem herself financially, at least not with Li Qiguang's means. Eventually, he sent the money he had intended for her release, hoping to improve her circumstances, and the matter was laid to rest. Tao Heyi had never anticipated encountering Su Yuhua in such a scenario. It was astonishing to find her among the entertainers at the Zhao residence. Clenching her hands beneath her sleeves, a wave of bitterness washed over her. The more she cared for Li Qiguang, the more difficult it became to overlook the scene before her. She could clearly see the compassion in Li Qiguang's eyes, although she understood that his gentle and kind nature made it natural to feel sympathy for a former love in such a dire state. The ache in her heart was beyond her control. Husband, she called out gently, yet her voice carried an undeniable weight. Not addressing him as Erlang, but rather as her husband. Li Qiguang, possessing a delicate heart, discerned the profound implications hidden within He Yi's soft tone. He cast a glance at her, feeling an urgency within, before turning his gaze to the tear-streaked eyes of Su Yuhua. In a low yet earnest tone, he spoke, "I'm already wed and have a wife. While I cherish the fondness of our youth and will not turn a blind eye to matters I can assist with, I must apologize for my inability to help in areas beyond my reach." He gently pried apart the fingers of Su Yuhua, which were tightly clutching his sleeve. Su Yuhua wept uncontrollably, yet she refused to release her grip. "Erlang, I am willing to be your concubine. Just take me away from the brothel. I no longer wish to dance and smile for others. Please save me. Only you can rescue me." Erlang. Her voice was hoarse and desperate. Stripped of the once haughty demeanor of a county magistrate's daughter, dressed in a simple garment, she knelt on the ground, her collar askew, exposing a vast expanse of porcelain skin, yet she paid no heed to her appearance, fixated solely on how to retain Li Qiguang. She sought to hold onto this young man, the son of the head of a small academy, whom she had initially disregarded even upon entering the brothel. At that time, she had aspired to attract the attention of the sons of officials, never imagining he would be the one to come to her aid. The silver he had given her had been squandered on adorning herself to please those scions of noble families. However, they had never regarded her with any seriousness, discarding her once their interest waned. After a year and a half in a brothel, she found herself devoid of dignity and overwhelmed by suffering. Now, only Li Qiguang could be her salvation. If she could align herself with him, she could escape the brothel. Su Yuhua cast a fleeting glance towards He Yi and then quickly scanned the tall, handsome man standing beside her. Tears streamed down her face as she trembled, clinging desperately to Li Qiguang's leg. Li Qiguang, frail and having consumed some wine, found it difficult to extricate himself from her grasp. He turned his gaze back to He Yi, his voice tinged with helplessness and a hint of embarrassment. "Hinyang, why do you not assist me?" At the moment their eyes met, the clouds of despair that had shrouded He Yi's heart dissipated significantly, and a hint of amusement surfaced. She indeed smiled softly and stepped forward. Li Qiguang, relieved by her approach, momentarily disregarded the rather scandalous scene, casting a bashful glance at Zhao Yunyun, who had remained silent. "Brother Yun, I apologize for the spectacle. Do come and lend a hand." Zhao Yunyun seemed to awaken from a dream, following He Yi as he approached. Yet, at that moment, Su Yuhua trembled even more violently, tightening her hold on Li Qiguang's leg. Once he arrived, she bent down to gaze at Su Yuhua, letting out a sigh, recognizing her as a pitiable woman. She softly murmured, "Madam Su, had Erlang been able to assist you, you would not have found yourself in the brothel a year and a half ago." Su Yuhua did not respond to her words, only crying out, "I am willing to serve as a concubine to you and Erlang. Please, I beseech you, allow him to take me home." Li Qiguang immediately looked to He Yi, only to see her straightening up, her gaze lowered as she delicately adjusted his disheveled collar. He felt a flutter of anxiety in his heart. Yet the tangled history with Su Yuhua left him at a loss for words. He could not spare a glance for Su Yuhua, who was clutching at his thigh on the ground, nor for Zhao Yunyun's presence. Instead, he reached for He Yi's hand and whispered, "Hinyang." He lifted her gaze, her eyes reflecting a trace of annoyance towards him, seemingly blaming him for the entanglement of this romantic debt. Upon meeting her gaze, Li Qiguang felt a wave of relief, understanding that she comprehended him, and he could not help but gaze at her, almost breaking into a smile. The two were intertwined, each enveloped in the other, creating an impenetrable bond. Zhao Yunyun's typically gentle voice suddenly resonated, now tinged with a deeper gravity. "Qing Chuan, quickly summon someone to escort this runaway singer away." Chapter 23. The brazen pillaging of the nobility. This exclamation reverberated through the night like a clap of thunder, startling Su Yuhua, who gasped and cast a sorrowful glance at Li Qiguang, her voice trembling as she implored, "Li Erlang, after we have shared such intimacy, do you truly intend to cast me aside?" Zhao Yunyun hesitated momentarily, instructing the arriving servant to wait, and turned his gaze back to Li Qiguang. Li Qiguang, known for his jovial and affable nature, usually spoke with kindness and consideration. However, in this moment, he wore an unusually stern expression as he regarded the woman he had cherished for many years. Time had passed, altering the world around them, while her beauty remained unchanged. The essence of her spirit had shifted. He replied, "Madam Su, do not utter such ambiguous words that may lead to misunderstandings. I have imbibed alcohol, and coupled with my frail health, my mind is clouded and my strength wanes. Upon awakening, I found you beside me, undressing me. What intimacy could possibly exist between us? A man of integrity and clarity, he despised deceitful tactics, and at this moment, he felt no obligation to honor their past connection." Upon hearing his words, Su Yuhua's already pale complexion grew even more as she realized that failing today would force her to return to the harsh realities of the brothel, breeding resentment towards Li Qiguang for his indifference. Yet, she soon chided herself for forgetting that he was indeed such a gentleman. She ought not to have pressed him so. Instead, she should have displayed vulnerability, seeking to maintain their tangled relationship. Bowing her head, she wept, her mind racing with plans to secure Li Qiguang's favor. If today was not fruitful, there would always be another opportunity. Zhao Yunyun's encouragement to pursue Li Qiguang must have had its reasons. Reflecting on Li Qiguang's beautiful and fortunate wife, she experienced a moment of clarity regarding the ruthless methods employed by the nobility, which she had often witnessed during her time in the brothel. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she continued to plead for him not to abandon her. However, Li Qiguang, unwilling to prolong this farce, despite his lingering sympathy for Su Yuhua, resolved to sever ties decisively. He furrowed his brow and reached out to distance her from him. It was at this juncture that Zhao Yunyun spoke again, commanding his servant to remove Su Yuhua from Li Qiguang's side. Su Yuhua was swiftly silenced and taken away. Zhao Yunyun solemnly bowed in apology to both Li Qiguang and He Yi, expressing regret for the laxity in his household that led to such an incident, and implored Li Qiguang and his wife for their understanding. His tone was laden with guilt. Li Qiguang sighed and waved his hand dismissively. "Today, your household is overwhelmed with affairs. How can I hold you accountable?" He Yi, who had remained mostly silent, smoothed the wrinkles of Li Qiguang's attire before gracefully offering a bow to Zhao Yunyun, her voice gentle as she remarked, "Young Master Zhao, you are overly courteous." Yet, in her heart, she resolved never to attend another banquet hosted by the Zhao family, nor to allow Li Qiguang to do so. Zhao Yunyun's gaze swept over He Yi, who stood slightly behind Li Qiguang, her head bowed, her serene and graceful demeanor concealing a rebellious spirit beneath the surface. The theatrical display he had just witnessed painted him as the villain in this tale of deep affection between the couple. Zhao Yunyun's eyes were shrouded in darkness, yet when he smiled, they radiated warmth and tenderness. He softly reproached himself, saying, "It is my oversight that has brought the archaic customs of the aristocracy from the capital here. It will be best to avoid such vulgarities at future gatherings. If it tarnishes the friendship between brother Li and sister-in-law, I would be unworthy of living." His self-reproach weighed heavily, and Li Qiguang felt a pang of guilt, offering words of comfort in response. As night descended and Li Qiguang, frail in health, prepared to leave, Zhao Yunyun thoughtfully summoned the Zhao family's comfortable carriage, instructing Qin Chuan to personally drive Li Qiguang and Tao Heyi home. Standing at the doorway, Zhao Yunyun watched as the carriage disappeared into the night, only for the gentle demeanor on his face to fade, leaving behind a visage of coldness and shadow. He turned and walked back inside. "Fifth Master, Su Yuhua is insisting on seeing you," a seldom-seen servant named Qingshi murmured as he quietly approached. Zhao Yunyun smiled gently, tilting his head with a hint of amusement. "Who now can request an audience with me?" Qingshi, understanding the fifth master's intent, remained silent, knowing that action would soon follow. He also had another matter to report. "Fifth Master, a letter has arrived from the capital." He produced a wax-sealed letter from his bosom and handed it to Zhao Yunyun. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Yunyun took the letter, and as he read, his frown deepened. The correspondence was from the Marquis's residence, penned by his mother, emphasizing a singular point. He was urged to return, as the palace intended for him to wed Princess Qianghua. Lowering his eyelids in contemplation, he made his way to the study, took up a pen, and composed a letter, sealing it before presenting it to Qingshi. Without the need for further words, Qingshi departed to deliver the message. Zhao Yunyun reclined with his eyes closed in the chair, and after a moment, he opened a drawer and retrieved a wooden box. He took out an exquisite jade carving, the very guanyin that he had gifted to Sun Zhenghai, a palm-sized figure radiating serenity and elegance. He gazed at the gentle and ethereal visage of the guanyin, his expression inscrutable. "Qingshi," he suddenly called out, just as Qingshi completed his task of delivering the letter. He hastened back into the study. Zhao Yunyun quietly instructed him, and Qingshi listened attentively, his demeanor more somber than Qingchuan's, revealing little emotion. After Zhao Yunyun finished speaking, he nodded. "Fifth Master, I shall attend to it at once." Meanwhile, he had returned home. Throughout the journey, seated in the expansive and comfortable carriage of the Zhao family, she was separated by the carriage door from Zhao Yunyun's servant, Qingchuan, making conversation difficult. Thus, she and Li Qiguang remained silent, with Li Qiguang's hand firmly holding hers, his gaze unwavering from her face. Mai Huang, also in the carriage, made an effort to shrink away, hoping that neither the second master nor his wife would notice her. Once the carriage finally halted, she eagerly leapt down. Upon arriving home, He and Li Qiguang first visited Zhou Chunlan to express their gratitude and invite her to return. Zhou Chunlan always felt delighted to see Li Qiguang, urging him to freshen up and rest, lest he become fatigued. Li Qiguang tenderly tucked the blankets for Zhou Chunlan, softly saying, "Mother, let my Huang take care of you tonight while I—" He hesitated, a faint blush gracing his pallid features, as if struggling to find the right words. Zhou Chunlan immediately comprehended the situation. Although she found Mai Huang to be clumsy and unrefined, thoughts of her yet unseen beloved grandson prompted her to hastily nod her head, asserting that she felt much improved today and that there was no need for Hinyang to assist further. She simply requested Mai Huang to give her a gentle massage. "You must prioritize the birth of your child." In the end, she could not restrain herself from adding this remark. Consequently, He's face flushed crimson. Li Qiguang cleared his throat, eager to say more, but Zhou Chunlan ushered him out. Naturally, he was also expelled alongside him. Once outside, the two exchanged glances, and in that fleeting moment, he felt a wave of amusement as the oppressive atmosphere of the Zhao household began to dissipate. After instructing Mai Huang on the proper techniques for the massage, she returned indoors, with Li Qiguang following closely behind. Upon entering, he swiftly closed the door. He ignored him as she walked deeper into the room, while his voice, soft yet somewhat uncertain, spoke. "I have a history with Su Yuhua. You are aware of all those bygone tales. Today, she has come to the Zhao residence as a songstress. I felt a mix of nostalgia and pity upon seeing her. But that is where it ends. After indulging in a few cups of wine, I had a headache and retreated to the side chamber for a while. When I awoke, I found her lying beside me. If Tao Heyi were born into an affluent family, she would surely comprehend that a mere songstress could not wander freely within the Zhao household. Yet, she was merely the daughter of a jade shop owner, and despite her breadth of experience, she remained oblivious to the intricacies of noble families, mistakenly believing that Su Yuhua had stealthily followed Li Qiguang to avoid the crowd. Speaking of old matters, a sense of grievance involuntarily arose within her. She turned her head to glance at him, rarely bringing up past grievances, but in that moment, she effortlessly conjured one. "Had she not initially spurned your proposal, I would not have ended up marrying you." Upon hearing this, Li Qiguang found it difficult to bear the weight of such a hypothetical. He stepped forward to embrace Heyi, his voice tender. "Hinyang, I desire only you." Heyi's face flushed with embarrassment at his words. She trusted his character, yet the bitterness in her heart was undeniable. "If she were to pursue you again, how might you find a way to take her away from the teaching bureau? Now that she knows of your connection with Zhao Yunyun, she is likely to seek your help." He returned his embrace, softly saying as she inhaled the scent of him, a bittersweet blend of medicinal herbs and alcohol, which nonetheless remained pleasant. After a prolonged contemplation, Li Qiguang replied earnestly, "I am powerless." It was this very reflection that assured He of his earnest consideration, and she felt a wave of relief wash over her. For a woman to find herself in such a predicament is indeed a painful ordeal. Yet Su Yuhua is not Li Qiguang's responsibility. Their efforts had been exhausted over a year prior. Yinyang, are you no longer angry? Li Qiguang lowered his head to kiss Heyi's ear, his voice barely a whisper in the night. Heyi's response, muffled against his chest yet gentle, came forth. I know you are not that kind of man. Not one to act recklessly in a friend's home, disregarding the dignity and feelings of your wife. Li Qiguang, feeling the moment, sought to kiss Heyi's lips, his heart racing upon hearing her earlier words, breath quickening. Yet, suddenly reminded of his inebriation from the evening's libations, having been embraced by Su Yuhua, he found himself in an unpleasant state. He gently released her, murmuring, I have indulged in some wine today, reportedly a special brew crafted by Brother Yun, sweet and mellow. And I may have overindulged. I must freshen up first. He looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with a hint of crimson, meeting his gaze momentarily before averting her face, softly responding with a quiet hum. Yet she grasped his hand, whispering, I have something to discuss with you as well. Really? Li Qiguang's dulcet eyes sparkled with interest. He then recounted the incident of her falling into the water at the Zhao residence, candidly mentioning how Zhao Yunyun had rescued her, while omitting the fact that her plunge was prompted by witnessing his intimate interaction with a courtesan, as well as the matter of nearly drowning. Li Qiguang inhaled sharply, a wave of anxiety washing over him as he drew her closer. Do you feel unwell? Have you caught a chill? I shall have Feng Shu fetch a doctor. Leaning against him, his eyes curved with a smile. I am quite well, having been rescued swiftly and warmed with ginger soup by the fire, though my ankle does ache a bit. As Li Qiguang gently brushed his fingers across her forehead, assessing her temperature, he hastily guided her to sit on the bed, lifting her leg onto his knee. Seeing the bruise on her ankle filled him with concern. He retrieved some medicinal oil and tenderly applied it, exclaiming, You fell so hard. He felt comforted, a smile gracing her lips as she leaned against him. After attending to her, Li Qiguang looked up, declaring, I must express my gratitude to Brother Yun for his life-saving act in due course. Observing his heartfelt reaction, he felt no discontent regarding Zhao Yunyun's touch, finding solace in his embrace. She gently suggested, He has assisted us greatly. I believe it would be best to formally invite him to our home. Li Qiguang readily agreed, indeed. As Feng Shu returned to heat water, Li Qiguang and he freshened up before lying down, the bed curtains softly cascading down. Li Qiguang wrapped his arms around He, pulling her close, burying his face in her neck. He reciprocated by encircling his neck, her eyes fluttering shut, overwhelmed with shyness, aware of what the night might hold, hoping for the arrival of a child this month. However, after a prolonged silence enveloped them, Li Qiguang, who was typically disinterested in such matters, remained still. He, having sensed something amiss, chose to remain silent. After a moment, Li Qiguang's breath grew slightly heavier, and after a while, he bashfully murmured, perhaps, I am a bit weary from the wine tonight. Let us rest and resume this tomorrow. Even in his frail state, Li Qiguang had never encountered such a situation, and his voice carried a hint of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he tightened her hold on him, sighing with relief. I feel quite tired as well. Let us sleep, Li Qiguang's face flushed crimson, yet he felt a sense of relief as he softly patted her back. After his bath, Zhao Yunyun emerged from the bathroom draped loosely in a robe. Upon noticing a newly folded piece of paper at the bedside, he delicately picked it up with his slender fingers and unfolded it. The hastily scrawled words upon the paper cast a shadow over his expression until he reached the final line. Li Qiguang, after consuming the medicinal wine, found himself impotent. A subtle smile finally graced Zhao Yunyun's refined and handsome visage. Chapter 24. Li Qiguang's countenance resembled that of a ghost. On this particular night, he found himself unable to sleep soundly. After he fell into a deep slumber, he quietly tossed and turned, enduring his restlessness until he could bear it no longer. He reached down several times, yet regardless of how he reminisced about the intimate moments shared with he or the erotic images he had once perused, his body remained utterly weak. Although he was frail and devoid of greed, he was not entirely impotent. As a man, it was impossible for him to disregard such matters. resulting in his fatigue, yet an absence of drowsiness, leading to only a brief slumber as dawn approached. He rose early to visit Zhao Yunyun. As she stirred from her bed, she felt the familiar embrace of the person beside her. Turning her head, she found Li Qiguang's pallid face, his gentle eyes tinged with red veins, a testament to a night of restless slumber. "Along," he called to him softly. Li Qiguang leaned down to kiss her, his touch more fervent than usual, infused with a hint of urgency, as he captured her lips with his own. Startled, he melted into his embrace, tilting her head up to meet him, her cheeks flushing as she felt his cool hand slip beneath her garment, her eyelashes fluttering. Yet after a moment, she found herself enveloped tightly in his arms, his face buried in her shoulder, his heated breath somewhat labored. He's face turned crimson as she held him close. Li Qiguang's cheeks also flushed, his refined features betraying a hint of embarrassment as he pressed a kiss to her earlobe, falling silent thereafter. They remained entwined for a while, their emotions gradually settling into a tranquil warmth. Noticing the time, he spoke softly, "I'm going to see Mother. It's chilly outside. You should rest a little longer." Li Qiguang replied with a faint smile, attempting to mask his inner turmoil and discomfort with a facade of calmness. As he dressed and rose, she first visited the kitchen, where she found Mai Huang diligently preparing porridge. Fang Shu was also there, tending to the fire. She took the dough that had risen overnight and began to make some steamed buns before heading to the main room. Zhao Yunyun was already awake, suffering from discomfort and unable to sleep well. She was beckoning Mai Huang to massage her, but the young girl lacked the finesse of his skilled hands, leaving Zhao Yunyun unsatisfied and grumbling under her breath. Upon hearing the door open, both Zhao Yunyun and Mai Huang looked up, visibly relieved to see He, as though they had found their anchor. "Come quickly and replace this useless one," Zhao Yunyun urged, pushing Mai Huang aside as she beckoned He. He couldn't help but smile inwardly at the sight, her eyes crinkling with amusement as she approached and sat beside the bed, instructing Mai Huang to attend to the kitchen. Mai Huang nodded eagerly and hurried out. As He's hands began to massage Zhao Yunyun, the latter sighed in relief, her eyes closing in comfort. "Your hands are truly strong," she praised, pausing before adding, "You should attend to me again tonight." She considered her son's frail condition, deciding that once or twice a month would suffice. With the significant matters of the previous day accomplished, it was best for He to continue her care. He hesitated, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, simply continuing her gentle ministrations. Meanwhile, Li Qiguang remained in bed a little longer. Though his body was weary and uncomfortable, he could no longer lie still, so he rose, dressed, and groomed himself before making his way to Zhao Yunyun. "Erlang, why are you up so early? You should sleep a little longer." When Zhao Yunyun saw her son, she felt a pang of concern, thinking he must be exhausted from his late-night endeavors. Li Qiguang's gaze rested upon his wife, who sat gracefully at the edge of the bed, radiating an innate beauty. She had come to bring him joy, yet he found himself unable to rise. Perhaps it was the result of last night's indulgence in drink. "Mother, I need to go out for a while today," Li Qiguang said, suppressing his emotions and smiling gently. Zhao Yunyun never dared to delay her son's affairs, quickly nodding in agreement. "Then go swiftly, but remember to dress warmly." Tao Heyi didn't know that Li Qiguang was heading out today. She had assumed that after his recent exertions for the Tao family's matters, he would rest well at home. Upon hearing his words, her delicate brows furrowed in confusion as she looked at him. Li Qiguang, meeting his wife's gaze, rubbed his nose and explained, "A friend mentioned a new travelogue by Huayanzi is being sold at the bookstore today. After breakfast, I'll go take a look, and I shall return before noon." Wei blinked slowly and softly replied, "All right." However, her attention lingered on his hand that touched his nose. For Li Qiguang was often candid and rarely felt guilty or lied. Yet, on the rare occasions he did, he would touch his nose to ease his embarrassment. Today, he was certainly not going to the bookstore. What then was his true destination? Tao Heyi couldn't help but think of Su Yuhua from yesterday. Although she understood Li Qiguang's character well, a woman's heart can often be irrational. She could only suppress her feelings, believing he must have other pressing matters to attend to. She recalled the way her husband had opened his heart to her the previous night, and her heart settled once more. Li Qiguang had little appetite, but for the sake of his mother and wife, he forced himself to drink some porridge and eat a bun before stepping out with a book in hand. Yet, he was not bound for the bookstore. He was headed to the clinic. Li Qiguang arrived at Jurentang, the clinic he frequented, where the esteemed Dr. Yi was in attendance. As he was not a stranger, Dr. Yi greeted him warmly upon noticing him. "Mr. Li, are you feeling unwell again?" Li Qiguang cleared his throat and, after taking a seat, displayed a rare semblance of shyness that momentarily surprised Dr. Yi. After all, this young man had been frail since childhood, making visits to the clinic a regular occurrence. It was unusual for him to exhibit such a demeanor. Dr. Yi, though Li Qiguang was not one to shy away from medical issues, this particular matter was difficult to voice. He took several deep breaths before murmuring, "Yesterday, I wanted to engage with Yang as a husband should, but I found myself unable. I thought I should come for a checkup." "Doctor." He immediately understood the implication behind Li Qiguang's hesitant words. No man could bear such a predicament. He raised his hand, and Li Qiguang promptly extended his own in response. "I had a few drinks yesterday. I wonder if it might be the cause." Li Qiguang added, his eyes fixed on Dr. Ye's expression as he waited, unable to resist adding, "Let me switch hand for a moment." Li Qiguang shifted his hand and, seeing the furrowed brow of the esteemed Dr. Yi, could not help but softly utter, "Dr. Yi, my condition." Dr. Yi remained silent, and after a moment released his grip, his brow still knitted in concern. The pulse does not differ from what it has been. However, there is considerable internal weakness. You ought not to indulge in such activities too frequently. Once or twice a month suffices. Overindulgence can be detrimental to your health, perhaps exacerbated by alcohol. Observing the anxious expression on Li Qiguang's face, he paused before continuing, "Come with me. I shall conduct another examination." Li Qiguang followed Dr. Yi into the inner chamber, initially suppressing his embarrassment as he removed his garments for the examination. Subsequently, he was handed a volume of erotic illustrations, which upon opening, revealed images far more provocative than those he had previously encountered. His heart raced, and his breath quickened, enveloped in a sense of overwhelming discomfort. Yet upon glancing down, he found himself utterly unresponsive, his complexion draining to a pallid hue. Dr. Yi, too, fell into a contemplative silence. "I will prescribe you a few remedies. Return home and prepare them for 7 days, then we shall see." Li Qiguang, pale-faced, fastened his belt and replied softly, "Very well." Upon exiting the clinic, he remained silent for a moment before instructing Feng Shu. This matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Feng Shu nodded repeatedly, visibly anxious. Taking a deep breath, Li Qiguang intended to visit the bookstore, but was unexpectedly halted by a hesitant feminine voice calling, "Erlang." Turning his head, he beheld Su Yuhua clad in a flowing white dress. Simultaneously, a nondescript carriage passed by, its window curtain drawn back by a bony hand, seemingly glancing in Li Qiguang's direction before quietly descending once more. Chapter 25. Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within Zhao Yunyun. He found He at home, preoccupied and inattentive, tending to Zhou Chunlan, who had just finished her breakfast and was now dozing off. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside. "The second master has returned." Mai Huang immediately sprang to her feet, whispering, "But why would the second master knock?" He, setting aside the jade carving album she had been leafing through, felt a wave of unease wash over her as her right eye twitched unexpectedly. Rising to her feet, she intercepted Mai Huang, instructing her to keep an eye on Zhou Chunlan while she went to open the door. As the door swung open, she was taken aback to find Zhao Yunyun standing before her. A flicker of confusion crossed her features as she wondered what had brought him there today. Master Zhao, dressed in a practical gown suitable for work, he had not intended to go out. Her sleeves were tied neatly at the waist, her hair styled in a casual, relaxed manner, and her face devoid of any makeup. Zhao Yunyun, glancing down, was met with her porcelain-like visage, her inquisitive eyes, and an innocent charm that added to her serene demeanor. For a brief moment, he was captivated, his gaze lingering on her before he spoke softly, "Sister-in-law, there has been an incident at the jade shop." As he spoke, a look of concern shadowed his face. He continued to gaze steadily at He, saying, I happened to be passing by the bookshop on my way to buy some books when I noticed two servants heading to the jade shop. I overheard them speaking to your mother, who was in tears. I stopped to inquire. He paused briefly, taking in her anxious demeanor. He clasped her hands together. Her voice tinged with urgency. Master Zhao, what has happened to my mother? Zhao Yunyun spoke gently, his tone soothing. Your mother informed me that the family had previously secured a significant order. However, due to your brother's situation, they intended to cancel it and refund the deposit double. Unfortunately, the other party refused to agree, citing the contract signed on that day, which stipulated that if they canceled, they would owe 10,000 taels of silver. I have seen the written agreement, and it is indeed stated thus. The client is pressing for the jade carving, as her father had confidently promised it could be done, leading to the contract being signed with the Tao family jade shop. Your mother mentioned that your father, in his haste to sign the contract, misread the compensation amount. Now, the other party is furious at the prospect of the contract being voided and demands the jade carving within a month. 10,000 taels. How could the jade shop possibly raise such a sum? He bit her lip, her complexion paling slightly, though she managed to maintain her composure. Her father was currently unable to carve jade, yet she could. However, she was uncertain about the specifics of the order her father had taken and needed to return to the shop to inquire further. Noticing Heyi's distress, Zhao Yunyun instinctively leaned closer, his voice a gentle reassurance. Sister-in-law, do not fret. I have already assured the other party's servants and sent them away. After a moment's thought, he added, if you wish to return to the jade shop now, I can accompany you. What was there to hesitate over? He promptly resolved to return. Yet guilt washed over her for having troubled Zhao Yunyun so many times. Moreover, after the incident at the Zhao family yesterday, she felt a tinge of reluctance. The jade shop was not far from her home, so she intended to gracefully decline his offer. However, Zhao Yunyun seemed to sense her inner turmoil and softly remarked, Sister-in-law, is it because of yesterday's incident that you feel there is a rift between us? His demeanor was refined and gentle. As he raised her head, she was met by his pair of peach blossom eyes, tender and enchanting yet remarkably clear, stirring within her a sense of guilt. Clearly, he had saved her. How could she harbor the petty thoughts of a small-minded individual against such a noble heart? He was unwilling to entangle herself in self-reproach over this matter. So she lowered her gaze and spoke. Yesterday, it was young Master Zhao who saved my life, and you are a close friend of Erling. How could I possibly harbor any ill feelings? I shall go speak with my mother at once. Close friends. Zhao Yunyun languidly rolled the words on his tongue. Nodding with a smile, very well. He turned and made her way back into the house. Upon reaching the main room, she greeted Zhou Chunlan, saying, Mother, Erling has something to discuss and has asked me to return with Feng Shu. I shall step out for a moment. Zhou Chunlan muttered, why are there so many matters lately? But waved her hand, urging He to hurry along. He left behind my Huang to look after Zhou Chunlan and quietly informed her of her intention to return to the jade shop before stepping outside. Qing Chuan had already placed the stool beneath the carriage, and Zhao Yunyun awaited her arrival, silently extending his hand as she climbed aboard. He briefly rested her hand upon his through her clothing before retracting it. Once inside the carriage, he lowered her eyes, her hands folded in quietude, while Zhao Yunyun took a seat opposite her, aware that she would not meet his gaze. His eyes, unreserved, fell upon her face, where her curled eyelashes framed a serene and graceful appearance. Zhao Yunyun continued to observe He, yet she was preoccupied with thoughts of the Tao family and remained oblivious to his scrutiny. After a while, Zhao Yunyun withdrew his gaze from He, seemingly nonchalantly pushing open the carriage window to glance at the scenery outside. A cold breeze rushed in, causing He to shiver slightly, and her gaze instinctively lifted to the alley outside, where Li Qiguang and Su Yuhe were engaged in a tug-of-war. She paused, unconsciously leaning closer for a better view. But since it was Zhao Yunyun's side of the window, it was inconvenient for her. As she leaned slightly forward, she realized Zhao Yunyun had also noticed the scene outside and turned his head to look at her. Their eyes met as she lifted her gaze. In Zhao Yunyun's beautiful eyes, there was a hint of curiosity, dark and luminous, focused intently on her. The moment their gazes intertwined, His eyelashes fluttered as if caught off guard, and he quickly averted his eyes. The carriage moved slowly past, even with the window open. He soon lost sight of the two individuals, and, of course, forgot to call for the carriage to stop to shout for Li Chiguan. There seemed to be some misunderstanding. Brotherly was known for his gentle and kind nature, and it was unlikely he would push that woman away in the street. Zhao Yunyun cleared his throat, offering an explanation on behalf of Li Chiguan. He, reluctant to discuss her private matters with an outsider, merely nodded and offered a faint smile in acknowledgement, striving to quell her inner turmoil. Zhao Yunyun discerned the unruly spirit concealed beneath her tranquil exterior. How perfunctory was the smile that adorned her lips. Suddenly, an inexplicable fire ignited within him, and he raised his hand to close the window. His handsome and warm visage shrouded in the carriage's dimness, taking on a more somber tone. Yet, Tao Heyi did not glance up at him, remaining oblivious to his feelings. Upon arriving at the Tao family's jade shop, he waited for Qing Chuan to position the stool before bidding farewell to Zhao Yunyun. Expressing her gratitude, "Thank you, young Master Zhao." She incessantly mentioned Master Zhao, causing Zhao Yunyun to smile gently. He, oblivious to the subtle shifts in Zhao Yunyun's mood, anxiously leaped from the carriage and hurried towards the shop. Coincidentally, when Huanyang was inside, polishing and arranging the unsold jade carvings, her sharp eyes caught sight of the carriage outside and the descending He, and her sorrowful expression transformed instantly. She stepped forward, only to see Zhao Yunyun's figure emerging from the open carriage door, and joyfully called out, "Wulong, come down and have a cup of tea." The utterance of Wulong struck He like a bolt of lightning, leaving her frozen in place. However, Huanyang remained composed, warmly welcoming Zhao Yunyun. After all, he was a friend of her son-in-law and held a noble status that could assist the family. Thus she saw no issue with her address. Besides, it was Zhao Yunyun himself who had instructed her to call him that in the future. "Mother," he grasped Huanyang's arm, urgently whispering, "How can you address Master Zhao as Wulong?" When Huanyang replied softly, Wulong said that since he is a friend of the family, calling him Master Zhao feels overly formal. He wished to protest further, but, catching a glimpse of Zhao Yunyun truly stepping down from the carriage, felt an awkwardness enveloping the atmosphere and fell silent, redirecting her focus to inquire about the significant order. Zhao Yunyun, at ease, perused the exquisite jade items in the shop, requiring no formalities. Although when Huanyang felt somewhat relieved due to Zhao Yunyun's previous assistance, she remained cautious and hurriedly explained the situation. Once she finished, she glanced at her eldest daughter and lowered her voice even further, adding a detail he was previously unaware of. I forgot to mention earlier, the significant order is now commissioned by the newly arrived Longling Guard in Shuzhou. Your father, due to this matter, hastily signed the contract without careful review. Longling Guard, he harbored a deep disdain for such ferocious enforcers, and upon hearing their name, her feelings soured even further. Sensing the intensity of Heyi's emotions, Zhao Yunyun suddenly turned his head to glance at her. Chapter 26. Zhao Yunyun pointed to himself and asked Heyi, "Is it beautiful?" When Huanyang, noticing Heyi's discomfort, felt a pang of anxiety in her heart, and softly added, "We must thank Wulong. It was he who persuaded the two servants to extend the delivery deadline from half a month to a month. We owe Wulong a great deal." Hearing the repeated mention of Wulong, He felt a headache coming on. Unable to chastise her gentle mother, she avoided Zhao Yunyun behind her and whispered, "Mother, please refrain from calling him Wulong in the future." When Huanyang felt somewhat dissatisfied, believing it was merely a form of address and wondering why it could not be used. She was also trying to cultivate a closer relationship between their family and the Zhao family. However, upon seeing the serene face of her eldest daughter, Wenjing, she inexplicably felt compelled to comply. Stealing a glance at Zhao Yunyun, who was admiring the jade, she nodded, conceding, "Well, I only called him that because he seems amiable. And besides, he did provide your brother with excellent medicinal ointment." After saying this, she looked at He with eager eyes and awkwardly remarked, "Your father cannot manage that large order." He was well aware that her father was incapable of handling it, leaving the responsibility to her. Yet, She remained uncertain about the specifics of the large order and needed to examine the contract closely. When Huanyang hurriedly went to retrieve it from the small building at the back. In the shop, only Tao Heyi and Zhao Yunyun remained. Ever since her mother had unexpectedly called Zhao Yunyun along, he felt a sense of awkwardness in his presence and struggled to find words to say. Additionally, due to the recent disturbances from a group of idle onlookers at the jade shop, the number of customers seeking jade hairpins and ornaments had significantly dwindled, creating an increasingly quiet atmosphere. Zhao Yunyun did not leave, and he felt it improper to abandon him for the small building behind. She glanced up at him, noticing he was intently examining the jade hairpins arranged on the soft cushion, and thus remarked, "Do you have a favorite, young Master Zhao? My father is renowned in Shuzhou for his meticulous craftsmanship in adornments. Although the materials are not of the highest quality, they excel in craftsmanship. Unless a large order was accepted, where the client would provide the jade materials, most of the jade in the shop was of mediocre quality, with only a few superior pieces. After all, the Tao family shop was relatively small, and her father's nature was honest. Indeed, the Tao family had been artisans for generations, never aspiring to expand their business significantly." Zhao Yunyun held a peach blossom hairpin, his fingers gently tracing the name of the jade sculptor engraved on it. He smiled and turned to Heyi, his eyes sparkling like gentle spring waters, and said with a light-hearted tone, "Is this a gift from my sister-in-law?" The playful lilt in his voice reminded Heyi of the first time she encountered Zhao Yunyun in her courtyard, when he jested with Li Qiguang. Faced with such a refined and amiable countenance, he found it difficult to harbor any aversion towards him. She had been contemplating gifting him something if he expressed interest in any of the items in the jade shop, feeling that the Tao family owed him a considerable debt of gratitude. Thus, she thought little of it, nodded, and replied with a smile, "If you like these jade carvings, I will wrap them up for you shortly." Zhao Yunyun, gently toying with the hairpin, replied tenderly, "My sister-in-law has already gifted me a jade carving of a snake entwined around a peach branch. That was a gesture of goodwill. A hairpin is quite different," he remarked, not grasping the deeper meaning behind Zhao Yunyun's words. She simply smiled and said, "You have helped the Tao family immensely. These jade ornaments are merely a trifle." Zhao Yunyun gazed at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he mused, "Since my sister-in-law has gifted this to me, I shall graciously accept it." With that, he removed the jade hairpin that adorned his coiffure and inserted the delicate peach blossom pin in its place, tilting his head to inquire of Heyi, "Is it pleasing to the eye?" This exquisite peach blossom pin, carved from pale pink jade by Heyi herself, was typically favored by young maidens, with men seldom adorning themselves with such pieces. Yet, Zhao Yunyun, possessing a striking and refined beauty, with eyes that sparkled like spring's first bloom, found that the pin accentuated his elegance, rendering him exceptionally handsome. He nodded in earnest, "It is beautiful." Zhao Yunyun's smile deepened, and he regarded Heyi in silence, just as she was about to utter another word, when Huanyang returned from the small building, clutching a contract in her hands. Upon seeing it, he lost interest in further conversation with Zhao Yunyun and hurried over to take a look at the document. The contract was explicit, stipulating that the Tao family jade shop must complete the designated jade carving within a month, with the design specified by the other party, whose name was Do Shan. "Is Do Shan the newly appointed captain of the Longlin Guard?" he asked when Huanyang nodded, a sorrowful expression crossing her face as she replied, "This substantial order from the Tao family belongs to this captain. Earlier this morning, he dispatched 2 servants to summon your father to his residence for the jade carving, claiming it to be a large and costly piece of jade, too valuable to be stored at our shop, and they wish for your father to stay there for the work, with a design only visible then." With that, she looked at Heyi with a mixture of concern and hesitation, fully aware that Heyi was now married and could not stay out overnight, yet understanding the necessity of not offending the captain. Heyi fell silent, sensing the need to visit the temple atop the mountain, soon to offer a prayer and dispel this ominous feeling. Her mind wandered back to the image of a man she had seen 2 months prior, mounted on a towering steed, dressed in dark, fitted attire, and bearing a curved blade at his waist, flanked by similarly clad men, each displaying golden tokens of authority. exuding an air of sternness that sent the common folk retreating in fear. When Huinyang continued, the captain mentioned he would send someone tomorrow to escort your father to the estate for the jade work. Doshan, Zhao Yunyun interjected suddenly, his tone laced with curiosity. He and Wen Huinyang turned to him in unison. Wen Huinyang's eyes brightened at the realization of Zhao Yunyun's noble heritage, and she quickly snatched the contract from Heyi's hands, presenting it to him. Young Master Zhao, do you know the captain? Zhao Yunyun perused the contract, then lifted his gaze, a smile illuminating his face as he affirmed, I do. Wen Huinyang was elated. After the two servants had departed, Zhao Yunyun had hurried away without mentioning the name on the contract, and now everything was clear. She contemplated asking Zhao Yunyun for assistance, yet hesitated, recalling the myriad ways he had already aided the Tao family, including his provision of medicinal supplies for the injured jade workers. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she shifted her focus back to Heyi. Heyi, in silent contemplation, couldn't help but tighten her grip within her sleeves. What did she do now? But seek the assistance of Zhao Yunyun? After all, who else did she know that could connect her with Lord Longlin Wei? Just as she lifted her gaze, she heard Zhao Yunyun's gentle voice. This afternoon, I shall pay a visit to the Dou family to inquire if your sister-in-law might be willing to carve jade. Upon hearing this, tears of gratitude welled in Heyi's eyes, and she found herself at a loss for words, managing only a solemn bow as she expressed, thank you. In her heart, she began to contemplate how she might repay Zhao Yunyun's kindness. Perhaps she could procure a fine piece of jade with her dowry silver and carve a pendant for him. Yet, Zhao Yunyun appeared somewhat embarrassed. Lowering his gaze as he spoke to Heyi, I am not well acquainted with Doshan. I have heard he possesses a proud and unruly disposition. I may not be of much assistance. Heyi hastily interjected, your willingness to speak on behalf of the Tao family is already a significant help. When Hui, in contrast to Heyi, displayed her emotions more openly, unable to conceal her delight. She exclaimed, today, Master Zhao should stay for dinner. I shall go buy some ingredients and prepare a fish stew. Heyi, does ailing have any pressing matters today? Let us invite him to keep Master Zhao company. Chapter 27. Embracing her, as Heyi recalled Li Qiguang. The earlier scene resurfaced in her mind, stirring feelings of frustration and bitterness that she had tried to suppress. She turned to Wen Huinyang and softly said, Mother, ailing has matters to attend to today. Wen Huinyang, sensing something amiss in Heyi's demeanor, mistakenly believed her daughter was reproaching her for acting on her own accord, and she chuckled awkwardly. Heyi then looked towards Zhao Yunyun. Since her mother had spoken, she could not pretend that the previous words had not been uttered. Reluctantly, she asked, young Master Zhao, do you have any matters to attend to shortly? In her mind, she thought that a gentleman as gentle and perceptive as Zhao Yunyun would surely decline the invitation to stay for a meal, considering he had a father and younger brother at home who were both injured, making it quite inconvenient to host guests. She expected the matter would simply pass. To her surprise, Zhao Yunyun smiled and replied, I have no pressing matters. When Huinyang immediately interjected, then please stay for a meal. I shall go out to buy some vegetables. Heyi, please entertain young Master Zhao while you keep an eye on your brother and father. Typically mild-mannered, Wen Huinyang showed great enthusiasm at the prospect of cooking. After gathering a bamboo basket and taking her purse, she promptly left the house. Once again, the room was left with only Heyi and Zhao Yunyun. However, she could not remain standing idly with him, so she invited him to sit in the backyard. Zhao Yunyun, ever agreeable, followed her to the back. The weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly, making it quite pleasant to sit on the bamboo chairs in the courtyard. He prepared a pot of tea with the tea leaves from home. You need not concern yourself with me, madam, Zhao Yunyun said, cradling the teacup, his eyes crinkling with delight as he gestured towards the old plum tree in the yard. With tea and blossoms, my heart finds peace. He offered a respectful bow, apologizing for her negligence before heading to check on her father, discussing the matter of the list with him. Upon hearing that Zhao Yunyun was acquainted with Doshan and would be dining at their home, Tao Shanshi hurried to greet him, as if fearing Heyi would intervene. He stammered, my hand is broken. It's not my legs or mouth. I can still keep company. He accompanied him into the yard before making her way to her younger brother. Tao Kuinyue, known for his mischievous and playful nature, had frequently engaged in minor skirmishes, yet the neighbors never held it against him. With his charming demeanor, he was quite loved. However, this time he had gotten into a fight and spent a few days in jail. He had expected this experience would temper his behavior, perhaps making him more reserved or more understanding. But as soon as she entered, she was met with a dramatic wail and accusation. "Sister, you no longer care for me. Why did you only come to see me today?" He was taken aback to see her brother, propped up on the bed, his wide eyes staring at her, his chubby face flushed with indignation. A closer look revealed he had lost some weight and appeared somewhat pale. As her only brother, her heart ached for him. After shutting the door behind her, she quickly approached the bed. Before she could utter a word, Yu Lang, with red-rimmed eyes, spoke in a rough voice, "Sister, are you going to blame me for fighting with that fellow son and breaking his leg?" He was utterly aggrieved, on the verge of tears, as if he had been holding back for days and could no longer contain his emotions in her presence. Upon witnessing his distress, he discerned that the matter was indeed not as Sun Zhenghai had portrayed. Although her brother was mischievous, he would not shy away from acknowledging his actions. She settled herself upon the edge of the bed and gently prodded his cheek, speaking softly, "I have yet to utter a word, yet you are quick to lay blame on others. Pray tell, what truly transpired that day?" Upon hearing her tender tone, Tao Heyi felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening with tears as he collapsed in her lap, exclaiming, "At the academy that day, this fellow's son dared to tease me, remarking on my exquisite beauty and inquiring whether I had any sisters at home. Angered, I questioned his intentions, to which he suggested that should I have sisters, he would take one as his concubine. Unable to contain my fury, I exchanged heated words with him, and in the scuffle, he pushed me first. I merely retaliated. Sister, I did kick him, but surely my foot is not made of iron to inflict such harm. If it were, Father would surely send me to the mountains to learn martial arts. Then I could effortlessly scale walls and escape, even if I were to engage in a brawl." 5 years his senior, he had raised him since his youth, and he was profoundly attached to his only sister. What began as a grievance had devolved into a somewhat absurd lament. He listened intently, having suspected from the outset that there was more to the story. Yet with her brother imprisoned and son Zhenghai looming ominously, they had no choice but to bear this unjust burden. Now, pursuing the truth seemed futile. She could not fathom why the Sun family would seek to torment her brother. In her bewilderment, she gently ruffled Tao Heyi's hair and reassured him, "Sister believes in you. This is certainly not your fault." His eyes reddened further, and he sobbed pitifully, recounting, "In the prison, they denied me food and struck me with a rod. It hurt so much." Without hesitation, he urged him to lie down so she might examine his injuries. However, Tao Heyi shyly resisted, pulling at his trousers to shield himself. Yet, he lifted his shirt, revealing his delicate back marred with swollen, crimson welts, streaked with blood, and some areas oozing pus. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and she wondered how he fared elsewhere. Seeing her distress, he hastily consoled, "Sister, it's nothing serious. It doesn't hurt much anymore. The ointment that brother-in-law sent has worked wonders. It only itches a bit." He feigned a scratch, but he quickly admonished him, "Do not scratch. The wounds are healing. Allow them to mend." Pausing to compose herself, she gently caressed his head and softly advised, "In the future, do not act rashly. Let them speak. Their words will not diminish me. Yet your injuries would sadden both our parents and me." Tao Heyi, feeling bashful yet playful, raised his chin and said, "Sister, today I long to savor your sweet and sour ribs. Is that agreeable?" His eyes still glistened with unshed tears from earlier. He smiled gently, wiping away the tears beneath his eyes, and nodded in affirmation. "Very well, but you must lie still and allow yourself to heal." Encouraged by Heyi's faith in him, Tao Heyi felt a swell of joy and obediently settled down. He continued to engage him in conversation, to which he replied, "Sister, I truly wish to learn martial arts. Please speak to Father again, and tell him that if I acquire such skills, no one would dare to challenge me, and I would be beyond reproach. Should any troublemakers dare to disturb our home, I would swiftly expel them with a single blow. Recently, Our household has experienced a series of events, and at present, he believes it would be prudent for her younger brother to acquire some self-defense skills. She is contemplating discussing this with her parents, and once he is ready, she intends to find a martial arts master to instruct him. When Hui returned, he emerged from Tao Heyi's residence, intending to assist in the kitchen. Upon her exit, she beheld her usually taciturn father laughing heartily, seemingly engaged in jovial conversation with Zhao Yunyun, whose laughter mirrored his own. As he raised her eyes, Zhao Yunyun caught a glimpse of her and naturally turned to offer a warm smile. He felt little emotion in her heart. She simply reciprocated with a gentle smile and a respectful nod before proceeding to the kitchen. One might mistakenly believe that young Master Zhao was her father's son-in-law, for her father appeared far more delighted in his presence than when Erlang visited. When Hui glanced outside, muttering quietly to herself, "Mother," he gently called, prompting Wen Hui to promptly silence herself, aware she had misspoken. She had always recognized that her gentle daughter harbored profound thoughts but disliked such discussions, especially since her son-in-law shared a good rapport with her. Wen Hui had prepared a feast of meat and fish and had taken great care to craft several dishes. He had only prepared a sweet and sour pork dish that Tao Heyi desired. When mealtime arrived, she served some dishes to her brother, opting to spend time with him rather than face Zhao Yunyun, trusting her parents to entertain him sufficiently. After her meal, upon returning, she overheard her parents calling Zhao Yunyun affectionately by various names. A subtle frown creased her serene face, but she deemed it inappropriate to interrupt them at that moment. So she acquiesced to their banter. Once the meal was concluded, he assisted Wen Hui in tidying up the kitchen before preparing to leave. Just then, Zhao Yunyun, having expressed his gratitude for the Tao family's hospitality, stood to take his leave. She planned to return home after he departed. However, Zhao Yunyun turned toward her, warmly smiling as he said, "It's chilly. I shall escort you home, for it would be remiss to depart without properly thanking you for your meal." He was strikingly handsome, clad in a blue robe, standing in the courtyard like a slender bamboo, poised yet refined, evoking an involuntary affection from those around him, including Wen Hui and Tao Shanshi, who both gazed at he. As he once again found herself in Zhao Yunyun's carriage, a soft sigh escaped her lips. She rested her eyes quietly against the plush cushions, pondering how difficult it was to refuse someone as gentle and kind-hearted as Zhao Yunyun. However, the journey from the jade shop to her home would only take a quarter of an hour, a brief ride, and she would be back. Wondering if her husband had returned and what he had been up to that day, the carriage swayed gently, and the faint fragrance from the incense burner wafted through the air, lulling he into a drowsy haze. Just as she began to lose consciousness and her body started to slide down, a pair of prepared hands reached out and embraced her, drawing her into their warmth. Chapter 28. He wants Tao Heyi to willingly succumb. Zhao Yunyun lowered his head, indulging his senses in the scent of the woman in his embrace. Unlike the usual aroma of soap pods, there lingered a faint yet captivating fragrance, enveloping him completely. Her relaxed form felt even softer than it had beneath the water that day. The carriage was dimly lit, with mottled light filtering through the window screen, casting shadows upon Tao Heyi's serene and delicate face, which, upon mere observation, soothed Zhao Yunyun's restless spirit while simultaneously inflating it with longing. His eyes narrowed, meticulously tracing the contours of her face, ultimately resting upon her rosy lips. He leaned in, pressing his lips against hers, their gentle breaths intertwining. Zhao Yunyun inhaled deeply, instinctively parting his lips to capture her soft petals, savoring them slowly, like a fierce beast marking its territory, erasing the traces of others and imprinting his own. His hand encircled her waist, gradually ascending, recalling a vague remark from his shadow guards, almost able to surmise what Li Qiguang had done last night and this morning. Zhao Yunyun's expression darkened. He released her lips and unfastened her garment, yet the woman in his arms remained utterly still, showing no sign of reaction. What might have happened to Tao Heyi in Li Qiguang's grasp? He remembered her gaze shared with Li Qiguang, her eyes brimming with unspoken affection, almost spilling over with sweetness and shyness. Surely, under Li Qiguang's calloused hands, her eyes would be misty, her cheeks flushed, Zhao Yunyun's gaze grew obscure as he regarded the woman in his embrace, who displayed no response, neither shy nor fearful, resembling a lifeless doll at the mercy of another. This was not what he desired. He longed for Tao Heyi to willingly surrender beneath him. Yet he did not release her, only tightening his grip until he confirmed there were no marks upon her, before slowly fastening her garment once more. He bent down to remove her right shoe and sock, his thumb gently stroking the bruise on her ankle. To his surprise, the imprint left by the small stone was alarmingly deep, stark against her fair skin. Zhao Yunyun retrieved ointment from within his cloak, colorless and odorless. He dabbed a bit onto her bruise, gently massaging it. After a while, he meticulously tucked her clothing back into place, fastening the ties, gazing once more at her moist lips before leaning down to cover them anew. Within he felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing her own inadequacy. Who would have thought she could fall asleep during a mere quarter-hour journey? It was evident that she had indeed been exhausted lately. She quickly said, "I should apologize." The memory of the underwater crossing resurfaced, igniting a fresh wave of awkwardness. Suddenly, she noticed the carriage had come to a halt and, as if awakening from a dream, exclaimed, "Thank you, young Master Zhao, for escorting me back. I shall disembark now." After uttering these words, she gracefully performed a half-bow in farewell, not waiting for Zhao Yunyun to respond. In a flurry, as if pursued by some fearsome beast, she bent down to open the carriage door, eagerly leaping out to find Qing Chuan had already set up a small stool for her. Zhao Yunyun, as he pushed open the window, could only see the fluttering hem of her dress as she descended. He contemplated rushing inside to shut the door, thereby eliminating the discomfort, but she recalled Zhao Yunyun's kindness towards the Tao family and remembered he was to assist them at the Dou family later that afternoon. It would be impolite to abandon him without a proper send-off. Thus, she resolved to linger momentarily at the entrance before entering. Zhao Yunyun's gaze swept over her downcast face. Yet he refrained from lingering further, bidding her farewell with a smile. Once the carriage had moved a little distance away, he turned without a trace of reluctance and stepped into the house. Zhao Yunyun only waited a moment in the carriage. When he opened the window to glance back, he found that Tao Heyi had already vanished from the Li family's doorstep. A shadow crossed his handsome, gentle features. Upon her return home, Li Qiguang was already there, absorbed in his studies in the study. The once inviting sea of books seemed to have lost its charm, leaving him unsettled. Upon seeing Heyi enter, he quickly beckoned her to sit beside him on the small couch in the study. "Has something happened with the Yupu?" he inquired. When he returned home, he had overheard Mai Huang quietly mentioning that his wife had returned to her family, and he had intended to go out searching for her. However, he hesitated, knowing his mother would undoubtedly question him if he went out again, so he chose to wait at home. He regarded him and softly recounted the matter concerning the substantial order, naturally mentioning Zhao Yunyun's offer of assistance. Upon hearing this, Li Qiguang furrowed his brow and sighed lightly. "Brother Yin is such a warm-hearted person. I truly do not know how we should express our gratitude." He remained silent. They had discussed how to thank Zhao Yunyun on multiple occasions, and they had resolved to invite him to their home for a feast. At that moment, she wished to avoid the topic. Leaning against Li Qiguang, she grasped his collar and inhaled the familiar, subtle scent of soapberry with a hint of powder, faint yet undeniably present. She pressed her lips together. Heyi's disposition was inherently tranquil. She seldom troubled herself with matters, even treating the gossipy and meddlesome mother-in-law, Zhou Chunlan, with gentleness. However, when it came to Li Qiguang, despite her gentle nature, a spark of concern flickered within her. "What exactly did you go out for today?" she asked softly. Li Qiguang was caught off guard by her question, momentarily at a loss for words. His complexion paled slightly, and his gaze flickered, betraying a hint of discomfort. He sensed she might have discovered something. Though visiting the medical clinic was a common occurrence for him, this time he instinctively sought to conceal the truth, murmuring, "Did I not tell you? I went to the bookshop to buy some books." He had never been one to speak in a forceful manner. Her words were always soft and gentle. In this moment of quietude, she finally spoke. "On my way back to the jade shop, I happened to see you entangled with that Su Yuha in the alley." Her voice was faint yet resonant. She preferred not to conceal her thoughts, believing in the clarity of expression. Li Guang, for reasons unknown, felt a sense of relief upon hearing her words. He smiled and draped his arm around her shoulder, responding tenderly. Indeed, after leaving the bookshop, I didn't counter her. She implored me for assistance, lamenting her hardships and expressing a singular wish to be rescued from the teaching bureau, and asked me to plead with Brother Yun on her behalf. He could surmise the nature of Su Yuha's entanglement, and upon hearing his candid admission, she felt a slight alleviation in her heart. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her, one she could not quite articulate. She gently urged, "Erlang, do not conceal anything from me." Li Guang paused for a brief moment before responding with a heavy heart. "I will not hide anything from you." Chapter 29. Fortunately, my husband knows young Master Zhao. After discussing this matter, the couple fell silent for a while. Li Guang noticed that he was gazing down, lost in thought, and cleared his throat, abruptly shifting the topic. "Hinyang, what lip balm did you use today? Your lips appear more vibrant than usual." He slowly blinked, touched her lips, and felt an unexpected sting, as if they were slightly swollen. Furrowing her brow, she replied, "I did not apply any lip balm." Li Guang was taken aback and gently caressed Heyi's moist lips, not thinking much of it, and said, "Have you perhaps eaten something spicy today?" He recalled the spicy stewed fish that when Huanyang had prepared for lunch, and nodded in affirmation. Li Guang smiled and softly remarked, "Hinyang, you are inherently beautiful. Without any embellishment, your lips are as red as vermilion, captivating and exquisite." He chuckled, playfully glancing at him, her lips curving into a smile. Thus, the matter was set aside. After soaking her feet in warm water that evening, Li Guang, as usual, intended to massage the injury on her ankle. To his astonishment, the bruises had faded significantly, leaving only a faint hue. "How remarkable! Your injury is healing swiftly. It must be due to the efficacy of medicinal ointment prescribed by the esteemed Dr. Yi," he mused softly. Li Guang replied with a smile, "It seems, Doctor Ye's medical skills are truly commendable." After freshening up, he prepared to attend to Zhou Chunlan. Li Guang, reminded of the events from the previous night and the morning's late rise, felt a twinge of discomfort and refrained from expressing affection, especially since he needed Feng Shu to prepare another dose of medicine for him that evening. It was not until the following morning that he learned of Li Guang's medicinal concoction from Feng Shu. Concerned for his health, she had always worried about him. In the past, he would drink nourishing soup daily, but this time he had taken additional herbal medicine. After breakfast, she quietly pulled him aside, asking if he felt unwell. Seeing the worry etched on her face, Li Guang's heart softened, yet he hesitated to reveal the truth. Instead, he said, "The recent snowfall has made me weary. I fear I might catch a chill, so I decided to take some medicine for a few days to alleviate this discomfort." He, upon hearing this, recalled that he would soon be returning to the academy and frowned, saying, "Must you go back to the academy in a few days? Would it not be better to rest at home a little longer?" Li Guang embraced He, holding her close. His frail body had always been like this. Losing himself in books was what made him feel truly alive rather than merely existing. He loved He, yet he could not always be by her side, which filled him with guilt. He whispered, "In a few days, the new year will arrive, and the academy will be closed for a month. Father will return, and then I shall spend quality time with you." He, perceptive and intuitive, understood many things without needing him to elaborate. She recognized his passion for literature and knew that if he were deprived of it, he would wither away like a flower deprived of nourishment. She loved Li Guang, and though she yearned for more of his company, she cherished his happiness and his pursuit of his passions. Leaning against him, she playfully toyed with his fingers and gently reminded, "You must take care of your health, Erlang. You promised me a lifetime together. Do not forget." How could Li Guang ever forget? On that day, his wife, having married him to dispel misfortune, felt a sense of grievance. He knew he must take care of his health. He gazed down at the tranquil and graceful face nestled in his arms and suddenly pondered, is there truly a difference in studying, regardless of a location? Would it not be delightful to hold a book at home while she crafted jade nearby, allowing him to glance up and see her? The only thing lacking would be the discussions and debates shared with classmates. Li Guang then recalled his sudden inability to rise. He couldn't help but tighten his embrace around Heyi, remaining in silence for a while before gently speaking. After the new year, I shall study at home, visiting the academy for a day or two at mid and end of each month so I can spend more time with you. Would that be agreeable? Upon hearing this, he looked up at Li Guang, her eyes sparkling with brightness. She smiled, her eyes curving. Is it truly so? Though Li Guang had initially harbored some hesitation, witnessing the anticipation and joy radiating from he softened his heart. He steadied his resolve, nodded earnestly, and affirmed, indeed. He immediately wrapped her arms around his waist, burying her face in his embrace, laughing. She understood him well, knowing that he was a man of integrity who would keep his promises. He had never made such a declaration before. This was the first time he spoke earnestly, and she believed he would fulfill it. Seeing the glimmer of joy in his wife's eyes, Li Guang softly repeated, indeed. He couldn't resist holding her tighter. He had anticipated that Zhao Yunyun would visit her that day to convey news from Do Qinhu. Yet, as evening fell, Zhao Yunyun had not arrived. In the interim, she sent Mai Huang to the jade shop, only to hear from her parents that Zhao Yunyun had not come by. Anxiety gnawed at her. She wondered if something had befallen Zhao Yunyun, or if he had been hindered by Do Qinhu. The following morning, she dispatched Feng Shu to the Zhao residence. Upon his return, Feng Shu reported honestly. Zhao Yunyun had some trifles to attend to at the shop in the neighboring county. He left early yesterday morning, saying he would return in 2 or 3 days. He finally felt at ease. However, upon witnessing her distress, Li Guang, after hearing Feng Shu's words, resolved to visit the Dou family. Naturally, he tried to dissuade him, warning that the Longlin guards were fierce dogs and urging him to wait for news from Zhao Yunyun. After all, Zhao Yunyun was the young scion of a marquis, wielding considerable influence, whereas Li Guang was merely the son of an academy president, lacking direct ties to Doshan. It is of no concern. I shall humbly pay a visit, and he cannot possibly drive me away with force. Li Guang reassured Heyi. You stay here and wait. Once he set his mind on something, no one could deter him. He could only watch him leave with Feng Shu, her brow furrowed in worry. However, within half an hour, Li Guang returned, his complexion pale and a hint of embarrassment lingering. He hurried to greet him as he grasped her hand and sighed, speaking in a low voice. That Doshan is tyrannical and arrogant. He wouldn't even let me through the door. It seems this matter will require Brother Yun's assistance. As he spoke, the disappointment and discomfort were palpable in his tone. He tightened her grip on his hand, attempting to lighten the mood with playful banter. Fortunately, my husband knows Zhao Yunyun. Li Guang looked at her and smiled once more, exclaiming indeed. As dusk approached, another visitor arrived at the Li household, knocking at the door. Feng Shu was quicker than anyone else, rushing to open it, only to find Chao Sha, a servant of Li Kuaming, standing there. He hurriedly turned back to call out to Li Guang in the study. Second master, the master has sent someone back. Upon hearing that her beloved husband, who cherished teaching above all, had sent a messenger, Zhou Chunlan was so overwhelmed with excitement that she sat up in bed, her back pain momentarily forgotten. However, Chao Sha had come bearing a letter from Li Kuaming, informing Li Guang that the master wished for him to return to the academy post-haste. Upon opening the letter, Li Guang discovered that it contained news from a friend of Li Kuaming in the capital, who had heard from another acquaintance, namely, the esteemed scholar who had previously visited the academy, lauding Li Guang's talents. This friend wished to see his writings and had posed several questions, urging him to respond. There were numerous matters that could not be conveyed in writing, hence the insistence for his return. Zhou Chunlan, upon learning of this, could not help but scold Li Kuaming a few times, but refrained from delaying her son's important affairs, urging Heyi to help him pack his belongings. Though reluctant, he was mentally prepared. Early the next morning, she saw Li Guang off at the door, even preparing a jar of meat sauce for him to take along, for mixing with his rice. Once he departed, he found herself engulfed in sorrow over their separation, which lingered for a day or two, causing her to be somewhat distracted in her tasks. She even contemplated retreating to her chamber to immerse herself in the artistry of carving jade, all while needing to attend to her mother-in-law. At noon, someone knocked at the door. As my Huang was busy cooking, he decided to open it herself. Still preoccupied with thoughts of Zhao Jiyun's visit to the Dou family, she hurried to the door at the sound of the knocking. Upon opening it, she found Zhao Jiyun standing there, clad in a flowing silver-white robe, tall and elegant, having seemingly reappeared after several days. He appeared taken aback by her quick response, momentarily surprised, but soon smiled, performing a gentlemanly greeting. "Sister-in-law, is Li brother home?" Seeing Zhao Jiyun, Heyi's eyes brightened, but she found his inquiry somewhat peculiar, assuming he had come regarding the matter of Doshan. After blinking a couple of times, she replied, "Second brother has returned to the academy. Is there something urgent you need to discuss with him? Please come in." Yet, Zhao Jiyun did not enter, his brow furrowing as he regarded Heyi, his gentle face betraying an unspoken concern. Heyi, feeling increasingly uneasy, whispered, "Is there something serious that has occurred?" Zhao Jiyun looked at her, and in a low voice, said, "Yesterday I visited the Dou family and met with Doshan. I mentioned your exceptional carving skills in relation to the order from the Tao family jade shop. He agreed, but insisted that you must carve the jade at their residence due to its precious nature. He requested that you stay at the Dou household so that you may work on it at night, given the urgency of the matter." "Stay at the Dou household? How could that be possible? I'm a married woman. What would people think of me staying out at night?" He was taken aback, her brow furrowing tightly, her heart filled with disdain for Long Lin Wei, recognizing this as an attempt to create difficulties. After all, he was merely a local ruffian, and it felt as if the king of hell was easy to meet, but the little ghosts were troublesome. Zhao Jiyun observed Heyi's serene visage contorting with distaste and smiled silently. When he spoke again, his voice had softened. "The lady of the house is aware of my identity. Dong Shan, in a show of modesty, is willing only to transfer that precious block of jade to the Zhao family, allowing the lady to carve it there. Beyond that, he is unwilling to concede even a single step." Chapter 30. Regardless, she was destined to reside at the Zhao residence. He stood in a daze, speechless for a long while, her posture frozen at the doorway, clearly astonished by Zhao Jiyun's words. Even in a society known for its open customs, it was still highly unconventional for a married woman to spend the night at a man's home. She couldn't help but wonder if the interactions among noble families were truly as unreserved as those of common folk. Could it be that women of the aristocracy were allowed to stay overnight at a man's house unaccompanied? He recalled Zhao Jiyun's earlier mention of visiting the Dou family of the Dragon Scale Guard. Even the thought of working on jade there during the day was unbearable to her. Yet, the prospect of visiting the Zhao household seemed much more palatable. After all, Zhao Jiyun was a close friend of her husband, and moreover, the terms of the jade contract were clearly stated. Goods must be delivered on time, or a hefty penalty of 10,000 taels of silver would ensue. The Tao family could barely scrape together such a sum, let alone afford the penalty. However, he found herself unable to voice her agreement, her thoughts drifting to how much easier it would be if Li Qiguang were present. Yet he was not. Zhao Jiyun remained silent, standing at the doorway, surveying the woman before him. He observed the gentle, soft features of her face, marred by a frown. Her rosy lips pressed together, and her tranquil almond eyes drooped, their long lashes casting a shadow that spoke volumes of her reluctance. A smile graced his lips, yet his eyes betrayed a cold annoyance, casting a chill over his otherwise warm and handsome visage. Reluctant? In the confining quarters of the Li household, she had thrived, her spirits buoyant, yet in the expansive Zhao residence, with its winding paths and enchanting gardens, she was unwilling. After pondering deeply, he could find no suitable resolution. Zhao Jiyun's suggestion was likely a favor he had obtained from the Dou family, and how could she ever consider spurning such goodwill? After all, Zhao Jiyun was merely a friend of her husband, and his assistance to the Tao family had already been a significant act of kindness. With these thoughts settled in her mind, she took a deep breath and invited Zhao Jiyun inside for a cup of tea, softly saying, "This matter is not trivial. Please come in from the cold." Zhao Jiyun's expression softened, a gentle smile returning as he agreed and stepped inside. He had come alone, without Qing Chuan, and he noticed no carriage outside, leaving her curious about his arrival, though she refrained from asking. She led him to the main hall and prepared a pot of tea. Now feeling more composed, she raised her calm face to meet his gaze, and, noting it was mealtime, naturally inquired, "Have you had your meal, Mr. Zhao?" Zhao Yunyun replied with a smile, "I had a meal while entertaining guests before coming here, sister-in-law." Then, pausing slightly, he looked at her with a warmth akin to gentle spring water. His voice carried a familiar intimacy as he continued, "I have long wished to say this, but never found the opportunity. Given my friendship with Li Ge, there is no need for you to call me Mr. Zhao. Simply refer to me by my name, or by my courtesy name, Yuan Jun." Yuan Jun. Zhao Yunyun pronounced these two characters slowly. He had never heard Li Qiguang address Zhao Yunyun by his courtesy name, and before she could respond, Zhao Yunyun gently added, "When Li Ge became acquainted with me, I had yet to adopt a courtesy name, and he grew accustomed to calling me Yin Di. Hence he has never referred to me as Yuan Jun. Nevertheless, a courtesy name is typically reserved for those who are close, and even her husband refrains from addressing Zhao Yunyun by his courtesy name. How could she dare to do so? Yet, referring to him as Master Zhao did feel somewhat deliberately distant, and she found herself unable to utter the term Brother Yun, as he was 4 years her senior. After some contemplation, he nodded with a smile and said, "Then I shall call you Jiyun." He slowly settled down beside him, her hands clasped on her lap. After a brief moment of silence, she lifted her gaze to Zhao Yunyun and softly inquired, "I wonder if there are any ladies in the rear courtyard?" Although Mrs. Qian had mentioned that there were no concubines by Zhao Yunyun's side, one could never be certain of the truth in the lives of aristocratic families. Zhao Yunyun smiled slightly, his lips curving as he met her gaze, which sparkled like water, and shook his head, replying, "There are none." He paused, looking at He with a gentle and measured tone. "I yearn for the kind of bond that Li and his wife share, and I hope to cultivate such affection in the future." Naturally, he interpreted his words as a reference to the relationship between herself and her husband. She did not dwell on whether Zhao Yunyun had concubines. Instead, she asked, "If there are no ladies in your household, would it be inconvenient for me to visit?" Zhao Yunyun chuckled silently before responding in a slow, deliberate manner. "There is, in fact, a grandniece residing in Shuzhou, the young daughter-in-law of the current county magistrate, whose surname is Qian. I wonder if you had the pleasure of meeting her during your visit to the Zhao family?" He immediately recalled the round-faced, loquacious Mrs. Qian, and smiled with relief as she nodded. "Indeed, I have met her. We exchanged quite a few words that day. I had no idea she was a grandniece." The humor of the situation struck her, and a playful lilt crept into her voice. A distant familial connection was indeed amusing, and with Zhao Yunyun observing her with a gentle smile, he intuitively understood her sentiments without her needing to voice them. "I shall send a message inviting my grandniece to stay with us for a while to express her filial piety," he proposed, his tone laced with humor. He couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, as Mrs. Qian appeared to be older than Zhao Yunyun himself. She had intended to discuss the matter of overnight stays, believing that she could persuade him to avoid such arrangements and instead return home each evening. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Zhao Yunyun interjected with a smile. "I am not well versed in the intricacies of carving jade, nor do I know what the sculptor Doshan requires. If my sister-in-law believes that daytime work will suffice, then I shall defer to her judgment." His kindness and thoughtfulness were evident. With the conversation reaching this juncture, he found little else to say. It was clear that she would need to visit the Zhao residence promptly to examine the jade material, the specifics of which remained uncertain, as the design would be dictated by Doshan. One lingering question remained. What of Zhou Chunlan? She would undoubtedly be accompanied by Mai Huang. It would be impractical for her to visit the Zhao family alone, and it was hardly feasible to continually trouble Mrs. Zhu next door. Previously, Li Kuaming had suggested procuring a maid for Zhou Chunlan, but she had dismissed the idea as costly, preferring to manage things herself. Moreover, with Li Qiguang now married, she had a daughter-in-law to assist her. Thus, he acquiesced to her wishes. "If my sister-in-law is concerned about Mrs. Zhou, I can assign a maid from our household to attend to her needs." Zhao Yunyun discerned her inner thoughts. As he spoke, his demeanor was relaxed and natural, exuding a subtle air of nobility and pride characteristic of a scion of a prominent family, suggesting that such matters were trifles to him. He felt a pang of embarrassment and, cradling her teacup, took a sip. She contemplated suggesting that she would procure a maid from her mother-in-law. Yet the thought of Zhou Yunyun's numerous criticisms led her to believe that finding someone to her liking in the immediate future would be unlikely. The maids of the Zhao household were known for their strict decorum and remarkable competence, undoubtedly possessing unique skills in serving. Setting down her teacup, she said with a hint of shame, "Thank you, Jiyun, but I shall cover the wages for the maid who will serve away from home." Zhao Yunyun hardly valued a few coins, yet he was displeased by the clear demarcation she drew between them. However, he found her blushing countenance charming and, conceding to her desire to support a maid in the Zhao residence, he acquiesced. After all, she was destined to reside in the Zhao household. With this in mind, Zhao Yunyun smiled leisurely and replied gently, "Very well." Chapter 31. Zhao Yunyun, akin to a husband returning home unexpectedly, finished a pot of tea and took his leave. He naturally accompanied him outside. She had assumed he had arrived by horse-drawn carriage, but to her surprise, he had ridden a horse. As they reached the entrance, Zhao Yunyun let out a whistle, and soon the sound of galloping hooves filled the air. From a nearby alley, a magnificent black stallion galloped forth, stopping gracefully beside Zhao Yunyun. Its eyes, surprisingly shaped like peach blossoms, sparkled with an enchanting allure. Upon noticing Heyi, the horse tilted its head in her direction. Heyi was momentarily taken aback by Zhao Yunyun's playful whistle, finding the carefree demeanor somewhat incongruous with his gentle nature. She was further captivated by the tall and splendid horse, its coat gleaming and its limbs powerful. A single kick from such a creature could spell disaster. Zhao Yunyun affectionately stroked the stallion's head, prompting it to stomp its hooves and take a few steps toward Heyi, lowering its proud head to nuzzle against her. The warm breath of the horse brushed against her face, tickling her, causing her to instinctively draw back. The stallion, however, seemed displeased and nudged closer, rubbing its face against her cheek. He stood frozen in astonishment. Zhao Yunyun chuckled, his laughter clear and melodious, his eyes curving into crescent moons as he remarked, "It seems that Tao Heyi has taken quite a liking to you, my dear sister-in-law." He stepped back a couple of paces, touching her cheek, feeling the warmth left by the horse's breath. Being young, she could not maintain the aloofness expected of an elder in Zhao Yunyun's presence. She felt a natural affinity towards those she considered familiar, and with curiosity, she inquired, "Tao Heyi?" Seemingly aware of her thoughts, he smiled gently, his eyes sparkling with warmth. "Though Tao Heyi is quite beautiful, he is a spirited stallion. Do you not find his eyes reminiscent of peach blossoms?" He paused for a moment, then lifted her gaze to meet Zhao Yunyun's own bright eyes, which mirrored the shape of peach petals. She nodded in agreement. Zhao Yunyun continued to stroke Tao Heyi's sleek coat, then suddenly said with a leisurely tone, "It is also akin to me." He cast a fleeting glance at Heyi, but as she noticed, he turned his attention back to the horse, smiling. When she looked again, all she could see was the gentle curve of his smile and the long, curled lashes that accentuated his eyes. "My dear sister-in-law, I shall send someone to fetch you tomorrow morning. Doshan will bring the designs and jade materials to discuss a few matters with you." Zhao Yunyun patted the horse's neck, then, with a deft motion, mounted the magnificent beast. His slender figure stood in stark contrast to the robust stature of the stallion, which moved forward a few paces. He retreated a couple of steps, looking up at him, and replied affirmatively. Zhao Yunyun waved farewell, cheerfully stating, "There is no need for you to see me off. Please return." He nodded, taking another few steps back, though she did not enter the house, remaining at the threshold. As Zhao Yunyun tightened the reins and urged the horse forward, he could not resist glancing back, only to find the door had already closed, and the figure at the entrance had vanished inside. His once smiling visage suddenly darkened. Yet the thought of Tao Heyi residing in the Zhao residence the following day made the corners of his lips curl upwards again as he gently caressed the magnificent steed beneath him. "You find her quite charming, don't you?" The horse responded with a snort, its powerful hooves leaping like clouds, swiftly darting away through winding alleys towards the Dragon Scale Guard's headquarters. Upon arrival, he tossed the reins to the waiting figure clad in black, Qing Shi. Zhao Yunyun's spirits were notably elevated, his smile lifting Qin Shi's mood as well, leading him to muse that perhaps the fifth master was on the verge of fulfilling his desires. Meanwhile, after closing the door, Heyi pondered how to broach the subject of her daily excursions with Zhao Yunyun. To speak the truth was utterly implausible. If Zhao were to learn that her visits to a man's abode were to fulfill a task for her maternal family, she would surely brandish a broom and evict her from the home. The only feasible approach to gain Zhao Yunyun's consent was to claim it was for Li Qiguang's sake. After much hesitation and despite feeling guilty, Heyi understood that the arrow was already knocked, leaving her with no alternative. She ventured to the kitchen, where the meal was ready, and served the food she had prepared for Zhao Yunyun as she made her way to the main room. "What are you doing? Has someone come to the house?" "I thought I heard a man's voice," Zhao Yunyun inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. The sound had been faint, almost ethereal, accompanied by distant laughter. He calmly set the food down beside the bed, arranged it on the Kong table, and helped Zhao Yunyun sit up carefully before responding. It was a former classmate of ailing, inquiring about him. "I informed him that ailing has gone to the academy." Zhao Yunyun, always lenient regarding matters concerning Li Qiguang, nodded in understanding without further questioning, allowing Heyi to feed her, as usual. Once Zhao Yunyun had finished her dinner, Heyi gently wiped her lips and softly declared, "Mother, I plan to visit the temple on the mountain daily for the next month to pray for ailing, departing early and returning late. I have borrowed a maid from ailing's classmate to assist you during the day." Zhao Yunyun's brow furrowed further, prompting her to ask, "What is wrong with ailing? Is he unwell again? Are you concealing something from me?" Fearful of the implications, her eyes widened as she scrutinized Heyi, her voice rising in urgency. Feeling a wave of shame for the deceit, Heyi adopted a more patient tone. "Ailing is in fine health. I merely wish to go to the temple to beseech the Buddha for children." Upon hearing this rationale, Zhao Yunyun was nearly moved to applause, instantly agreeing. "We must implore the Buddha for a son. A child should come soon." Heyi lowered her gaze, smiling shyly, her heart quietly wishing that the Buddha might heed her mother-in-law's plea. She would cherish a daughter just as much. Returning to the kitchen, Mai Huang promptly brought out the warm dishes, and Heyi quietly informed her that she would be going to the Zhao residence to work on jade carving for the next month, leaving early and returning late. Upon hearing this, Mai Huang's eyes widened in alarm, and she anxiously asked, "Madam, will you take me with you?" She was reluctant to face Madame Zhou alone at home, and although young Master Zhao was handsome and gentle, he instilled a sense of fear within her. This very apprehension compelled her to remain by her lady's side. What if, in a sudden turn of disdain, young Master Zhao began to loathe her lady as he did her? He playfully tapped her nose, her voice soft yet laced with jest, insisting that she must accompany her. Otherwise, what would happen if her tears were to cause the Great Wall to crumble? Mai Huang let out a sigh of relief, pouting as she cast a teasing glance at Heyi, before cheerfully picking up a bowl to join in the meal. He regarded Mai Huang as a sister, often inviting her to dine together in private. The following morning, aware that she was to meet the esteemed Dragon Scale Guard captain, he donned a somber yet slightly antiquated mustard yellow gown, embellishing her hair with a golden hairpin to present a more mature and composed appearance. Observing her, Mai Huang thought to herself that her lady's fair and lustrous complexion, paired with her red lips and dark brows, rendered her strikingly beautiful even without the touch of cosmetics. The mustard yellow attire only accentuated her radiance. A knock echoed at the door, prompting Heyi to hasten a few steps to open it. Young Master Zhao stood at the threshold, and as the door swung wide, the orange morning light cast a gentle halo around Heyi's uplifted face. With a smile in her eyes, serene and graceful, she gazed up at him as if welcoming her husband's unexpected return. Chapter 32. Tao Heyi. Zhao Yunyun possesses an abundance of patience. Zhao Yunyun slowly smiled, his lips curling into a gentle grin as he gazed at her and softly called, "Sister-in-law, I have come to escort you." The previous day, Zhao Yunyun had mentioned he would send someone to fetch her. He had assumed it would be his servant, Qing Chuan, driving the carriage, but was taken aback to find Zhao Yunyun himself. She hesitated momentarily, then quickly smiled, pressing her lips together without further inquiry, simply nodding in gratitude. Zhao Yunyun stepped aside, allowing Heyi to exit. He watched as her skirt was caught by the wind, the fabric fluttering gracefully, brushing against the back of his hand. He turned and followed, gently rubbing his itching hand. Qing Chuan had already prepared the bench, and as Heyi climbed up, Zhao Yunyun naturally extended his hand to assist her. She paused briefly, yet placed her fingers lightly upon his, and once seated, she turned away. Her thoughts were clear, and she approached matters with an untroubled demeanor, always regarding Zhao Yunyun as a courteous gentleman without delving deeper. Once seated in the carriage, Zhao Yunyun entered and took a seat opposite her. Mai Huang, adhering to her duties, quietly approached, carrying the tools for Heyi's jade carving, and sat beside her, not daring to utter a word. Though Heyi held a disdain for the Long Lin Wei, she also feared them. Those ferocious wolves and vicious dogs left no one unscathed who got entangled with them. Thus, the thought of meeting Doshan had deprived her of restful sleep since the previous night, and now, seated in the carriage, her heart raced faster than usual. "Sister-in-law, are you quite afraid?" Zhao Yunyun's voice was soothing, akin to a gentle breeze, momentarily easing the tightness in her heart. He lifted her gaze, hesitated for an instant, then nodded softly, admitting the Long Lin Wei always instills fear. Zhao Yunyun furrowed his brow, ever so slightly, pondering why the imposing figures of the Long Lin Wei, tall and regal, would invoke such trepidation. Nevertheless, he merely smiled tenderly and reassured her. Doshan is indeed handsome and generally mild-mannered. He only adopts a stern demeanor when eager for the jade carving. There is no need for you to fear. Yet he recalled what Li Qi Guang had said, that Doshan, haughty and unwilling to even meet him, could hardly be considered gentle. Zhao Yunyun's description of Doshan as mild only confirmed her suspicion that the Long Lin Wei were indeed opportunistic. Truly, they were the epitome of hounds. With such thoughts occupying her mind, he maintained a calm facade, merely nodding in acknowledgement, refraining from further discussion on the matter. Whenever she found herself seated with Zhao Yunyun, the absence of Li Qi Guang was palpable. Although she never revealed her discomfort, she often felt awkward and wished to ease the tension of being alone with him. After a moment of contemplation, she quietly said to Zhao Yunyun, "Your efforts on behalf of the Tao family leave me at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Should I inadvertently hinder your affairs, I would be equally uncertain of how to proceed." He had never been one to meddle in others' matters, nor did she concern herself with Zhao Yunyun's reasons for being in Shuzhou. However, she suddenly felt a pang of shame for not recognizing sooner the extent of his dedication to the Tao family's jade shop. Zhao Yunyun gently elucidated, "I have come to Shuzhou City merely to settle accounts. With numerous shops at home and the Zhao family establishments in nearby counties, I have settled in Shuzhou, which is not particularly burdensome, as I have a steward to manage the accounts." He recalled what Li Qi Guang had mentioned, that Zhao Yunyun was now managing the family affairs, and breathed a sigh of relief, nodding slightly. "Madam often expresses her gratitude to me, which makes me feel somewhat like an outsider," Zhao Yunyun suddenly murmured, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Li brother regards me as a younger brother, and I hope Madam sees me in the same light, despite any tasks you may assign." He's expression turned awkward. She reflected that he was merely a year younger than Li Qi Guang, and even if he were 4 years older than her, how could he be treated as a younger brother? Just as she felt a pang of embarrassment, she sensed something amiss. Before she could ponder further, Zhao Yunyun quietly asked, "I wonder if Li brother has spoken to Madam about my situation?" "What situation?" He's curiosity was piqued, and she gazed at him with intrigue. Zhao Yunyun continued, "I have 2 elder brothers who inherited my father's legacy. They began their martial training from a young age and have since become valiant warriors in the military. As for me, I was born prematurely and was frail in childhood, so my family forbade me from practicing martial arts. I could only spend my days studying and practicing calligraphy. My brothers have always treated me like a younger sister, meticulously cautious, fearing that I might injure myself. I have never experienced the sweetness of being relied upon or trusted, often feeling envious when I see friends being called upon by their siblings. His voice was soft as he revealed the hidden longings of his heart, evoking a sense of compassion. He recalled Li Qiguang's words about Zhao Yunyun discontinuing his studies after passing the imperial examination, choosing instead to manage the family business. At the time, she had not fully understood, but now she began to grasp the implications. If Madame wishes to express her gratitude, would it be possible for her to make me some undergarments? Zhao Yunyun raised his alluring, peach blossom eyes and smiled as he spoke. If it is inconvenient for Madame, they can be disregarded. Undergarments. Indeed, it was inappropriate, as that was intimate clothing, while a man might command a seamstress to create such garments. A woman would only craft them for her closest kin. Even though he regarded Zhao Yunyun as an unrelated younger brother, she could not acquiesce to such a request. She shook her head, hardly hesitating, and with heartfelt regret, replied, "My needlework is truly inadequate. My fingers, rough from years of jade carving, would easily ruin the fabric." With that single statement, there was no need for further elaboration. Zhao Yunyun understood her meaning perfectly. A glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes as he swiftly changed the subject. "I was merely jesting with Madame. How could I truly expect her to create something for me?" He felt a wave of relief wash over her as she smiled and brushed it off. However, Zhao Yunyun's gaze darkened, recalling the words Li Qiguang had once shared. That day, Li Qiguang had inadvertently revealed much about Tao Heyi, saying, "He Nyang excels in everything. The challenges of the world seem trivial in her hands. Just look at her jade carving skills and her exquisite needlework. All of my garments are sewn by her own hands, and the undergarments she makes are soft and comfortable. With a wife like this, what more could a husband desire?" For a moment, both fell silent. Zhao Yunyun leisurely turned his head, lifting the incense burner beside him, tossing in a piece of incense and lightly stirring it. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed the young maid, Mai Huang, discreetly glancing at him. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Mai Huang, already anxious, was startled by his look and hastily lowered her head, her heart racing with dread, having been involuntarily privy to the secrets of young Master Zhao. She feared she might be silenced silently. With such unsettling thoughts swirling in her mind, Mai Huang found herself growing increasingly drowsy, and with a sudden crash, she collapsed. Zhao Yunyun, however, caught the similarly weakened Heyi as she too tilted and fell. He nonchalantly kicked Mai Huang to the small space by the carriage door, stretched his long legs, and drew Heyi into his embrace. Gently pinching her dewy, translucent face, he narrowed his eyes and pressed his lips against hers. Tao Heyi. Zhao Yunyun possessed an abundance of patience. Chapter 33. The Golden Beauty in the Golden Chamber. Recently, he felt utterly exhausted. For how else could she repeatedly doze off in the carriage? Perhaps the opulence of the luxurious carriage lulled her into such an embarrassing state. Upon waking once more from Zhao Yunyun's shoulder, she was struck as if by lightning, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She hastily lifted her gaze to Zhao Yunyun, only to find him calmly gazing out the window, seemingly indifferent to her indiscretion. Noticing her gaze upon him, he turned his head, offering her a gentle smile. He quickly straightened her posture and lowered her head to arrange her dress, taking a considerable time to regain her composure. With a hint of annoyance and lingering confusion, she murmured, "I apologize for my rudeness." "Not at all," Zhao Yunyun replied gracefully, his demeanor warm and smiling. In her heart, he resolved to retire early that evening for a restful slumber. She recalled her companion, Mai Huang, and glanced over with a hint of exasperation, wishing to inquire how she could sleep soundly against Zhao Yunyun's shoulder without offering her a word of warning. Yet, she found Mai Huang appearing as though she had just awoken, bearing the imprints of sleep upon her cheeks, having just risen from her own seat with a dazed expression. The maidservant, at that moment, Mai Huang, in her dreams, was being violently kicked by a bull, causing her immense pain as she desperately sought to escape. With a sudden jolt, she awoke, realizing she had collapsed within the carriage and succumbed to sleep. Overwhelmed with mortification, she silently lamented her disgrace, unable to lift her head. Both mistress and maid stepped down from the carriage, feeling somewhat awkward. "Madame Tao," a vibrant and warm voice called out, belonging to Mrs. Qian. He looked up to see Mrs. Qian adorned in a golden outfit that sparkled like a wealth-attracting tree, her round face beaming with joy. It appeared she had been waiting by the entrance for some time and quickly approached her. He felt immensely relieved by Mrs. Qian's presence, which alleviated her current embarrassment. Mrs. Qian enthusiastically greeted Yi, clasping both of her hands and exclaiming, "Yesterday, my great-uncle remarked that the house felt desolate without any ladies to tidy it. So he invited me to stay for a while, just in time for you to come. Now I shan't be lonely." Upon saying this, she turned her gaze towards Zhao Yunyun, who was disembarking from the carriage, and called out loudly and respectfully, "Your niece pays her respects to you, uncle." Uncle. Although he was aware of Zhao Yunyun's familial ties to Mrs. Qian, hearing those words caught her off guard and nearly made her chuckle. She vaguely recalled Mrs. Qian previously addressing Zhao Yunyun as young Master Zhao without hesitation, openly declaring that if he favored her, she would willingly part ways with her husband to be with him. Now, however, she spoke so affectionately. One could only wonder if she intended to cultivate a romantic relationship with Zhao Yunyun during her stay. Yet, the familial hierarchy posed a certain complication. He was reminded of her mother's intention for her child with Erlang to call Zhao Yunyun godfather, only to discover that he was already a grandfather being honored by his own granddaughter. Zhao Yunyun cast a fleeting glance at Mrs. Qian, offering a mild smile as a form of acknowledgement. Mrs. Qian felt a flutter of nerves under his gaze, yet maintained her composure, intertwining her arm affectionately with Heyi's. She was fully aware of her purpose there, to alleviate Heyi's discomfort, especially since she now hesitated to even address her as sister. Zhao Yunyun turned slightly to Heyi and said, "Sister-in-law, please come in." Heyi nodded, and with Mrs. Qian, she entered the room. Mrs. Qian addressed Zhao Yunyun, who was a step ahead, saying, "Cousin, a quarter of an hour ago, the Lord sent someone to deliver the jade material. The steward has arranged for it to be carefully moved to the guest room in the Hanyu courtyard. The Lord conveyed that he would arrive in about half an hour." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunyun nodded and suggested to Heyi, "Sister-in-law, shall we go to the Hanyu courtyard to take a look at the jade material?" Heyi readily agreed, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Suzhou was a small city, and her encounters with fine jade were limited. According to Doshan, this jade material was of the highest quality. The Zhao residence was vast, with deep courtyards, and after navigating several winding corridors, they finally arrived at a courtyard. This courtyard was arranged with remarkable elegance. In the depths of winter, several yellow plum trees were scattered about, complemented by well-cultivated camellias poised to bloom. In one corner, there was a grapevine trellis, though in this season, the vines were bereft of greenery. Only a few withered branches remained, yet they contributed to a unique ambience. Mrs. Qian discreetly observed Heyi's expression, attempting to gauge her feelings. It was worth noting that the Zhao residence had been purchased by Zhao Yunyun approximately 2 months prior, and it had been meticulously refurbished. This particular courtyard had been especially painstakingly arranged. Not only the flowers and furniture, but even the window paper was exquisite gold jiao paper, imported from the capital. This paper had an intriguing backstory. It was a delicate, resilient paper, as thin as a cicada's wing and strong as bulrush. It was impervious to the wind and translucent, making it a precious commodity that was quickly sought after by affluent families upon its release. One influential nobleman had monopolized the first batch, spending a fortune on it, only to gift it to his clandestine concubine. When his legitimate wife discovered this, a fierce quarrel ensued, leading to the paper being humorously dubbed gold jiao paper, alluding to the idea of hiding a beautiful woman in a gilded chamber. Eventually, the name stuck. Mrs. Qian mused that this gold jiao paper truly lived up to its name. When applied to the window, it seemed as though a delicate beauty was being concealed. She stole another glance at Zhao Yunyun, noting his tall, slender figure and handsome, gentle features. A mere glance was enough to ensnare anyone. In her opinion, Tao Heyi would soon succumb to his charms. She wondered how long Zhao Yunyun would dote on her. Heyi, unaware of Mrs. Qian's thoughts and unable to discern the significance of the window paper, found herself captivated by the serene and exquisite scenery of the courtyard. She followed Zhao Yunyun into the guest room. Upon entering, she was momentarily stunned. Before her stood a towering, translucent jade mountain. Tao Heyi had never encountered such a solid block of jade before. She held her breath, her heart racing uncontrollably. This, she was entranced. Her words became a mere murmur. Mrs. Qian thought to herself, if she were to know that this jade mountain was merely a glimpse provided by Zhao Yunyun, how would she react? Zhao Yunyun stood beside Heyi, chuckling as he called out to her sister-in-law. Heyi turned her head, her bright eyes sparkling with joy. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, clearly radiating genuine happiness. The calm demeanor she usually held was now tinged with a touch of innocence as she exclaimed, I have never seen jade of such exquisite color. Zhao Yunyun blinked, her demeanor both warm and playfully charming, as she was indeed a prized jewel among the treasures of the esteemed master. He wholeheartedly agreed, nodding in affirmation, unable to resist gently reaching out to touch it. Just then, the dignified voice of a maidservant floated in from the outer chamber. Fifth Master, Lord Do has arrived. He turned to find the maidservant Jin Shu, whom she had met on a previous occasion. Sister-in-law, let us go together, Zhao Yunyun said, nodding to the maid before turning to He. He eagerly nodded in response and glanced at the nearby Madame Qian. Madame Qian smiled and said, I must check on the kitchen. We have guests today, and the broth is simmering on the stove. I shall seek you out later. He nodded once more. Upon arriving at the Zhao family's reception hall, he caught sight of a robust young man seated prominently within. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, his waist adorned with a curved saber, and his sleeves embellished with copper ornaments, he possessed thick brows and large eyes, his broad shoulders and muscular chest giving him an imposing presence, much like a mountain. Zhao Yunyun approached him for pleasantries, while Doshan appeared relatively composed, not resembling a ruthless villain, and stood to exchange courteous words. He listened to their conversation from behind, feeling that Doshan bore little resemblance to the dragon scale guard she had seen 2 months prior, who had been surrounded by admirers. At that time, she had not caught a glimpse of Doshan's face, but had seen his slender silhouette atop a horse. His frame lean, yet broad-shouldered, lacking this formidable physique. Pondering with uncertainty, she recalled the incident on her way back from the jade shop, when she had been reprimanded by the dragon scale guard for rescuing a neighbor's errant child, and had seen the back of the newly appointed commander from a close distance. Lost in thought, she was suddenly jolted back to reality by Zhao Yunyun calling out to her sister-in-law, This is the design that Commander Do wishes for you to carve from a jade. She looked up to see Doshan extending a rolled-up painting towards her, his thick brows and large eyes serious, as he firmly stated that he hoped Madame Tao could deliver the finished product within a month, and suggested they could discuss potential carvings at present. He hurriedly lowered her head and accepted the painting with both hands, carefully unrolling it. The artwork depicted a highly intricate scene of the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each immortal displaying distinct expressions and vibrant attire, surrounded by mountains and seas, with auspicious clouds at their feet and cranes soaring in the sky. He remained silent, gripping the painting tightly, momentarily at a loss for words. Such a design would require more than a month to complete. Mere daylight hours of labor would not suffice unless she were to stay overnight at the Zhao residence to expedite the work. Doshan seemed to sense her troubled expression, his tone suddenly turning colder. The once composed young man had transformed into a figure of relentless urgency. Should she fail to deliver on time, Madame Tao would need to prepare a sum of 10,000 taels of silver. Chapter 34. Truly disappointing the Fifth Master's kind intentions. Standing behind, Mai Huang trembled uncontrollably, her complexion pale as she sensed the imposing figure of the dragon scale guard, who appeared as fearsome as a malevolent spirit. She felt a surge of relief at the presence of young Master Zhao accompanying her mistress. Otherwise, a mere stamp of the foot from the esteemed Lord Do could have easily buried them both in a freshly dug grave. At this moment, He's thoughts mirrored those of Mai Huang. She too was grateful for Zhao Yunyun, thankful that he was able to negotiate with Lord Do, sparing her the need to visit the Do family. Yet, she could not allow him to further strain relations with Lord Do due to her own affairs. In a flash of insight, he made a decision. She lifted her gaze just in time to see Zhao Yunyun frowning slightly, his expression subdued, as if about to speak. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward and addressed Lord Dou. "Esteemed Lord, please rest assured, I shall honor my commitment." In an instant, the grim demeanor of the Grim Reaper softened, as though performing a magic trick, and he nodded at Tao Heyi, signaling his approval. Heyi exhaled in relief and intended to take her leave for the Hanyu courtyard's chamber. Eager to examine how the Emerald Mountain was to be carved into the 8 immortals crossing the sea, and to sketch a draft on the blueprint. She hoped to finalize the carving plan within the day. "Madam, coincidentally, Brother Dou is free today. I shall exchange pleasantries with him," Zhao Yunyun remarked, tilting his head to look at her, his mood appearing quite pleasant as he spoke in a soft tone. This alleviated Heyi's pressing concern. Without meeting his gaze, she bowed gracefully in response, saying, "I take my leave." Upon exiting the reception hall, Mai Huang sighed with relief, glancing furtively at the leading Jin Shu, attempting to mimic her walk but ending up in a clumsy fashion, almost stumbling as her left foot caught on her right. Fortunately, he reached out to steady her. Feeling immensely embarrassed, Mai Huang was met with Heyi's gentle smile and a light tap on her forehead. Jin Shu, catching sight of the exchange between the two, felt a wave of disdain wash over her, perceiving a lack of decorum in the relationship between mistress and servant. To her, they resembled unsophisticated country women, possessing little more than a fair visage and skin as smooth as jade. She longed for the 5th master to soon tire of this woman. Otherwise, having such a companion would surely diminish his taste. Upon arriving at the Hanyu courtyard, he proceeded directly to the chamber where the Emerald Mountain was displayed. Previously, her attention had been wholly captivated by the exquisite piece, leaving her oblivious to the surrounding decor. Now that she re-entered, she observed the simplicity of the room. By the window stood a soft couch adorned with plush furs for resting, while across from it was a large desk cluttered with ink, paper, brushes, and several albums. Besides that, there were potted plants in the corner and an entire wall of empty shelves. A remarkably simple room, yet it resonated perfectly with Heyi's sensibilities. The 5th master had instructed that the jade carvings she crafted could be displayed on the shelves. Jin Shu's calm and respectful voice broke the silence. "Madam, do you require anything else in this room?" Having already resolved her course of action, Tao Heyi responded with serene composure and a gentle smile. "This will suffice beautifully." Having spoken, she instructed Mai Huang to place the tool she was accustomed to using upon the table. He initially intended to immerse herself in the intricate details of the painting depicting the 8 immortals crossing the sea, to savor its artistic essence, and subsequently draft her own designs. However, she was unexpectedly interrupted by Jin Shu, who suggested, "Madam, might we first take a look at the main hall of the courtyard?" The maid's tone was respectful, yet at that moment, Heyi, coming from a humble background, sensed a hint of arrogance masked beneath her demeanor. Turning to Jin Shu, she noted her beauty, gentle manner, and respectful expression, yet the words spoken felt somewhat inappropriate. As if she were being instructed to abandon her current pursuits, to heed Jin Shu's arrangement to view the main hall's furnishings first. Unable to pinpoint any fault in Jin Shu's demeanor, he quickly suppressed her discomfort, rationalizing that she was merely a maid, and her attitude held little significance. Having resolved to stay at the Zhao residence for the night to hasten her jade carving, he felt compelled to act with courtesy and generosity, refusing to let trivial matters affect her mood. She softly agreed, "Very well." Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that her purpose was to carve jade. Her decision to stay the night was recent. Yet Jin Shu assumed that he had forsaken her husband and in-laws, finding an excuse to consort with her master. Jin Shu led He to the main hall. Upon entering, he took a cursory glance and immediately perceived the elegant simplicity of the room's decor. The curtains and bed drapery were tastefully understated, aligning closely with her own preferences and reminiscent of her home. She marveled at how well-trained the maids from noble families were, possessing both thoughtfulness and exquisite taste. However, she felt such an elaborate arrangement was unnecessary. The small bed in her designated chamber would suffice. He refrained from entering. Turning to Jin Shu with polite gratitude, "The arrangements are splendid. Thank you for your efforts." She assumed that Jin Shu had personally orchestrated the decor. Jin Shu, feeling dissatisfied with He Yi's unremarkable response. Doubted that this woman was unaware that the furnishings were arranged by her master himself. She perceived He Yi's attitude as disingenuous, believing it to be a betrayal of her master's sincere intentions. Unable to tolerate such perceived disregard, Jin Shu could not help but ask, "Madam, will you not take a moment to explore?" He gently replied, "I shall not enter." She chose not to elaborate further. Jin Shu pressed her lips together, bowing her head to suppress her discontent, and softly stated, "I will remain in the courtyard. Should you require anything, please call for me. I will bring your meals." He nodded once more, choosing to say nothing further, and hurried back to her chamber with Mai Huang. Once in the chamber, with no one else around, Mai Huang let out a long sigh, relaxing her previously tense form, and could not help but ask, "Madam, are we to stay here?" Her hands gliding over a flawless piece of jade, unfolded the painting as she contemplated how best to carve it to minimize waste. Indifferently, she nodded yes. "Otherwise we shall not finish in a month." Mai Huang furrowed her brows in concern and asked, "But will Aunt Zhou agree?" He gestured on the Emerald Mountain, responding calmly, "She will." Her voice was serene and composed, imbued with a persuasive certainty. Mai Huang understood that her wife was indeed this kind of person. Once she had made a decision, she would carry it out with unwavering resolve, instilling a sense of tranquility in those around her. Mai Huang refrained from further questioning, confident that her wife had a plan in mind. As noon approached, Mrs. Qian arrived at the Hanyu courtyard, instructing her servants to bring food. She sat with He for a while, noticing the desk piled high with sketches, indicating her busy engagement with her craft. Not wanting to delay her, Mrs. Qian casually remarked, after a conversation with Uncle Zuzu, "Cousin Do has left, mentioning that he has social engagements tonight and will return late. I wonder if he will indulge in alcohol. If he does, he is sure to suffer from a terrible headache and discomfort in his stomach, requiring someone to care for him." Upon hearing this, he pondered whether an opportunity had indeed arisen for Mrs. Qian. While she could not condone the notion of seeking a lover outside of marriage, she couldn't help but smile knowingly, her eyes glimmering with a rare, playful mirth as she softly replied, "Indeed." Chapter 35. After a night of inebriation, Zhao Yunyun desires her presence. Madame Qian is convinced that He has immediately grasped the implications of her words and will seize the opportunity to attend to Master Zhao tonight. Tao Heyi, too, believes she has discerned Madame Qian's shy yet eager wish to share the secret joy of an impending illicit affair. Their eyes meet, each harboring thoughts that diverge. Yet both ultimately unite in a shared laugh as they each lift their teacups and take a sip. After tasting the warm tea, Madame Qian, feeling quite accomplished, volunteers, "Tao Nyangzi, you shall stay here tonight. Should I send someone back to the Li family to inform them?" Upon hearing this, he raises her head, a peculiar expression flickering across her serene and delicate face. She has resolved to remain here, working late into the night, yet has not yet disclosed this intention to Zhao Yunyun, nor should others be privy to it. Moreover, she did not plan to stay. Rather, she intended to return to the Li family to retrieve a change of clothes and inform her mother-in-law. She has already formulated a convincing rationale, claiming that the temple requires day and night prayers for the sake of Li Qiguang, knowing her mother-in-law would not object. Suppressing her unusual thoughts, he softly explains to Madame Qian, "The design given by Captain Do is quite intricate, and the jade is exceedingly precious. I dare not take it lightly. Thus, I shall be staying at the Zhao residence to carve it over the course of this month." This serves as her justification for staying, not out of desire, but necessity. She continues, "Today, I will return home to discuss this with my mother-in-law, and I also need to bring some clothes back." Madame Qian, disregarding the first part of her statement, ponders the latter, thinking that if He is to stay here, Master Zhao must have prepared garments for her, rendering any trip back unnecessary. Moreover, how could she allow Tao Heyi to leave tonight? After a moment's contemplation, an idea forms in her mind, and a look of guilt and vexation crosses her face as she takes Heyi's hand and speaks in a hushed tone. "Tao Nyangzi, I must apologize. It seems I have taken the liberty of deciding for you." Pausing briefly, she continues, My great-uncle previously instructed me to select a gentle and nurturing maid to send to the Leaf family to care for your mother-in-law. I chose someone and sent her, also conveying that you would not be returning home for the next month, fearing she might be left without care. He is taken aback, her expression momentarily blank as she envisions her mother-in-law's reaction to this news. She finds herself at a loss for words, her breath momentarily stilled. Madame Qian hastily adds, "Of course, I heard that Second Master Li's health is not robust, so I thought it might sound improper for a married woman to stay here in my great-uncle's residence, even if it is merely for the sake of jade carving. Therefore, I instructed the maid to inform your mother-in-law that you are at the mountain temple praying for Second Master Li, and that you will be copying scriptures at night, necessitating your stay there. Yet, as for the truth of the prayers, Madame Qian is blissfully unaware. Such thoughts never crossed her mind." It was the cheerful and round-faced servant Qing Chuan beside Zhao Yunyun who had suggested this reasoning, framing it as the plight that necessitated Tao Nyangzi's absence from home. The maidservant attending to Zhou Chunlan has indeed been sent to the Li family. However, the news has yet to reach them. It was originally intended that a footman would be dispatched at dusk, feigning to be a resident at the foot of the mountain, tasked by Tao Heyi to deliver a message. But now, it is prudent to inform Tao Heyi that she cannot return to the Li family tonight. Otherwise, what if the ruse is uncovered? He, having reflected for a moment, recalled that Mrs. Qian had a warm disposition, evident since the day of the Zhao family's housewarming. Although this arrangement seemed somewhat presumptuous, it was well thought out, leaving her with no grounds for reproach. With a gentle sigh, she called for Mai Huang, handing her a purse and quietly instructing her to purchase 2 sets of clean clothing. Mrs. Qian swiftly interjected, saying, "There is no need for such trouble. I see that your figure is quite similar to mine. If you do not mind, you may wear my clothes, which are all new, inside and out." The latter part she whispered with a smile. Mai Huang cast a discreet glance at Mrs. Qian, thinking to herself that her mistress was indeed more elegant and graceful in figure. He felt a bit embarrassed to refuse her offer, as it might be misconstrued as disdain. After all, she would not be venturing out much over the next month. A slightly loose garment would not matter much, and it could be altered if necessary. She nodded and smiled, saying, "Then I am most grateful." Having reached this point, Mrs. Qian deemed it appropriate to take her leave, rising to say, "I shall not disturb you any longer. Do attend to your matters." He watched Mrs. Qian depart, then slowly turned back into the room, feeling an inexplicable sensation in her heart that she could not quite identify, and thus did not dwell on it further. What mattered most now was to fulfill the substantial order contracted by the Tao family. He settled at her writing desk and resumed her drawing. Mai Huang, well aware that her mistress immersed herself in work to the exclusion of all else, quietly seated herself on a small stool nearby. This engagement consumed the entire afternoon, and at one point, Mrs. Qian made a special trip to deliver the clothing, cheerfully mentioning, "I know I'm a bit more voluptuous than you, so I had my maid make some slight adjustments." Upon hearing this, he naturally expressed her gratitude once more, remaining focused on her sketches, while Mai Huang took the garments to store them away. As dusk fell, Jin Shu arrived to deliver the evening meal. Upon knocking and entering, he encountered the young maid, Mai Huang, joyfully emerging, while the gentle and graceful young woman was bent over the desk, examining 2 completed sketches with a soft smile. "Tao, madam," Jin Shu greeted with a bow, "I have come to deliver the evening meal." He looked up, the room now aglow with soft, warm light that illuminated her porcelain-like face, enhancing the brilliance of her eyes. She smiled in gratitude at Jin Shu. For a fleeting moment, Jin Shu found himself transfixed, his gaze lingering on Tao Heyi's countenance, suddenly realizing that the 5th master had a preference for such a figure of beauty. As night deepened, he felt a sense of unease. The unfamiliar surroundings greeted her gaze, and the thoughts that had consumed her during the day, immersed in jade carvings, faded, leaving behind only a faint melancholy. She felt somewhat restless, attempting several times to add intricate details to the established design, but finding herself unable to commit the brush to paper. Ultimately, she set the brush down and walked over to the jade materials, her fingers brushing against the cool stone, which brought a sense of calm to her troubled mind. "Miss," Mai Huang stifled a yawn, her youth betraying her growing fatigue. He Wei softly suggested to Mai Huang, if you're tired, you should rest on the soft couch for a while. Mai Huang quickly shook her head, insisting, I want to stay with you. Just as He Wei was about to respond, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the courtyard outside, prompting her to pause and listen. Sure enough, a moment later, a knock reverberated through the door. Mai Huang hurried to open it, revealing the anxious face of Madame Qian. As she entered, she urgently addressed He Wei, Tao Heyi. You must come with me to see Fifth Master. She grasped He Wei's hand and began to pull her outside. He Wei, perplexed, grasped her hand in return and asked, what has Zhao Yunyun done? What does it have to do with me? Why must I see him? Madame Qian, with a troubled expression, sighed heavily. Indeed, my uncle has been drinking at a social gathering and has become quite inebriated. He is in a state of disarray and refuses to let anyone near. The maidservants have prepared a hangover remedy, but he won't drink it. I've heard you are skilled in the kitchen, and I thought to ask you to prepare a bowl of hangover soup for him. He has a good relationship with your husband and may be more inclined to listen to you. I fear he is troubled by memories of sadness while intoxicated, and his mood is quite poor. Making a simple bowl of hangover soup was well within He Wei's capabilities, especially considering Zhao Yunyun's kindness toward her. She nodded in agreement and, with Mai Huang in tow, followed Madame Qian out the door. She initially assumed that Zhao Yunyun would reside far from her jade courtyard, only to discover he was quite close, just a short walk around a garden. Zhao Yunyun lived in Mingda courtyard, and upon entering, she found the place brightly lit. As she stepped inside, she noticed Jin Shu hurriedly exiting the main room, holding broken porcelain shards. Upon seeing He Wei, he paused momentarily and bowed respectfully. There's a small kitchen here for my uncle. Tao Heyi, I'm sorry for the trouble, Madame Qian said, her face filled with distress. He has broken several things. I must go help clean up. With that, she rushed toward Jin Shu, seemingly engaged in urgent conversation. He Wei was merely there to prepare the hangover soup, leaving other matters to others. Quietly, she and Mai Huang entered the small kitchen, finding it empty, which struck her as odd. Surely, a family of such stature would employ a cook. Perhaps it was Jin Shu, who appeared capable, that had prepared the previous hangover soup. With this thought in mind, He Wei quickly approached the countertop, surveying the ingredients laid out. She took tofu and wood ear mushrooms and shredded them, boiling them in water, adding vinegar and white pepper, then stirring in an egg before thickening the mixture with a touch of cornstarch and seasoning it with salt. Once the soup was ready, she ladled it into a bowl and asked Mai Huang to call Madame Qian. Upon her return, however, Mai Huang reported, Miss, I didn't see Madame Qian outside. And Jin Shu? He Wei inquired. He isn't here either. He was filled with uncertainty, unaware of the events unfolding outside. After washing her hands, she stepped out to find the courtyard enveloped in an unsettling silence. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from the main house, the sound of something heavy striking the ground. Madam? Mai Huang glanced at He Yi with trepidation. Sensing something amiss, he initially assumed that a significant incident had transpired within the Zhao family. Both she and Li Qiguang were individuals of integrity, hailing from humble backgrounds, and thus their thoughts remained untainted. After a moment's hesitation, she instructed, you should go outside and search for someone. She turned, holding the detoxifying soup in her hands, and softly urged Mai Huang, come back immediately upon finding anyone. Mai Huang nodded vigorously, her heart racing as she dashed out. He steadied her nerves and proceeded toward the main house. The door was ajar. She stepped inside, only to find what should have been a chaotic scene tidied up, leaving behind only remnants of moisture on the floor. Not spotting Zhao Yunyun, she hesitated briefly, but the sounds emanating from within urged her on. Remembering the kindness Zhao Yunyun had shown her, she ventured into the inner chamber. Upon entering, she beheld Zhao Yunyun sprawled on the couch beneath the window, his clothing disheveled, his fair skin tinged with a rosy hue from intoxication, exposing a considerable expanse of bare skin. His hair lay scattered around him, one leg resting on the couch while the other dangled over the edge. It appeared he had only just returned to the couch. Hearing her approach, he opened his eyes and gazed at her, his once charming peach blossom eyes now slightly reddened, looking at her with a warm, gentle smile. You've come, he said, his voice notably deeper than usual. Chapter 36. Zhao Yunyun, you ought to have affection for me. He felt a peculiar sensation creeping up within her as Zhao Yunyun gazed at her with that earnest look, leaving her feeling somewhat flustered and embarrassed. A rosy hue adorning her cheeks. She held the sobriety soup in silence for a while, acutely aware that she had no place being there, nor did Zhao Yunyun's soft, lingering tone belong in this setting. Suddenly, she came to a realization. She was the wife of Li Qiguang, standing in the middle of the night in another man's room with a bowl of sobriety soup. Although her intention was to repay a kindness, this was not how it should be. Her stay at the Zhao residence was merely out of necessity, a sacrifice made for the sake of the Tao family jade shop. He positioned herself a few steps away from the bed, hesitant to approach, even taking a step back. There was a hint of self-reproach on her gentle face. Yet she remained clear-headed, recognizing the subtle awkwardness of the situation and decisively resolved to leave. Now that the soup was prepared, she had done all she could. It was inappropriate for her to enter this room simply because there were no maids or attendants present. Zhao Yunyun was inebriated. It was not her place to offer assistance, even in gratitude. Turning away, she hastily made her way towards the exit, hoping that Mai Huang would return soon. Bao. Behind her, Zhao Yunyun spoke her name softly again, and he heard a heavy object fall to the ground, accompanied by the sound of his muffled groan. She furrowed her brow and glanced back, only to find Zhao Yunyun sprawled on the floor, his belt inadvertently loosened, his garments slipping to reveal his chest. Unlike the emaciated, pallid figure of Li Qiguang, Zhao Yunyun's shoulders were broad, his chest solid, with well-defined muscles that tightened at his abdomen, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, exuding a lustrous sheen akin to exquisitely carved jade, rising and falling with his breath. For a moment, she was taken aback, as this was the first time in 18 years she had seen a man's physique other than Li Qiguang's, and she realized for the first time that a man's body could also be beautiful. Bauer, do not go. Zhao Yunyun, struggling to recall something, attempted to rise, but could not, propping himself up with one hand on the ground, his gaze drifting towards He a few steps away, his eyes shimmering with a watery allure, hazy and tender. He snapped back to reality, feeling shame for having been entranced by the sight of another man's body, and she retreated a step. Bauer. Zhao Yunyun called her name once more, his gaze lingering on her, his voice a soft murmur. I feel unwell. Observing his expression, he noted his dazed eyes, as if he were mistaking her for someone else. Bauer? Who is Bauer? Was she perhaps the one Zhao Yunyun loved? He had no intention of probing into another's heart, but upon realizing that Zhao Yunyun was merely mistaking her for someone else, she sighed deeply in relief. It was she who had misinterpreted the situation. Zhao Yunyun hailed from a noble lineage, possessed striking looks, and was of virtuous character. The noble women he had encountered were likely countless, and surely he would not harbor any romantic notions towards the wife of a close friend. Though she felt a tinge of embarrassment for her earlier self-delusion, her heart now felt lighter. Unlike Zhao Yunyun's hazy expression, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were remarkably lucid, distinctly black and white, calm yet clear. The emotions within her gaze were unmasked, allowing those who beheld them to discern that she was free of entanglements, confusion, and certainly embarrassment. Zhao Yunyun's eyelashes fluttered as he softly uttered, Bauer, I feel unwell. He, holding the hangover remedy, bit her lip and glanced hesitantly towards the open door. Not seeing anyone approach nor hearing any sounds, she paused, her mind undistracted. Understanding that Zhao Yunyun was merely intoxicated and had mistaken her for someone else, she felt her heart soften. After all, Zhao Yunyun was Li Qiguang's Yendi, and he was a benefactor to the Tao family. She approached and placed the remedy on the small table beside the bed. Then, she crouched down to support Zhao Yunyun, gently saying, Young Master Zhao, you are mistaken. I am not Bauer. You are drunk. Please drink this hangover remedy first. I will have my Huang go outside to call for help. She refrained from calling him Jiyun, fearing that if Zhao Jiyun's beloved had once called him that, it would only deepen his current delusion. However, Zhao Jiyun appeared incensed by her words, his breathing becoming heavier as he grasped her hand. He, accustomed to shaping jade, had considerable strength in her wrists. Yet as a woman, she was no match for a grown man's sudden pull. Her crouched form swayed, and she found herself uncontrollably leaning towards Zhao Yunyun. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her, bringing her soft body into his bare embrace. Her face nearly collided with his chest, her nose and lips brushing against his skin, the heat startling her into wanting to rise. Yet, a hand pressed firmly against her back, keeping her anchored to his chest, where the faint scent of Zhao Yunyun mingled with the aroma of alcohol and the distinct musk of a man enveloped her senses. Her face flushed crimson as she turned away, attempting to speak. "I am not Bao or young Master Zhao Yu, or drunk." Zhao Yunyun, seemingly oblivious, leaned his head closer, whispering softly in her ear. He could hear his heavy breathing, feel the warmth of his intoxicated breath against her neck, sending shivers down her spine. Overwhelmed by the strength of the man holding her, a surge of fear gripped her, and she summoned all her strength to deliver a punch to Zhao Yunyun's waist. The impact elicited a muffled grunt from him, momentarily freezing his movements. He's hands, capable of chiseling jade, were not those of an ordinary maiden, and Zhao Yunyun suspected his ribs might be in peril. Seizing the moment of his stillness, he swiftly scrambled from his embrace. Yet, as she straightened, he pulled her back, and in a dizzying whirl, she found herself pinned to the ground. His dark hair cascading over her neck, enveloped by his scent. Struggling to catch her breath, she pushed and shouted, "Zhao Yunyun, wake up!" Yet Zhao Yunyun, like a cat that had found its toy, nestled into the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply and murmuring, "Bauer, do not reject me." His voice was warm and deep, reminiscent of a gentle lullaby, soothing a cherished treasure. Though his legs restrained her, preventing any escape, his hands tightened around her waist while tenderly caressing it. His nose brushed against her cheek, seemingly yearning for a kiss, as his warm breath enveloped her. He's eyes widened in alarm as she evaded his advance, struggling against him. "I am not Bauer, Zhao Yunyun. Please come to your senses. I am Li Qiguang's wife." Tao Heyi, with fervent determination, she fought against him, causing Zhao Yunyun to falter in his hold. In their tumult, they tumbled from the ground to the small couch. Heyi's hair became disheveled, her clothing askew, her complexion pale as she gasped for breath. Zhao Yunyun, too, was breathless, his enchanting, hazel eyes shimmering with deep emotion. Seizing the moment, he leaned down to capture Heyi's eyes with a kiss. "Bauer, you ought to adore me. Touch me," he murmured, his tone imbued with a tender plea, tinged with unfulfilled desire and a hint of grievance, as he guided her hand to his chest. Chapter 37. Focused Overbearing. And even dangerous, he had never anticipated that Zhao Yunyun would behave in such a manner when intoxicated. His visage remained gentle and warm, yet the strength in his grip was astonishing. He clasped her hand, forcing it against his chest, while she struggled, her breath quickening, her entire being tense. Aware that he was currently inebriated and that she could not hold him accountable, she nonetheless felt a surge of indignation. Her nails grazed across Zhao Yunyun's chest with force, breaking the skin and leaving several crimson marks. He shouted, "Zhao Yunyun, wake up! I am not Bauer, I am Tao Heyi." Fearful of what might ensue, her voice trembled, laced with a hint of sobbing, betraying her usual composure and serenity. Zhao Yunyun seemed to awaken slightly from the sound of her weeping voice, loosening his grip just enough for her to struggle free from his embrace. However, he instinctively encircled her once more, forcing her to lean over and gaze down at him. Tao Heyi's eyes brimmed with tears, amplifying the terror that lay beneath, indelibly etched into Zhao Yunyun's mind. He gazed at her in silence, his dark, profound eyes reflecting confusion and clarity, his hold around her waist tightening unconsciously. "Zhao Yunyun, please awaken. You are intoxicated. I am not Bauer. I am Tao Heyi, the wife of your dear friend Li Qiguang." Seizing the moment while Zhao Yunyun had quieted, he inhaled deeply, though her voice remained choked with emotion. She felt fear and unease, devoid of any shyness or delight. She was truly frightened. Zhao Yunyun's long lashes fluttered briefly as he closed his eyes, sighing softly and murmuring, "Bauer, my head aches." Seeing that he seemed to relax his grip, Tao Heyi wasted no time in pushing him away to sit upright. Retreating a few steps, Zhao Yunyun merely lamented about his headache, looking at her with a pitiful gaze, yet he no longer restrained her. After a tumultuous struggle, he felt weakened, her body devoid of strength. Zhao Yunyun appeared little better off, with several wounds oozing blood on his chest, evidence of their earlier tussle, marked by various impressions from his earlier grasp. His fair skin made those marks glaringly conspicuous. "Bower, my head aches," Zhao Yunyun lamented again, tugging gently at her sleeve. However, He recoiled in fright, attempting to rise from the small couch, but found herself too weak to do so, breathing heavily as she eyed him warily. Yet, he simply clutched her sleeve, gazing at her with a pitiable expression, devoid of any further movements. She exhaled in relief, removing his hand and nearly crawling off the couch. The moment her feet touched the ground, her legs buckled, and she almost fell, but she managed to steady herself. He intended to make her exit, but once more, her skirt was seized and Zhao Yunyun's soft, tender voice echoed, "Bower, I feel unwell." Her face pale, she tugged at the hem of her skirt in vain, ultimately turning back to gaze at Zhao Yunyun. In that moment, he discerned a look in his eyes that she had never encountered before, intense, domineering, and even perilous. Yet, in an instant, his gaze softened, becoming tender and imbued with a sense of loss and grievance. He took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding herself not to argue with the drunken man. She attempted to coax him, saying, "If you let go of me, I will feed you some sobering soup." "How does that sound?" Zhao Yunyun remained silent, yet he did not release her. He, thinking of my Huang who had gone to fetch help, feared that if the servants returned to witness Zhao Yunyun in such a state, they would misconstrue the situation. She yearned to escape swiftly, biting her lip as she whispered, "I will feed you sobering soup, and soon you will feel better. After you drink it, will you let go of me?" This time, Zhao Yunyun obediently nodded. He dared not sit beside him on the couch, but Zhao Yunyun instinctively shifted inward, inviting her to take a seat. Under the gaze of his gentle eyes, she found herself unable to refuse and settled down, lowering her gaze to pick up the sobering soup beside her. In that brief interval, the soup had cooled from boiling hot to lukewarm. She lifted it, scooping a spoonful to feed him. Zhao Yunyun watched her intently. The tips of his eyes were tinted with a hint of red, a telltale sign of his inebriation. He continually reassured herself that he was merely mistaking her for someone else. He obediently opened his mouth, allowing her to feed him successfully. In the ensuing moments, he spoke not a word, methodically feeding him the entire bowl of sobering soup, one spoonful at a time. After the last sip was consumed, she held the bowl and asked, "Do you feel better now? Can you let go of me? I will step outside to see if there is anything else to eat. You rest for a while." Her voice was soft, seemingly regaining composure, though it carried a slight nasal tone. Zhao Yunyun gazed at her, gradually loosening his grip on her garment. At the instant he fully released her, he retreated hastily, her heart pounding like thunder. In her final glimpse, she saw Zhao Yunyun's eyes closing in a look of grievance. Emerging from the room, He's heartbeat remained tumultuous. She wished to linger no longer, adjusting her attire as she hurried outside, nearly colliding with my Huang, who was rushing back. My Huang exclaimed anxiously, "Madam, I couldn't find anyone anywhere. We must hurry." He interrupted her, taking her hand and pulling her along. My Huang, bewildered, quickly grasped the lantern and followed closely. They had scarcely taken a few steps when they spotted Madame Qian and Jin Shu approaching with a lantern from a nearby path. Madame Tao, upon seeing He hastening out, Madame Qian paused momentarily, then approached quickly. "Where are you going? What about your uncle?" He's complexion was somewhat pale, yet her tone remained gentle and composed. "The sobering soup has been prepared for young Master Zhao, and he has consumed it. It is getting late, so I shall return. By the way, why is there no one in the courtyard?" Madame Qian glanced around the yard, observing its eerie silence, filled with curiosity but hesitant to inquire further. She had assumed he would spend the night there, but she was taken aback by her swift departure and hurried over with Jin Shu. Her gaze swept over the slightly disheveled bun of Yi's hair, feigning ignorance as she explained, "There is a small courtyard nearby that caught fire." I went over with some people. It seems a gluttonous little girl picked up some wood to roast sweet potatoes, and then she mysteriously vanished. A gust of wind carried a spark to the side, igniting a pile of dilapidated wooden stools, and thus the fire began. He nodded, understanding the situation. In that case, you should go inside and check on young Master Zhao. Madame Qian, seeing her resolute intent, could only acquiesce with a nod. After he departed, she hurriedly led Jin Shu inside. Of course, she could not enter the main room herself, so Jin Shu, as a maid, went in. Upon entering, Jin Shu saw the fifth master reclining on a soft couch, his collar slightly undone, revealing a glimpse of his chest. At the sight, her face instantly flushed crimson. But as she lifted her gaze, she met the fifth master's jade-like visage, darkened with a scowl, his deep black eyes fixed upon her. She shivered involuntarily, too intimidated to look again. Jin Shu hesitated for a moment before asking, "Fifth master, do you require my assistance?" "Leave," Zhao Yunyun replied coldly. Jin Shu dared not linger for even a moment longer and hastily exited. Outside, Madame Qian was at a loss for what to do. Seeing Jin Shu emerge with a notably pale countenance, she too refrained from entering, fearing misfortune. Meanwhile, he returned to her chamber in Hanyu courtyard, seated herself at the writing desk, and sipped a cup of cold tea, gradually regaining her composure. She had only just resolved to stay at the Zhao residence to carve that piece of jade, yet now, with such an incident unfolding, how would she face Zhao Yunyun the following day? Chapter 38. Zhao Yunyun observed He, who seemed to hesitate in her words. Mai Huang appeared somewhat dazed throughout the journey, and upon returning to Hanyu courtyard, she noticed her mistress's hair was in disarray, with strands having escaped from a bun, and hairpins precariously teetering on the verge of falling. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Mistress, how is your hair so disheveled?" Perhaps it was due to their hurried pace. He forced a smile, her complexion pale. Although Mai Huang was still young and might not discern much, Qin Yang and Jin Shu, who were closer, could surely see her disheveled state, even in the dim light of the night. Anxiously, she considered abandoning everything and leaving the Zhao family with Mai Huang. But the imposing figure of Do Qinhu loomed in her mind, along with the staggering debt of 10,000 taels that the Tao family could not afford. Thus, she could only remain seated, determined to complete the jade carving as swiftly as possible. "Please redo my hair," he said, lowering her gaze and clutching her garment tightly. Mai Huang promptly fetched a comb and began to style He's hair anew. Noticing the troubled expression on her mistress's face, Mai Huang hesitated to inquire further, suddenly recalling that there had been no one else in the courtyard besides young Master Zhao, and her mistress was so strikingly beautiful. "I shall be carving jade tonight. You may return to your room and rest," he said softly after her hair was tidied and her spirit somewhat restored. Tonight, she knew she would be unable to sleep. Mai Huang, unable to rest, felt a surge of concern for He. She timidly tugged at her sleeve and mustered the courage to ask in a whisper, "Mistress, what transpired in the courtyard earlier?" He looked at her with a surprised expression, lightly tapping Mai Huang's head and saying nonchalantly, "What are you thinking? What could possibly have happened?" Mai Huang hesitated, beginning to speak, but he interjected, "Young Master Zhao is gentle and amiable. What could have happened?" It was unclear whether her words were meant for Mai Huang or for her own reassurance. Regardless of what had transpired that evening, she had to pretend as if nothing had occurred. If Zhao Yunyun remembered the incident, he would surely treat it as a mere drunken mishap, which he would not divulge to anyone. If he could forget the events of his intoxication, that would be ideal. With these thoughts in mind, he endeavored to cast aside her distractions, holding the sketch she had prepared today and retrieving her carving knife from the jade box as she approached the jade mountain. Observing her mistress's calm demeanor, Mai Huang's earlier worries dissipated. She ran over with the sketch in hand and exclaimed, "I want to sleep. Mistress, I will stay with you." He turned her head and smiled at her, replying, "Very well." The candlelight in the Hanyu courtyard flickered throughout the night until dawn broke. Suddenly, Mai Huang shivered in her sleep and opened her eyes to find that the candles had long since burned out and the sky outside had brightened. She sat up abruptly, realizing she had been resting on the soft couch in the chamber. She hurriedly glanced around and spotted her beloved spouse sitting before the jade, intently focused on her carving, utterly absorbed in the task at hand, so much so that the passage of day and night had become indistinguishable. "My dear, did you not sleep at all last night?" Mai Huang exclaimed, hastily throwing off the thin blanket that covered her. He turned her head, revealing a pallid and haggard visage. Her once radiant and fair complexion now seemed shrouded in a layer of gray, with faint shadows beneath her eyes, and her usually bright eyes were tinged with red veins. "My dear," he offered a faint smile. "Did you sleep well last night?" Mai Wang felt her cheeks flush. She could only recall staying up with her spouse to assist in the carving, and how could she have possibly slept? Stammering, she retorted, "You should have awakened me." He remained gentle. "It's perfectly fine for a child to sleep a bit longer." Mai Wang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Quickly donning her outer garments and rushing to Heyi's side, she first examined the jade that her spouse had begun to carve. It was merely a start, and aside from recognizing Heyi's remarkable carving skills, she could discern nothing further, only stating, "Daylight has arrived. You should take a break from carving, freshen up, and have something to eat." Indeed, he was weary. Last night, she had been consumed by anxiety, her thoughts incessantly returning to Zhao Yunyun and their intimate moments, fearful that he might recall them upon awakening. It was through the act of carving jade that she had managed to endure the night. Nodding in agreement, Mai Wang promptly went out to fetch someone. Shortly thereafter, she returned, informing Heyi that a servant would soon bring hot water to the main room. Upon hearing this, Heyi tidied her tools and made her way to the bedroom. Distracted by her inner turmoil the previous night, she had neglected to freshen up, and after such a long night, it was indeed necessary to cleanse herself properly. Upon entering the bedroom and surveying her surroundings, two servants soon arrived, carrying water that they placed in the bathing area behind a screen. He instructed Mai Wang to wait outside while she took her garments to wash and refresh herself. When He had finished bathing and donned clean clothes, she discovered that the garments fit her snugly, both the simple undergarment and the outer dress fitting her perfectly at the waist. A moment of silence enveloped her as she pondered whether Qian, the seamstress, had merely perceived her as plump, or if she had the remarkable ability to tailor garments to fit her so precisely. In any case, Qian was indeed a considerate person. As the two of them enjoyed the breakfast served by the maid, a distinctly different servant, Jin Shu, approached with an air of respect. She bowed deeply to He and stated, "The fifth master requests your presence." He, with her head bowed, stirred the porridge in her bowl and, after a moment, softly inquired, "May I ask what the fifth master requires of me?" "The jade carving for the Lord is time-sensitive. If it is not urgent, I shall refrain from going." Uncertain of Zhao Yunyun's recollection of the previous night, she felt that an encounter would be awkward. Jin Shu replied, "The fifth master is suffering from a hangover. He had a fever last night and is unwell. He merely instructed me to summon you, and I do not know the nature of his request." He recalled Zhao Yunyun's bare chest, his upper body almost exposed, rolling about on the ground, and instinctively thought that this fever might indeed be justified. She felt compelled to visit. After all, if she were to learn of Zhao Yunyun's ill health and refrain from offering her condolences, it would reflect a profound lack of compassion. Such treachery was not to be condoned, especially since she had not yet crossed that metaphorical bridge. He instructed Jin Shu to wait outside while she approached the dressing table, applying a touch of powder to mask her pallid complexion, concealing the turmoil of emotions that had plagued her through the night. Zhao Yunyun reclined on the soft couch, his eyes closed in repose, while Qin Shi relayed the current state of affairs in the capital. It was mentioned that previously, the Countess of Dingyuan had sent word to Zhao Yunyun, abruptly revealing that the matter concerning Princess Shang was not merely a fleeting whim. The emperor, now aged and feeble-minded, had 6 sons. 3 years prior, the eldest and the third prince had conspired and were executed, leaving the remaining princes in relentless contention, all vying for the military power held by the Count of Dingyuan. They had employed considerable underhanded tactics, yet the favored concubine, Du, had outmaneuvered them. Concubine Du was the most favored, having birthed the 4th prince, and she whispered sweet nothings into the old emperor's ear, prompting him to arrange a marriage between the Count of Dingyuan's unwed youngest son and her daughter. thus securing an alliance with the Zhao family. Furthermore, she had prepared contingencies, secretly orchestrating obstacles for the count's elder and younger sons in the military, intending to provide the fourth prince with opportunities to intervene in Zhao family affairs, to prevent any further missteps by the senile emperor. The Countess of Dingyuan had penned a letter to Zhao Yunyun. In response, Zhao Yunyun's letter urged the Countess to delay the marriage for at least 3 months. The Countess had already agreed to the royal engagement for the fifth young master, and the marriage contract was in writing. Discussions were underway regarding the timing for the fifth young master to wed Princess Chonghua. After the Countess consented to this arrangement, the elder and second young masters, who had been summoned back to the capital for official duties, were finally able to return to the military. Qin Shi spoke in a low tone, indicating that the Countess had advised the fifth young master to return swiftly within 3 months, while she would extend the wedding date by the same period. Additionally, there were reports of spies in the vicinity of Shuzhou, warning the fifth young master to remain vigilant against capture. Such critical details were conveyed through whispers by the shadows, leaving no written trace. Zhao Yunyun opened his eyes, his expression devoid of emotion, and his once warm visage now appeared cold and piercing. At that moment, a disturbance outside the courtyard drew his attention. He glanced toward the commotion, prompting Qin Shi to hush and exit discreetly. He stood outside the main hall of Mingda courtyard when Qin Shi knocked on the door. Coincidentally, someone from within emerged. She looked up to see a slender young servant clad in blue, a stark contrast to the round-faced servant Qing Chuan she was familiar with. His features more resolute and unfamiliar. "Madame Tao, the fifth young master requests your presence inside." Qin Shi stepped aside. He collected her thoughts and followed Qin Shi inside. Upon entering, she was greeted by the pungent aroma of medicinal herbs. Raising her gaze, she found Zhao Yunyun seated on the couch, his attire far more formal than the previous night, his complexion appearing notably pale as he leaned weakly against the pillow. Upon meeting her gaze, a hint of embarrassment flickered across his features as he seemed torn between words. The weight of his look left Heyi's heart racing. Chapter 39. Because Li Qiguang is still alive. Zhao Yunyun straightened his posture, gazing at Heyi, his handsome countenance tinged with a blush. He averted his gaze, lowered his eyes, and cleared his throat. "Sister-in-law, yesterday I indulged in too much wine with Doshan and returned home in a state of inebriation. Later, I heard that you prepared a hangover remedy for me. I must have caused you some offense in my drunken stupor." His voice revealed a profound embarrassment, laden with a sense of discomfort, making it difficult for him to even meet Heyi's eyes. Heyi's breath hitched, momentarily uncertain whether Zhao Yunyun recalled the events of the previous night. Moreover, considering he had been drinking with Doshan, she couldn't help but ponder if this was related to matters concerning the Tao family. Nevertheless, she resolved to treat the previous night as if nothing had transpired. She slowly seated herself on the circular stool beside the couch, smiling as she replied, "Of course not. I delivered the hangover remedy to you, and after you drank it, you simply closed your eyes, and I took my leave." Zhao Yunyun suddenly turned his head, his eyes resembling a serene spring, gazing intently at Heyi, as if attempting to peer into her very soul. The blush on his face quietly faded, and he gently inquired, "I truly did not cause a scene in my drunken state?" Meeting his gaze, he noted for the first time the depth of Zhao Yunyun's dark eyes, which, when fixed upon someone, appeared profoundly enigmatic. Instinctively, she averted her gaze but nodded, saying no. Zhao Yunyun leaned back against the soft pillow, displaying no sign of surprise. Taking advantage of Heyi's momentary distraction, he allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips and spoke softly. "It seems I must have indeed overindulged. Aside from succumbing to slumber, I could not have possibly caused a scene. Otherwise, based on previous experiences, I would have inevitably created some amusing anecdotes. It would be quite embarrassing for sister-in-law to witness such an undignified display." As he concluded, a faint smile illuminated his face. He, having heard this, could only respond with a few agreeable chuckles. After a brief pause, Zhao Yunyun continued, "I summoned you today to discuss matters concerning brotherly." Upon hearing this, Heyi's calm and serene eyes instantly brightened, and she looked back at him, inquiring, "What has happened to Erlang?" "Along," Zhao Yunyun delicately rolled the syllables off his tongue. It is nothing of great concern. I happen to be sending someone to the academy today. I wonder if sister-in-law has any letters to send to brotherly? This statement felt like a refreshing drizzle, prompting Heyi to smile brightly, her joy barely contained. Pressing her lips together in a smile, she nodded eagerly. Yes, I shall return and write one. Zhao Yunyun focused on the dimple at the corner of her lips, gently suggesting, why bother returning to write? Jin Shu, prepare paper and ink. The ever-quiet Jin Shu promptly gathered the materials. Heyi, preoccupied with thoughts of Li Qiguang, hardly paid attention to Zhao Yunyun's demeanor. Noticing Jin Shu had brought the supplies, she felt no hesitation, turned back to Zhao Yunyun with a smile, and, suppressing a hint of shyness, said, then I shall write the letter now, so as not to delay your time. Zhao Yunyun merely smiled warmly, offering no further words. Heyi, under the impression that Zhao Yunyun was eager to send the letter, rose and walked a few steps to the nearby table, where Jin Shu had already prepared the ink. She picked up the brush and hastened to compose her letter. Zhao Yunyun gazed intently at her rarely revealed, bashful face, his eyes shadowed with a somber hue. He pressed his lips together tightly, his handsome visage pale as if carved from jade. What was it that Li Qiguang possessed that captivated her so? He had numerous matters to discuss with Li Qiguang, and not wishing to keep her residence at the Zhao household a secret, she meticulously detailed the reasons in a letter. She mentioned Zhao Yunyun, infusing their correspondence with playful banter, laced with a hint of jest. As she concluded the letter, she naturally included her customary expressions of longing. However, feeling somewhat shy while writing in Zhao Yunyun's chamber, she limited her sweet remarks to just a sentence or two. After finishing the letter, she gently blew on the paper, folding it before it was fully dry, and tucked it into an envelope brought by Jin Shu, sealing it with wax and inscribing to Li Qiguang on the exterior. Qingshi, Zhao Yunyun called out, and soon the young servant in the azure robe reappeared, taking the letter with both hands before retreating. He turned her gaze back to Zhao Yunyun. Perhaps it was due to her thoughts of Li Qiguang, while writing, a soft, sweet smile still graced her face. Her almond-shaped eyes curving like crescent moons, shimmering with the depth of autumn waters, enticing one to drown in their beauty. Thank you, Yunyun, she said softly. Zhao Yunyun's eyelashes fluttered, and though he remained silent, he clutched his chest and erupted into a fit of coughs. His pallid complexion suggested a frailness akin to that of Li Qiguang during his illness. Only then did he recall that Zhao Yunyun had been feverish the previous night and was still unwell. She gently inquired, "You're still ill. Do drink more warm water and rest well. I shall not disturb you any further." Upon hearing her words, Zhao Yunyun's hand tightened beneath the covers, his breath caught, and he found himself laughing in anger, biting his teeth in frustration. Had it been Li Qiguang in such a state, Tao Heyi would have surely rushed to his side, perhaps even feeding him warm water directly. Did she not possess any semblance of affection towards him? Unbeknownst to Heyi, Zhao Yunyun's thoughts were far from her own. She considered herself courteous enough, after all, being merely an outsider among their ranks. She rose to take her leave. Naturally, Zhao Yunyun would not attempt to retain her. He smiled gently and said, "Sister-in-law, please travel safely." He nodded, and Jin Shu accompanied the pair as they departed. Zhao Yunyun watched as Tao Heyi hurried away, as if pursued by a ravenous wolf, her skirts billowing in the wind, as if she longed to take flight. "Qingshi," Zhao Yunyun called out loudly. The servant who had just left returned promptly, holding the letter. Without further ado, he presented the letter he had penned earlier to Zhao Yunyun. With a grim expression, Zhao Yunyun accepted the letter, tearing it open to unfold the contents within. Her handwriting was not particularly refined, yet it possessed a rare strength, penetrating the paper with vigor. He paused, astonished that the gentle and demure Tao Heyi could produce such robust script. Her handwriting bore some resemblance to Li Qiguang's, though with a softer elegance, likely a reflection of his teachings. Zhao Yunyun shifted his focus from the handwriting to the content of a letter. As she continued to read, her expression grew increasingly somber. Tao Heyi penned in her letter to Erlang, expressing her longing for him, hoping he would dress warmly and eat well, wishing for his well-being and health, and yearning for his prompt return so they might soon have a child together. Zhao Yunyun clenched the letter tightly, smiling at Qing Shi. A child? How amusing. She actually hopes to bear a child with Li Qiguang. Qing Shi, do tell me, is Li Qiguang still capable? Beads of sweat appeared on Qing Shi's resolute face as he replied. In response to the fifth master, that medicine is a forbidden concoction of the palace. Once mixed into the wine, it renders one unable to perform, and there is no antidote. Zhao Yunyun smiled gently, casually remarking, I'm not handsome enough? Qing Shi bowed his head. Fifth master, you are indeed handsome and refined, the foremost young gentleman of the capital. Yet Zhao Yunyun was not swayed by flattery. He inquired softly, then why does she only see Li Qiguang? Qing Shi hesitated before responding. Because Li Qiguang is still alive. Zhao Yunyun raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips as he echoed Qing Shi's words. He must remain alive. I simply find myself a tad impatient. Chapter 40. She had not seen Zhao Yunyun again upon returning to Hanyu Courtyard. Heyi devoted herself entirely to the art of jade carving. For the next few days, she did not leave the courtyard, working tirelessly day and night, only lying down to rest momentarily before resuming her craft, embodying the spirit of someone oblivious to the world outside, eagerly awaiting the completion of her jade sculpture. During this time, she had not encountered Zhao Yunyun again. Though they resided in the same household and were not far apart, they refrained from disturbing one another, as if the previous drunken encounter had been but a figment of a dream. This brought Heyi a sense of peace, and she hoped that the ensuing days would pass in such tranquility until her jade masterpiece was finished. Yet, she could not forget her brother's injury and the special medicine required for his treatment. Despite feeling a sense of guilt after a prolonged wait with no news, she decided to personally ask Mai Huang to summon Jin Shu, expressing her desire to meet Zhao Yunyun. However, Jin Shu replied in a neutral tone, informing her that the fifth master was currently away from Shuzhou, occupied with matters outside, and she was unaware of his return. Although Li Qiguang had previously mentioned that she could procure the medicine from the Zhao family after his departure, the act of seeking assistance always left her feeling humble, and she found it rather distasteful to approach someone after having kept her distance for so long. Nevertheless, she gently inquired if Jin Shu had any knowledge regarding the medicine. Jin Shu shook her head, stating she only attended to the daily affairs of the fifth master's household and was ignorant of other matters. With no other recourse, Heyi acquiesced. 2 days later, Mrs. Qian visited Hanyu Courtyard. Even before entering, her enthusiastic and joyful voice reached Heyi. Tao Heyi, stop carving for a moment and come see the wonderful gifts brought by our esteemed uncle. After days of silence regarding Zhao Yunyun, Heyi felt a wave of relief wash over her as she set down her carving tools and turned her gaze toward the entrance. Mrs. Qian, adorned in resplendent golden attire, wore a vibrant red silk dress, and her head was embellished with golden hairpins set with gemstones, sparkling as she moved. Her round face radiated joy as she approached, holding a wooden box. Tao Heyi, come and see. She hurried over, taking Heyi's hand and leading her to a nearby table, where she placed the wooden box down and excitedly exclaimed, "Our uncle, while attending to business, discovered some treasures and sent back a few items. I have one, and this is for you, Tao Heyi." Heyi quickly protested, "Oh, I couldn't possibly accept this." Mrs. Qian immediately countered, "How could you refuse? You are the esteemed sister-in-law of our uncle." In her heart, she thought, "This unique gift is exclusively for you from the fifth master." Without waiting for Heyi's response, she opened the wooden box. Heyi instinctively leaned in to look, and upon seeing its contents, she was captivated. Inside the box lay several exquisite pieces of jade, a flawless piece of purple jade, a blood-red ruby jade, and a piece of warm, creamy white jade, each too beautiful to carve, evoking the desire to simply cherish them. These jades were perfect for crafting bracelets, pendants, and hairpins. Mrs. Qian repeatedly praised them, reaching out to touch the ruby jade, exclaiming, "Oh, this ruby jade is so warm to the touch. It would be perfect for warming hands in winter." He had been acquainted with jade since childhood. Although the Tao family lacked high-quality jade materials, She had learned to discern them from a young age. The wooden box she beheld contained jade of unmistakable worth. She could not accept it without justification. With a smile, she nodded and softly remarked, "Indeed, it is exquisite jade, but I cannot accept it. One ought not to receive rewards without merit." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Qian could not help but roll her eyes internally, lamenting how unappreciative Tao Heyi seemed. Surely, the title of the wooden beauty belonged to her. She insisted on delivering the jade. Regardless of whether Tao Heyi accepted it, she would simply discuss it with Master Wu. Mrs. Qian thought to herself, smilingly stating, "After all, it was sent by my esteemed uncle, and I dare not defy him." He understood her insinuation. Even if she declined the jade, it would be Mrs. Qian who approached Zhao Yunyun. However, she was unaware of when Zhao Yunyun would return, so she inquired, "Might I ask when your esteemed uncle will be home? I have matters to discuss with him." Mrs. Qian had been waiting for her to ask, replying, "He did send word back, stating he would return in the next couple of days, either today or tomorrow." Upon hearing this, he nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. She resolved to muster the courage to approach him regarding the medicinal ointment upon his return. Mrs. Qian's gaze wandered around the room, and she asked, "Where has that dark-skinned maid gone? Why is she not here attending to you?" Her query was not casual. She was eager to find an opportunity to place a maid beside Tao Heyi. He replied candidly, "I've been a bit weary these past few days. It snowed yesterday, and upon waking this morning, my throat felt a bit scratchy. I sent my Huang to the pharmacy to fetch some medicine." Her health was generally robust. The last time she had fallen into water, a bowl of ginger soup had sufficed to restore her well-being. She had not caught a cold then, and she believed that this time, the fatigue from her nightly toils was the cause. Nonetheless, she did not think it serious and expected to feel better after taking a couple of doses of medicine. Mrs. Qian was taken aback by this revelation. She had refrained from disturbing Heyi, but now, realizing that she had fallen ill in Master Wu's absence, she quickly summoned a servant to fetch a doctor. He hurriedly interjected, "It is merely a scratchy throat. It must be due to fatigue. There is no need to call a doctor. I am usually in good health." Unbeknownst to her, that very morning, her right eyelid had been twitching, and her heart felt inexplicably anxious. In her light slumber, she had dreamt of Li Qiguang, as if something ominous were afoot. However, Mrs. Qian adopted a serious demeanor and insisted, in this frigid weather, a scratchy throat today could easily lead to a fever and incessant coughing tomorrow. We cannot afford to delay. She guided Heyi to a soft couch to rest, saying, "You ought to take good care of yourself. Who can endure such relentless toiling day and night?" With no choice but to acquiesce, he nodded, as the servant had already gone to summon the doctor. Mrs. Qian found an excuse to step outside briefly, sending word of Heyi's condition to Zhao Yunyun. Meanwhile, Mai Huang not only fetched the medicine, but also stopped by the Tao family's jade shop to check on Tao Shanshi and Tao Kunyue, assessing their recovery. After making the rounds, she purchased some snacks and spent a while eavesdropping on local gossip before returning to the Zhao residence. Upon her return to the Zhao residence, she caught sight of Zhao Jian's servant, Qin Chuan, hurrying back. Curiosity piqued, she hastened to the Hanyu courtyard. Upon her arrival, she discovered that her mistress was not in the chambers carving jade, but instead reclining on the bed in the main room, attended by Madame Qian and a doctor carrying a medicine box, who was issuing instructions. Mai Wang was taken aback, hastening forward to inquire about her mistress. This was the first time since Yi's arrival at the Zhao household that she found her reclining in bed. Initially, she thought that a brief rest and some medicine would suffice. However, the doctor, after taking her pulse, declared that she had been plagued by deep worries. Her internal organs exhausted, her vital energy and blood diminished, and that she was suffering from the invasion of wind and cold. Thus, he insisted that she must take a proper rest, leading Madame Qian to insist that she lie down. "How could you neglect the care of your mistress?" Madame Qian's round face, rarely exhibiting severity, turned to Mai Wang with an edge. Mai Wang, timid and hesitant to speak, held back tears, clutching 2 bundles of medicine and a bag of snacks, looking at Heyi with a mix of worry and pity. Heyi gently grasped her hand and reassured her, saying, "It is not her fault. I was preoccupied with carving jade and may not have rested adequately." Madame Qian, recognizing the truth in this, remarked, I believe my Wang is still too young. I shall select a more composed and capable maid from the Zhao family to attend to you. Mai Huang's face turned pale with anxiety at the thought of being sent away, and she glanced anxiously at He. He furrowed her brow slightly. Her voice soft yet firm, insisting, "There is no need. My Wang is more than sufficient." Madame Qian opened her mouth to protest, but, upon meeting the gentle gaze of the woman lying on the bed, inexplicably fell silent. After a pause, she nodded and reiterated, "Please take care of yourself." He smiled, affirming, "I will." She instructed Mai Huang to pay the doctor for his services. Madame Qian did not object, bustling about to arrange for the medicine before departing from the Hanyu courtyard. Once she left, Mai Huang, with teary eyes, inquired about He Yi's condition, expressing her anxiety. He comforted her softly for a moment before shifting the conversation, asking, "How are my father and Yulan?" Mai Huang wiped her eyes and replied, "Old Tao is recovering well, but he is constantly wanting to handle the jade, which has annoyed Madame Wen several times. Yulan's back injury has improved, though the medicine sent by young Master Zhao has run out today, and there will be none for tomorrow. Madame is somewhat troubled." He listened with concern, relieved that Zhao Yunyun would return in a couple of days. Seeing Mai Huang's downcast demeanor, she engaged her in light conversation, and as Mai Huang began to open up about the day's events, she recounted hearing that the Longlin Guard had raided 2 households, claiming that the sons of those families were lieutenants stationed nearby who had committed offenses and fled, evading capture by the officials, while the Longlin Guard apprehended them. One of the women had just given birth, holding her infant in a pitiful state. He, uninterested in tales involving the Longlin Guard, felt disheartened. After Madame Qian sent over the medicine, he drank it and soon became drowsy. She could not muster the energy to con in a time of chaos and turmoil. Zhao Yunyun returned to his residence. Upon arrival, he was informed that he was gravely ill and had yet to regain consciousness, prompting him to hasten to her side. Chapter 41. Zhao Jian blushes silently. Mai Huang's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed by a torrent of self-reproach and anxiety as she listened to the physician speak in terms she scarcely comprehended. All she understood was that her mistress had suddenly fallen gravely ill. "Doctor, you must save my lady." The physician was not the elderly Dr. Yi, whom Mai Huang was familiar with, but a stranger appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. He furrowed his brow and sighed. This young lady has likely succumbed to a chill that has invaded her body in recent days, and it has now manifested in her lungs. Mai Huang recalled the incident when her mistress had fallen into the water, and she nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face. Yes, my lady fell into the water." Just as the doctor was about to speak further, a commotion outside caught Mai Huang's attention. Turning around, she was startled to see the previously absent young master, Zhao, suddenly appear. Unlike his usual wide-sleeved robes, Zhao Jiyun today donned a fitted black attire, cinched at the waist with a copper belt, his sleeves adorned with copper pieces, and his hair, which was typically held up with a jade hairpin, was now entirely tied back. His handsome, gentle visage bore a cold expression, and for a moment, Mai Huang failed to recognize him. It was only when Zhao Jiyun cast a fleeting glance in her direction, revealing that familiar gaze, that she realized this was the young Master Zhao, who usually wore elegant, understated robes. "Zhao, young master," she stammered, timidly retreating a step and bowing in greeting. Zhao Jiyun disregarded her, swiftly approaching the bedside. Upon seeing He, who lay pale and frail, as lifeless as a magnolia battered by a storm, his heart sank. She appeared utterly drained, likely from recent exhaustion. The faintest hint of dark circles graced her eyelids. Clearly troubled by a dream, her brow was furrowed in distress, and she trembled slightly. He reached out a hand to place on He's forehead, checking her temperature, and his brow furrowed deeper as he turned to the doctor with a few inquiries. The physician remarked with concern, "The young lady has cold air lodged in her lungs, and the dampness has become severe. Merely administering medicine will not suffice. We must apply medicinal poultices and acupuncture to thoroughly dispel this lingering ailment." Zhao Jun inquired softly, "How is the acupuncture performed, and how are the poultices applied?" The physician, perceptive of the strict guardianship surrounding the esteemed ladies of such a grand household, acknowledged the beauty of the young woman lying on the bed. He beckoned Qing Chuan, the young servant trailing behind Zhao Yunyun, to approach and instructed him to turn his back. The physician then pointed out several acupoints on Qing Chuan's back before retrieving silver needles from his medical box. Gesturing for Zhao Yunyun to extend his hand, he demonstrated the proper force to apply, stating, "Insert the needle about a quarter of its length into the body with this amount of pressure." Zhao Yunyun, known for his sharp memory, nodded in understanding. However, Mai Huang was confused, having not fully grasped the demonstration. Summoning her courage, she spoke up, "Doctor, could you possibly demonstrate once more? I did not see clearly." As Heyi's maid, she assumed the physician had been instructing her on how to care for her mistress. While she was earnest in her efforts to learn, her intellect fell short, and she had completely forgotten the acupoints he had just mentioned. The physician regarded her for a moment, about to respond, when Zhao Jiyun's gentle yet clear voice interjected, "Is there anything else we need to be mindful of?" After a day of acupuncture and medication, if the patient's condition has improved and she begins to perspire, one may then take a cotton cloth soaked in hot water to wipe her body, followed by an additional 5 days of medicine for complete recovery. Zhao Jiyun nodded, instructing Qing Chuan to settle the doctor's fee and escort the physician out, while also sending someone to fetch the medicine. Once the doctor departed, the silver needles were left behind. Mai Huang noticed that the doctor had seemingly overlooked her and wished to speak, yet she found herself inexplicably hesitant, especially with Zhao Gongzi seated nearby in silence. Observing Qian Yangzi quietly exit, she grasped the woman's sleeve, attempting to voice her thoughts, but Qian Yangzi promptly covered her mouth and led her outside. Mei Wong, reluctant to leave, found herself unable to resist Qian Yangzi's firm grip. Qian Yangzi held a low opinion of Mai Huang, regarding her as a mere inexperienced child, lacking in cleverness and awareness. Today, she was determined to remove this minor obstacle for the fifth master and to instill a measure of fear in the girl. Once outside, she lowered her voice and said, "Do you intend to administer the acupuncture yourself? Do you even know the precise acupoints? What if you mistakenly puncture the wrong spot and worsen your mistress's condition?" Mai Huang bit her lip, feeling a rush of anxiety. However, her loyalty was unwavering. With wide, pleading eyes, she asked Qian Yangzi, "Did you remember the acupoints? Could you please administer the acupuncture for my mistress?" Qian Yangzi frowned, continuing to intimidate Mai Huang. "Did you not notice that all the doctors are men? It is only men who possess the yang energy necessary to dispel the cold from your mistress's body. Thus, only a physician or another man could perform the acupuncture. With your mistress's husband absent, it is fortunate that Zhao Gongzi is kind-hearted and would never neglect her care. While it is true that male doctors are more prevalent, female physicians are exceedingly rare, especially in Shuzhou, and Qian Yangzi saw an opportunity to mislead the young maid. Indeed, Mai Huang was easily swayed, her mind wrestling with the dilemma of whether to let a stranger administer the acupuncture or to allow Zhao Gongzi, a friend of the second master, to do so. The conclusion was evident. Zhao Gongzi was undoubtedly the better choice. Seeing the conflicted expression on Mai Huang's face, Qian Yangzi recognized that her words had taken effect and dismissed her to the small kitchen to prepare porridge. Mai Huang hurried off. At that moment, Qing Chuan returned after seeing off the doctor, and he had overheard Qian Yangzi's admonishment of Mai Huang, a playful smile spreading across his round face, revealing a side of him not previously shown in front of Heyi. Qian Yangzi had indeed been quite imposing. Clearing her throat, Qian Yangzi softly remarked, "I do this for the fifth master." Qing Chuan nodded with a grin, silently contemplating that Qian Fangyin was indeed perceptive. The medicine would arrive shortly. He instructed her to keep an eye on things, as Jin Shu would come to prepare it. Qian Yangzi acknowledged and left with her maid. He had not been ill for quite some time, but when sickness struck, it was particularly severe. Her head felt heavy, and her body trembled from the cold. At that moment, a warm hand brushed against her face, and in her dazed state, she instinctively grasped it and pulled it into her embrace. Zhao Jiyun had merely intended to touch He's face, but was unexpectedly caught by her and held tightly in her arms. He is no longer the tender maiden of 14 or 15. She has blossomed into an 18-year-old woman, her figure supple and exquisite. Nurtured for 2 years in the languid affection of Li Qiguang, flourishing in every aspect. Zhao Yunyun possesses a face that is warm and deceptively gentle. Yet his nature is rebellious and proud, cold and aloof. From a young age, he found women to be a source of annoyance, either overly sentimental and frail, or coarse and spoiled, unworthy of his time. He even questioned whether he might be inclined towards male affection. Yet the mere thought of intimacy with another man sent shivers down his spine, leading him to embrace solitude. His fastidiousness rendered him impossible to please, leaving Madame Ho utterly exasperated. Since he turned 16, countless marriage proposals have been presented to him, yet none succeeded, thwarted by his incessant criticism and dissatisfaction. At this moment, Zhao Yunyun feels he tugging at him, experiencing a warmth unique to women that he has never known before, as her jade-like visage gradually blossoms with a delicate blush. He's lips quiver, her eyes flutter open to gaze at him, as if she wishes to speak. Zhao Yunyun lowers his gaze and instinctively draws closer, only to hear her softly murmur, filled with dependence, ailing. Chapter 42. Hold me tight, the heart, immersed in a cocoon of warmth, suddenly felt as though pierced by a sharp spike, causing the flush on Zhao Yunyun's face to vanish entirely, replaced by a cloud of discontent upon his handsome features. I am not that uselessly Qiguang. Zhao Yunyun's gentle voice carried an icy undertone laced with suppressed fury. Is this what love entails? Even in such a state of illness and delirium, her thoughts remained consumed by Li Qiguang. He Wei, in a hazy stupor, fluttered her eyelashes, managing to open them a crack, yet all was a blur, rendering her vision indistinct. She could only discern a face that, though as if crafted from paper, still possessed an ethereal grace. The familiar, gentle voice resonated in her ears as her head throbbed, longing for solace. With an infrequent display of vulnerability, she murmured, ailing, I'm so cold. Her voice was as soft as a newborn kitten, the warmth of her breath enveloping Zhao Yunyun's neck, prompting a soft, pained sigh from her as her body instinctively sought warmth. I am not Li Qiguang, Tao Heyi, see clearly who I am. Zhao Yunyun withdrew the hand she had been holding, his face darkening as he ground his teeth near her ear. I am Zhao Yunyun. He Wei, suddenly bereft of warmth, furrowed her brows tightly, instinctively trying to draw closer to Zhao Yunyun. However, her weakened state rendered her movements feeble, and as she could not reach him, a sense of helplessness washed over her. Ailing. I am cold. Zhao Yunyun clenched his teeth, shedding his outer garments before slipping beneath the covers, where he was immediately met by her soft form pressing against him. He Wei's face nestled against his chest, eliciting a contented sigh from her as she reveled in the warmth. Ailing. She pleaded softly, her voice fragile yet yearning. Zhao Yunyun's breath quickened, warmth evaporating from his expression, his eyes narrowing with a shadowy intensity. He had never anticipated becoming a mere substitute, a frail vessel for another's warmth. Tao Heyi, I am not Li Qiguang. I am Zhao Yunyun. Open your eyes and see clearly. Is Li Qiguang's body this robust? Can you not even recognize your own husband? At the mention of the word husband, his complexion darkened further. He Wei perceived a persistent buzzing in her ears. Indifferent to everything, yet a flicker of recognition crossed her pallid face at the name Li Qiguang, accompanied by a faint smile. Ailing. She burrowed deeper into Zhao Yunyun's embrace, seeking warmth. She felt cold, unwell, her bones aching, and a weight pressing upon her chest, whispering, Ailing, I am so cold. Hold me tight. In accordance with Zhao Yunyun's usual temperament, he would have kicked Tao Heyi away, breaking his unwritten rule of not striking a woman. For women were merely a source of trouble, whiny, crude, and irksome. Yet, his arms tightened around her even more. He recalled a casual glance from over 2 months ago while he was mounted on horseback, a fleeting moment initially dismissed as he busied himself with pressing matters. However, in moments of leisure, that careless glance resurfaced in his mind. He vividly remembered the serene and gentle profile of Tao Heyi as she bent to embrace a child, the dimples of her smile as she comforted, and her face radiant as jade. Ailing. He Wei seemed to be held too tightly, her brows knitting together as she emitted a soft, uncomfortable sigh. Zhao Yunyun gazed down at the person nestled in his arms, a sudden smile gracing his lips. His voice tender as he reminded himself not to misremember his husband's name. He Wei, oblivious to everything around her, felt the icy chill enveloping her body gradually dissipate, replaced by a comforting warmth. The trembling coldness that had gripped her bones was finally banished, and her previously restless demeanor began to settle into tranquility. As Jin Shu approached with a prepared medicinal soup, the door stood ajar, yet she still knocked respectfully, only entering upon receiving Zhao Jiyun's response. Upon reaching the bedside, she lifted her gaze slightly and noticed the discarded outer garments and belt carelessly strewn about by Zhao Jiyun. Momentarily taken aback, she chose to ignore it and composed herself as she stepped inside, feigning ignorance to the faint, incoherent murmurs coming from the woman within. Fifth Master, the medicinal concoction required by Madame Tao is ready, Jin Shu announced respectfully. After placing the tray on the small table beside the bed, which held a bowl of soup and a cloth bag containing steamed herbs meant for application on the back, she awaited further instructions. Leave, Zhao Jiyun responded in a low, somber tone. Jin Shu, sensing the weight of the atmosphere, quickly bowed her head and exited, closing the door behind her. Tao Heyi had already succumbed to slumber in his embrace, her hands clinging tightly to him in search of warmth. Zhao Jiyun contemplated loosening his hold, yet her delicate frown and discontented murmur prevented him from doing so. Ailing, she called out, though only the name of Li Qiguang escaped her lips. Zhao Jiyun, typically proud and aloof, found his temper tempered by her presence today. Gritting his teeth, he gently extricated himself from her grasp, his handsome face adopting a cool demeanor as he turned her over. With her body soft and feeble, her clothing became disheveled, revealing glimpses of her pale undergarment. Yet today, Zhao Jiyun had no time to dwell on such matters. He unfastened her outer garment and loosened the ties of her undergarment, pressing her down onto the bed. He then took several steamed herbal packets and placed them on her back. The warmth of the herbal packs surprised him. He had expected her to resist, but instead, she relaxed, a soft sigh of comfort escaping her lips, her restlessness subsiding. Zhao Jiyun's gaze fell upon her fair, delicate skin, noticing how the medicinal aroma gradually suffused her, turning her complexion a rosy hue. Lacking experience in caring for others, he stared for a moment before realizing he should cover her with the bedding. Estimating that the time prescribed by the physician had elapsed, he removed the now-cool herbal packets and proceeded to administer acupuncture to several points along her back. She winced in pain, weakly struggling, prompting Zhao Jiyun to lean closer, softly coaxing her, "Just endure a moment longer, and it will pass." Soothing her with his words, she quieted down, and once the time had passed, he gently extracted the silver needles, located the delicate ties of her undergarment, and resecured them. He dressed her once more in her outer garment and turned her to rest against him. Perhaps the warmth from the herbal packs had induced a sense of comfort. For Tao Heyi lay pliant and serene, her features relaxed in her slumber. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiyun, despite the winter chill, found himself drenched in perspiration. A bead of sweat trickled down from his brow, landing precisely on her parched lips, prompting her instinctively to extend her tongue to moisten them. Zhao Jiyun's breath caught in his throat as he heard her murmur once more, "Ailing." His fervent warmth was abruptly extinguished, and as he reached to push her away, she burrowed deeper into his embrace, causing his garments to become disheveled. "Tao Heyi," Zhao Jiyun called out to her once more, regardless of her mental clarity. In a cold voice, he declared, "I am Zhao Jiyun." He responded with a soft sound, yet did not lift her gaze to meet his. Instead, she called out in a gentle tone, one that was uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor, "Ailing." Zhao Jiyun felt as though he had struck a pillow, his handsome and gentle face contorted as he brought the medicine bowl closer. Unsure of how to administer it, he merely held the bowl to Heyi's lips, attempting to pour the medicine into her mouth, but she seemed to realize his intent and tightly pressed her lips together. Unable to restrain himself, he grasped her chin, yet she recoiled in discomfort, her eyelashes fluttering as she slowly opened her eyes, which glistened with unshed tears. Her eyelids tinged with a sickly red. Illness had rendered her more vulnerable, and her gaze was imbued with a sense of grievance. Zhao Yunyun froze momentarily in his actions, prompting He to turn her head away, burying her face in his embrace, and again she called out, "Erlang," her tone heavy with affection. Each utterance of "Erlang" infuriated Zhao Yunyun, his expression darkening as he raised the bowl and swallowed a generous mouthful of the medicine. He then seized her face, parting her lips with his own, and forcefully passed the liquid between them. Chapter 43. With Li Qiguang's separation, I am your husband now. The medicinal liquid was bitter and astringent, and he instinctively resisted. Zhao Yunyun would not allow her to retreat, his tongue forcefully entwined with her soft one, delivering the medicine directly to her throat. With an involuntary swallow, she gulped it down. Zhao Yunyun was filled with anger. Yet he suddenly discerned a hint of sweetness amidst the bitterness of the medicine. His breath caught, and he nuzzled Heyi's nose, taking the opportunity to entwine and savor her. After a while, noticing her breath had grown faint, he finally withdrew his lips and tongue. He lowered his gaze to Heyi's lips, where the previous pallor and dryness had been replaced with a moist, rosy hue. Unable to resist, he pecked at her lips a couple more times, and then, amid her discontented hums, he made her drink the medicine again through his lips and tongue. After this round of administering the medicine, Zhao Yunyun felt as if he had caught a fever himself, his entire body ablaze. He held Heyi close as he lay back down, embracing her tightly. The medicine had a calming effect. Not long after drinking it, He fell into a deep slumber, no longer calling out for Erlang, yet she seemed utterly reliant on the Erlang she clung to, unwilling to part from him even in her dreams. Zhao Yunyun had not slept for long when Qing Shi came to find him. He initially intended to release her and step out, but her hand tightened around his clothing. It seemed she sensed something, murmuring uneasily, "Erlang." He gritted his teeth in annoyance and attempted to push her away, exclaiming, "Tao Heyi, look clearly at whom you are holding." Yet the sickly beauty merely stirred restlessly in her sleep, unable to offer him a word. Zhao Yunyun's attempts to push her away ultimately transformed into a tighter embrace, his face darkening. Qing Shi waited outside for a long while, only hearing the ominous voice of his master within. "Get lost." After a moment of silence, he had no choice but to retreat. Fortunately, the matter he sought his master for was not urgent. Zhao Yunyun, deprived of sleep, simply closed his eyes to rest, constantly monitoring Heyi's condition. In the middle of the night, Heyi began to sweat profusely, her body growing increasingly hot, her hair damp with perspiration, her clothes clinging to her as if soaked in water, making Zhao Yunyun's own garments stick to his skin. He realized this was a sign of the cold poison dissipating. A bit of sweating might lead to her recovery by the next day. Despite his mild obsession with cleanliness, he endured the dampness and did not release her. The two of them lay entwined like two wet fish. "Erlang, it's hot." He began to fidget and push against Zhao Yunyun, but her weak and soft wrists could hardly move him. Instead, she resorted to soft whimpers, her demeanor starkly contrasting with her usual tranquility. Zhao Yunyun felt his muscles tauten in response, his body ignited by her gentle touches, yet she seemed to use up all her warmth and then push him away. Frustrated, he repeatedly whispered in her ear, "Tao Heyi, look clearly, I am Zhao Yunyun, not your useless husband." After several attempts with no reaction from her, he suddenly softened his tone, leaning closer to say, "With Li Qiguang's separation, I am your husband now. In our clan, I am the fifth, you may call me Wulong." Heyi's face was damp with sweat, her hair clinging to her forehead, and it seemed she was finally awakening from her slumber, her eyelashes fluttering. Zhao Yunyun instinctively held his breath at the sight. Yet, her eyes did not open. She struggled to escape the heat of his embrace. Zhao Yunyun was certainly not someone who could be summoned at will. She was not a person who could be embraced or dismissed at one's whim. However, he began to whine about her thirst, calling out for Erlang thirst. Zhao Yunyun's gentle and attractive face contorted several times that evening. He decided to wrap Heyi tightly in the quilt and lifted her, moving to the table to pour a cup of tea that had long gone cold, bringing it to her lips. The cool tea was like nectar. Though Heyi was unconscious, she did not resist it as she would medicine, instinctively parting her lips. After a cup of the refreshing tea was poured down her throat, she whimpered for more. Zhao Yunyun obliged, pouring her another cup, and After 3 cups, she nuzzled against his shoulder contentedly, prompting him to carry her back to bed. Yet, the damp clothing clung uncomfortably to her skin, and he began to tug at her garment. Zhao Yunyun wrapped her snugly in the bedding and rose to open the door, calling for assistance. Outside, not only Jin Shu was present, but Mai Huang was there as well. Initially, Mai Huang had gone to the small kitchen to prepare porridge at the behest of Madame Qian, believing that it would be suitable for her mistress to eat when she grew hungry later, as a sick person should consume light congee for recovery. However, upon returning after preparing the porridge, she found the door to her mistress's chamber tightly shut, with Jin Shu standing guard outside. When she attempted to enter, Jin Shu refused her, quietly informing her that the 5th master was inside, treating Lady Tao, and that no one should disturb them. Mai Huang immediately felt perplexed and insisted that she was not an idle onlooker, but her mistress's maid. Yet, Jin Shu reiterated that at this moment, she could not assist Lady Tao and was merely an unnecessary presence. Confronted with Jin Shu's calm and composed demeanor, Mai Huang felt a twinge of fear. Yet she summoned her courage to argue. But inside, there are only my mistress and young Master Zhao. It is improper for a lone man and woman to be alone together. What would others think of my mistress? Jin Shu, harboring disdain for Heyi, felt little need to conceal her feelings in front of Mai Huang, and replied coolly, "My 5th master hails from a noble lineage, possessing both beauty and a gentle disposition. What would he possibly desire from Lady Tao? Do not be overly sentimental. Furthermore, the events occurring here today will remain within the Zhao residence. Surely, you would not disclose them to anyone." Mai Huang, being young and inexperienced, was rendered speechless by Jin Shu's rebuttal. She was somewhat oblivious to Jin Shu's disdain and stood there, tongue-tied, unwilling to leave the entrance. Though she held her head high, fatigue was evident. In the dead of night, she remained wide-eyed, attempting to emulate Jin Shu's steadfastness. Suddenly, she was startled by the sound of the door opening behind her, and she responded loudly. Zhao Yunyun cast a fleeting glance at Mai Huang before turning to Jin Shu to instruct her to prepare water. The mention of preparing water changed Jin Shu's expression. She feared that something had transpired between Zhao Yunyun and Heyi, recalling Lady Tao's dazed appearance, and refrained from thinking further, simply bowing her head in response and hurriedly turning to give orders. Meanwhile, Mai Huang was unaware of the implications behind the request for water. After all, Heyi and Li Qiguang typically had hot water ready well in advance for their monthly rendezvous, negating the need for her to prepare it midway. At this moment, her attention was drawn to Zhao Yunyun's disheveled, damp clothing, which hung open at the chest, and despite her youth, she could not help but entertain fanciful thoughts. Mai Huangxin was anxious to enter and see her beloved wife. Though fear gripped her heart, she mustered her courage and said, "Master Zhao, I wish to see my wife." Zhao Yunyun had initially intended to allow a maid to assist Heyi with her bathing and changing of clothes. But upon seeing Mai Huang, he abandoned this thought. Since he had no intention of permitting Mai Huang to enter, he certainly would not allow Jin Shu to go in. His patience, already depleted while attending to Heyi, now manifested itself in a tone that was flat as he replied, "Your wife requires treatment. Do not disturb her." With that, he stepped into the room. Mai Huang felt something was amiss, yet she could not discern what it was, leaving her silenced and bewildered. Before long, a coarse servant woman brought in water, entering with her head bowed and soon exiting in silence, quietly closing the door behind her. Mai Huang could only widen her eyes, enduring the torment outside. Thus, she spent 2 days in this manner. Heyi's fever persisted intermittently for 2 days, leaving her in a hazy stupor, during which Zhao Yunyun tended to her without fail. On the evening of the 3rd day, Heyi's aching body finally began to feel some relief. As she opened her eyes, initially dazed, she slowly recalled her previous discomfort, the subsequent chills and fever, and then, instinctively, she attempted to move, only to discover a strong arm draped around her waist, holding her tightly in an embrace that was markedly different from Li Qiguang's frail grasp. In an instant, she was fully awake, her mind buzzing as if something had shattered within her. Overcome with terror, she could not produce a sound, merely lifting her head to gaze in horror. Zhao Yunyun's gentle face gradually came into focus, beginning from his chin. He was asleep, his eyes closed, with exquisite features that radiated tranquility. As if sensing her gaze, his long eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his enchanting peach blossom eyes, quietly looking back at her. Chapter 44. He can. Can I not tell Erling? At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and he found it difficult to breathe. Her mind was a blank slate, and her heart felt as if it were suspended on the edge of a precipice, constantly sinking. She slowly closed her eyes, perhaps dreaming. It must be a dream. But why was she dreaming of Zhao Yunyun lying on her bed, nestled so closely face to face? He's body tensed, paralyzed with fear. She felt as if she were drenched in cold sweat. What should have been a hazy dream was instead becoming alarmingly clear. She could distinctly sense his warmth through the thin fabric of their clothing, feel the warmth of his breath brushing against her cheek, and the coarse strands of his hair entwined around her neck. You are awake. Zhao Yunyun's voice suddenly broke the silence, soft and gentle, yet in that moment, it felt like a sharp blade, slicing through Heyi's already precarious heart. She finally reacted, opening her eyes to push him away. However, having been unwell for just a few days, her body felt weak and limp, and that push was more akin to a playful gesture than a forceful shove. Zhao Yunyun gazed at her, reaching out to grasp her hand. He, in a flurry, rolled away, her pale face betraying her desire to escape the bed, a stark contrast to her usual calm demeanor. As she stumbled, on the verge of falling to the floor, Zhao Yunyun swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist, guiding her back onto the bed and sitting up beside her, his brow furrowed slightly, concern etched on his face. You are still ill. It would be best to rest for another couple of days. Yet, deep in his eyes lay a concealed irritation, vexed by the sight of he waking up in fear at his presence. Did he truly appear so dreadful? He's lips turned pale, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she looked at Zhao Yunyun, her breath quickening. Her mind, slowly turning, was forced to confront the reality of her situation. She was sharing a bed with her husband's closest friend. Why? How could this have happened? He trembled, clutching the quilt pile before her, avoiding Zhao Yunyun's outstretched arm as she curled backward. Her fingers, gripping the fabric, turned white with strain. After what felt like an eternity, she managed to utter, how could we be lying together? Each word was a struggle, her voice hoarse from days of silence. Zhao Yunyun fell silent, watching her without a word, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. He stared into his gentle eyes, her heart racing with mounting dread. She had no recollection of what transpired. All she remembered was her throat being scratchy and sending my Huang to fetch medicine, followed by Madame Qian insisting on calling a doctor. After seeing the doctor and taking the medicine, her body grew heavier, compelling her to take a nap for much-needed rest. Yet, upon awakening, she found herself in bed with Zhao Yunyun. Before he could speak, regret flooded her mind. She regretted staying at the Zhao residence to carve jade due to the matters concerning the Tao family, regretted the fear of retribution from the Dragon Scale Guards that led her to spend the night away, and regretted allowing herself to succumb to that sleep. What would Li Qiguang think if he knew? A person so gentle and cheerful would undoubtedly find this situation intolerable. The more he pondered, the paler her complexion became. At that moment, Zhao Yunyun spoke. You have fallen ill with a high fever and lapsed into unconsciousness. The doctor has examined you and stated that your internal organs are weak and fatigued, with cold toxins invading your bones. Due to the heat, it is difficult for you to disperse the fever, and the wind chill poses a significant challenge to your recovery. He paused slightly, his gaze trembling as he looked at He, his fair face tinged with a hint of crimson, as though he felt somewhat bashful. He fixed her eyes on him, her breathing slowing, afraid to miss a single word. Upon noticing the flush on Zhao Yunyun's face, her own grew even more pallid, and she remained silent. She dared not shift her gaze downward, yet her peripheral vision caught sight of Zhao Yunyun's disheveled attire, revealing a considerable expanse of his chest, which bore marks that appeared to be scratches, as if he had been clawed or carelessly bitten. Her mind buzzed, and she dared not contemplate further. After a considerable pause, Zhao Yunyun continued. The doctor has advised that you require acupuncture and medicinal applications on your back. This is not a task that should fall upon me. However, Your illness has rendered you somewhat clingy, insisting upon my presence. Your recovery cannot be delayed, so I have taken it upon myself to assist you. Since then, you have remained in a daze, your consciousness clouded, and unable to be left alone. Hence I have chosen to stay by your side. His voice was gentle and soothing, imbued with a hint of coaxing, reminiscent of how Li Qiguang would comfort Heyi in private. Yet he felt no comfort. Her heart was filled with boundless anxiety. Her breathing slow, her body nearly motionless. She murmured, I have a maid. Where's my Huang? Why is she not here? Zhao Yunyun lowered his eyelashes, his warm voice tinged with a degree of awkwardness. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, I sent her away. It would not be appropriate for her to witness this. Furthermore, having another person present would. He pressed her lips together, her head bowed in silence, retreating beneath the covers. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, with neither speaking. He found it difficult to lift her gaze, unable to face Zhao Yunyun. Her heart burdened with an ineffable shame. Having been in good health throughout her life, she rarely fell ill, so when sickness did strike, it rendered her quite helpless, afraid of pain, of suffering, of discomfort. As a child, she always needed her mother to hold her to sleep. Therefore, she found some credence in Zhao Yunyun's words and considered the possibility that, in her delirium, it was indeed as he described. He could not fault Zhao Yunyun. Her pale face was a canvas of guilt, embarrassment, and trepidation intertwined, rendering her unable to shed a tear. About this matter, Zhao Yunyun began, gazing at her with a slow, measured tone. He, like a startled rabbit, abruptly interrupted him, raising her voice. This matter. At last, she turned her attention back to Zhao Yunyun, who regarded her with a silent intensity. The scrutiny made her complexion pale further, then flush again, and her voice softened. Let's consider this matter as if it never occurred. I trust that the servants of a Zhao family will not divulge this, and neither will I. Upon uttering these words, he seemed to have found a resolution to the situation. After a brief pause, her hoarse voice emerged. Gentle yet resolute. This matter shall be treated as if it never took place. Zhao Yunyun observed her in silence for a long while, lowering his head to adjust his disheveled garments. He followed his movements and once again caught sight of the crimson mark on his chest. She pressed her lips together, suddenly realizing that perhaps this matter was not solely within her purview. After all, this situation was unlike the previous occasion when Zhao Yunyun had been intoxicated and she had cared for him. During that time, he had been oblivious to his drunken antics and had mistaken her for someone else. She had been able to feign ignorance. However, this time he was fully aware. And even though she had not been entirely conscious due to her illness, the moment she opened her eyes and saw them lying together on the same bed, clarity washed over her. Is it permissible? He asked, her voice barely above a whisper, almost pleading as she inquired, could you refrain from informing Erling? Chapter 45. How could one divorce? Zhao Yunyun certainly wished to reveal everything to Li Qiguang. No, there was no need to inform him. A mere hint to Zhou Chunlan about Tao Heyi spending the night at the Zhao residence would suffice, and Zhou Chunlan would be unable to tolerate the thought of Tao Heyi dishonoring Li Qiguang, thus advocating for his divorce. Yet, how could one even consider divorce? It is not as simple as separation. For a woman guilty of such grievous transgressions, even in this era of liberal attitudes, the Zhao family would never permit Tao Heyi to openly remain by his side. To conceal a woman like that would be too humiliating. Zhao Yunyun cast his gaze downward as he meticulously tied his garments. After a moment of stillness, he lifted his head to look at Heyi, his countenance serene. In a gentle voice, he inquired, if Li Xiong were to learn of this matter, would you contemplate a divorce? Heyi was taken aback by this question. She had never envisioned a day when she might part ways with Li Qiguang. From the moment she first laid eyes on him at 11 years old, she had yearned to marry him. After she fulfilled her wish to wed him, she had not entertained thoughts of separation. She wished for his daily happiness and resolved that should he ever walk ahead of her, she would never marry again, intending to return home to manage the Tao family jade shop. Once her brother married and had children, she would pass on her finely honed craft to them. Her breath quickened as she replied, no, I have never considered a divorce. She understood Li Qiguang's character, if he were to learn of this. While he may struggle to accept it, his gentle nature would likely lead him to forgive her after she expressed her remorse. After all, she had been unaware and ill during her entanglement with Zhao Yunyun. Zhao Yunyun observed her anxious yet resolute expression, feeling a tempest within his heart. Yet a gentle smile gradually graced his features. He said, "Since you wish for this matter to remain unknown to Li Xiong, I shall not speak of it." Heyi sighed with relief, averting her gaze from Zhao Yunyun, and lowered her head, softly stating, "I hope you can forgive my offense during my illness. Let us consider this matter as if it never occurred." She reiterated her words once more. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yunyun replied, "Very well." For the second time, she had chosen that worthless Li Qiguang. Following this exchange, there was little left to say. Zhao Yunyun, with consideration, rose to gather his garments, donning them piece by piece. Finally, he secured his hair with a jade hairpin, transforming from a disheveled appearance into a refined gentleman clad in elegant attire. "I shall take my leave now, and will send your maid in," Zhao Yunyun said, casting a final glance at Heyi, his gaze polite yet not focused on her. He paused briefly and added, "Your health is still fragile. Take time to recover. Regarding the jade carving from Doshan, I have already communicated with him, and he has agreed to delay for another half-month." Heyi felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at having been disrespectful to Zhao Yunyun in her dreams. While he continued to consider her well-being, overcome with shame, she could only express her gratitude. "Thank you." She hesitated, and just before he turned to leave, she earnestly reiterated, "Thank you." Zhao Yunyun paused slightly, responding softly, "It is nothing." He then stepped outside. As the door creaked open, Jin Shu and Mai Huang stood outside, both turning their heads in unison. Upon seeing Zhao Yunyun, their expressions varied. While Jin Shu's demeanor remained inscrutable, Mai Huang's face was a tapestry of nervous excitement. For the past few days, Zhao Yunyun had not emerged from her mistress's quarters, leaving Mai Huang in a state of anxious anticipation. At this moment, her eyes sparkled with hope as she inquired, "Young master, is my mistress feeling better?" Zhao Yunyun regarded the frail little maid before him, offering a gentle smile that warmed the air like a spring breeze. He replied softly, "She appears to have improved significantly, yet her spirits remain low. We must not provoke her." Mai Huang nodded eagerly, longing to enter, yet she hesitated, casting a timid glance at Zhao Yunyun. He chuckled lightly and stepped aside, allowing her passage. After Zhao Yunyun departed, he remained curled in a corner, tightly wrapped in her bedding, her body tense and unable to relax. The aftermath of her illness left her aching and uncomfortable, both physically and emotionally. "Madam," Mai Huang's urgent, melodious voice echoed as she hurried into the room. He, startled as if awakened from a dream, scrambled to adjust her blankets, desperately attempting to conceal the fact that she had shared a bed with Zhao Yunyun. Upon entering, Mai Huang found her mistress lying pale upon the bed, and she rushed to kneel by her side, tears welling in her eyes as she choked out, "Madam, how do you feel now? Are you better? You seem to have lost some weight." Seeing Mai Huang's terstreked face, his heart ached at the sight of her friend's own gaunt features. Remembering her earlier conversation with Zhao Yunyun, she resolved to act as if nothing had transpired and spoke soothingly, "I'm feeling much better." Yet, Mai Huang, hearing her mistress's hoarse voice, felt no reassurance in her words. Wiping her tears, she rambled on, "I was so worried about you these past few days. It was young Master Zhao who took care of you and I wanted to come in, but he always stopped me." Her intention was to voice her grievances, but he, having already aligned her thoughts with Zhao Yunyun's reasoning, believed that she had been the one to cling to him, making it inappropriate for Mai Huang to witness that scene. Thus, upon hearing Mai Huang's words, she simply replied, "Let us not speak of that matter any further." She found herself unable to reflect on how Zhao Yunyun had tended to her. Mai Huang stammered, but just then, he felt a tickle in her throat and coughed a couple of times, prompting Mai Huang to exclaim, "Madam, please don't speak. Rest well." Having endured an illness and now feeling the weight of emotional strain, he was utterly fatigued, lacking the strength for further conversation. She lay nestled in her blankets, reluctant to move. Mai Huang had much to share, Yet she prioritized one pressing matter. Madam, earlier I saw Jean Shu dispatch a vial of medicine to the jade shop. It must be the special remedy for injuries that the second master mentioned. He nearly forgot about this, and, as she processed the information, a wave of shame washed over her. Zhao Yunyun had shown sincere regard for both Li Qiguang and her, while she had treated such a cherished friend with indifference. Madam, are you hungry? Shall I fetch some porridge for you? Asked the weary Mei Huang, unable to restrain herself. Indeed, he was in need of nourishment, for her body required sustenance to regain its strength. Thus, she nodded in agreement. One could only hope for her swift recovery, allowing her to resume her intricate work on the jade and depart from the Zhao household. Early the next morning, Madame Qian received word that he had regained consciousness. She promptly made her way to Mingde courtyard to seek an audience with Zhao Yunyun. A quarter of an hour later, she emerged from the courtyard, a letter clutched in her hand. With that letter in hand, she proceeded to Hanyu courtyard to visit He. Chapter 46. The letter from Suyuha, He arose this morning, still feeling a profound languor throughout her body, yet unwilling to remain in bed any longer. She took her medicine and, noticing the splendid weather outside, wrapped herself snugly in her wheat-colored shawl and ventured into the courtyard for a stroll. When Madame Qian arrived at Hanyu courtyard in a flurry, she beheld the delicate silhouette of He standing beneath the plum tree, her face as pale as porcelain. Draped in a cloak, she appeared strikingly beautiful, more ethereal than ever, exuding an enchanting fragility akin to that of a celestial being. Unable to resist, Madame Qian slowed her pace, reluctant to disturb such a serene atmosphere, and held her breath, quietly observing from the corridor. Throughout history, many a beauty has been plagued by melancholy, burdened by the knowledge that such exquisite looks may not suffice to secure their protection. Tao Heyi, the daughter of a humble jade carver from the city of Shuzhou, understood this all too well, even as a married woman. A mere glance from the powerful could shatter her tranquil existence. Madame Qian sighed inwardly, pondering that a lady as resplendent as Tao Heyi should not be consigned to a marriage with a frail and ordinary man. What merits did Li Qiguang possess? His frame was as thin as a withered branch, his complexion perpetually pale, a scholar who could not even complete the imperial examinations, often sequestered in the academy, devoid of companionship, and his looks were merely passable. How could he possibly compare to Master Zhao? Master Zhao hailed from a noble family, possessing striking beauty and a temperament that radiated warmth like jade. His efforts to win the lady's affection were evident. He sought only a willing heart from Tao Heyi. In her eyes, should Master Zhao choose to seize Tao Heyi by force, what could the Li and Tao families protest? He wielded ample means. Yet, he currently employed such a subtle approach, intent on gradually winning over Tao Heiyi's heart, which attested to his genuine affection. His desire was not merely for her body, but for her spirit. As Madame Qian mused, a blush crept across her cheeks, as though she were the one being so painstakingly courted by Zhao Yunyun. A sudden gust of wind sent a shiver through her, prompting her to regain her composure and gaze once more at Tao Heyi in the courtyard. She sincerely hoped that the young lady would soon discern her true path with Master Zhao. After all, without him, there would be others like Zhang San and Li Si, and Li Qiguang could not offer her protection. At that point, those others would lack Zhao's gentle persuasion. Moreover, given that Li Qiguang appeared to have short lifespan, why waste time on him? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Madame Qian resumed her steps toward the courtyard, her voice bright and cheerful. Madame Tao Heyi, lost in thought as she gazed at the plum blossoms, lamented her inability to hold a carving knife steady in her current state, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Upon hearing Madame Qian's voice, she turned her head. Madame Qian, always adorned in vibrant hues of red and green, radiated joy, and the sight of such vivid colors on this cold winter day elicited a gentle smile from Heyi. Why are you outside on such a frigid day? You should be resting indoors. Madame Qian scolded playfully as she approached and took Heyi's hand. Heyi smiled softly, replying, lying about all day is rather dull. Besides, I am at the Zhao residence to complete the jade carving for Lord Qianhu, not merely to rest. She spoke thus, perpetually influenced by the events of yesterday. addressing not only others but also herself. Madame Qian remarked, "You must take care of yourself. I see your hands are icy cold. You must have spent some time outside. Come inside with me. I have matters to discuss with you." He was reluctant to enter, for once inside, her mind would inevitably drift back to the scene of awakening in Zhao Yunyun's embrace. She desired to breathe in the fresh air of the courtyard. However, Madame Qian, being Zhao Yunyun's cousin, was half a mistress of the Zhao residence, and he complied, recognizing her position as merely a guest artisan. Indeed, he mused. She was but a jade sculptor. Madame Qian urged he to sit down, then hesitated slightly before inquiring, "Do you know Su Yuhua, the music bureau?" The music bureau existed in various locales, and he was certainly acquainted with Su Yuhua from the one in Shuzhou. She nodded, her brow furrowing with curiosity and confusion, pondering why Madame Qian suddenly brought her up. Madame Qian then produced a letter from her sleeve, presenting it to he while observing her expressions closely. "A few days ago, Su Yuhua unexpectedly sent a letter addressed to you. At that time, you were still quite ill, so I accepted it on your behalf." Upon hearing this, he felt increasingly bewildered. It seemed normal for Su Yuhua to write to Li Qiguang, but to her, she accepted the letter without hesitation and opened it in front of Madame Qian. The letter was filled with elegant script. Su Yuhua, being the daughter of a former magistrate, had always been well educated, her delicate characters showcasing her refined upbringing. However, as he read the contents, her mood darkened, leaving her stunned and anxious. 3 days prior, Su Yuhua had accompanied a troupe of singers to entertain at the estate of the affluent Pan Wenlong on the outskirts of the city. The notorious Pan was known for his cruel treatment of women, often subjecting them to torment. Upon witnessing the plight of her fellow performers, Su Yuhua was seized by fear but found herself unable to escape. In desperation, she discreetly sent a trusted young servant to deliver a letter seeking help. The Dongli Academy was not far from that estate, and naturally, the plea for aid reached Li Qiguang. Li Qiguang, being gentle and kind-hearted, could not withstand Su Yuhua's desperate entreaties. Without hesitation, he set out with Feng Shu to rescue her from the estate. Pan Wenlong, a licentious young man, despised meddling in his affairs and took great offense at Li Qiguang's intervention. He subjected Li Qiguang to humiliation and ridicule, tormenting him throughout the afternoon. Finally, by evening, he allowed Su Yuhua to leave with Li Qiguang. The women of Dongli Academy were not permitted to enter, so Li Qiguang arranged for Su Yuhua to stay with a nearby family. In her letter to he, Su Yuhua recounted these events, lamenting how Li Qiguang had endured humiliation and torment on her behalf, pleading with he to allow her to remain by his side, expressing her willingness to serve him and he as a maid. However, she concealed the fact that Li Qiguang had fallen ill after his ordeal. As for how he knew that Su Yuhua had written the letter in tears, it was evident from the smudged ink. Su Yuhua remarked that Li Qiguang was a gentle soul who, out of unwillingness to let down he had refrained from accepting her. She implored he to provide Li Qiguang with an additional caretaker, assuring her that she would not vie for his affections, only wishing to care for him in the years to come. Upon finishing the letter, he furrowed her brow, her emotions in disarray. Yet the singular clarity she possessed was her concern for Li Qiguang's health. How was he enduring such a winter? Would he fall ill? She longed to visit the academy to see him, yet she found herself powerless to do so. Seeing her troubled expression, Mrs. Qian inquired about the contents of the letter. He, folding the letter, managed to force a smile, dismissing it as trivial. Nevertheless, her demeanor betrayed her, appearing wan and dispirited. Mrs. Qian, unfamiliar with the letter's contents, knew of Su Yuhua only as a singer who had once attempted to ingratiate herself with her husband during a banquet, only to be rebuffed. Subsequently, she had observed Su Yuhua casting flirtatious glances at her father-in-law. Mrs. Qian speculated that the letter contained little of merit, especially since it was entrusted to her by the fifth master for he. Having accomplished her purpose for the day, Mrs. Qian did not linger, offering a few words of consolation, urging he to take care of herself before departing. He sat quietly for a while, then instructed my Huang to grind ink. as she took up her brush to compose a letter to Li Qiguang. She couldn't help but recall the last letter sent with Zhao Yunyun's assistance, which had gone unanswered. Yet he had found the time to rescue Su Yuha. While she prided herself on not being petty, she felt a pang of bitterness within her heart. Yet, it was merely a twinge, for she trusted in Li Qiguang's character, knowing that had he agreed to Su Yuha's request to remain with her, she would not have written to him in this manner. Mai Huang took the letter to send it out, encountering Qin Chuan, Zhao Jiyun's young servant, along the way. Upon seeing her round face, Qin Chuan beamed and said, "Little Mai Huang, are you going out to send a letter to Madame Tao?" Though Mai Huang was only 13, she was beginning to experience the stirrings of young affection. Qin Chuan, appearing around 18 or 19, had a lively and approachable demeanor that made her shy as she nodded. "Yes, it's a letter for the second master." "Hand it to me. I'm just heading out to deliver it to second master Li," Qin Chuan cheerfully offered. Mai Huang promptly handed over the letter, her face a mix of joy and bashfulness as she expressed her gratitude. After watching her spirited figure vanish from view, Qin Chuan's smile faded as he proceeded to Mingda Courtyard. Zhao Yunyun had been occupied with matters for several days, accumulating a backlog of tasks. Yet he was still at home managing affairs. "Fifth Master, a letter from Madame Tao." Qin Chuan respectfully presented Heyi's letter with both hands. Zhao Yunyun, upon receiving it, smiled calmly, lowering his gaze to open and read it. Qin Chuan stood silently by, feeling as though he had become invisible. Yet he sensed the temperature in the room drop noticeably. After a prolonged silence, he heard his master's gentle murmur. "Last time, she wrote to Li Qiguang. She has yet to receive a reply." Qin Chuan thought to himself, "But, Fifth Master, you never sent it." "Qin Chuan, do you think I should respond to her?" Zhao Yunyun tilted his head towards Qin Chuan, the corners of his lips curling upwards as he inquired. Qin Chuan hesitated, uncertain if he had misconstrued the Fifth Master's intention, and replied, "Is it?" Zhao Yunyun nodded, a smile gracing his face as he said, "Since you believe a response is warranted, I shall compose a letter in return." Chapter 47. Li Qiguang's serious illness. Qin Chuan had no intention of spying, yet standing beside Fifth Master, his curiosity got the better of him, compelling him to steal glances at the letter being penned. Observing Fifth Master employ Li Qiguang's distinctive handwriting and tone to compose such syrupy, sentimental verses, he could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort after merely a fleeting look. It reminded him of the shadowy guard who had once remarked on Li Qiguang's talent for sweet talk, soft and languid, always managing to enchant Lady Tao. He mused to himself, no wonder Fifth Master sought to mimic Li Qiguang's mannerisms to draw closer to Lady Tao. After Zhao Yunyun completed the letter and scrutinized it, he appeared unsatisfied, furrowing his brow and murmuring, "Li Qiguang's saccharine words ought to be even more potent." With that, he crumpled the paper and began anew. Qin Chuan watched as the pile of discarded drafts on the floor increased steadily. It was not until noon that Zhao Yunyun finally felt content. With a slight smile gracing his lips as he folded the letter neatly, placed it in an envelope, and entrusted it to Qin Chuan for delivery. "Elder Miss, here is the letter from Second Master," Mai Huang exclaimed, bouncing in with a rosy complexion, radiating joy and excitement. He Wei, having eaten and taken her medicine, felt a touch drowsy and planned to lie down to recuperate, hoping to soon complete her jade carving. Upon hearing Mai Huang's words, her expression brightened, and she reached out eagerly for the letter. Mai Huang promptly handed it over. After reading Su Yuhua's letter, He Wei felt her heart, once steeped in melancholy, gradually revive. She tore open the envelope, not missing a single word, and as she read Li Qiguang's correspondence, her cheeks flushed with warmth. The moment she glanced at the first line, she found herself momentarily stunned, for this letter brimmed with profound affection. Though her husband had previously expressed tender sentiments, they were always subtle and refined. This time, however, he unabashedly declared his deep love for her, lamenting his sleepless nights and yearning for the comfort of her embrace. Blushing, He Wei carefully tucked the letter away, asking Mai Huang to entertain himself for a while as she sought a moment of rest. Concerned for her well-being and observing her rosy cheeks after reading Second Master's letter, Mai Huang happily exited, closing the door behind him. He Wei took to her bed, drawing the curtains before delving into the letter once more. After finishing it, she felt an indescribable sweetness in her heart. Li Qiguang, with his gentle disposition, rarely articulated such fervent affection. For a time, she had harbored the notion that his kindness stemmed from a sense of obligation due to her role in bringing him luck. But now she understood the depth of his love for her. He had written of how, upon reading poetry that expressed longing, he thought of her, with memories flooding in like a tide, as if he had become the poet himself. He confessed that when he dined, he could no longer stomach the meals at the academy, as he was reminded of her cooking. His thoughts of her occupied him from dawn until dusk. After pausing to gather her emotions, she read the letter again, confirming it was indeed Li Qiguang's handwriting and not some cruel jest from another. Burying her face in her pillow, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Yet, soon thereafter, the memory of Su Yuhua's letter struck her like a bolt, leaving her momentarily frozen. There was no mention of Su Yuhua in the correspondence from Li Qiguang. He had concealed this matter from her. The sweet smile on Heyi's face suddenly faded significantly. She opened her eyes and stared blankly at the letter in her hand, unable to suppress the thought that his unusually sweet words towards her might stem from a sense of guilt regarding Su Yuhua's situation. But why would he feel a sense of remorse? Has he promised to keep Su Yuhua by his side? If not, how could he deviate from his usual demeanor to pen such a tender and affectionate letter? As Heyi's heart felt as though it had been forcefully tugged, she found herself wide awake, despite her overwhelming fatigue. She longed for a swift reply to the letter she had sent that day, wherein she inquired about her concerns. That night, as she lay in bed, her mind was consumed with these thoughts. Yet, aware that her primary focus must be on regaining her health, she resolutely closed her eyes in an attempt to sleep. The following morning, he awoke feeling considerably improved. She grasped her carving knife and noted that her wrist had regained much of its strength. Determined not to waste any more time, she returned to her study. Meanwhile, Mai Huang pouted, remarking, "My dear, your health is still not quite right." In the small chamber, 2 more braziers were lit, and under the intense heat, Heyi's complexion blushed a rosy hue, dispelling the pallor of the past few days. She was deeply engrossed in carving the jade material, scarcely engaging in idle chatter. Her eagerness to sculpt stemmed from 2 motivations. First, she yearned to complete her work swiftly and depart from the Zhao residence. Second, whenever she found herself idle, her thoughts would inevitably drift to the matters concerning Li Qiguang and Su Yuhua. Thus, she chose to immerse herself in the art of jade carving. That evening, Mai Huang returned with a cheerful countenance, bearing a letter penned by Li Qiguang. He could hardly contain her anticipation as she eagerly tore open the envelope to read. However, upon finishing the letter, a sense of unease settled within her, and she remained motionless for a while. In his correspondence, Li Qiguang mentioned the matter of Su Yuhua, expressing his desire to redeem her from the brothel with the assistance of Zhao Yunyun, and subsequently provide her with a place of refuge within the Li household. A place of refuge, if she interpreted correctly, implied that Su Yuhua was to become a concubine. Otherwise, how can it be considered dwelling? My lady, my lady? Upon witnessing the tears welling in Heyi's eyes, Mai Huang felt a surge of panic and called out in distress. At that moment, he was enveloped in an indescribable haze of emotions, struggling to comprehend how Li Qiguang could utter such words. Yet, she had meticulously perused the letter, the tender phrases and familiar handwriting unmistakably belonging to Li Qiguang. She recalled their encounter at the Zhao residence when he embraced her. She had inquired what he would do if Su Yuhua were to pursue him again. He had replied earnestly, "I am powerless." But how could it be that so little time had passed, and he was still willing to allow Su Yuhua into the Li family? My lady, what seems to be the matter with the second young master? Mai Huang assumed that Li Qiguang's health had deteriorated, which was why his wife was behaving in such a manner. He lowered her head, using the back of her hand to wipe her eyes, assuring herself that all was well before retrieving paper and pen. When Mai Huang had prepared the writing materials, he held the pen but hesitated, failing to inscribe a single word for a considerable time. The ink dripped onto the paper, spreading into a dark blotch, far denser than her tears. After a lengthy pause, she replaced the sheet and picked up the pen once more to compose a letter. Upon completion, she instructed my Huang to take it out for delivery, while she retreated to the side room, immersing herself in the jade carving to prevent her thoughts from wandering. The letter, however, was not received until 3 days later, wherein Li Qiguang gently soothed her with kind words, expressing his apologies and suggesting that all matters be discussed upon his return. She, upon reading it, found herself unable to sleep throughout the night, her eyes swollen and red by dawn. Before the wheat fields turned golden, he donned her attire and retreated to her chamber, immersing herself in her craft to momentarily forget the heartache that weighed heavily on her soul. She focused solely on perfecting the jade sculpture for Do Qianhu, believing that once she returned home, she could meticulously discuss the matter of Su Yuhua with Li Qiguang. She refrained from writing to him again, awaiting his return to the Zhao residence to fetch her. Her heart, consumed by the jade carving and Li Qiguang, naturally cast aside any thoughts of Zhao Yunyun. She avoided Zhao Yunyun, convinced that her brother's injury would heal with a vial of the precious medicine, thus no longer requiring Zhao Yunyun's assistance, and she did not step outside the courtyard. With such unwavering focus, he completed the jade sculpture even days ahead of her expectations. It dawned on her that she had resided in the Zhao household for over a month. Yet Li Qiguang had still not come to collect her. The initial feelings of resentment had long since faded, leaving her with a sense of grievance that she concealed deep within her typically gentle and serene demeanor. One early morning, she took the time to prepare herself, donning the garments she had worn upon her arrival at the Zhao family, and sent my Huang to invite Zhao Yunyun to the Hanyu courtyard, ostensibly to view the completed jade sculpture. Zhao Yunyun had not seen Tao Heyi for nearly a month. Despite their proximity, he had stifled himself, waiting for her to seek him out, desiring her voluntary approach. Yet, his demeanor remained dark, and both Qing Chuan and Qing Shi, while attending to duties of the guard station, dared not breathe freely, and Madame Qian had not shown herself at all. On the day he received the letter from Su Yuhua, Qing Chuan rode to the guard station. "Fifth Master, Madame Tao requests your presence at the Hanyu courtyard." Qing Chuan, sensing this as good news, could not help but reveal a smile, speaking excitedly and urgently. Zhao Yunyun was engrossed in Su Yuhua's letter, which conveyed that Li Qiguang was gravely ill and would be returning to the city. Zhao Yunyun lifted his head, squinted his eyes in a gentle smile, rose, and said to Qing Chuan, "I must bathe and change." Chapter 48. So, Tao Heyi, are you truly feigning ignorance or genuinely unaware? Qing Chuan, well aware of his master's vanity, knew that wherever they ventured, a few carriages would be laden with garments and accessories. Even while residing in the modest confines of Suzhou City, their abode was always stocked with ample changes of clothing. Even the seemingly ordinary attire bore intricate patterns in the fabric, and the adornments at the wrists and waist were nothing short of exquisite. The bathing essentials, including specially crafted soap beans and incense, were of the finest quality. He idly waited beneath a small building behind the guard station, feeling as though his master's bathing ritual was unusually prolonged today. With a creak, the slightly aged door behind him swung open. Qing Chuan turned, and before he could glimpse the figure, he was first enveloped by a subtle yet captivating fragrance, reminiscent of a delightful spring day. Then, he laid eyes upon his master, cloaked in a snow-white satin robe. At first glance, the robe appeared ordinary, but under the sun's rays, it shimmered with a faint silver sheen and delicate patterns, with wisteria flowers embroidered along the lapel, exuding an air of freshness and elegance. A bespoke jade belt cinched his master's waist, expertly crafted by the most skilled jade artisans, accentuating his master's strong posture. Qing Chuan blinked and looked up again. His master's visage was undeniably handsome, with a gentle and refined smile. His hair, dark as ink, was casually held up with a single jade hairpin, the pink peach blossom pin he had requested from Madame Tao at the jade shop. The delicate hue harmonized beautifully with his master's appearance, enhancing rather than detracting from it. However, it must be said his master seemed rather flamboyant today. "How do I appear today?" Zhao Yunyun inquired with a warm smile, his mood evidently buoyant. Qing Chuan, unable to suppress his amusement, responded with a playful remark, "Master, You are like a celestial being. Zhao Yunyun chuckled at this, and without further ado, stepped toward a side door of the small building, where a carriage awaited him. He, having finished her breakfast, waited patiently in the side room for Zhao Yunyun's arrival. After a month occupied with meticulous carving, her mind, previously consumed by jade, finally found the leisure to ponder other matters. With a cup of tea in hand, she lowered her gaze, lost in thoughts of Li Qiguang. Since he had sent her a letter filled with tender words, promising to discuss the matter of Su Yuhi upon his return, she hadn't replied. Yet, he seemed oblivious to her subtle yet rare moodiness, having not written to her either. It had already been over a month since he left for the academy, and he had yet to return home. This was the first time since their marriage that he had been away for such an extended period. The longer she contemplated this, the more her feelings of grievance deepened. Unable to resist, she retrieved the letter Li Qiguang had sent earlier, reading the gentle phrases that soothed her heart, allowing her to feel somewhat comforted. She resolved that, after leaving the Zhao residence, she would visit her mother-in-law, send the maid who attended her back to the Zhao household, and then proceed to the academy to find Li Qiguang. "Miss, young Master Zhao has arrived," Mai Huang exclaimed as she rushed in, serving as He's advance scout, waiting outside to report back to her. He momentarily regained her composure, set down her teacup, and stood to adjust her attire before stepping outside, intending to greet him. It had been quite some time since she had fallen ill and awakened in Zhao Yunyun's embrace, an episode she had endeavored to forget, striving to restore her emotional equilibrium. However, as she stood at the threshold and beheld Zhao Yunyun approaching from afar, feelings of shame and awkwardness surged uncontrollably within her, rendering her unable to restrain them. She cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Yunyun, recognized the man in the white robe, and promptly lowered her gaze. As Zhao Yunyun drew near, he was enveloped by a refreshing and pleasant fragrance. He noted that he could not bring herself to utter the words Jiyun in his presence. Instead, she bowed her head and distantly addressed him as young Master Zhao. From a distance, Zhao Jiyun observed he standing at the door to welcome him. Though she wore no makeup, her complexion radiated like polished jade, glowing in the morning light. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, but before he could utter a word, she quickly averted her eyes after a brief glance, leaving him with only the sight of her dark hair. Then, he heard her distant and aloof call of young Master Zhao. The words young master, Zhao momentarily stilled his breath. As he gazed upon her serene countenance, with her lowered brows and quiet demeanor, he suddenly chuckled. Recognizing that she was donned in the same slightly antiquated ginger-colored gown she had worn on the day she visited the Zhao residence, complete with an equally old-fashioned golden hairpin. Lowering his voice, he inquired gently, "Might I ask what brings you to seek me today?" He noted that he had refrained from addressing her as sister-in-law today. In the past, such matters might have escaped her notice, but now, standing before Zhao Jiyun, her sensitivity heightened, and she became acutely aware of it. Yet, she found it rather ordinary. The thought of him calling her sister-in-law again filled her with an unspoken embarrassment. She endeavored to maintain a calm tone and replied, "The jade carving requested by the esteemed master has been completed. I will be grateful if you could come and inspect it for any imperfections." Instantly, a shadow crossed Zhao Jiyun's face, yet his voice softened further. "You sought me solely for this matter?" He, puzzled by his reaction, wondered if there could be any other reason for their meeting. Their previous entanglement left little room for solitude between them apart from this jade carving. Thus, she nodded earnestly, stating, "Indeed, I have troubled you here for several days. Thankfully, I have completed the jade carving as requested by the esteemed master and would like to invite you to view the finished product." Zhao Jin scrutinized He in silence for a considerable time, his gentle visage caught between a smile and a frown. Qing Chuan, observing from the side, thought that the fifth master's expression was on the verge of distortion from frustration. He silently pondered whether this Tao lady was truly oblivious. Was it possible that the fifth master's painstakingly curated appearance was wasted on someone who refused to meet his gaze? Alas, Tao lady was not blind. She simply chose not to look at the fifth master. Qing Chuan hastily lowered his head, adopting a stance of an unseeing, unhearing stone figure. After a prolonged silence without a response from Zhao Yunyun, he could not contain herself and called out again, "Young Master Zhao?" Her tone laced with curiosity. Zhao Yunyun, his fingers brushing against the jade belt at his waist, let his gaze fall upon the delicate nape of her neck, and finally a smile broke forth. Very well. He lifted his leg and walked towards the side room, but in his peripheral vision, he noticed the hem of his garment brush against Tao Heyi's arm, causing her to stumble back abruptly. He paused momentarily, then took a larger stride, his expression darkening considerably. Having not visited the Hanyu courtyard for some time, he was unaware of Heyi's progress in her craftsmanship. Upon encountering a translucent and lifelike jade sculpture, he was momentarily taken aback, his attention captivated. The jade craftsman imbues their soul into the jade, and while some artisans may possess exquisite skills, their creations often lack vitality, appearing lifeless to discerning eyes. Such as Tao Shansher's works, which, though technically flawless, lack the spirit of jade and seem rather rigid. However, Tao Heyi was different. From the entwined serpent and peach branch, Zhao Yunyun recognized the essence of jade, not to mention this particular depiction of the 8 immortals crossing the sea. He perceived her unwavering concentration during the carving process, her pure spirit endowing the sculpture with a soul, breathing life into these deities. Noticing that Zhao Yunyun had been silent for a while as he admired the jade, he refrained from interrupting him, quietly reflecting on her own creation. Finding a measure of tranquility amidst her previously tumultuous thoughts. You possess an exquisitely perceptive heart when sculpting jade. Zhao Yunyun finally withdrew his gaze from the jade and turned to the woman beside him, speaking softly. He felt a surge of joy at the compliment, offering a slight smile without lifting her gaze to meet Zhao Yunyun's. "Do you think there is anything that requires modification?" she inquired. Zhao Yunyun studied her intently. His striking features, when lowered to meet another's gaze, would typically cause any young woman in the capital to blush and lose her composure. Yet, this was evidently not the case with Tao Heyi. "So, Tao Heyi, are you truly feigning ignorance, or are you genuinely unaware?" Zhao Yunyun remarked with a gentle smile. Chapter 49. Pray, my lady, summon an esteemed physician to rescue Erlang. Tao Heyi possesses a serene and gentle disposition, offering boundless patience to those she cherishes. However, to those she disregards or intentionally overlooks, she spares not a single thought, even though she may still treat them with grace. Her demeanor ultimately betraying a heart of indifference. It took Li Qiguang over a year after their marriage to gradually comprehend her nature, at which time he affectionately embraced her, remarking, "Hinyang, you truly possess a face that beguiles." Determined to maintain distance from Zhao Yunyun henceforth, Heyi resolved that unnecessary contact was unwarranted. As for Li Qiguang, their deep friendship allowed for occasional visits, which she would graciously host, but nothing beyond that. Thus, when she unexpectedly heard Zhao Yunyun's words, her brow furrowed in confusion. Yet, recalling their prior nights spent together, she approached the matter with caution, presuming he might be alluding to it again, and cautiously replied, "I am uncertain of your meaning. Is there an issue with the jade carving?" Wishing to avoid revisiting the past, she deftly redirected the conversation towards the jade. Zhao Yunyun, perceiving her intent to distance herself, was immediately consumed by rage. Yet, he suddenly realized that he held no position to express anger, and the ire simmered within him, leaving his complexion pale and his handsome features contorted with suppressed emotion. He took a few deep breaths, but upon seeing Tao Heyi's innocent and serene demeanor, he recalled Su Yuhua's letter and found a sense of calm. "My lady, you are undoubtedly a master of jade carving. The 8 immortals crossing the sea is rendered with unparalleled vivacity, unmatched by any." He exhaled in relief and seized the moment to take her leave. "In that case, I shall bid farewell today. Upon my return home, I shall write to Captain Doe, requesting him to make a trip here to collect the goods." Her voice was soft, her tone distant, starkly contrasting with the playful banter she shared with Li Qiguang in her letters. Zhao Yunyun continued to gaze at her, realizing that he had never felt more composed than at that moment. "Very well," he replied, Heyi still oblivious to the peculiar undertone in his voice. perceived his gentleness and gratefully smiled before turning to beckon my Huang to gather their belongings. Zhao Yunyun slowly followed her out of the room, observing as the small, dark-faced, limping maid hurried away to the bedroom, soon returning with a wooden box. This box was the same one Heyi had brought during her visit to the Zhao family, containing her jade carving tools. In the courtyard, Heyi turned once more to Zhao Yunyun, bowing her head in farewell, expressing her gratitude and politely stating they would meet again another day. Zhao Yunyun smiled at her, his peach blossom eyes shimmering. Very well, until we meet again. With that, Heyi departed with my Huang, gliding away as gracefully as she had arrived. By the time Madame Qian learned of the events, Heyi had already been gone for a tea's worth of time. She had no chance to intervene and felt she had failed in her duty. Hastily making her way to Mingda courtyard, hoping to see Zhao Yunyun. Madame Qian, I advise you not to provoke Fifth Master's anger at this moment, interjected the somewhat haughty maid, Jin Shu, blocking her path. As Madame Qian frowned, about to speak, a sound of shattering porcelain echoed from the courtyard. Although she had seen nothing, the sound evoked a multitude of thoughts as she recalled Tao Heyi's departure from the Zhao residence. A shiver ran through her, rendering her hesitant to speak further. Even when faced with the seemingly poised yet secretly disdainful maid, Jin Shu, she forced a respectful smile and said, I have come here without pressing matters. I merely heard that Madame Tao has left the Zhao residence and thought it prudent to take my leave as well and bid farewell to Master Wu. Jin Shu, with her keen perception, discerned the ulterior motives of those with designs on Master Wu. The yearning in Qian's eyes was almost palpable, and she felt a swell of disdain. While Tao Heyi, despite being a married woman, possessed undeniable beauty, this Qian woman was short and unremarkable, yet she dared to covet Master Wu. It was unnecessary. She would simply convey her sentiments to Master Wu later. Jin Shu spoke with a lack of courtesy. Qian was immediately incensed. After all, she was the daughter-in-law of a county magistrate, while Jin Shu was merely a servant emboldened by her master's status. Yet, when the urge to retaliate arose, she quelled it, recognizing that the power of the affluent far surpassed that of the common folk. Reluctantly, she took her leave, returning to her own quarters, gathering her belongings, and departing hastily. Meanwhile, he made her way back to the Li family, stopping by the Tao family's jade shop along the way. She visited her father and brother, finding their recovery satisfactory, which brought her joy as she shared the news of the completed jade carvings. After lunch, she left and purchased some pastries and marinated delicacies, intending to cheer her mother-in-law. However, upon opening the door at home, she was greeted by peals of laughter from within, indicating that her mother-in-law was in high spirits, requiring no additional coaxing from her. Zhou Chunlan sat in the courtyard basking in the sun, her complexion rosy and noticeably fuller than before Heyi's departure. Behind her stood a clever-looking maid who was making her laugh heartily with some amusing tale. He felt a wave of relief wash over her as she approached with the treats, softly calling out, Mother, I have returned. Zhou Chunlan paused, momentarily taken aback by Heyi's voice. She looked up, and, while her expression remained cheerful, her demeanor was not particularly warm. She merely acknowledged her before turning her attention back to the story from the maid. The maid, upon seeing Heyi, respectfully curtsied and greeted this servant, Tong Shu. Pays her respects to Madame Tao. Jin Shu, Tong Shu? Was there perhaps a silver shoe as well? He mused, feeling more at ease upon returning home. She smiled in response, and noticed Tong Shu expressing her gratitude before instructing my Huang to retrieve a prepared purse and hand it to her. Thank you for your care towards my mother-in-law these past days. Tong Shu accepted it with a sweet smile, offering no further words, stating simply, This servant shall gather her things and return to the Zhao residence. Zhou Chunlan felt a tinge of reluctance, yet her concern for money prevailed, and she did not insist on her staying, only pouting slightly and murmuring, It seems my good days are numbered with your return. He dismissed the comment, raising the snacks and delicacies in her hands, and approached Zhou Chunlan to discuss the blessing she had sought for Li Qi Guang at the temple. Due to her lack of proficiency in deceit, she spoke only a few words, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she promptly ceased her discourse. She then remarked, Mother, I plan to visit the academy tomorrow. With the new year approaching, if possible, I shall bring him and father back with me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chunlan suddenly regained her senses, realizing that it had been over a month since she had seen her son, and as for her late husband, she had chosen to disregard his absence. She struck her forehead in realization, exclaiming, "Indeed, Erlang has been away for far too long. I shall prepare our belongings at once. We will go together tomorrow." In a flurry, she hurried into the house to gather her things. "I will also make some buns to take to the academy for Erlang. He adores the dried meat buns I prepare." He also returned indoors, for the house had been uninhabited for a month and required tidying. Should they succeed in bringing Li Qiguang and the elder back for the new year, they must return to a clean and comfortable bed. She took out the bedding to air it, and recalling the clothes in the wardrobe, she decided to hang those out as well. While the mother and daughter-in-law busied themselves, a knock echoed from outside. He, who was hanging clothes in the courtyard and closest to the door, quickly finished her task and hurried to open it. As she approached, she pondered who it might be, only to be met with the sight of the wan and sorrowful beauty, Su Yuhua. Her eyes were swollen, presenting a picture of utter despair. He was momentarily taken aback, and before she could compose herself, Su Yuhua implored, "Erlang is gravely ill. I beseech you to summon a skilled physician at once to save him." At these words, Heyi's heart plummeted. Instinctively, she turned in the direction Su Yuhua pointed, noticing a carriage behind her, from which the young scholar, Feng Shu, emerged with tear-streaked cheeks. Upon seeing her, he wept, "Madam, the second master is unable to rise from his bed." Chapter 50. He's deep regret before a blinding white light seemed to appear, rendering her breathless for a fleeting moment, as the words of Feng Shu echoed incessantly in her mind. What does it mean that the second master is too ill to rise? Wasn't Li Qiguang studying diligently at Dongli Academy? He had a small courtyard there, furnished with everything necessary, including a sufficient brazier. How could he possibly be so gravely ill? Her gaze gradually shifted to the pallid and tear-streaked face of Su Yuhua, who had cried nearly to the point of asphyxiation. Suddenly, it dawned on her that Li Qiguang had endured humiliation at the hands of a powerful man, surnamed Pan, in order to rescue Su Yuhua. What kind of humiliation did he suffer? Could it have led to his illness? Madam, Mai Huang, upon hearing the sobs from within the house, rushed outside, only to be confronted by the distressing sight of Su Yuhua. She scarcely had time to ponder the reason for Su Yuhua's presence or the tears streaming down her face before her attention was captured by her own mistress's ghostly pallor. She hurried to support He, calling out an alarm. The sound of Mai Huang's voice jolted He from her stupor. She staggered toward the direction of the carriage, but as she took a step forward, she faltered, nearly collapsing to the ground. "Madam," Mai Huang quickly steadied her, and it was only then that He realized the carriage stood before her, with Feng Shu weeping beside it. Even the oblivious Mai Huang felt an inexplicable dread welling up within her as she fixed her gaze on the tightly shut carriage door. With great effort, He managed to steady herself, her legs trembling uncontrollably. She forced herself to move forward, approaching the carriage, and asked Feng Shu in a quivering voice, "Is the second master inside?" With tear-filled eyes, Feng Shu replied, "The second master is inside, and he is currently in a deep sleep due to illness. Madam, we must carry him back inside. The master will return later." He nodded, her hands tightly gripping her sleeves. She climbed into the carriage and, with trembling hands, pushed open the door to peer inside. Just one glance shattered her heart. Li Qiguang lay beneath thick blankets, his previously pale face now tinged with a deathly gray. His eyes were sunken, and within the span of a mere month, he appeared to have lost even more weight. The youthful charm he once possessed replaced by a frail and withered form. Ailing. He's heart ached, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like a river. She crawled into the carriage, trembling as she reached out to touch Li Qiguang's face. It was icy to the touch. Her vision blurred instantly, rendering everything indistinct as she held her breath, straining to feel his breath. The faintest hint of breath barely registered, yet he exhaled in relief. She gasped for air, her body shaking as she dared not linger any longer. Leaning out of the carriage, her face ashen, She instructed Fang Shu to check if Wang Desheng was next door and to summon him to assist in carrying Li Qiguang inside. Fang Shu nodded and hurriedly dashed next door to knock on the door. Meanwhile, he gently encircled the cold form beneath the blankets, wishing to share some warmth of her own. Fortunately, Wang Desheng was at home that day. Upon opening the door and seeing Fang Shu in tears, he rushed over. He wiped her eyes, unwilling to waste a moment, and stepped out of the carriage to allow the burly Wang Desheng to enter. "Wan uncle, please be gentle," he implored, her voice choked with emotion as she observed Li Qiguang's frail frame. Wang Desheng nodded hurriedly, his gaze upon He and Li Qiguang filled with compassion for these young souls, and for Li Qiguang, who seemed unlikely to endure this ordeal. Having been neighbors with the Li family for over a decade, he had witnessed Li Qiguang's struggles since childhood, diligently consuming medicine in a bid to survive. They had once hoped that marriage would usher in a change for the better. Yet, to their dismay, just 2 years later, circumstances had taken a dire turn. He cautiously lifted Li Qiguang, who felt as fragile as porcelain, cradling him in his arms as he bent to descend from the carriage. Zhou Yunyun had been in the kitchen kneading dough, contemplating preparing pickled vegetable meat buns for Li Qiguang. However, upon hearing the commotion outside, her brow furrowed with an inexplicable dread. She wiped her hands and rushed out, only to be met with the sight of Wang Desheng carrying her son. Instantly pallid, she staggered forward, her voice trembling. What has happened? What is wrong with Erlang? He's eyes were swollen and red with tears, and though she wished to comfort her mother-in-law, words eluded her. Panic gripped her heart as she followed Wang Desheng into the house. Suddenly recalling that the bedding had been taken out to air, she stumbled back to gather it, hurrying to lay it properly on the bed. Wang Desheng gently placed the porcelain-like figure down, and he swiftly covered him with the blankets, instructing Mai Huang to fetch 2 additional braziers. "My son," Zhou Yunyun could scarcely articulate her anguish, muddled and dazed, as she trailed behind the gathering crowd. Gradually regaining her composure, she pushed past He to kneel beside the bed, tears cascading down like torrential rain. Her voice trembled. "My son." Words escaped her. All she could do was shudder and weep, too frightened to check for signs of life. He pinched her thigh, using the pain to force herself to remain calm and alert. She turned and instructed Fang Shu to summon the doctor, to call for the esteemed Dr. Yi. Li Qiguang had always sought treatment from Dr. Yi, who, with his advanced age and exceptional skill, was the finest physician in Shuzhou. Fang Shu nodded vigorously. He returned to the room, rummaging through her cabinet to retrieve a 30-year-old ginseng for potential use. Yet, she hesitated, knowing that such tonics could be harmful if administered inappropriately, particularly when one was too weak to benefit from them. Tears streamed down her face, her mind in a chaotic whirl. The room was filled with cries. Zhou Yunyun gasped for breath, and even Su Yuha, who had entered with her, knelt beside the bed in despair. He, however, could not afford to succumb to such overwhelming sorrow. Clutching her chest, she stood by the bed, gazing at the emaciated form of Li Qiguang, her heart aching with suffocating pain. She could no longer wait idly. She dashed out to the entrance, anxiety coursing through her veins, fearful that Li Qiguang might. Just a thought was unbearable. She trembled, recalling the 2 years past when she had come to bring him joy, only to find him lying in bed, desiccated, as if on the brink of death. No, he had survived before. He would surely do so again. Why had Dr. Yi not yet arrived? Should she return to urge Li Qiguang to suck on the ginseng? He's heart felt as though it were being sliced by a dull blade, and despite the winter chill, she was drenched in cold sweat. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed toward the end of the road, her heart heavy with regret. She lamented the past month spent painstakingly crafting that jade sculpture. What did it matter if the commission was ruined and she faced torment from the dragon scale guards? Her health was robust, and no matter the suffering, she would recover swiftly. Why had she not visited the academy to see Li Qiguang? Why had she stubbornly refused to write to him? Gripping the fabric of her chest tightly, she bit her lip in profound remorse. The elderly physician, Master Yi, was advanced in years. Fang Shu, carrying his medicine box, hurriedly assisted him along the way, panting, "Madam, Master Yi has arrived." Regaining her composure, she hastened to pull at Master Ye's sleeve, urging him inside. Master Yi paid no heed to complaints. He was well aware of Li Qiguang's condition and promptly entered the room. Upon entering, he was met with the sound of a woman weeping. His brow furrowed as he caught his breath and walked briskly toward the source of the sorrow. He grasped Zhao Yunyun's shoulder, pulling her aside. "Mother, the doctor is here." With an abrupt motion, Zhao Yunyun, overwhelmed with emotion and deaf to all else, directed her frustrations at Heyi, striking her with a fierce slap. Her hands, accustomed to toil, were strong and unforgiving, and Heyi's delicate cheek immediately swelled, her lips splitting from the impact. Zhao Yunyun cried out in anguish. "Why didn't you go to the academy to see Ailing? Why has he just returned now?" He stumbled back, nearly losing her balance, but was steadied by Mai Huang. Overwhelmed by her mother-in-law's words, feelings of regret surged within her, making it difficult to breathe. She could only choke out, "Mother, let Master Yi examine Ailing first." At last, noticing the physician standing beside her with the medicine box, Zhao Yunyun stepped aside, gripping his sleeve tightly. "Doctor, please save my son. Save my son." Though dissatisfied with Zhao Yunyun's treatment of Heyi, Master Yi refrained from voicing his discontent at that moment. He seated himself beside the bed, casting a glance at the pallid figure of Li Qiguang. Upon seeing his ashen complexion, his expression grew grave. He pulled back the covers and took Li Qiguang's hand to check his pulse. Chapter 51. The aristocrat Zhao Yunyun possesses the elixir of life. At this moment, the cries within the room fell into a profound silence, as all present held their breath, fixated on the hands of the esteemed Dr. Yi as he took Li Qiguang's pulse. Dr. Yi gently grasped Li Qiguang's chin to examine his tongue, lifted his eyelids to inspect his eyes, and then withdrew his hand to retrieve a charcoal pencil from his medical kit. He swiftly penned a prescription on a sheet of paper. "Doctor, my son," Zhao Yunyun stammered, her lips quivering. "Yet, doctor." He did not regard the distraught woman's anguished expression. Instead, he turned to the one who appeared to be in charge, the relatively composed Heyi. "Do you possess any aged ginseng at home?" He promptly replied, "We have a 30-year-old ginseng." After a moment's contemplation, Dr. Yi nodded. He set down the charcoal pencil and instructed Feng Shu to fetch the medicine. He then addressed He, "Please grind the ginseng into powder and administer it to him." He nodded and hurried to retrieve the ginseng that had just been taken out, opting to do the task herself without delay. Given Li Qiguang's frail condition, the household was equipped with a mortar and pestle and other necessary tools. She wasted no time and quickly ground the ginseng into a fine powder, returning with it in her hands. Dr. Yi took a bowl, assessed the quantity within, and removed 1/3 of the powder. Using a small spoon, he mixed it with water in a cup, then fed it to Li Qiguang, allowing the ginseng-infused water to aid his swallowing. Li Qiguang had grown accustomed to taking medicine while in a stupor. As the ginseng water entered his mouth, he instinctively swallowed, his will to survive evidently strong. Once this was accomplished, Dr. Yi furrowed his brow and remarked, "He has succumbed to the cold, which has penetrated to his bones and viscera, exacerbating his chronic illness, causing his pulse to be severely erratic." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "He was managing quite well until now. What could have transpired recently?" Zhao Yunyun could only weep, her confusion evident as she glanced at Heyi, her voice tinged with reproach as she inquired, "What has befallen my son?" Before he could respond, Su Yuhua suddenly knelt on the ground, her frail form nearly collapsing as she hoarsely exclaimed, "It is all my fault. Ailing has suffered for my sake." Only then did Zhao Yunyun notice the presence of another woman, and, with a furrowed brow, she focused her gaze, realizing that this woman was none other than Su Yuhua, the daughter of the former county magistrate, who had now become a singer in the brothel. "Vile wretch, what has Ailing done for you?" Zhao Yunyun's fury ignited at the sight of Su Yuhua, recalling how Li Qiguang had fallen gravely ill 2 years prior, and now, 2 years later, he was once again suffering for her sake. Enraged, she lunged forward to strike. Su Yuhua had anticipated such a reaction. She shielded her face, allowing Zhao Yunyun's powerful hands to rain down upon her, her voice trembling as she choked out, "Ailing is kind-hearted. He came to rescue me from my tormentors, only to be met with hardship, kneeling in the frigid cold for an eternity. I did not know. Only later did I learn. As for Li Qiguang's humiliation, Fang Shu was not present at the time, confined within the room. So upon hearing Su Yuhua's lamentations, he merely wept, offering no rebuttal. Zhou Chunlan was in utter despair, unable to accept that her son was gravely ill because of such a wretched woman from the brothel. In her fury, she mounted the woman and struck her repeatedly, exclaiming, "I will not allow you to seduce my son." Su Yuhua, being a delicate woman, was no match for the formidable Zhou Chunlan. Her hands were forcibly separated, and she endured slaps to her face. Deep inside, she harbored a strong resentment towards this old hag, and eventually, unable to contain herself, she fought back, scratching at her adversary while still sobbing. Ailing. Ailing will surely recover. He chose to disregard the commotion beside her, sitting quietly at the edge of the bed, gazing at Li Qiguang. The esteemed doctor Yi examined Li Qiguang's pulse, retrieving silver needles from his medical box. He pulled back the bedding and administered several needles to his chest. Casting a glance at the two women grappling nearby, he quietly sighed and advised Yi, "You must prepare yourself." Prepare? For what? The mere mention of preparation filled Yi with dread. Deep down, she understood what was required of her, yet she resisted the thought. Silent tears streamed down her face as she implored Dr. Yi in a whisper, "Please save him, Dr. Yi. Ailing is such a good person. He does not deserve this. Please save him." Dr. Yi sighed, looking compassionately at the frail young man on the bed. "Firstly, my medical skills may not suffice to treat his condition. Secondly, his body is so depleted, having consumed too many medicines over the years. Even ginseng, which is usually potent, has lost its effectiveness for him. If you wish for him to improve from this state, you must seek a more skilled physician. Some influential individuals might possess miraculous remedies that could save his life." As a physician who had watched Li Qiguang grow, Dr. Yi felt compelled to add, "Such divine healers are rare, and miraculous elixirs are hard to come by. Alas, you should spend more time with him in these days." Upon hearing this, he suddenly clenched her sleeves, her heart racing wildly. Her eyes reddened, and her thoughts began to take shape. She recalled Dr. Ye's words about influential individuals potentially possessing miraculous remedies. There was only one nobleman she and Li Qiguang were acquainted with, Zhao Yunyun. Zhao Yunyun hailed from a prominent family, the youngest son of the Duke of Dingyuan in the capital. The Zhao family boasted a lineage of military officials, undoubtedly in possession of life-saving elixirs. Indeed, Zhao Yunyun had mentioned that he was once frail as a child, which led his family to forbid him from practicing martial arts and instead focused on his education. Yet, he now appeared robust, likely nurtured by those miraculous potions. He glanced at the barely breathing Li Qiguang and bit her lip, resolutely making a decision. Though it may be shameless, she was determined to visit the Zhao family to beseech for medicine. Miraculous remedies may be scarce, but regardless of the cost, she was intent on procuring a cure for Ailing. Dr. Yi observed Li Qiguang's complexion and felt a slight sense of relief. He carefully removed the silver needles, stating, "The needles have stimulated his heart pulse, and with the 30-year-old ginseng, he seems to be stabilizing. His complexion is not as gray as before. There are 2 days' worth of ginseng left. Administer it once tomorrow and the day after. I have prescribed medicine for morning and evening. Take it for 3 days and then reassess." He nodded, diligently committing every word to memory. Dr. Yi prepared to leave with his medicine box. Nearby, Zhou Chunlan, who had been arguing with Su Yuhua, caught sight of the doctor's departure and immediately descended from Su Yuhua, tears brimming in her eyes as she rushed over. "Dr. Yi, my son." "Doctor." Yi felt helpless in the face of such a coarse woman and replied, "He is stabilized for now. Take good care of him moving forward." He said no more, understanding that Zhou Chunlan was also a pitiable figure. She had given birth to a pair of twin boys, but her elder son had drowned in childhood, while the younger, although saved, had been left with lingering ailments that would not allow him to live long. Zhou Chunlan took Dr. Yi's words to heart, nodding vigorously. "I will certainly take good care of my son." She then rushed back to the bedside, parting the bedding to gaze lovingly at Li Qiguang. He paid no mind to the disheveled Su Yuhua on the floor, seeing Dr. Yi out and just in time meeting Fang Shu, who returned with the medicine. She hurried to the kitchen to brew the medicine. Upon her return, she found Su Yuhua tidying her clothes, kneeling on the ground in a submissive posture, while Zhou Chunlan continued to mutter curses at her. Mai Huang and Feng Shu stood quietly with their heads bowed. Seeing He return, Zhou Chunlan seized the medicine and personally administered it to Li Qiguang. He, lacking the strength to contest, merely observed Li Qiguang's complexion closely. In the evening, Li Kueiming, the grandfather who had long been at the academy, returned home. As soon as he arrived, Zhou Chunlan cried out, questioning him tearfully about why he had failed to care for his grandson. For the first time, he witnessed a look of despair and regret on her usually open-minded and refined grandfather-in-law's face as he embraced her, enduring Zhou Chunlan's unrestrained accusations. Erlang's mother is unstable tonight. You must stay here to look after him. Li Kueiming sighed softly to He. Before she could respond, Zhou Chunlan interjected. How can she care for Erlang? If she were capable, she wouldn't have let him fall ill so severely at the academy. Silence. Li Kueiming could no longer contain his temper and interrupted her, casting a glance at Su Yuhua, who knelt silently weeping nearby. He pressed his emotions down and spoke calmly. Madam Su, please return. Hinyan will take good care of Erlang. Su Yuhua persisted, tears streaming down her face. Li Fuzi, Erlang is suffering because of me. I will do anything to take care of him. Zhou Chunlan moved to strike her again, but Li Kueiming restrained her, feeling helpless against such a fragile woman. He furrowed his brow tightly and ultimately dragged Zhou Chunlan away, leaving He with a simple instruction. Take good care of Erlang. He regarded Su Yuhua as if she were transparent, unable to spare even a shred of attention for her, as she busied herself with tending to Li Qiguang. That night, she fed him some rice soup, wiped his body with a warm cloth, changed his clothes, and tucked 2 hand warmers into his quilt to keep him warm, checking occasionally to ensure the warmers had not cooled. Thus the night passed. Mai Huang remained in the room as well, but since her mistress had no tasks for her, she kept a vigilant watch over Su Yuhua, ensuring she did not approach Erlang. Su Yuhua merely feigned her grief, weeping a few times, yet in truth, she was indifferent to whether Li Qiguang lived or perished. Sitting by the brazier throughout the night, she gazed at Tao Heyi, whose eyes were lowered in serene composure, and could not help but wonder if she harbored similar thoughts. Could it be that she too hoped for Li Qiguang's demise in order to remarry? Su Yuhua felt compelled to lament and urge her a few words. With a heavy thud, she knelt on the ground, grasping the hem of Heyi's garment, and mournfully implored, Madam Tao, the last time I saw you, you shared a close connection with Lord Zhao. Might you beseech him? He hails from a noble lineage and surely possesses the miraculous elixirs that could save a life. You cannot simply stand by and watch Erlang in such dire straits. Chapter 52. Not everyone can meet Lord Wu at any time, perhaps due to her prolonged experience as a songstress. Su Yuhua's speech, though gentle and refined, lacked the noble grace she once possessed as the daughter of a county magistrate. Instead, it bore an air of pretentiousness, reminiscent of theatrical performance. He, upon hearing her words, displayed little change in expression. She had already resolved to seek Zhao Yunyun's assistance, rendering Su Yuhua's prompting unnecessary. She placed her hand upon Su Yuhua's grasping at her garment, intending to push her away, yet found herself too weak and feeble to do so. Su Yuhua continued to weep and lament, saying, After Erlang fell ill, he did not wish to trouble you with worry, enduring silently while pretending all was well at the academy. It was only upon reaching me that he collapsed from exhaustion. I insisted he return to the city to see Dr. Yi for a thorough examination. He smiled and said, You will surely be saddened to see me in this state, and thus he delayed until it reached this critical juncture. You must beseech for a miraculous remedy for Erlang. Zhou Chunlan had spent a sleepless night, beating and weeping over Li Kueiming. Early the following morning, her eyes swollen and dark, she hurried to her son's side. Upon entering, she immediately heard Su Yuhua's pitiful cries. Her mouth fell agape, and, sobbing, she rushed inside, glaring at He as though she were a foe, her eyes ablaze with fury. My son, if not for you, how could he have languished in his treatment? You are a harbinger of misfortune, a harbinger of misfortune. Su Yuhua continued to weep softly. Erlang did not intend to Silence. Zhou Chunlan interjected fiercely. You are also a wretched creature. With that, she lifted her foot to kick Su Yuhua. Anticipating the attack, Su Yuhua deftly sidestepped, causing Zhou Chunlan to stumble forward, only for Heyi to rush to her aid. With a resounding smack, Zhou Chunlan struck Heyi across the face, her pent-up rage and resentment directed solely at her. Her chest heaved violently. Li Kueiming, alerted by the commotion, hurried over, only to witness this chaotic scene. His composed demeanor shattered, veins bulging on his forehead. He seized Zhou Chunlan's hand, attempting to quell her frenzied outburst. What reason do you have to strike Yang? She knows nothing. Where do you derive this notion of a harbinger of misfortune? If not for Yang's marriage to bring joy 2 years ago, what would have become of Ailing? Zhou Chunlan, when will you cease this habit of venting your frustrations upon others? Does Ailing's condition not cause Yang sorrow as well? Zhou Chunlan, wailing, lashed out at Li Kueiming. You, wretched man, spend all day at the academy neglecting our son, and now you side with outsiders. My life is fraught with suffering. Fraught with suffering. My eldest son is gone, and now my youngest is in this state. My fate is cursed. You, who have always deemed me a coarse village woman, why not seek a refined scholar's daughter instead? Li Kueiming's face bore the marks of her claws, rendering him a pitiable sight. Over the past 2 years, he had come to perceive her father-in-law as an open-minded and cultured gentleman, always courteous in conversation and kind towards his family, so unlike her mother-in-law. Besides, his long tenure at the academy meant he was seldom present, and she had never heard him speak so extensively, let alone for her sake. Overwhelmed with emotion, she felt a pang in her heart and lowered her head to wipe her eyes. Li Kueiming, with a grim expression, chose not to respond further to Zhou Chunlan's recent tirade. Instead, he murmured, Ailing's illness is a result of my negligence as a father. If you wish to scold someone, direct your ire at me, rather than causing distress to Yang. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chunlan unleashed a barrage of rural invectives upon Li Kueiming. Ultimately, his face remained ashen as he covered her mouth and pulled her outside. Disregarding the presence of Su Yuhua, Yang, please take care of Ailing. I need to speak with his mother, he instructed. Yang nodded in acknowledgement. However, Zhou Chunlan resisted, forcibly prying Li Kueiming's hand away and glaring at Yang, insisting, I heard what you said earlier. Hurry to the Zhao family and procure medicine for Ailing. Before she could say more, Li Kueiming dragged her away. Su Yuhua, witnessing Zhou Chunlan being pulled out, felt a tremor of fear. Although she had previously known that Li Qiguang's mother was a coarse peasant woman, the reality of her temperament left her secretly relieved that she had never contemplated entering the Li household. For the thought of daily encounters with such a formidable matron was enough to drive one to despair. Yang, with a swollen face, approached the bedside to feel Li Qiguang's cold skin. She instructed Mai Huang to bring the prepared rice oil and carefully fed him a small bowl, followed by a third of a portion of ginseng. Seeing him consume it, she felt somewhat reassured. She then checked the cotton pad beneath the covers, noting it was dry. With someone in such a state of unconsciousness, incontinence could occur, necessitating vigilant observation. Once she completed her tasks, she fetched hot water and, behind the screen, refreshed herself, changing into a clean outfit, redoing her hair, and applying powder to mask the redness and swelling on her face. Mai Huang, I will step out for a moment. Please watch over Ailing, she instructed, tucking the covers around Li Qiguang once more before softly reiterating her request to Mai Huang. With her eyes also swollen, Mai Huang could surmise her mistress intended to visit the Zhao family, feeling a sense of injustice on behalf of her mistress, particularly upon noticing the unmistakable handprints on her face that the powder could not conceal. She felt even more grieved. Yang gently patted Mai Huang's head and repeated in a soft voice, take good care of Ailing. She did not cast a glance at Su Yuhua as she exited. Su Yuhua, relieved by her departure, rose from the bedside and peered down at Li Qiguang on the bed. What are you planning? Mai Huang inquired, eyeing her warily. Su Yuhua smiled faintly and replied softly, do not worry. I have no intention of stealing Li Qiguang from your mistress. Mai Huang remained unconvinced, glaring at Su Yuhua, who, sensing the tension, withdrew to a nearby couch to rest. After Yang left, She lingered at the door for a moment. It was a dreary day, and the biting wind chilled her face. She rubbed her sore eyes, steeling herself, and set off toward the east side of the city. As she walked, her mind rehearsed how she would approach Zhao Yunyun, pondering the value of the precious elixir and what she could offer in exchange. In truth, the items she could provide were meager. Even the entirety of the Tao family's jade shop would likely not pique Zhao Yunyun's interest. Although Zhao Yunyun is a close friend of Li Qiguang, matters must be kept distinct. Such a life-saving elixir, whether in abundance or scarcity, is intended for oneself or one's family. It cannot be given away freely to friends. Nonetheless, it is best to discuss this in person. Zhao Yunyun, with his gentle and amiable disposition, would surely not turn a blind eye to the situation. He, reflecting on this, felt a twinge of guilt. It was difficult to deny that she had, in a sense, exploited Zhao Yunyun's benevolent nature to compel him into providing the elixir to save Li Qiguang. Upon arriving at the Zhao residence, the young servant, now familiar with her, ushered her into the outer reception hall, stating, "The fifth master is not at home. I shall fetch Sister Jinshu." Before long, Jinshu arrived, her demeanor still respectful as she bowed. However, when she spoke, her expression and tone were noticeably cooler than before. She remarked, "Madame Tao, not everyone can meet the fifth master at any time. He's quite busy and is not home today." At this single utterance, He's heart sank. Without further thought, she felt frustrated, recognizing that Zhao Yunyun must be occupied with family business and, thus, could not remain at home all day. Yet, while she could wait, Li Qiguang could not afford to. She rose and softly inquired, "When will young master Zhao be back?" Jinshu replied indifferently. How would a servant know the whereabouts of the fifth master? He pondered that he must return home by nightfall and nodded, indicating her departure. Observing her ease in leaving, Jinshu frowned slightly before returning to Mingda courtyard. In the midst of a busy day, Zhao Yunyun lay comfortably in a reclining chair, a book in hand, his attire casual and unbothered by the winter chill. His long eyelashes cast a delicate shadow as he focused intently on his reading, exuding an air of utmost grace. Before he could inquire, Jinshu volunteered. Madame Tao came by, but upon learning that the fifth master was absent, she left without further questions, seemingly eager to return and care for Li Qiguang. Concealing her personal sentiments, she refrained from mentioning Heyi's question about when young Master Zhao would return. Zhao Yunyun's previously gentle expression suddenly darkened. He cast the book to the floor, yet his tone remained soft. It seems that sickly boy truly cannot be left alone for even a moment. Chapter 53. Young Master Zhao, what is it that you desire? I desire you. In the evening, he prepared a bowl of rice porridge soaked in chicken soup for Li Qiguang, followed by administering his medicine. After replacing the cotton mat beneath him and cleaning his body, she changed into a fresh inner garment and stepped outside once more. Winter nights fall early. Though curfew had not yet arrived, it was not appropriate for a young woman like Heyi to venture out alone, hence Feng Shu accompanied her. Feng Shu was an honest and shy young servant of 15, who spoke little but felt a sense of duty to protect Heyi at night, carrying a lantern ahead while she donned her cloak and hood. As they made their way through the night to the Zhao residence, the servant at the entrance seemed to anticipate her visit, smiling as he remarked, "Madame Tao, the fifth master has not yet returned." He paused, momentarily distracted by the servant's familiarity, and softly inquired, "Will he return today?" The young man shook his head, saying, "I cannot say." Falling into silence, he felt a peculiar sense of unease. Feng Shu, noticing her demeanor, suggested quietly, "Madam, why not return and care for the second master? I can wait here and see if young Master Zhao comes back. If he does, I will run back to inform you." He sensed something amiss, yet could not articulate it. For those who did not concern her, her perception was often dull, but Zhao Yunyun held a special place in her heart. He was a dear friend of her husband and a person she regarded with importance and care. Yet, when Zhao Yunyun lay upon her bed, her ability to face him with ease waned, and she felt a growing distance, believing that once the matters of Yupu concluded, they would no longer have private interactions. However, now she found herself compelled to seek his assistance for Li Qiguang. He was the only nobleman she knew who could potentially aid her. In the eyes of someone like her, from a humble background, Zhao Yunyun represented the sole glimmer of hope for Li Qiguang's salvation. Despite her inclination to regard him as someone to keep at arm's length, her heart would not allow such detachment. Lowering her head in contemplation, she realized she could not entrust Li Qiguang's care to anyone else. She wished to be the first person he saw when he awoke. Thus, when she lifted her gaze, she nodded at Feng Shu, affirming her decision. With a soft smile, he bid farewell to the servant and made her way back alone. Feng Shu offered to escort her home before returning to wait at the Zhao residence, but she declined, unwilling to miss the moment of Zhao Yunyun's return. The streets were deserted that night as he traversed a stone-arched bridge, where she thought she heard the voice of a drunken man beneath, and faint footsteps behind her heightened her anxiety. Gripping her lantern tightly, she quickened her pace towards home. Upon reaching the Li residence, she glanced back down the long corridor, finding it empty. After entering, she was met by the figure of Qing Shi, dressed in black, emerging from the shadows as he turned to leave. Upon returning to Zhao's Mingde courtyard, he immediately proceeded to the main hall. Zhao Yunyun lay reclined upon a couch, resting with his eyes closed, and upon hearing the commotion, opened his eyes to gaze quietly. Qing Shi, more composed than Qing Chuan, reported candidly. Madame Tao instructed Li Qiguang's servant to wait at the gate while she returned home. Moreover, Madame's left and right cheeks bear handprints, and her face is quite swollen. This matter, Qing Shu had not previously mentioned. Zhao Yunyun furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Who was responsible for this? How would Qing Shi know? He shook his head. Zhao Yunyun toyed with the peach blossom hairpin in his hand, squinting his eyes and coldly snorting, answering his own question. Zhou Chunlan. Qing Shi sensed a foreboding aura from Fifth Master and silently resolved to remain a discreet stone. He then heard Fifth Master chuckle softly, saying with gentle warmth, "My mother is far more refined than Zhou Chunlan, don't you think? The Lady Ho, hailing from noble lineage, stands in stark contrast to Zhou Chunlan, a mere rustic villager. Comparing the two women is akin to elevating Zhou Chunlan beyond her station." Yet, Qing Shi maintained a steady tone as he affirmed this unnecessary inquiry. Indeed. Zhao Yunyun's gaze flickered as he cast a glance in his direction, the candlelight dancing across his face. He smiled and remarked, "I dislike it when others touch my belongings." Qing Shi immediately grasped his implication. Meanwhile, he had spent another sleepless night, anxiously awaiting Feng Shu's return. She remained beside Li Qiguang, who still lay unconscious, teetering on the brink of life, and her heart was heavy with worry. As she bathed him in the morning, gazing at his emaciated form, tears welled in her eyes, and she whispered softly against his face, choking back her sobs, "Erlang, you will pull through? Don't leave me, for I still wish to bear your children." Li Qiguang offered her no response. The warm, cheerful smile he once possessed now seemed a distant memory. Taking a deep breath, he rose to find Su Yuhua beside her, also wiping away tears. Noticing that Su had changed into fresh garments, she presumed that she had come to collect clean clothes. She paid her little mind, instead turning to give a few instructions to Mai Huang before planning to head out to the Zhao family. Upon exiting, she encountered her father, who was accompanied by Dr. Yi. Rushing forward, she asked, "Father, what brings Dr. Yi here?" Li Kuaming's face was drawn and weary as he sighed. Last night, Erlang's mother fainted from crying, lost her footing, and fell, striking her face against the bed's edge with considerable force. He nodded, then said, "Father, I must step out for a while." Li Kuaming paused, fully aware of Heyi's destination and intentions, before nodding and gently advising, "If it becomes impossible, then return and keep Erlang company." Tears brimmed in Heyi's eyes as she lowered her gaze in silence, offering a slight bow of respect before departing. The previous day, she had felt little concern, attributing Zhao Yunyun's absence to his genuine busyness. However, today, after 3 consecutive days of rejection, she suddenly realized that it was not that Zhao Yunyun was truly occupied, but rather he was unwilling to see her. He had too many reasons to avoid her, 2 of which she could readily surmise. First, he was aware of Li Qiguang's plight, yet felt powerless to assist, and second, he harbored disdain for her shamelessness. Heyi's face turned ashen and the Li family was engulfed in a cloud of sorrow, perhaps due to the blessing of that old ginseng. Although Li Qiguang remained unresponsive with a pallid complexion, he was still drawing breath. Zhou Chunlan's face bore the marks of a brutal collision, bruised and swollen, her nose askew. She could only stifle her sobs, devoid of strength to utter any curses, spending her days prostrate before Li Qiguang's bed. Li Kueiming remained at home, seated silently for extended periods by Li Qiguang's bedside. In this neglect, Su Yuhua seized the opportunity to take up residence in the guest room of the Li household. He had not enjoyed a proper night's sleep for several days, her once lustrous skin now pallid and parched, having lost its vitality. Early one morning, she set out once more for the Zhao residence, knowing that only Zhao Yunyun could save Li Qiguang. This thought consumed her mind like a taut string. Determined to meet Zhao Yunyun, her resolve propelled her forward, casting aside any semblance of shame. Arriving at the Zhao household, she found the gatekeeper, and without uttering a word, she knelt and began to bow her head in reverence. Hud, hud, hud. Each bow resonated with a dull thump. The young servant was taken aback and rushed over to intervene, but despite her frail condition from lack of rest and nourishment, Heyi's fervor was inexplicably strong, rendering the servant unable to stop her. Just as he was about to call for assistance, Qin Chuan emerged from within the house. "Madam Tao," Qin Chuan exclaimed, astonished to see Heyi bowing. Upon hearing that familiar voice, she lifted her head, revealing her disheveled appearance, her forehead flushed with blood. Yet her once dull eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "I wish to see young Master Zhao," she murmured softly. Qin Chuan stepped aside and replied, "Please follow me. Fifth Master is waiting for you." Tears involuntarily welled in her eyes, and she quickly wiped them away, rising to follow him. Having resided in the Zhao household for over a month, he still felt like a stranger, having spent her days secluded in Hanyu courtyard, rarely venturing elsewhere. However, such matters seemed trivial now, as she could hardly register any scenery around her. Her legs moved mechanically, trailing behind Qin Chuan as they traversed the winding corridors and passed through several moongate entrances, eventually arriving at a picturesque garden. In the garden lay a vast pond, its surface now barren in the chill of winter, adorned with withered lotus remnants, creating its own unique vista. At the center stood a pavilion where a figure sat, clad in flowing silver-gray robes, hair half-tied, savoring a solitary drink. The profile of his face, illuminated by the soft light, exuded warmth and beauty. In that instant, Heyi's heart raced, a tumult of anxiety and anticipation. Biting her lip, she boarded a small boat with Qin Chuan, using the brief moments of proximity to rehearse her words in her mind. The boat docked, and as he disembarked, Qin Chuan rowed away. After a moment's pause, she lifted her foot toward the pavilion, her head bowed low, oblivious to Zhao Yunyun's gaze fixed upon her since her arrival. Entering the pavilion, she performed a respectful bow and earnestly stated, "I have come to pay my respects to young Master Zhao." Zhao Yunyun regarded her with a penetrating gaze, yet a gentle smile graced his lips, softening his demeanor. "Madam Tao," he replied warmly, as he listened to his voice, gentle as in days of yore. A sense of relief washed over her. An urgency gripped her heart, although she understood the necessity of exchanging pleasantries. Her mind was far too preoccupied to engage in trivial conversation. Thus, she could not help but exclaim, "Young Master Zhao, perhaps you are aware of the reason for my visit. Erlang is gravely ill, and the finest physician in Shuzhou is at a loss. Knowing that you hail from a distinguished family with access to various remedies, I hope you possess some divine elixir that could save him. I have come today to beseech your aid." Zhao Yunyun was taken aback by her unwillingness to spare even a moment for idle chatter. Yet, as he gazed down at her, witnessing her helplessness in seeking his assistance, the shadows that had long lingered in his heart began to dissipate. A gentle smile graced his lips as he scrutinized her. Over the past few days, she had grown markedly haggard, her forehead flushed, her frail form resembling a willow swaying in the breeze. Yet she stood resilient, akin to a lotus that remains upright even after the rain. After a brief pause, he finally heard Zhao Yunyun's melodious voice. "If you wish to procure medicine, that could be arranged. But I too have a desire that I wish to fulfill through you." Upon hearing these words, he felt a wave of relief wash over her. Joy blossomed within her heart. She had feared that she would be unable to offer anything of value in exchange for the elixir. Now, with Zhao Yunyun indicating his interest, she was eager to present whatever was required. Her once soft voice took on a lighter tone as she restrained her emotions and inquired, "Young Master Zhao, what is it that you seek? I desire you." Chapter 54. Zhao Yunyun. I will not be an illicit partner. In that moment, it seemed as if the very sounds of the world had fallen into silence. Heyi's eyes revealed a hint of confusion, questioning whether her recent lack of rest had caused her to mishear. Surely, it must have been a misunderstanding. How could Zhao Yunyun, that gentle and refined gentleman, utter such outrageous words? Once she procured the medicine for Erlang, she resolved to indulge in a deep slumber, hoping to rejuvenate her spirit. Unbeknownst to her, Heyi's complexion had grown pallid, yet Zhao Yunyun was acutely aware. He watched her lift her gaze, astonished and bewildered, as she timidly attempted to smile. Her voice soft and tremulous as she asked, "Young Master Zhao, what did you just say?" "Perhaps my exhaustion has impaired my hearing." Zhao Yunyun, unable to contain himself any longer, rose and approached he. His lavish robe fluttered gently in the breeze, enveloping her in his fragrance. As he drew nearer, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, instinctively taking a step back to avert her gaze, her pallor deepening. "I apologize. Tao Heyi, I declare. I want you," Zhao Yunyun insisted, refusing to let her retreat. He grasped her sleeve, but soon found the action somewhat unbecoming. Instead, taking her hand and pulling her into his embrace, resting his hand on her lower back. He leaned closer, locking his gaze onto hers, whispering in her ear. His voice, imbued with laughter, remained gentle, yet sent a shiver through her, rendering her weak and breathless. Stunned, he found her mind clouded. The multitude of responses she had rehearsed now trapped within her. As reality settled in, she began to sweat profusely in the biting winter air, trembling as she attempted to push Zhao Yunyun away. Yet, her already fatigued body was rendered powerless by the shock. She could not muster the strength to dislodge him. Her lips quivered as she opened her mouth, tried to feign ignorance of his words, but she was no longer the naive girl of 13 or 14, unfamiliar with matters of the heart. She was a woman, married for 2 years, who had harbored feelings for Li Qiguang for many years. How could she not grasp the meaning behind his words? Her mind swirled with disbelief, astonished that Zhao Yunyun would speak such things, bewildered by the audacity of a nobleman to behave so brazenly. She was Li Qiguang's wife, cherished by him. How could Zhao Yunyun take advantage of his illness in such a despicable manner? "Young Master Zhao, please do not jest. Release me," he implored, her face ashen, struggling to push him away. After catching her breath, she spoke with a quiver, desperately hoping to grant Zhao Yunyun an opportunity to retract his words. If only he would take them back, she would pretend she had heard nothing. But Zhao Yunyun would not allow her to evade him. With a countenance as radiant as the moon, he was unyielding in his intentions. Rarely had he paid attention to other women, but having finally found one worthy of his affection, he intended to keep her close. He chuckled softly, curiosity dancing in his eyes. "Which part of my statement did you misconstrue as a jest?" "Hinyang." The term was reserved for those closest to her, and Zhao Yunyun had previously referred to her as sister-in-law. "No." During her last invitation to view Jade at Hanyu Courtyard, he had ceased using that title. Heyi's heart plummeted, chills cascading through her, engulfed in confusion and disbelief. What could Zhao Yunyun possibly desire from her? In his esteemed position, what woman could he not have? Why? Why must he covet a friend's wife? Wei could no longer convince herself that Zhao Yunyun was a man of integrity akin to Li Qiguang. The image of the gentle Zhao Yunyun she held in her heart had crumbled. She yearned to chastise him for his shamelessness, to forcefully push him away, to raise her iron fist, sculpted like jade, and strike him fiercely across the face. Yet she could not. How could she? Zhao Yunyun possessed the miraculous elixir that could save Li Qiguang. She could not act impulsively. Her heart, in a chaotic dance, struggled to calm itself as she heard her own voice, steady and composed. "Might I implore you, young Master Zhao, to elucidate your intentions further? Seeing her long lashes cast down, tranquil as ever, as though she had weighed the pros and cons and yielded, Zhao Yunyun felt a fleeting quickening of his heartbeat. He appreciated her discernment and, with a smile, replied, I desire for you to part from Li Qiguang willingly, to be with me. I have no inclination towards infidelity, nor do I wish to keep a mistress. To part from Li Qiguang. No inclination towards infidelity, no wish to keep a mistress. He found herself utterly perplexed by Zhao Yunyun. Could it be that his current actions were honorable? Was not that latter statement more fitting for her to voice? A young master of his standing, having chanced upon the countryside, would typically indulge in a fleeting dalliance, perhaps even entertain a married woman, only to cast her aside after a time. Why then did he now propose such terms to her? If he sought amusement, he had countless women at his disposal, even those already wed, such as Madame Qian. After their fleeting encounters, they would simply return to their respective lives, as was the custom among the nobility. Yet now, he demanded that she forsake everything to indulge him, knowing full well he would inevitably abandon her, leaving her with nothing and facing a grim fate. Such a demand was unfathomable. To separate from Li Qiguang, to become a mere plaything for the powerful, was it not akin to death itself? Wei refused to degrade herself in such a manner. She would rather perish alongside Li Qiguang than live devoid of dignity. However, death meant losing everything. Living offered a glimmer of hope. Before her lay a path to save Li Qiguang, one she could grasp with certainty. How could she dare to relinquish it? Words faltered on her lips, and she found it difficult to refuse. Her conscience could not bear to witness Li Qiguang's demise. He was not only her beloved husband, but also the very savior who had rescued her from peril in her youth. With red-rimmed eyes and trembling form, she felt a profound sorrow and despair. She pondered if, had Li Qiguang not invited Zhao Yunyun into their home that day, would he have acted so recklessly? Yet, she soon steeled herself and, with a quivering voice, asked, Can your elixir truly heal him? Zhao Yunyun pressed his lips together in a smile, his peach blossom eyes sparkling, exuding a sweetness as he replied, If you acquiesce to my wishes, then indeed he shall be healed, regardless of the ailment. Li Qiguang was the lifeline that tethered Tao Heyi. He could never truly wish for Li Qiguang's demise. Li Qiguang must live, must endure through the ages. For Tao Heyi longed to witness him marry, raise a family, and even partake in the imperial examinations, stepping into the grand halls of power. The frail body of He leaned helplessly against him, her complexion as pale as death. After a moment of silence, she summoned the strength to utter her second phrase. When will the elixir be delivered? After signing the divorce papers and having them recorded at the official's office. Zhao Yunyun smiled as he lowered his head to cradle her face, only to find her cheeks stained with tears, her once vibrant eyes now resembling stagnant waters. He paused, a sudden surge of embarrassment and anger swelling within him. Are you weeping for Li Qiguang? He remained silent, merely gazing at him, utterly devoid of the strength to speak. She wept for Li Qiguang, and she wept for herself. Yet, Zhao Yunyun appeared perplexed, his brows furrowing as he remarked, Li Qiguang's lineage pales in comparison to mine. His looks are inferior, and his physique is lacking. What reason do you have to mourn for him? Do not cry any further. Chapter 55. He is a madman. Tears streamed down Heyi's face as she was compelled to lift her gaze toward Zhao Yunyun. His handsome visage loomed close, yet within her heart there was no trace of shyness or affection. Indeed, he surpassed Li Qiguang in both lineage and beauty, possessing a health that Li Qiguang lacked. But what of it? In this world, countless individuals outshine Li Qiguang. Should she be expected to love each one? Her heart harbored only Li Qiguang. Li Qiguang, with his exemplary character, was also her savior in her youth. Why then could she not love him? However, he did not wish to provoke Zhao Yunyun at this moment. Having resolved to seek medicine for her husband, she would see it through without turning back, ensuring that Zhao Yunyun would not entertain any thoughts of regret. At the very least, everything could be addressed once Li Qiguang's health improved. Perhaps, if she submitted to Zhao Yunyun, he might find her uninteresting and dismiss her swiftly. Those who recognize the tides of time are indeed wise. As a woman, she could not aspire to be a sage, but she could lower herself to be inconspicuous and unremarkable, knowing that a mundane and tedious presence could quickly bore someone of Zhao Yunyun's noble stature. He bit her lip, closed her eyes, and struggled to stifle her tears. Finally nodding in agreement, her voice hoarse. Zhao Yunyun regarded her with a grim expression, and despite her inner disdain, he lowered her head, leaning into his embrace, wiping her tear-stained face against his garment, calming her emotions before she choked out, "I have been a wife to Erlang for 2 years. It is difficult to control my feelings now. Allow me this moment to weep, and I shall not do so again." She softened her tone, imbued with a hint of coaxing. Zhao Yunyun felt a pang of dissatisfaction, yet he reconsidered. If Tao Heyi were so effortlessly drawn into his embrace, she would cease to be herself. Suppressing his dark mood, he replied, "Only this once." Heyi remained silent, tightly closing her eyes, for as she claimed, she could not control her emotions at all. Zhao Yunyun, known for his patience, held Heyi, permitting her to release her feelings in this moment. In this era of liberal attitudes, matters of divorce and remarriage were commonplace, particularly among the aristocracy. Noble women, dissatisfied with their husbands one day, would often seek to divorce and remarry the next, typically elevating their status in the process, returning to their former spouses with an air of triumph. Tao Hei's departure from Liqiguang and her association with Zhao Yunyun was, naturally, a step upwards, an act of vindication. Qing Chuan leaned against a tree near the lotus pond, craning her neck to catch a glimpse of the pavilion, where she soon beheld the scene of her fifth master embracing Tao Heyi. A smile broke upon her face as she turned to Jin Shu, saying, "Fifth master has finally achieved his desire. He shall no longer be tormented." Yet, Jin Shu's elegant countenance showed little emotion as she observed Tao Heyi nestled in the arms of the fifth master, her tone laced with disdain as she remarked, "Which lady, be she noble or commoner, would choose Liqiguang over the fifth master? Tao Heyi is merely playing a superficial game of feigned capture and retreat. Had she not possessed such remarkable skill, how could the inexperienced fifth master be so entranced by her?" Qing Chuan felt discomfort at these words. Certain matters concerning the fifth master were not shared with Jin Shu, a mere maid, known only to a select few confidants and hidden guards. He was well aware of the genuine affection shared between Tao Heyi and Liqiguang. It was not merely a facade of insincerity, but rather a warm and loving bond. Regardless of how one might phrase it, the fifth master had intruded upon their relationship. Yet, these thoughts could not be conveyed to Jin Shu. He felt compelled to caution her, chuckling as he said, "You must not let the fifth master hear this. Be wary of his retribution." Regardless of the future, the fifth master was determined to possess Tao Heyi. His nature was one of dominance and protectiveness. He could impose upon his own. He would not tolerate any affront from outsiders. Jin Shu, however, remained unconvinced, frowning as she remarked, "I have served the fifth master since childhood. He knows of my loyalty towards him. As a devoted servant, she believed that the fifth master's protective nature would not lead him to anger over a mere trifle." Qing Chuan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing her, yet chose not to speak further. He could not discern whether Jin Shu was protecting her master or harboring jealousy. In any case, any transgression against the fifth master would surely result in dire consequences. Observing his silence, Jin Shu felt justified and continued, "Once the fifth master experiences love, he will surely recognize the merits of other women. Tao Heyi is merely a woman who has married, yet engages in infidelity." Her words grew increasingly harsh. Unable to tolerate her remarks any longer, Qing Chuan straightened his posture, his once charming round face now somber. "Jin Shu, while I can endure you speaking like this to me, I advise you not to utter such words again in the future." It was seldom that Jin Shu witnessed Qing Chuan express such sternness. Her elegant visage revealed a hint of discomfort, yet she remained undeterred, believing that the fifth master was particularly gentle and forgiving towards those who had served him for a long time. After all, her statements were merely the truth. Choosing not to engage in a verbal spar with Qing Chuan, she offered a slight smile and fell silent. Meanwhile, Heyi, burdened with her own sorrows, dared only a modest release of her emotions. She was conscious of not wishing to linger too long, and when she felt it was time, she gently nudged Zhao Yunyun. He did not relent. Taking a deep breath, she cast her eyes downward and softly stated, "I wish to return and sign the divorce papers." Zhao Yunyun had only recently embraced Tao Heyi openly, unwilling to let her go. Yet he pondered that the matter of divorce must be handled by her own hand, and it was a decision that should leave no room for reconsideration in the future. When Heyi noticed the silence, she looked up and addressed him, "Zhao Wuye." Upon hearing her refer to him in such a manner, Zhao Yunyun's displeasure was palpable. His lips tightened as he glared at her, remaining mute, his handsome face etched with irritation. Heyi, despite her reluctance to dwell on his feelings, found herself compelled to gauge his thoughts. She did not wish to provoke him at this moment, yet she suddenly felt that the once gentle and kind man had become elusive. She could not fathom his thoughts. Inevitably, she fell into silence, akin to a voiceless gourd. Unable to contain his vexation any longer, Zhao Yunyun finally spoke. "You address Li Qiguang as ailing, yet refer to me as Zhao He." Heyi stiffened upon hearing this. She recalled how her mother had called him Malam, and she had corrected her with conviction. Now, she was compelled to utter the same herself. She recoiled at the thought, feeling a sense of revulsion. But what right did she have to feel disgusted? She was cradled in Zhao Yunyun's arms. Could she truly act as a virtuous woman while being embraced by him? Li Qiguang. Li Qiguang. Heyi's vision blurred once more. Biting her lip, she gazed at him and softly uttered, "Wulong." Her tone was exceedingly gentle, akin to clouds enveloped in honey. Zhao Yunyun could not resist bowing his head to tenderly kiss her forehead, which had reddened and stained with blood from bowing to Li Qiguang, leaving his mark upon her. Gazing into her spring-like eyes, he beheld her tears and reached out to gently wipe them away, smiling, a sound so melodious. Qing Chuan noticed Fifth Master in the pavilion glance his way and immediately abandoned his attention to the gold book, striding forth to the lakeside to row the boat. Upon reaching the pavilion in the lake, he raised his eyes to find Fifth Master, beaming and tenderly wiping away Tao Nyangzi's tears, quickly averting his gaze to avoid looking further. "Shall I accompany you to the Li family?" Zhao Yunyun's voice was soft and gentle. However, Heyi's complexion was ashen. She lifted her gaze to meet his gentle eyes, which seemed unchanged from the past, yet she perceived him as a madman. "I have not heard of any woman returning to her husband's family with her lover after a divorce." "No need," he managed to utter with difficulty. Zhao Yunyun, sensing her rejection, nonetheless took her hand, smiling as warmly as spring water, saying, "I shall accompany you. It is time I paid a visit to Brotherly." Chapter 56. In the carriage, Zhao Yunyun held He close, delicately applying a soothing ointment to her forehead with his fingers. He, with her eyes cast down, leaned willingly against him, feeling the coolness of the balm against her skin, which should have been comforting, yet it sent shivers across her body. A few applications of the ointment would suffice to restore her to her former self. Zhao Yunyun gazed at her with a gentle smile, his eyes filled with warmth. At this moment, he was indifferent to her appearance. Whether marred or intact, it mattered not. She merely responded with a soft murmur, forcing a semblance of a smile. Not wishing to disturb the fragile silence, Zhao Yunyun remained quiet, his fingers entwined with hers, playfully kneading them as if they were the most captivating treasures in the world. Her hands, though appearing delicate and fair, bore the roughness of calluses at the fingertips, a stark contrast to the soft, well-cared-for hands of noble women. Yet, this only seemed to delight Zhao Yunyun further. He allowed his playful ministrations, her complexion pale and weary, leaning against him as if on the verge of slumber. In truth, she was merely enduring the discomfort of his grip, fully aware that she was now a plaything for Zhao Yunyun. "Once we arrive at the Zhao residence, would you prefer to stay at Hanyu Courtyard or reside with me in Mingda Courtyard?" Zhao Yunyun suddenly inquired, a playful smile gracing his lips as he sought to divert her thoughts. The carriage was en route to the Li family, and Heyi's acting skills were woefully inadequate. The forced smile on her face was painfully apparent, and the gentle sadness in her usually serene eyes spoke volumes of her thoughts of Li Qiguang. Had it not been for his presence in the carriage, she might have already shed tears over the impending separation. He felt indifferent about her dwelling. Having already surrendered herself to Zhao Yunyun, she had little say in the matter. Now, her only desire was to procure the elixir to feed to Li Qiguang, leaving her with no reservations. Either is fine, she replied softly. Either is fine, Zhao Yunyun repeated, the suppressed dissatisfaction within him rising once more. He regarded her with darkened eyes, yet his smile remained tender. Then let it be Mingda courtyard, where we shall share a bed. Shall we? Instinctively, he curled her fingers, but Zhao Yunyun held her hand firmly, eliciting a gentle grasp from her. His hand was broad and strong, its fingers well-defined and calloused, contrasting sharply with her own, which, while rough, could not compare to his. When she grasped his finger lightly, he paused, lowering his gaze to her hand, and the shadows in his heart began to dissipate. He extended his other hand, spreading his fingers before her. He, confused, finally lifted her gaze to meet his. And in that moment, Zhao Yunyun's heart chilled once more as he noticed the redness and tears in her eyes. Just as he was about to speak, she offered him a gentle smile, and with that, her other hand grasped his outstretched finger. The posture was peculiar, yet the warmth of their intertwined hands served to alleviate the tension that hung heavily in the air. Zhao Yunyun chose to disregard her haggard visage, gently pressing her hand and enveloping her within his embrace, his tone imbued with tenderness, akin to the most considerate lover in existence. Rest for a while. I shall call for you when the time comes. How could he possibly find solace in his arms? The fragrance emanating from Zhao Yunyun's attire nauseated her. Yet, she acquiesced, closing her eyes. When the carriage came to a halt, he discerned the sounds of wailing emanating from the Li household, specifically the anguished cries of Zhou Chunlan, which surged suddenly. Her eyes fluttered open, her heart plummeting as an unsettling thought crossed her mind, rendering her breathless. She forcefully pushed Zhao Yunyun away and leapt from the carriage. Having not rested adequately for some time, her legs felt feeble, and in her state of anxiety, she twisted her foot and fell to the ground. Zhao Yunyun, his expression darkened, pulled her up. Tao Heyi. She cast a glance back at him, her eyes brimming with sorrow, and in the blink of an eye, her face was awash with tears. With a vehement shove, she rejected Zhao Yunyun. Her gaze filled with disdain, akin to that reserved for a filthy cockroach, as if she had completely forgotten their prior arrangement. Stumbling, she made her way inside. Don't die. Don't die. Erlang, don't die. Just hold on a little longer. The medicine is on its way. He staggered towards the room she shared with Li Qiguang, her body icy, breath shallow. Qing Chuan, gripping the reins, stood with his head bowed beside the carriage, too afraid to glance at the fifth master, the surrounding air thick with a suffocating chill. Zhao Yunyun's eyes glinted with a sinister intensity as he stood rooted. Watching Tao Heyi discard him like an unwanted trinket, fury surged within him, so intense that it morphed into a sardonic laugh. Tao Heyi, what do I lack? His laughter was brief, and he turned to re-enter the carriage. Qing Chuan, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding circumstances, remained still. Zhao Yunyun kicked the carriage, his voice icy. Are we not departing? Or do you intend to stay for a meal? Qing Chuan snapped back to reality, hastily boarding the carriage, swiftly urging the horses to turn and prepare for departure. Just as the carriage began to move, a hoarse voice called from behind, "Wait." Unable to resist, Qing Chuan glanced back to see Tao Heyi, her face ashen and limping, pursuing them with an expression that was neither wholly sorrowful nor entirely composed, evoking pity in those who beheld her. With Zhou Chunlan's lament echoing in her ears, he instinctively feared that Li Qiguang had already. He had been on the brink of death these past few days, yet unexpectedly, he had awakened. As she stumbled into the room and saw the emaciated Li Qiguang open his eyes, she was struck by the memory of pushing Zhao Yunyun away moments prior. Her heart sinking with dread, terrified that he might reconsider, and without taking another look at Li Qiguang, she turned and rushed back outside. Zhao Yunyun, born into a noble family, was undoubtedly proud. How could he tolerate such treatment from a mere bird he had toyed with? He could not possibly remain outside. He must leave. With his departure, their previously agreed-upon arrangement would likely fall through. Even if she were to offer herself to him, would he accept? The aristocracy and the powerful truly had no shortage of women. Would have been a transaction over an hour ago had now shifted to her beseeching him. Wait. He paid no heed to the neighbors surrounding her. Her gaze was fixated solely on the horse-drawn carriage ahead. She cursed her own frail legs for not allowing her to run faster, a weight like a sinking stone pressing upon her chest. A metallic taste of rust lodged in her throat. She opened her mouth, inhaled deeply, and cried out, "Wait, Wulong." Her voice, hoarse and tinged with sorrow, quivered with emotion, reaching not only the ears of Qing Chuan and Zhao Yunyun in the carriage but also the nearby onlookers. Tao Heyi was renowned for her beauty, a gem of the Tao family, widely known among the neighborhood for her marriage to Li's esteemed family. As she dashed after the carriage, calling out for Wulong, the bystanders stood in stunned silence, momentarily taken aback. Wulong, who could that be? Li Qiguang's late elder brother, known as Erlang in the family. He sprinted for 100 meters, but the carriage showed no signs of stopping. Suddenly, her foot caught on a protruding stone in the cobbled road. Already straining to maintain her pace, she stumbled without the agility to recover, falling forward. Fifth Master, Madam, Tao has fallen. Qing Chuan, unable to slow the carriage, turned his head and spoke urgently to Zhao Yunyun inside. Chapter 57. Is he intending to drive Li Qiguang to his demise? He felt painfully, yet felt unworthy to voice her discomfort. Almost instantaneously, she propped herself up on the ground, yearning to rise and continue her pursuit. However, her already twisted ankle throbbed, preventing her from standing. Anxiously, she lifted her gaze to see how far the carriage had gone, only to be met by a pair of obsidian satin shoes adorned with golden clouds. She looked up to find Zhao Yunyun, towering above her with an expression devoid of emotion. He grasped the hem of his snow-white robe, her fingers gradually tightening with resolve, though words eluded her. She longed to cling to him like an unashamed harlot, uttering sweet nothings to implore him to rescue her husband. Yet, despite her attempts to speak, no words emerged. She could only clutch Zhao Yunyun's robe with all her strength. The recent events were inexplicable, yet Zhao Yunyun understood the reason for her rejection, and she was equally aware of his sentiments. He was oblivious to the depths of Zhao Yunyun's desire for her, and today she had no time for contemplation. The sole thing she could grasp was the notion that Zhao Yunyun still desired her, and she could only hope that he did. Zhao Yunyun remained silent, his gaze fixed on Tao Heyi, revealing nothing of his thoughts. She straightened her posture slightly, inching along his robe to seize his hand beneath his wide sleeves. Heyi, being a respectable young woman, had reached the limit of her actions, shamelessly sitting on the ground and clutching onto a handsome gentleman of remarkable stature. Tears glistened in her eyes, her face pale, and her gaze spoke of a silent plea, a supplication to this opportunistic friend of her husband. Yet, Zhao Yunyun remained unmoved. He neither released her hand nor grasped it in return, as if they were opposing military leaders awaiting the other's surrender. His lips trembled as she tightened her hold on his hand, whispering, "I beg you, Wulong." Her voice was soft, barely a whisper, like a gentle breeze. In that moment, Zhao Yunyun leaned down, scooping her up by the waist and carrying her into the carriage behind them. The curious onlookers murmured amongst themselves, but within the carriage, little could be heard. He found herself nestled in Zhao Yunyun's embrace as he cast a dark glance downward, lifting her skirt and removing her stockings. Her delicate, fair feet, which should not be exposed to outsiders, were revealed, yet her ankles were swollen and inflamed. He fell silent, bowing her head and allowing Zhao Yunyun to act upon her, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of whether Qing Chuan could turn the carriage around. It seemed not, as it remained halted at the roadside. Zhao Yunyun retrieved a jar of colorless, odorless ointment, deftly extracting a portion with his fingertips, applying it to her swollen ankle and massaging it firmly. His touch was far from gentle, bordering on harsh, his calloused palm enveloping the tender area. He winced from the sudden pain, her senses jolted, yet she dared not cry out, enduring the discomfort. She recognized his intent to make her experience this agony. The ointment, unknown in its composition, seeped into her skin, delivering a wave of cooling relief, far surpassing any medicinal oil from a local apothecary. She increasingly believed that the miraculous remedy in Zhao Yunyun's hands could undoubtedly save Li Qiguang. After releasing her ankle, Zhao Yunyun roughly gathered her skirt up around her waist. He's face turned pale, and she assumed he intended to do something inappropriate in the carriage. Unable to contain herself, she instinctively reached out to stop him, but upon brushing against his hand, she quickly withdrew. Zhao Yunyun, however, was incensed by her action. He raised his head and coldly regarded her, saying, "What do you think I intend to do? Take you here?" He dared not utter a word, lowering her delicate neck in a manner that suggested she was resigned to her fate. Zhao Yunyun's expression darkened as he coldly scoffed. "Am I so beautiful that your current state warrants my attention in this carriage?" He had not slept well for several days, her visage pale and haggard, eyes swollen and dark-circled, forehead flushed with veins, and her lips parched. She sighed in relief and softly said, "I apologize. I hope you are not angered by this. I hope you do not withhold the medicine from me." Unbeknownst to her, her fragile appearance possessed a broken yet delicate beauty. Even the strands of hair that fell were enchanting. Zhao Yunyun, observing her vulnerability, did not soften his demeanor. He gazed at her with an icy stare, lifted her skirt, and revealed her well-proportioned legs, with two swollen patches at her knees, fortunately unmarred due to the winter layers. He then took 2 dollops of ointment and roughly applied it. Though he was endowed with a gentle and refined beauty, his figure was not as slender as Li Qiguang's. He found herself enveloped in his embrace, unable to evade, enduring the discomfort and pain of his touch. "Tao Heyi, your body is now mine. If I learn that you were injured because of Li Qiguang..." The handsome gentleman finally spoke, his voice warm and gentle as a whisper, yet the chill in his words rendered he emotionless. She obediently leaned against him. Though anxiety brewed within, she refrained from asking him to turn the carriage around. As she gazed into his dark, cold eyes, she nodded slightly, her cracked lips parting to utter an apology. "Qingchuan," Zhao Yunyun called while adjusting Heyi's dress. Qingchuan understood the master's intent and promptly turned the carriage around. He felt another wave of relief wash over her. The carriage soon stopped again before the Li residence, where Mai Huang awaited. Upon seeing her mistress being carried into the carriage by young Master Zhao, she was momentarily stunned, hesitating to move as she feared she had misinterpreted the scene. Once she regained her composure, she noticed the carriage parked idly by the roadside, and she dared not approach, instead choosing to wait at the entrance. Now, witnessing the carriage halt before her, she anxiously lingered nearby, only to see Zhao Wei carrying her mistress down from the carriage. "Madam," having witnessed the previous scene, Mai Huang was somewhat prepared this time, timidly speaking. He caught the innocent and bewildered look in Mai Huang's eyes. Although she had abandoned her dignity while chasing Zhao Yunyun earlier, she still felt sullied and embarrassed. She resisted the urge to step down, considering Zhao Yunyun's presence, and simply lifted her gaze to observe him. Her enchanting eyes, red and teary, brimmed with supplication. Zhao Yunyun smiled gently, setting her down. He lowered her head to adjust her attire, then lifted her face, looking at Mai Huang with the same softness as before. "Let us go inside." Mei Wang, startled by her mistress's pallid complexion, nodded unconsciously. He took 2 steps forward but heard no sound behind her. Turning around, she saw Zhao Yunyun standing there, his demeanor graceful and poised, with a smile in his eyes that belied a lack of genuine warmth. She paused for a moment, her hand clenched tightly beneath her sleeve, before turning back to grasp his sleeve, whispering, "Wulong, please come in." Mai Huang, taken aback and dazed, dared not utter a single word. He led Zhao into the room, where Zhou Chunlan and Li Kuiming were gathered at the bedside, their voices choked with emotion as they spoke to Li Qiguang, who appeared frail, yet offered gentle reassurances to the two. The scene was reminiscent of a farewell, steeped in despair and sorrow. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, Li Qiguang's gaze fell upon Heyi, and a faint smile creased his gaunt, grayish face as he looked at her with soft eyes. Zhou Chunlan followed her son's gaze, and, upon noticing the elegantly attired gentleman behind Heyi, was about to speak but restrained herself, her eyes filled with yearning and expectation. He felt an urge to rush forward but hesitated, mindful of Zhao Yunyun's presence behind her. "Hinyang," Li Qiguang called out hoarsely. his voice barely above a whisper. She fought back tears as she approached, hearing him sigh softly, "I'm sorry." Others did not comprehend his words, but he understood. He was apologizing for not being able to fulfill their lifelong promise. Taking a deep breath, she gently replied, "You'll get better." Li Qiguang, aware of his own condition, merely smiled at her tenderly. The matter of separation required both parties to sign and imprint their seals, making it impossible to bypass Li Qiguang. He knew that uttering her intentions at this moment might seem akin to adding insult to injury, similar to Su Yuhua's actions previously. However, she felt compelled to obtain the divorce decree today. Let him think her heartless. She understood him well enough that, upon hearing her words, he might simply smile kindly and agree, especially since he believed his end was near and would willingly release her to return home. With her eyes misty, just as she was about to speak, Li Qiguang noticed Zhao Yunyun's presence. Surprised by his arrival, he allowed a smile to form, expressing concern for his friend. Yundi, Zhao Yunyun, however, first acknowledged Li Kuaming, bowing in a gesture of respect. Although Li Kuaming had taught Zhao Yunyun little, the bond of teacher and fatherhood lingered. Yet he was too preoccupied to engage in pleasantries. Zhao Yunyun turned to the ailing Li Qiguang, who had deteriorated in just a few days, and offered reassurance. Brotherly's illness will soon be cured. Li Qiguang smiled faintly, unwilling to dwell on the topic. Though he had long prepared himself for death, he had not anticipated its swift approach, and now he could only face it with equanimity. Zhao Yunyun's gaze lingered gently on the downcast Heyi, whose face glowed with a moonlight-like radiance, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. He spoke softly. "Hinyang came to me seeking medicine, crafted by the late director of the Imperial Medical Institute, which possesses the power to revive the deceased. If Brother Li takes it, he should regain his strength in a matter of days." At these words, Zhou Chunlan straightened, her breath quickening, yet she was too overwhelmed with emotion to articulate her thoughts. The gentleman, his voice melodious as jade, continued with a smile. "I could not resist her earnest plea and thus acquiesced, on the condition that she agrees to one request of mine. I hope for brotherly-esque cooperation." Upon hearing Zhao Yunyun address her as Mother he felt her entire body stiffen and tremble, her face paling to the color of earth. She believed he merely wished to stand there and hear her speak of parting ways with Li Qiguang, but to her astonishment, he was driven to such madness. Was he truly intent on humiliating Li Qiguang to the point of his demise? Chapter 58. In that fleeting moment, she comprehended everything. The sudden realization that her dear friend Zhao Yunyun possessed the elixir capable of saving him left Li Qiguang momentarily stunned. His long ailing mind was slow to react, yet gradually, a surge of joy blossomed within him. Zhou Chunlan, the most expressive of the Li family, flushed with excitement upon hearing Zhao Yunyun's words, eagerly nodded, affirming her support and insisting that Hinyang must comply. Li Kuaming, being the elder and an accomplished scholar, discerned something from the few spoken words and Heyi's reaction. Although he remained composed, merely furrowing his brow without voicing his thoughts immediately. Li Qiguang, who prided himself on his honesty and friendship, believed he understood Zhao Yunyun well. They were kindred spirits, both gentle and benevolent. Thus, if Zhao Yunyun indeed possessed a remedy to save his friend, he would surely offer it. For had the roles been reversed, he would have done the same without hesitation. However, Li Qiguang understood that there are no free lunches in this world. Relationships cannot thrive on one-sided generosity. Therefore, when Zhao Yunyun spoke of Hinyang having to agree to something, he found it rather ordinary, yet somewhat peculiar, prompting him to inquire, "What does Brother Yun wish for Hinyang to consent to?" As he posed this question, his mind wandered, pondering why such a consent was necessary. If it involved Hinyang, he could not decide on her behalf. Her willingness was paramount. Zhao Yunyun turned his gaze towards Heyi, noting her pallid, trembling visage, her eyes shadowed with despair. Yet, he soon lifted the corners of his mouth, letting out a soft sigh. "I wish for Hinyang to divorce you." His tone remained gentle, yet the words struck like a cold, sharp blade, shattering all pretense. Li Qiguang was taken aback, his hollow eyes reflecting confusion as he struggled to grasp the implications of such a statement. He stared at Zhao Yunyun, who stood there like a graceful spring willow, exuding an elegance that contrasted sharply with his own bewilderment. "What did you just say?" His gaze momentarily flickered to Heyi's face, his voice barely above a whisper. "Brother Yun, I do not comprehend your meaning." Zhao Yunyun met his gaze and reiterated, "You shall divorce Yang, and in return, I will bestow upon you the elixir." His voice remained soft, yet the chill and depth of his words were unmistakable, cutting through the atmosphere like a knife. At last, Li Qiguang understood, and reality hit him with overwhelming force. He could hardly believe it. A wave of blood surged within him as he gasped, turning away hastily to spit out a mouthful of blood. Ailing, Heyi, her frail form jolted back to reality, lunged towards the bed. But an iron arm encircled her waist, preventing her from reaching the ailing figure. She turned, her tear-filled eyes meeting Zhao Yunyun's impassive gaze. In that instant, she grasped the entirety of the situation. She understood why Zhao Yunyun had followed her to the Li residence. He intended to sever any possibility of a future between her and Li Qiguang in front of the family, ensuring that her in-laws could never accept her again, and forcing Li Qiguang to witness her choice of another, as she signed the divorce papers with her own hand. However, she could not comprehend when or why Zhao Yunyun harbored such feelings for her. Along. Even Zhou Chunlan, upon hearing Zhao Yunyun's previous remarks, found herself momentarily stunned and speechless. Now, witnessing her son spitting blood, she could think of nothing else and rushed over in a flurry of panic. Li Qiguang, having expelled the blood, felt a degree of relief. Yet to the onlookers, all that was visible was the pool of blood staining his pillow and his labored breaths. As if he were on the brink of death, Heyi trembled all over, her throat rendering her voiceless, yearning to escape the embrace that confined her. Yet Zhao Yunyun's grip tightened around her, his fragrance enveloping her like a fog, stifling her breath. She could not break free, nor could she dare to. Li Qiguang lifted his gaze to behold the pale, trembling Heyi and, naturally, the sight of Zhao Yunyun holding her closely. In a daze, he met Zhao Yunyun's gaze, which, though handsome and gentle, now bore a cold and sinister demeanor. In this pivotal moment, an understanding dawned upon Li Qiguang regarding a matter he had always known yet consistently overlooked. Zhao Yunyun hailed from a noble family, a scion of power. The Duke of Dingyuan commanded an army of 150,000, serving as the steadfast guardian of the realm. His mother belonged to the illustrious Cui clan, a name of prominence, in stark contrast to Li Qiguang's own humble lineage. His father, through diligent study, had attained the title of Jinshi, but, weary of officialdom, had resigned to become merely a scholar. Given such a background, Zhao Yunyun naturally exuded pride, leaving Li Qiguang to ponder what merit he possessed to befriend such a cherished companion. Among men, a mere glance sufficed to convey the unspoken thoughts lurking beneath the surface. Suddenly, Li Qiguang comprehended Zhao Yunyun's intentions in forging their friendship. He coveted his wife. Boldly and unabashedly, Zhao Yunyun laid bare his designs at this moment. A smile surfaced on Li Qiguang's face, the unexpected surge of anger flushing his pale features with color. Gasping for breath, he abruptly rose, pushing Zhou Chunlan aside, and, trembling with indignation, pointed at Zhao Yunyun, exclaiming, "Scoundrel!" Li Qiguang's usually clear and gentle voice was now laced with fury. He had never witnessed him so enraged, her complexion paling as if those 4 words had struck her as well. Yet Zhao Yunyun merely laughed, nodding in acknowledgement. "Li brother, you flatter me." Zhou Chunlan, having regained her composure, gazed at her son in distress. Fear gripped her heart, yet she swiftly turned to Zhao Yunyun, recalling his earlier assertion that should Erlang and Tao Heyi divorce, he would bestow the elixir. "Is that truly the case?" she inquired, showing little regard for whether Tao Heyi remained her daughter-in-law. Li Qiguang furrowed his brow, admonishing Zhou Chunlan, "Be silent." Yet she persisted, "There are plenty of young women. If Erlang's health improves, which family would deny him?" She shouted in defiance, "You stubborn fool, do not speak." Li Qiguang managed to drag Zhou Chunlan outside, aware that his son would not wish for them to witness such a disheveled state. Zhou Chunlan resisted, but her frail condition from the past few days rendered her weak. and she could not withstand Li Kueiming's pull. Divorce. Erlang, do not be foolish. You must divorce. Perhaps she has already entangled herself with another. She lamented before being forcibly led away by Li Kueiming. However, the serene atmosphere within the room had long been shattered. Li Qiguang's wife was cradled in Zhao Yunyun's embrace. While Li Qiguang could only lie helplessly on the bed, a tumult of anger surging within him. His ire was not directed at Heyi, but rather at Zhao Yunyun's shamelessness, using his illness to coerce Heyi into submission. He was acutely aware of Heyi's character and the bond they shared. She would never betray him. Taking a few labored breaths, Li Qiguang straightened his posture, turning his gaze away from Zhao Yunyun and fixing it upon He. He watched her smile and, in a soft voice, said, "Hinyang, please do not feel compelled to do anything against your will for my sake." Chapter 59. Will you choose me or Li Qiguang? He spoke as if delivering a final farewell. I owe you an apology. My frail health burdens you. My fondness for reading keeps me in the academy, and I cannot always be by your side. Forgive me. Hinyang, after my passing, return home. Seek a suitable husband and bear children. Do not let my demise force you into an unwanted bond. Li Qiguang's voice was languid, perhaps due to his exhaustion, and he spoke slowly. Hinyang wept profusely. You won't die. You will live. Yet Li Qiguang smiled faintly. Hinyang, a life devoid of choices is a bitter one. My existence concludes here, but yours is different. Hinyang began to struggle, and Zhao Yunyun tightened his embrace, casting a dark glance at Li Qiguang. A gravely ill man, upon learning of a chance for recovery, ought to be pleading for the opportunity to depart from Tao Heyi. Yet even at this moment, he remained perplexing her. Zhao Yunyun chuckled lightly, dismissing him entirely, turning his attention back to Hinyang. He gently lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Will you choose me or Li Qiguang? He smiled tenderly, yet within his enchanting yet deceptive eyes lingered a profound darkness, as if to convey to Hinyang, you have but this singular choice, and once made, there shall be no opportunity for regret. Hinyang. Li Qiguang could not restrain himself from speaking. Zhao Yunyun suddenly cast a cold glance back at him, a sneer escaping his lips. What are you? Hinyang looked up at Zhao Yunyun, her eyes brimming with tears, yet she managed to smile. Zhao Yunyun failed to comprehend. There was truly no choice. For both options were Li Qiguang. Despite Li Qiguang's perceived insignificance in his eyes, he was her husband of many years, her once savior. She was like the most resilient jade, obstinate in her devotion. Her heart entrusted to one would never be given to another. She gently grasped Zhao Yunyun's hand that held her chin and pulled it down. Her touch was soft, yet Zhao Yunyun, with an expressionless gaze, allowed her to lower his hand, narrowing his eyes. Hinyang, avoiding his gaze, turned back to Li Qiguang. Her eyes were calm and gentle, glistening with a hint of mirth as she softly declared, Li Qiguang, this is my choice. Let us sign the divorce agreement. The strength within Li Qiguang dissipated upon meeting Hinyang's autumn water-like gaze, his arms barely sustaining him as he sank back onto the bedding. He gasped, his complexion ashen and defeated, yet he managed a faint smile, softly inquiring, Hinyang, will you be happy? Yes, she affirmed, without hesitation. Li Qiguang's gaze shifted back to Zhao Yunyun, who remained fixated on Hinyang, his eyes like still waters, seemingly intent on engulfing her. Finally relinquishing his strength, he reclined fully onto the bed, exhaling a long breath. Very well, we shall part. Zhao Yunyun had been observing this exchange, suddenly finding the display of dominance rather dull. His countenance betrayed his dark mood. His eyes clouded as he abruptly released Hinyang, sneering as he glanced at her before turning to leave. Hinyang immediately grasped his sleeve. Zhao Yunyun turned to look at her, smiling. I will wait for you outside. He gazed at him, slowly loosening her sleeves, and softly replied, I will be out shortly. Do not leave. Wulong. There was a hint of placation in her gentle words. Zhao Yunyun merely chuckled again and departed. The handsome and noble gentleman, even after engaging in such shameless acts, displayed an air of elegance despite the anger that revealed his noble defiance. However, Qing Chuan, waiting outside the Li residence, sensed a dark aura emanating from Fifth Master that felt as if it could saturate the very ink of night. A shiver ran through him. As Zhao Yunyun approached the carriage, he suddenly turned his head and, with a voice as gentle as spring water, murmured, "Qing Chuan, perhaps I should just kill Li Qiguang." Qing Chuan noted that Fifth Master had harbored murderous intentions towards Li Qiguang on several occasions, yet had always restrained himself, all for the sake of Tao Heyi. Yet he pondered how long Fifth Master could maintain such restraint. The fifth young master of the Dingyuan Duke's residence, outwardly gentle as spring water, had always been possessive and domineering since childhood. When he was 8, the Duke gifted him a young colt, which he cherished dearly, nurturing it, feeding it beans, and grooming it while forbidding others from touching it. One day, during a banquet at the Duke's residence, a young master brought by a lady took a liking to the colt and secretly fed it pastries, even attempting to ride it with the help of a servant. Upon discovering this, Fifth Master thoroughly punished the young master, leaving him bruised and weeping inconsolably. Yet Fifth Master was not done. With a smile gracing his pretty, harmless face, he leaned closer and asked in a babyish tone, "Does it hurt?" The young master, sobbing, replied, "Yes, please don't hit me anymore." Fifth Master tilted his head, his enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling, and chuckled, "Then remember this pain well. If you touch my belongings again, it will be far worse." From that day forth, the young master never returned to the Duke's residence. Qing Chuan, noticing Fifth Master still gazing at him, saw that though his face wore a smile, his eyes were shrouded in darkness. He tentatively ventured, "Then, shall we not give Li Qiguang any more medicine?" In truth, he found himself perplexed by Fifth Master's intentions. Why go through such elaborate machinations? Li Qiguang's health could not withstand much longer. Within a month, he would quietly pass away, and Tao Heyi would become a widow. It would be quite ordinary for a widow to remarry, and Fifth Master could then seamlessly reappear beside Tao Heyi. Why the need for such convolutions? Zhao Yunyun chuckled once more, a chilling sound. Yet his tone remained languid as he stated, "Li Qiguang must live. He must be uprooted from Tao Heyi's heart. A deceased person would forever leave a void. Zhao Yunyun would never allow that." Qing Chuan watched as Fifth Master boarded the carriage, scratching his head, still unable to comprehend, despite Fifth Master having articulated it more than once. Meanwhile, he fetched paper and pen, wasting no time as she swiftly penned a divorce letter, concluding with the phrase, "Parting ways brings mutual joy." At this moment, she felt an unexpected calmness as she inscribed her name, pressed her seal, and placed the divorce letter beside the bed. Li Qiguang, clinging to consciousness, was on the verge of parting ways with Tao Heyi, his complexion a ghastly shade of pale. He had kept his eyes closed, but upon hearing her approach, he opened them. His eyes glistened with unshed tears, and at this moment, words between husband and wife seemed superfluous, revealing only pretense and insincerity. Li Qiguang took the pen and meticulously inscribed his name, pressing his handprint beside it. He picked up the divorce agreement, her swollen eyes offering a faint smile. "Gentle and graceful. Master Li, I wish you health and happiness in the days to come." Once she presented the divorce document for signatures to Zhou Chunlan and Li Kuiming, and had it officially recorded at the local magistrate. Her ties to Li Qiguang would be severed. Li Qiguang, his voice barely above a whisper, responded, "Madame Tao, I wish you the same." He instructed Mai Huang to gather her personal belongings. Today marked her departure from the Li household. Matters of her dowry and other possessions would be addressed at a later date. As she made her way to the main house, Zhou Chunlan's anxiety transformed into tranquility upon seeing the divorce document in Heyi's hands. The woman, who often appeared somewhat coarse, now exhibited a serene demeanor. Unable to write, she merely pressed her handprint onto the paper, exchanging no further words with Heyi, only inquiring, "When will the medicine arrive?" "Zhou Chunlan," Li Kuiming called out to her firmly. With red-rimmed eyes, she replied, "Since it is the will of your son, the medicine must arrive soon. Erlang cannot wait." Heyi, her complexion pale, replied softly, "It should arrive today, once I have recorded the divorce at the magistrate." After receiving the divorce agreement, Li Kuiming sighed deeply and, after a moment of silence, also affixed his signature and seal. As he returned the document to Heyi, he said, "The Li family owes you much, Hinyang." "Thank you." Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek me at the academy. When leaving the Li household, He took only a few changes of clothing, some jewelry, and her jade carving tools. Without looking back, she hurriedly made her way to the door, her foot stumbling as she caught a glimpse of Su Yuhua emerging from the side room. Yet she felt no inclination to linger. Just as she took a few steps, she turned to glance at Mai Huang, who quietly followed her and said softly, "Mai Huang, you need not accompany me. Return to the jade shop." In a daze, Mai Huang could not comprehend how her mistress could so readily part ways with Master Li. Hearing her mistress's intent to leave her behind, tears finally streamed down her cheeks. With a choked voice, she grasped Heyi's sleeve. "Mistress, I wish to stay with you. I will not leave." Exhausted from the day's ordeal, Heyi felt herself fading into a stupor. Struggling to maintain her composure, she had neither the strength nor the will to console Mai Huang, merely nodding in response, and continued onward. Anxiety gripped her heart as she worried about Zhao Yunyun's departure and the possibility of his change of heart. In this moment, she felt compelled to appease him, knowing she must win his favor. Chapter 60, Truly Magnificent, a True Man Indeed. Stepping beyond the threshold of the Li family home, he lifted her gaze to behold a horse flicking its tail, seemingly as impatient as its master, who was feeding it beans. The carriage door remained tightly shut, and though nothing could be seen, the oppressive atmosphere emanating from within was palpable. Yet, upon witnessing this, he felt a sense of relief. She turned her head to Mai Huang and instructed, "You shall sit outside with Qing Chuan shortly." Mai Huang, filled with trepidation, finally grasped the implication that her mistress would accompany young Master Zhao, the very same Zhao, who was the villain that had torn apart the bond between the second master and her mistress, using the second master's illness as leverage against her. She could not leave her mistress. Thus, she tightened her grip on Heyi's sleeve, pleading, "Mistress, I wish to enter with you." He gently caressed her face and simply replied, "Be obedient." A pang of sorrow welled within Mai Huang. Under different circumstances, she would have exchanged playful banter with her mistress and stubbornly insisted on following her. However, today, she dared not defy her mistress's wishes. With a sniffle and a heavy heart, she nodded in compliance. Qing Chuan had already set a stool on the ground while the two spoke. He lowered her head and walked over, lifting her skirt to step up. Just as she was about to ascend, the carriage door was forcefully pushed open, revealing a hand with distinctly defined knuckles. He stared for a moment before lowering her gaze. This time, she genuinely grasped the hand, unlike before when she would shy away to avoid suspicion. The palm enveloped her hand tightly, and in the next instant, she was yanked upward with force. Bang! The carriage door slammed shut with a heavy thud, much like before. He, already weak and feeble, was pulled directly into Zhao Yunyun's embrace, her face colliding with his chest, causing her nose to redden instantly. She lifted her head, yet before she could adjust her posture to sit, Zhao Yunyun wrapped his arms around her, pressing her down onto his lap. Impatience had been simmering within Zhao Yunyun as he awaited in the carriage, his handsome visage shadowed by a brooding expression. He glanced down at the person nestled in his arms and noticed tears welling in her eyes, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Unable to contain himself any longer, he let out a light chuckle. "Tao Heyi, what have I told you?" He, touching her sore nose, found herself at a loss for words in response to his sardonic tone. Indeed, she could not muster a reply. Zhao Yunyun had spoken far too much today, each word striking with a force that sent her world into turmoil. Observing his icy demeanor, she lowered her head and retrieved the neatly folded divorce document from her pouch, handing it to him. Zhao Yunyun squinted, taken aback by her unexpectedly affectionate gesture. He bent down to inspect the item she had placed in his palm. As a moment passed, the pain in Heyi's nose subsided somewhat, and she finally spoke softly. Her brows furrowed. "This is the divorce document. I have obtained it." Her attempt to appease Zhao Yunyun felt clumsy, and she sensed the dryness in her own words. After a brief pause, she added, "Your chest is quite solid. It was painful when my nose collided." Her words were merely a truthful observation, delivered in a gentle tone, as she wished not to provoke Zhao Yunyun. Yet he interpreted her soft tone as a form of endearment, like a feather brushing against his heart. Zhao Yunyun smiled once more, having naturally turned the page on Li Qiguang, severing ties cleanly without a second glance at the divorce papers, which he carelessly set aside. Why could Tao Heyi not meet her beloved on the same day as her separation, as the women of the capital do, with her wisdom akin to jade? She was certainly no fool. As his frustration dissipated significantly, he smiled gently, grasping Hei's hand and placing it against his chest, his eyes sparkling with mirth. In a soft voice, he inquired, "How firm is it?" However, Hei's gaze inadvertently drifted to the lightweight divorce papers lying idly nearby. She contemplated asking whether they would soon head to the official court for documentation, enabling her to deliver the precious medicine to the Li family. Yet, upon seeing Zhao Yunyun's eyes twinkling with joy, she hesitated. Exhausted, she refrained from disrupting his cheerful mood with her own uncertainties, allowing him to hold her hand against his chest as she replied honestly, very firm, "A man's robust beauty, sculpted like fine jade." Her face remained pale and haggard, her eyes still red, her voice barely above a whisper. Zhao Yunyun embraced her, leaning closer to plant a kiss on her cheek, then guiding her hand downward, determined to have her fully appreciate the strength of his physique, which Li Qiguang lacked. Lacking the energy to resist, she chose not to struggle, suppressing her distaste as he persisted. In the biting cold of winter, nearing the new year, Zhao Yunyun wore only a thin garment, allowing her to distinctly feel the firm muscles beneath his fabric. She furrowed her brow slightly, instinctively retracting her hand, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable with such an assertive presence. Li Qiguang's body was frail and delicate, devoid of threat, yet Zhao Yunyun was different. His body radiated heat, appearing lean yet undeniably powerful, evoking a sense of danger even through his clothing. Displeased by her withdrawal, Zhao Yunyun tightened his grip, slowly caressing her hand, his eyes still gleaming with laughter. "How does he compare to me? Is Li Qiguang as robust and vigorous?" He searched her thoughts and finally managed to respond. "Decidedly impressive, a true man indeed." Zhao Yunyun beamed with delight, realizing she had contrasted him with Li Qiguang, discerning what constituted a real man. He gazed at her, tenderly brushing his fingers across her pale, weary face, his voice imbued with warmth and a hint of sweetness. "Sleep now." With a benevolent tone, he gently urged her head to rest against his neck, embodying the most affectionate lover, in stark contrast to his earlier brooding demeanor and his aloof posture at the Li residence. However, Hei felt unworthy of such tenderness, her mind still preoccupied with thoughts of Li Qiguang's medicine. Zhao Yunyun merely engaged with her because of his connection to Li Qiguang, discreetly instructing his shadows to keep watch over her. Yet he remained oblivious to the stubbornness that lay beneath her gentle exterior. After a moment of lowering her gaze, she could no longer contain herself and looked up at him, only to find him gazing down at her with a smile, eyes bright with pride. Upon realizing her sudden gaze, he affectionately leaned closer, asking, "Can't sleep?" He found herself increasingly uncomfortable with his intimate demeanor. His breath, warm and laden with the scent of noble lineage, brushed against her face. Her fingers tightened within the confines of her sleeves, digging into her palms, before she softly inquired, "Shall we proceed to the official office shortly to record the divorce decree?" She paused momentarily, then called out to him, "Wu Lang." In her eyes, this question signified her stance. Once the decree was entered into the official records, her ties with Li Qiguang would be irrevocably severed. However, in Zhao Yunyun's perspective, it was evident that Tao Heyi had been preoccupied with thoughts of the ailing Li Qiguang since she entered the carriage, eager to fulfill his requests in order to obtain the medicine necessary for his recovery. The mirth that had danced in his peach blossom eyes swiftly dissipated. Chapter 61. Tao Heyi, are you not shameless? Zhao Yunyun's expression fluctuated as she stared at Heyi, the warmth that once enveloped them dissipating in an instant. The sweetness of their previous intimacy vanished, leaving only the condescension of a nobleman looking down upon her. He met her gaze without flinching, extending her hand to gently grasp Zhao Yunyun's sleeve, her breath quickening as she whispered, "I beg you. Once he is saved, I will willingly follow you. Is that agreeable?" The serene and graceful lady, with reddened eyes as she pleaded, bore an inconsolable sorrow that was impossible to hide. Who could bear to refuse such a heart-wrenching look from a young nobleman? Yet within Zhao Yunyun burned a fierce fire, ignited multiple times that day, and it could no longer be contained. He smiled gently, his voice soft. From now on, you will heed my every word. He felt a pang in her heart. Yet she replied softly, I will do as you say, Wulong. Zhao Yunyun, with a tender smile, continued, what if I grow weary of you and decide to give you away? He was momentarily taken aback, finding it not particularly strange. Due to her association with Li Qiguang, she had been acquainted with Zhao Yunyun and the lives of the nobility for some time, aware that it was not uncommon for them to offer a lady to one another. However, she had assumed that should Zhao Yunyun tire of her, he would simply let her go, never contemplating such an outcome. Feeling somewhat numb, he fell silent for a moment, wanting to refuse but unable to voice her objections due to Li Qiguang's need for medicine. Her fingers, which gripped Zhao Yunyun's sleeve, tightened unconsciously. She looked at Zhao Yunyun, unable to articulate her dissent, aware of her own dignity as a woman, yet pondering whether she possessed any worth in Zhao Yunyun's eyes. Indeed, Zhao Yunyun gazed at her, his voice soft yet cutting like a blade. Tao Heyi, are you not shameless? What is Li Qiguang to you that you would go to such lengths? When that vile woman, Zhou Chunlan, struck you, where was Li Qiguang? When your family faced calamity and your brother was imprisoned, where was Li Qiguang then? What gave you the right to sacrifice so much for him? You eagerly married a dying man. Tao Heyi, are you not shameless? Upon hearing his first words, Heyi's face drained of color. The term shameless was unbearable for her, the most severe condemnation a woman could face in her society. As he finished his tirade, her breath quickened, and unable to suppress her temper any longer, she retorted, he is my husband and my childhood savior. I have admired him since I was young. And to repay that kindness by marrying him, what wrong is there in that? Everyone has their shortcomings, as long as one's nature is kind. Is it not right for family to tolerate one another? This is how the lives of commoners are lived. Every household experiences it this way. Despite repeatedly reminding herself not to provoke Zhao Yunyun, she found him truly infuriating, convinced she had done no wrong. He, though gentle and demure, could ignite with a temper, and as she spoke, her pale face flushed with indignation, her eyes no longer reflecting gentle autumn waters, but blazing flames instead. Zhao Yunyun, observing her fiery demeanor, felt a sudden stir within him, his expression shifting to one of intrigue as he lowered his voice. Has Li Qiguang ever seen you this furious? He breathed rapidly, her chest brimming with fury, yet upon hearing the name Li Qiguang, she instantly found tranquility. Her fiery eyes flickered for a moment before gradually settling into the stillness of a serene lake. Nevertheless, her disdain for Zhao Yunyun only intensified. At that moment, she had to suppress her emotions, her lips parting to utter an apology. She had never lost her composure in front of family or friends. Yet Zhao Yunyun was simply infuriating. He was neither family nor friend, and she could not contain the blaze within her heart. She had meticulously planned to please him. Why then did she struggle to temper her temper? In just a few short days, so much had transpired. She had endured quietly, having done remarkably well at that. Why engage in a verbal spar with Zhao Yunyun? I'm sorry, He's voice was soft as she repeated it, lowering her head in acknowledgement of Zhao Yunyun's earlier harsh words. She, Tao Heyi, was indeed, yet she heard Zhao Yunyun lean closer, asking her, has Li Qiguang ever witnessed you in such a fit of anger? He furrowed her brow, finding his question peculiar. She truly lacked the energy to deal with him any longer. She shook her head and calmly replied, no. She had never quarreled with Li Qiguang. His nature was gentle and cheerful, and her temperament was equally amiable. They had always harmonized beautifully. However, upon hearing her response, Zhao Yunyun erupted in laughter, his brow arching as he chuckled for an extended period. He initially thought he might resort to sarcasm again, but his laughter lingered too long for her to ignore. She looked up to see his eyes squinted with mirth. It was utterly baffling. He could not comprehend it at all. Noticing her perplexed expression, Zhao Yunyun's smile deepened, calm and composed, as he suddenly reached out to wipe her eyes, leisurely stating, "You have only ever shown anger towards me. Is that truly something to rejoice over?" Unable to evade his hand, he fell silent, drained to the strength to say more. Since his mood did not seem particularly foul at the moment, she decided to let the earlier incident slide. Yet, her gaze drifted to the stack of divorce papers beside her. She wished to address it once more, unwilling to let her efforts go to waste. Qing Chuan. Pause when we reached the yamen. Zhao Yunyun abruptly pushed open the carriage door, instructing outside. Qing Chuan promptly complied without further inquiry. They were already near the county office, and the carriage soon came to a halt. He had been cradled in Zhao Yunyun's lap, and as the carriage stopped, she intended to rise. However, just as she began to move, Zhao Yunyun pressed her back down. She turned her head to look at him, and Zhao Yunyun covered her mouth with his hand, his gaze fixed on her, gentle and refined. "I do not wish to hear any unpleasant words at this moment." He then sealed her lips. Zhao Yunyun opened the carriage door and handed the neatly stacked divorce papers to Qing Chuan outside. There was no need for additional instructions. Qing Chuan leaped down from the carriage and made his way to the yamen. Mai Huang, aware that the bundle contained the divorce papers from the second master to his wife, bit her lip and jumped down as well, chasing after Qing Chuan. "Wait for me." She needed to assist her mistress in this matter. Through the open carriage door, he observed Qing Chuan and Mai Huang enter the yamen, and shortly thereafter, they emerged one after the other. Noticing the dazed expression on Mai Huang's face, she realized that her connection with Li Qiguang had truly been severed. Zhao Yunyun retrieved a jade vial from his waist pouch, smiling as he inquired, "Shall I personally deliver this to the Li family?" He felt her head spinning, unable to discern whether Zhao Yunyun was being sardonic. She gazed at the jade vial for a moment, then closed her eyes, her gaze becoming misty as she submissively leaned into his embrace. Clenching her fingers tightly within her sleeve, she softly replied, "It suffices to have someone else deliver it." At this juncture, she could only trust that Zhao Yunyun would ensure the medicine reached the Li family. Zhao Yunyun idly toyed with the vial, a playful smile gracing his lips as he drawled, "What if I choose not to deliver it?" He abruptly lifted her head, meeting his gaze, where the shimmering depths of his peach blossom eyes were inscrutable. Yet, Zhao Yunyun had once expressed his fondness for beauty. Her eyelashes fluttered, her fist tightening within her sleeve. And suddenly, she tilted her head closer to Zhao Yunyun, brushing her lips fleetingly against his cheek before softly asking, "You would not deceive me, would you, my lord?" Chapter 62. He will not disappoint me. Zhao Yunyun cast a peculiar glance at Heyi. She had taken the initiative to act in such a manner, lowering her eyelashes to conceal her emotions. Thus, she was oblivious to his gaze and the faint blush that colored his ears. Suddenly, he kicked open the carriage door, causing Qing Chuan and Mai Huang outside to momentarily freeze, instinctively looking back. Mai Huang, trembling with fear, wished to catch a glimpse of her mistress. However, before she could discern anything, an object was hurled out from within, and the door swiftly closed again. She vaguely saw her mistress nestled in Zhao Yunyun's lap. Bewildered, she dared not dwell on it and turned to Qing Chuan, who was holding a palm-sized jade vial. Qing Chuan, with his round face and cheerful demeanor, playfully tossed the vial up and down, exclaiming that it contained the miraculous medicine to save Lord Lier. Once he returned Lady Tao to Fifth Master, he intended to make a trip to the Li family to deliver this remedy. Upon hearing this, Mai Huang felt a surge of joy for her mistress, her eyes fixed on the jade vial, smiling as she realized that Lord Air was saved. Their voices were not quiet, and the carriage fell into silence, allowing He to overhear their conversation. The tension that had gripped her heart began to ease. Leaning against Zhao Yunyun, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief and refrained from mentioning the matter again, simply delighted that Li Qiguang would be saved. However, fatigue weighed heavily upon her. After days of restless sleep, the moment she relaxed her hold, an overwhelming drowsiness enveloped her, and she fought to stay awake. Zhao Yunyun was still lost in thought about the kiss he had just given him, her soft lips and warm breath brushing against his cheek. He yearned for more, at the very least, to kiss the other side of his face. Yet, she seemed unresponsive to Qing Chuan's words. his brows knitted together in dissatisfaction with her silence. Had she not been quite talkative with Li Qiguang? The secret guards had recorded a plethora of her sweet words. Why, then, was a mere kiss all she could muster for him? Zhao Yunyun pressed his lips into a thin line and spoke slowly. If Li Qiguang does not take the elixir, I shall not let you go. His heart brimming with discontent, he had no desire to grant He any comfort. Exhausted, her mind drifting, He's reaction to Zhao Yunyun's statement was slower than usual. However, once she processed his words, a gentle smile graced her lips and in her daze. She recalled Li Qiguang, her voice soft and slightly nasal as she murmured, "He will not disappoint me." She had exchanged her well-being for the medicine to save him. He would not betray her sentiments, and he certainly would not refuse to take the medicine to uphold his principles. Otherwise, what would all this turmoil amount to? Ordinary folk were most pragmatic, lacking the privilege to indulge in the frivolities of the aristocracy. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Yunyun's expression darkened, his grip around He loosening as he pushed her away, ready to mock her further, declaring that her feelings for Li Qiguang were futile. And even if Li Qiguang recovered and remarried, it would be of no concern to her. However, just as he was about to exert force, he lifted her gaze to meet his. Her eyes were swollen and bloodshot, yet they held a clarity as she softly uttered, "Thank you." In this fleeting moment, he sincerely expressed her gratitude towards Zhao Yunyun. Although Li Qiguang had suddenly fallen ill, this misfortune had nothing to do with Zhao Yunyun, and he cannot be blamed for it. Despite taking advantage of a vulnerable situation and exhibiting despicable behavior by attempting to claim her as his own, he remained true to his promise. One matter should not obscure another. She harbored disdain for him, yet a sense of gratitude lingered as well. In the instant when the dust settled, much of her resentment dissipated. Why was that? Because the rare elixir, which held little value in the market, could be exchanged for her, a woman who had once been married, a transaction that she and Li Qiguang had profited from. It was a voluntary exchange. Where sacrifice begets gain, the simplest truth in the world. She could only hope for Li Qiguang's recovery. As for herself, he recalled Zhao Yunyun's earlier words about sending her away when he grew tired of her. She would never allow such a dismal fate to transpire. At that point, she had already kept her promise. Leaving would be her choice, for she bore no bond of servitude, her mind swirling in a haze. Zhao Yunyun, taken aback, met her clear gaze, and in an instant his eyes flickered before he averted his gaze, the previous sarcasm dissipating. After a moment of silence, his shoulders sagged, and he turned back to look at her. He could no longer withstand her physical exhaustion and succumbed to slumber. Zhao Yunyun observed her, noting the dark circles beneath her eyes, her gaunt cheeks, and her pallid complexion, a shadow of gloom passing over his countenance. After a long pause, he smiled gently, pinching her cheek, causing her tranquil face to flush slightly. Then he tenderly smoothed the furrowed brow of her sleeping form, softly murmuring, "You ought to thank me." The carriage halted at the entrance of the Zhao residence, where Jin Shu and the old steward had been waiting. Upon seeing the carriage come to a stop, they approached. Zhao Yunyun lifted He from the carriage, wrapping her snugly in a cloak, concealing all but her raven hair. "Fetch the doctor," he commanded, leaving those words behind as he carried He toward Mingda courtyard. After traversing half the distance, he paused and diverted toward Hanyu courtyard. The old steward, who had been following closely, showed no change in expression, but Jin Shu furrowed her brow. Watching as the fifth master carried the ceramic lady into the house, she discreetly pulled the old steward aside and lowered her voice, saying, "Uncle Lin, should we inform the capital about the fifth master's affairs? If that ceramic He was arranged in Mingda courtyard, it would imply that the fifth master finds her novel, yet merely a fleeting curiosity with intentions of playfulness, as only those of a lower status lack a separate courtyard. Yet the fifth master has settled her in Hanyu courtyard." The old steward chuckled, glancing at her, and replied, "The fifth master has his own way of handling matters. Jin Shu, do not presume." Jin Shu bit her lip, choosing not to say more. The old steward then summoned someone to fetch the doctor. The physician who arrived was the same one summoned during Heyi's previous illness. Zhao Yunyun sat beside the bed, and after the doctor finished taking Heyi's pulse, He tucked her hand back beneath the covers and inquired, "How is she?" The doctor sighed, remarking that it was fortunate that this lady had a strong constitution. Otherwise, after recently recovering from sudden illness, the current fatigue could have dire consequences for her health. Noticing that my wife had not enjoyed a good night's sleep for several days, I prescribed her a few doses of tranquilizing medicine to take over the next few days. Upon awakening from her slumber, she should begin taking it twice daily, maintaining a light diet while also incorporating more meat, as it is nourishing for the body. Zhao Yunyun diligently noted everything down, nodding and understanding. The doctor prepared the prescription, and Jin Shu took it to fetch the medicine. Soon, only Mai Huang and Zhao Yunyun remained in the room. Mai Huang recalled the scene when her mistress fell ill, and young master Zhao took care of her. Though she had not witnessed it firsthand, she could easily imagine the circumstances, her mistress having to remove her garments, exposing her bare back while young master Zhao applied medicine and acupuncture. At that time, she had dared not entertain such thoughts, and now she found it even more unbearable. She clasped her hands tightly together, summoning all her strength to remain standing there. Her not-so-bright mind began to grasp certain truths. Indeed, young master Zhao had harbored ulterior motives towards her mistress. How foolish she had been! She should have stood firm before her mistress and forbade young master Zhao from coming near. Tears welled up in Mai Huang's eyes as she stood resolutely before the bed. Zhao Yunyun cast a casual glance at her, causing Mai Huang's legs to weaken, and she sank to her knees. "Why, young master Zhao? You must not bully my mistress at that moment." Someone entered from outside the door, prompting Mai Huang to instinctively look over. It was Tong Shu, the maid who cared for old Madame Zhou at the Li household. Tong Shu said nothing, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she grasped Mai Huang's hand and began to lead her outside, her strength nearly dragging Mai Huang along. Mai Huang wept and struggled, frequently glancing back at the bed. That young master Zhao was indeed a venomous serpent, and her mistress was now in the jaws of the snake. Unbeknownst to her, he was lost in a hazy dream, unaware of Mai Huang's distress. In her dream, she found herself transported back to the year she turned 11. Chapter 63. Zhao Yunyun, like a vibrant spirit, welcomed the new year adorned in a striking peach-red garment. Holding the hand of her 6-year-old brother Yulong as they accompanied their parents to the bustling market, the neighbors, charmed by the siblings' striking features, often offered them delectable treats. Although her demeanor was typically serene, the festive atmosphere was exhilarating, and the myriad of trinkets at the market, particularly the inexpensive yet delightful jade carvings, captivated her attention. Under her father's tutelage in jade carving, she found herself entranced by the beautiful stones. When she finally regained her senses, she realized her parents and brother were no longer by her side. Yet, she felt no panic. She was not a mere child and knew the way home. Familiar faces among the neighbors provided her with comfort as she meandered slowly, her delicate face illuminated by the crimson glow of lanterns hanging above, enhancing the joy reflected upon her visage. However, joy turned to despair when she was suddenly seized, her mouth and nose covered as she was dragged into an alley. Initially bewildered, she quickly reacted with fierce resistance. Having honed her strength through years of jade carving, she managed to break free momentarily, even injuring her captor with a jade hairpin she had snatched. Yet, at only 11 years old, she could not truly escape. After a few frantic steps, she was restrained again, dragged further into the shadows of the alley, her heart racing with fear as she cried out. At that moment, a youthful voice rang out from the alley's entrance, accompanied by the hurried footsteps of many. The figure behind her hesitated, then released her and fled, collapsing to the ground. Her tear-filled eyes gazed up to see an officer brandishing a baton in pursuit of the fleeing figure, while the young man approached her steadily from the alley's mouth. He appeared somewhat fragile, seemingly 5 or 6 years her senior, yet dressed more heavily than she was, enveloped in a thick cloak. "Cough, cough, are you all right?" he inquired, squatting down before her. With wide eyes, she perceived his pale, delicate face through her tear-streaked vision, hearing the labored breaths escaping him. His expression was filled with concern as he spoke. "I witnessed what transpired, but I am not strong enough to confront him alone, hence my delay in seeking help." Pausing, he offered a gentle smile to soothe her. During the New Year festivities, The officers are out patrolling, but fortunately, I can still run. Cough, cough, do not be afraid. Where's your home? I shall escort you back. The Tao family jade shop, she managed to choke out in sobs. The young man smiled. Ah, so it is that place. Their jade hairpins are exquisitely crafted. He attempted to lighten the mood with kind words, but noticing her persistent anxiety, he added, I am Li Qiguang, son of Li Kuaming, the head of Dongli Academy. I assure you, I am not a villain. Li Qiguang. Zhao Heyi etched his name into her memory, along with the image of his warm and cheerful smile. She thought she heard someone calling her name as the alley grew dimmer, the figure of the young man fading into the distance. Panic surged within her, and she scrambled to pursue him, but he remained just out of reach. Tao Heyi, a furious male voice erupted, slicing through the darkness with a brazen authority. He remained engulfed in the ethereal haze of her dreams, her eyes fluttering open to behold a striking young man adorned in a jade crown and resplendent robes. His attire flowing elegantly, yet robustly, unlike the delicate youth from her dreams. His countenance was both refined and handsome, tall and imposing, reminiscent of a majestic jade mountain, with a gaze that seemed to simmer with molten intensity. As she slowly blinked, it dawned upon her who he was, Zhao Yunyun, once a friend of Li Qiguang, the shameless individual responsible for her separation, and also the benefactor who had rescued Li Qiguang. Zhao Yunyun's handsome visage contorted with rage as he narrowed his eyes at Heyi, an aura of ominous fury radiating from him. Clenching a cloth soaked in hot water, he perched at the edge of the bed, trembling with ire, his once gentle demeanor replaced by a menacing presence. You belong to me now. Should I ever hear you utter the name Li Qiguang again, I will kill him. His words bore the weight of truth rather than mere threats. He, thoroughly startled, struggled to rise from the bed, but was forcefully pushed back down. Almost instantaneously, a damp cloth was pressed against her face. Still dazed, she felt the cloth rub against her skin as if it were a mere rag, carelessly marring her visage and neck. When the cloth was finally lifted, she once again confronted Zhao Yunyun's face, now shadowed with a deep, iron-like pallor. The interruption caused her to reflect upon her earlier dream and Zhao Yunyun's reaction, leading her to a stark realization. She had called out Li Qiguang's name in her sleep. Her gaze fell, heavy with weariness. Zhao Yunyun was acutely aware that she was Li Qiguang's wife, and it was due to Li Qiguang's sudden illness that she had been compelled to part ways with him. Her heart still belonged to Li Qiguang. Zhao Yunyun's declaration of wanting her was directed at her physical form, which could not entertain thoughts of Li Qiguang or Zhao Yunyun. Zhao Yunyun, noticing her silence, felt a surge of anger. He glared at Heyi and flung the damp cloth into a nearby basin, causing it to topple over with a resounding crash. Rising to his feet, Heyi assumed he was preparing to leave, a sigh of relief escaping her lips as she dared to glance up. However, to her astonishment, Zhao Yunyun not only remained, but proceeded to untie the jade belt from his waist, crafted from exquisite white jade with intricate hollow patterns. With a forceful throw, he cast it to the ground, shattering it into several irreparable pieces. As a jade sculptor, he found it unbearable to witness such a finely crafted piece of jade being so ruthlessly discarded, losing its original form forever. This sight consumed her attention entirely. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she sat up and softly implored, "If you seek to vent your anger, why must you take it out on jade?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, laced with the raspiness of recent slumber. Zhao Yunyun paused momentarily, then removed the jade crown from his head, expressionless as he let it fall to the floor, seemingly intent on provoking her further. Yet his tone remained surprisingly gentle. "What is it, Heyi? Are you distressed over the loss?" His words were reminiscent of a lover's whisper, laden with ambiguity yet pointedly suggestive, leaving one to ponder what exactly it was that stirred such heartache. He gazed at the exquisite jade crown, now shattered into fragments, and finally furrowed her brow as she raised her gaze to Zhao Yunyun. Before succumbing to slumber, her weary body had left her in a daze. Yet she recalled expressing her gratitude to him. The fierce wrath born from her friend's betrayal had dissipated considerably. However, the alleviation of her anger did not equate to ease in her interactions with Zhao Yunyun. After all, in her heart, Zhao Yunyun was undeniably of a vile disposition. She opened her mouth to utter a single word, but was taken aback as Zhao Yunyun removed his outer robe and tossed it to the ground. It felt as though her throat was ensnared, her eyes wide as she witnessed him divest himself of his garments. The dusk had settled, and the room was illuminated by flickering candlelight. Zhao Jiyun's physique resembled a masterfully sculpted jade figure, his long, dark hair cascading around him, exuding an alluring yet furious beauty, akin to a seductive specter emerging from the night. The specter slowly smiled and softly inquired, "Have you slept well after a day and night of rest?" He, momentarily entranced by the scene before her, had never encountered a being who could embody both serene elegance and the sultry allure of a nightshade spirit. She found herself unable to comprehend his words, a sense of dread creeping into every fiber of her being, prompting her to involuntarily retreat until her back met the wall. Zhao Yunyun's almond-shaped eyes glimmered as he gently asked, "Is it not my turn now?" Chapter 64. Zhao Yunyun pursued her and captured her lips in a kiss. He and Li Qiguang's interactions were always warm and serene. Their marital exchanges were gentle, and their private conversations were elegant, leaving much unsaid. She had never heard any coarse words, so when Zhao Yunyun spoke what could be considered even mildly suggestive, she momentarily found herself at a loss. A sense of bewilderment blossoming within her. Having slept for an entire day and night, she was certainly well rested. If Zhao Yunyun was also weary and desired sleep, what was the purpose of this behavior? What was the matter with wanting to sleep? He found it difficult to articulate the expression on Zhao Yunyun's face as he smiled at her after shedding his shirt. An unsettling feeling brewed within her. Yet, being a married woman, she quickly grasped the implications of the situation, clenching the blanket tightly and murmuring, "If you wish to sleep, then sleep." She feigned ignorance, speaking in vague terms. Zhao Yunyun chuckled softly, lifted his leg, and stepped onto the bed, pulling aside the covers to settle in. His enchanting eyes remained twinkling with mirth as they fixed on He, and when he tugged at the bed curtain, it fell, enveloping them in dimness. He leaned against the wall, motionless, her heart racing and her complexion pale, her mind clouded as she recalled her recent thoughts of bearing a child for Li Qiguang, only to find herself in a situation with another man. Regret? Zhao Yunyun reclined on the bed, a gentle smile gracing his lips, his voice lower than usual within the confines of the curtain. He instinctively considered the implications of his words, suddenly regaining focus as she turned to look at him. The faint light barely illuminated the space, yet she caught a glimpse of his inky hair cascading across the pillow, his handsome face beaming at her. Tempting yet daunting, the allure of a beautiful devil was undeniable. "No, I do not regret," he replied softly, fully aware of Zhao Yunyun's intentions in that fleeting moment. She released her grip on the blanket, turned her body, and slowly lay down. She averted her gaze from Zhao Yunyun, not daring to look anywhere, her eyes downcast to conceal the tumult of rejection and tension brewing within. Zhao Yunyun remained still, and even the sound of their breathing became pronounced within the dimness of the curtain. He felt the warmth beneath the covers. Zhao Yunyun's body radiated heat unlike Li Qiguang's, causing her skin to perspire. Unable to endure the warmth, she gently lifted the blanket, allowing a breath of cooler air to seep in. At that moment, Zhao Yunyun suddenly turned towards her, his hand resting on her waist as he gently pulled her into his embrace. Caught off guard, he fell into his arms, enveloped by his searing warmth. His broad and firm physique wrapped around her, their hair intertwining. In an instant, she stiffened, goosebumps prickling her skin. Noticing her reaction, Zhao Yunyun chuckled softly, saying nothing more, and leaned in closer, his heated breath brushing against her neck. Though she could have leaned in to kiss his cheek, she found it difficult to accept his proximity. Instinctively, she attempted to retreat, but Zhao Yunyun captured her earlobe with his lips, preventing her escape. The damp warmth from his touch sent shivers down her spine. She felt ensnared, as if a serpent were coiling around her, its tongue teasing her ear, a predatory probe of its quarry. He had not properly eaten or drunk for several days, and after a long day and night of sleep, her stomach felt empty, giving rise to an uncontrollable sense of nausea. She began to breathe rapidly, swallowing repeatedly to to suppress the feeling. Zhao Yunyun grasped her hand and pressed it against his chest, no longer separated by layers of clothing. He felt the smooth, firm muscles beneath her fingertips and trembled, intimidated by such an aggressive presence. I haven't bathed in days, he finally confessed in a hushed tone. Zhao Yunyun smiled knowingly. Hinyang, what do you think I was just doing? Just moments ago, he had been wiping her face with a cloth. He instinctively curled her fingers, but the tension caused her slightly overgrown nails, which hadn't been properly trimmed in days, to graze Zhao Yunyun's chest. His body stiffened at the contact, and unable to endure the charged atmosphere, he finally pushed him away and retreated. Yet Zhao Yunyun pursued her, capturing her lips in a kiss. Their soft, warm lips met, and the unique scent of Zhao Yunyun enveloped He entirely. She could no longer restrain herself. The nausea surged anew, and she hastily pushed him away, sitting up to cover her mouth. The retching sound emerged, but her empty stomach yielded only a trickle of sour bile, seeping through her fingers. He's face turned pale, and she caught a glimpse of Zhao Yunyun's momentary shock, which quickly transformed from a smile to a cloud of concern as he slowly sat up. Fearing his approach, the uncontrollable nausea surged again, causing her stomach to clench, and she retched once more. She contemplated rising to cross over Zhao Yunyun to leave the bed, but the discomfort rendered her weak. Tears welled in her eyes. She felt as though the air around her had thickened. Zhao Yunyun, surrounded by a heavy gloom, took a deep breath and spoke, as if trying to mask the obvious. You haven't eaten for days, your stomach is empty. It must be quite distressing. Her voice was soft and somewhat hoarse, and as soon as she finished speaking, another wave of nausea overcame her. She was acutely aware of Zhao Yunyun's character and feared that her reaction might implicate Li Qiguang. She wished to explain further, but before she could, Zhao Yunyun abruptly threw off the covers, got up, picked up his outer robe from the floor, and strode toward the door. With a loud bang, he kicked it open, startling the servants outside in the night. After he left, he still felt the nausea gnawing at her. With a pale face, she rushed to the bathing area behind screen. There was water in the basin. She washed her face and hands, her body trembling slightly. She had intended to fulfill this transaction properly, yet her body rebelled against her will. Zhao Yunyun had been driven away by her, and she wondered what would happen next. Would it affect Li Qiguang? Would all her efforts be in vain? Surely not, as she had been in a deep slumber for a day and night. Li Qiguang must have consumed the pill by now. So, what would become of her? He felt lost, merely an ordinary girl from the streets, occasionally acquainted with distinguished guests through her work in jade carving, knowing only the surface of their lives. What fate awaited a girl like her, toyed with and then scorned by a nobleman? He clenched her damp hands tightly. Would Zhao Yunyun find her dull enough to let her go, allowing her to return home? However, the time between her seeking medicine and Zhao Yunyun bestowing it upon her was far too brief. If he were to reject her, what price could she possibly pay? My lady, came the voice of Mai Huang from outside, filled with both joy and concern. As he looked up, Mai Huang had already dashed to her side, swiftly draping a thick cloak around her shoulders and standing on tiptoe. My lady, why have you risen without your outer garments? Are you feeling unwell? She chattered anxiously. Even in her discontent, he could not help but smile at such genuine concern. Ah, Mrs. Tao, are you hungry? Would you care for something to eat? A clear, cheerful voice emerged from the doorway, accompanied by a delightful smile. He raised her gaze to see a somewhat familiar maid entering, quickly recalling that it was the charmingly sweet-natured Tong Shu. Tong Shu performed a graceful curtsy and announced, "The fifth master has instructed me to attend to you alongside my Huang from now on." He contemplated refusing, but, recognizing that she was already in Zhao's household, found no valid reason to decline. She nodded in acceptance and softly replied, "Thank you." Pausing briefly, she placed a hand on her stomach and added, "I am indeed a bit hungry. Please prepare some soft, easily digestible food." "Would chicken noodle soup suffice, my lady?" Tong Shu inquired. He nodded in agreement. Once Tong Shu departed, Mai Huang hurriedly pulled Yi back down to sit beside her on the bed, whispering, "My lady, just now I saw young Master Zhao burst through the door, disheveled and looking quite fearsome. Did he mistreat you?" He pondered for a moment. What had transpired hardly constituted mistreatment. In fact, it was Zhao Yunyun who had stormed away in anger. She shook her head, contemplating a response, yet found herself at a loss for words, merely rubbing her stomach as she awaited Tong Shu's return. Observing her lady's reticence, Mai Huang refrained from pressing further. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunyun returned to Mingda courtyard, his demeanor as frigid as ice, his attire in disarray. The wind tousled his robes, and his ink-black hair cascaded around him. The servants he encountered dared not breathe, sensing that if the fifth master were armed with a sword at that moment, he might indeed slay without hesitation. Jin Shu had never witnessed the fifth master in such a disheveled state. He was typically adorned in splendid garments, handsome and refined, exuding charm and grace. Now, however, his belt was undone, his hair unkempt, presenting a wild appearance. She instinctively attributed this turmoil to Mrs. Tao. At that moment, holding a tray of items, she hurriedly curtsied, hesitating before asking, "Fifth master, shall I still deliver these to Mrs. Tao?" Zhao Yunyun turned his face, grimacing at the sight of the gold and jade ornaments prepared for Tao Heyi. Abruptly, he raised a hand and swept them aside. The tray clattered to the ground, scattering the jewelry everywhere. The jade hairpin and bracelet could scarcely withstand the force, nearly shattering upon impact. Zhao Jian entered the room and kicked the door shut. Jin Shu dared not intrude, instead crouching to gather the fallen jewels, her heart aching for the shattered pieces. The fifth master never utilized inferior items, and many of these jewels were ancient relics from a previous dynasty, now reduced to ruin. Yet, she mused, perhaps the fifth master had grown weary of Mrs. Tao. As she pondered, Jin Shu had just finished tidying up the scattered items on the floor when the door swung open once more. She looked up to see the previously unruly fifth master, now clad in a fitted black outfit, his expression icy. The sky had darkened, yet Jin Shu dared not inquire where he was headed. Zhao Jian took a few steps forward, suddenly halting, and spoke in a somber tone, "Go and bring her to the door." Chapter 65. Swept out? The chicken soup had been warming in the small kitchen of the Hanyu courtyard, and soon, Tong Shu brought over a bowl of noodles. He reflected that the last time she had enjoyed a proper meal was during the carving of the 8 immortals crossing the sea at the Zhao residence. The gnawing hunger in her belly was genuine. She was still draped in a thick cloak, and despite the numerous braziers lighting the room, it was not cold. The meals at the Zhao household had always been delectable. The chicken soup rich yet light, garnished with an egg, shredded chicken, and a few greens, all of which whetted her appetite. After a single bite, she felt some relief from her discomfort. However, halfway through her meal, footsteps echoed from outside. She looked up to see Jin Shu entering. Jin Shu maintained her graceful and elegant demeanor, bowing to Heyi before stating, "Madam Tao, the fifth master requests your presence at the entrance." Heyi's eyes clouded with confusion, but it quickly dissipated as she gently set down her chopsticks. Sensing that her earlier suspicions might have come to fruition, Zhao Yunyun, offended by her disdain, had decided to cast her out. A wave of relief washed over her, mingled with a hint of joy, yet she felt a twinge of anxiety, hesitating to ask, did the young master say anything else? Will I need to pay another price? Surely there would be a cost. It was unlikely he would demand nothing in return. She loathed the idea of being indebted to others. Although the elixir was for Li Qiguang, it was she who had sought it, and thus, the burden of payment should be hers. Jin Shu shook her head, revealing nothing. No. He nodded, rising to say, "Please wait a moment." She quietly instructed Mai Huang to gather her belongings, while she hastened behind a screen to change into a fresh outfit, simply styling her hair into a bun secured with a silver hairpin. As a commoner, her grooming was uncomplicated, allowing her to dress with such swiftness that even Tong Shu, who was meant to assist her, paused in surprise. "All set, let us go." He smiled gently at Jin Shu. After a day and night of rest, though still appearing somewhat wan, she looked considerably better than before. Now, she radiated a delicate beauty, her jade-like skin luminous and translucent, exuding a serene composure, albeit with a hint of melancholy in her eyes, a natural response after parting from her husband. Jin Shu nodded, noticing he taking the box containing the carved jade, as well as the 2 large bundles Mai Huang carried. She frowned slightly, but said nothing. Reflecting on the fifth master's previous words, she felt uncertain about his intentions and allowed them to carry their luggage as they pleased. Before departing, he offered Tong Shu a gentle smile, saying nothing further, and followed Jin Shu out the door. Though her ankle throbbed with pain, causing her to walk slowly, she refrained from voicing her discomfort. Tong Shu's astonishment was more pronounced than Jin Shu's. After a moment's hesitation, she followed suit. Yet, with Jin Shu leading the way with a lantern, it felt inappropriate for her to engage in whispered conversation, so she walked alongside He instead. He turned to her, speaking softly, "My Huang will accompany me. You need not follow." Her tone was perpetually gentle, her calm and graceful visage endearing to behold. In the past, Tong Shu served as a maid for Zhao Yunyun, albeit not as intimately as Jin Shu, who had been with him since childhood. Consequently, her knowledge was rather limited. She only knew that the fifth master had taken an interest in a married woman and had been dispatched to attend to the woman's mother-in-law. Though the mother-in-law possessed a coarse demeanor, her experiences in the noble household led her to perceive that the woman's character was not lacking. However, it was still a challenge for a woman from an ordinary family to deal with such a mother-in-law. On that day, as she watched Mrs. Tao return, facing the unkind demeanor of Lady Zhou, yet remaining gentle and gracious, she could not help but steal a few glances at her while tidying up. Mrs. Tao, a woman as translucent and delicate as jade, perhaps gave Tong Shu some insight into why the fifth master was drawn to her. "Shall I assist you, my lady?" Tong Shu blinked and smiled sweetly, pretending to help He lift the box. However, he gently evaded her, looking at Tong Shu with warmth and saying, "There is no need, it is not heavy." Tong Shu said nothing further and quietly followed her side. As they made their way from Hanyu courtyard to the main entrance, silence enveloped them. Upon reaching the door, he beheld Zhao Yunyun clad in a black outfit, standing beside a spirited steed named Tao Heyi, while Qin Chuan stood quietly nearby. Zhao Yunyun held a handful of beans in his palm, feeding them to Tao Heyi. Tao Heyi, a striking stallion with enchanting eyes resembling blossoms, could easily capture the attention of marries with his graceful physique. He found herself captivated, stealing another glance before returning her focus to Zhao Yunyun. The earlier gloom and anger that had marked his departure from the bed had vanished. He appeared calm and gentle as he fed Tao Heyi. Yet, he recalled the ambiguous smile he wore when he said, "I want you," and the shadowed expression that followed, understanding that his nature was not inherently gentle. Thus, as she approached, anxiety and resistance surged within her. "Young Master Zhao," he initiated, bowing respectfully to him. Only after the last bean had been consumed by Tao Heyi did Zhao Yunyun turn his gaze towards He. The innate elegance of his visage was accentuated by his dark attire, lending him an air of sternness. The once affectionate gaze of his enchanting eyes turned cold. Yet when he noticed He holding the box she had brought, his calm demeanor darkened abruptly. "Tao Heyi, where do you intend to go?" Zhao Yunyun's voice, though gentle, carried an undertone of frost. He felt bewildered and replied honestly, "I wish to leave this place." Hadn't Zhao Yunyun summoned Jin Shu to the entrance to bid her farewell? Yet, the moment she spoke those words, Zhao Yunyun's expression hardened completely. He appeared almost contorted with anger, yet he smiled, his eyes curving softly as he asked, "Where do you plan to go from here? Back to the Li family?" How could she ever return to the Li family? She could visit Li Qiguang, but she could no longer use the word return. Even if she yearned to be by Li Qiguang's side, she feared that Zhao Yunyun might retaliate against him. Though she did not consider herself a rare beauty, she possessed a keen intuition. He shook her head and said, "You think I would let you go?" Zhao Yunyun interrupted her, maintaining a gentle tone. Yet his stance beside the steed exuded an imposing presence. He furrowed her brow, utterly perplexed by his intentions. Zhao Yunyun's gaze darkened as he mounted his horse. Looking down at He from his elevated position in the night, his voice icy, "I must leave to attend to matters." He was even more bewildered. Could it be that Zhao Yunyun had summoned her to bid him farewell? Unsure of what to say and feeling a sense of frustration, she hesitantly remarked, "May you have a safe journey, young Master Zhao." Zhao Yunyun regarded her for a moment, his waist tightening as the horse, Tao Heyi, began to trot. After only a few strides, he suddenly turned back and anger that had been concealed surfacing once more. Tao Hua stared intently at Heyi, his face darkening as he said, "So you wish to leave now?" He was at a loss. Zhao Yunyun scoffed, "When Li Qiguang departs, you gaze after him until he is utterly out of sight. What? Now you wish to return?" Chapter 66. She did not linger or glance back. He was momentarily stunned. Her first thought being how Zhao Yunyun came to know this. Zhao Yunyun, looking down from his lofty position, tightened the reins and, with a thunderous demeanor, declared, "You are not permitted to enter before I leave this street." The sound of hooves followed, and Tao Hua surged forward like a streak of black lightning, vanishing into the darkness in an instant. Qingchuan swiftly followed on horseback. The echo of Zhao Yunyun's somber words still resonated in Heyi's ears as she furrowed her brow. Gazing at the direction, he departed. The sky had darkened, and clad in black, Zhao Yunyun melded seamlessly with the night, rendering everything indistinct except for the faint sound of hooves. He could not comprehend Zhao Yunyun's motives at this moment. She felt that dealing with him was more exhausting than sculpting jade. The jade would obediently yield to her hands, whereas Zhao Yunyun's temperament was as unpredictable as the weather. His actions dictated solely by whim, despite his refined and elegant appearance. The entrance stood in silence, with even Jin Shu and Tong Shu wearing expressions of bewilderment, as none dared to utter a word. He felt a tinge of melancholy and disappointment. It seemed that her plans had been thwarted. After standing for a brief moment, she turned to return once she confirmed that the sound of hooves had faded. "Fifth Master?" At the street corner, Qingchuan inexplicably halted. Observing Zhao Yunyun glance back while holding the reins, unable to contain his curiosity, he was still unaware that night had fallen, pondering what could prompt the Fifth Master to venture out so suddenly. At the Zhao residence, beneath the glow of 2 lanterns, a graceful and composed lady stood quietly. After a brief wait, Zhao Yunyun saw Tao Heyi turned to leave. His expression remained grim, marked by a hint of gloom. As he suddenly remarked, she did not linger or glance back. Qingchuan, upon hearing this, fell into a moment of silence, faintly grasping the Fifth Master's sentiment, but not daring to speak. He mused that how could the lady possibly glance back at the Fifth Master when she had just divorced Li Qiguang? Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts. Tao Hua, seemingly dissatisfied with Zhao Yunyun's prolonged stay, shifted restlessly beneath him. Zhao Yunyun raised his hand to pat its neck, and with a tug of the reins, they plunged once more into the night. Qingchuan followed closely, sensing a foreboding that he would be accompanying the Fifth Master on official business throughout the night. The Longling Guard, established during the reign of the founding emperor, functioned as a military unit directly managed by the emperor, clandestinely addressing matters that could not be resolved by officials in various regions, including the investigation of corrupt officials and intelligence gathering. Due to recent events concerning Heyi, a considerable amount of paperwork had accumulated on his desk. Qingchuan stifled yawns as he watched the Fifth Master labor at his desk throughout the night until dawn broke. He had initially thought that the Fifth Master would return home in the morning, but to his surprise, the Fifth Master took him directly to the Zhao family's military camp in Shuzhou. The camp was located approximately 30 miles from Shuzhou City, and upon their arrival, it coincided with the morning drills of the Zhao army. In the biting cold of winter, the soldiers wore only thin, short jackets, some even bare-chested, their bodies glistening with sweat as they wielded their weapons with vigor. Qingshi had also changed into a short jacket and was practicing with a partner. Upon noticing Zhao Yunyun's arrival, he promptly halted and stepped forward, exclaiming, "Fifth Master." Zhao Yunyun remained silent, his expression impassive as he entered the tent. Upon his emergence, he donned the same brown short coat, revealing his long and robust arms, and proceeded directly to the training platform, summoning the centurions to line up before him. Upon witnessing this display, Qingchuan and Qingshi instinctively sensed that the military physician supplies for treating injuries would soon run low. Even Qingshi, with his usually composed demeanor, could not help but inquire of Qingchuan, "Is Lady Tao not at home?" Qingchuan's features contorted in concern. She is indeed present. However, as an unmarried young gentleman, he was ill-equipped to comprehend the intricacies of such matters between men and women. He only knew that if Fifth Master was displeased, they would inevitably face repercussions. Meanwhile, He awoke early in the morning, having completed her grooming, when Tong Shu took the ointment previously applied to her by Zhao Yunyun and began to massage her ankle. Tong Shu's technique was impeccable, and her lively disposition accompanied by a sweet smile made her words all the more delightful. This ointment was specially prepared by the Imperial Medical Institute. Only Fifth Master could possess such a treasure within our marquise. Interacting with someone whose demeanor is both warm and cheerful invariably uplifts one's spirits. And he offered a faint smile in return, though curiosity eluded her. However, Mai Huang was different. Her inquisitive nature compelled her to ask directly, "Sister Tong Shu, why is that?" Clearly more approachable than Jin Shu, Tong Shu replied with a smile. "It is because our Lady Marquise hails from the royal family, holding the title of princess, and grew up alongside the emperor, who holds Fifth Master in great affection." He listened to Tong Shu, her brow furrowing slightly, while Mai Huang, unrestrained, voiced her thoughts. "Oh, does the emperor not favor the other lords?" He, realizing it was too late to prevent this impolite inquiry, felt relieved that no one else was present in the room. Tong Shu's voice softened as she explained. The eldest and second lords were born of the previous Lady Marquise. "And what are the third and fourth lords?" Mai Huang asked, her curiosity unabated. Mai Huang, he could no longer contain herself, lightly scolding her. Upon seeing the stern expression on her face, Mai Huang fell silent, refraining from further questions. Nevertheless, Tong Shu continued to smile, albeit in a hushed tone. "The third and fourth lords are born of the Lord Marquis's concubines, while Fifth Master is the youngest son. Moreover, the Zhao family has yet to split due to the presence of the old matriarch, so all the other Zhao gentlemen are ranked below Fifth Master. In noble families, it is commonplace to have concubines. Yet, he found it perplexing that the Lady Marquise, being of noble birth, would take on such a role. She could not fathom the ways of the aristocracy, where a woman's first marriage is often seen as a lesser choice. However, these were matters she could not delve into further, so she let them pass. After breakfast, unable to remain idle, He's mind wandered to Li Qiguang, pondering his well-being and whether he had improved after taking the medicinal pills. Unable to restrain herself, she asked Tong Shu, "When will young Master Zhao return?" Upon hearing the term young Master Zhao, Tong Shu thought it sounded rather distant compared to the respectful Fifth Master or the affectionate Fifth Brother. She replied, "The whereabouts of Fifth Master are not known to us, but he is often preoccupied with affairs, typically returning home after nightfall." He, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Biting her lip, she said, "I wish to visit the Tao family's jade shop to inform my parents of my separation from Li Qiguang. Would that be permissible?" If she could venture outside, she would have asked Mai Huang to find an excuse to visit the Li family. Originally, after leaving the Li residence, she intended to return to the jade shop the very next day. However, she ended up sleeping for an unexpectedly long duration. Tong Shu had not received any orders from the Fifth Master instructing Tao Nyang not to leave the estate, yet she was not in a position to make decisions. After some contemplation, she said, "Please wait a moment. I shall inquire with the steward." Once Tong Shu departed, he quietly shared her plans with Mai Huang. Mai Huang promptly nodded and assured her, "I will certainly assist you, my lady." Before long, Tong Shu returned with news for He. "The steward is already preparing the carriage. You may depart at your convenience." He did not hesitate, promptly organizing herself to leave. As Tong Shu was now He's maid, she naturally accompanied her without objection. After the carriage had traveled a fair distance, He seemingly remembered to instruct Mai Huang, "Father enjoys Lu Ji's braised pig's head. Please purchase some on your way back, and also acquire some pastries for mother and my brother, as they delight in them." Mai Huang acknowledged the request, took her purse, and jumped down from the carriage. Tong Shu observed this in silence. Upon arriving at the jade shop, he alighted from the carriage, only to find the door firmly shut. She paused for a moment. So much had transpired recently that this sight filled her with a sense of unease, prompting her to hurriedly make her way to the back entrance. Chapter 67. Embracing Zhao Ji in the back door stood ajar as he gently pushed it open. Inside, when Huiru sat on a stool, her spirit unrest and her face etched with worry as she washed clothes. Upon hearing the creak of the door, she instinctively looked up, and upon seeing Heyi, she gasped, rising to her feet. The washboard slipped from her grasp, and she quickly wiped her frostbitten, reddened hands on her apron before taking several steps to grasp Heyi's hand. "My daughter, you!" A torrent of words swelled within her. Yet upon witnessing her daughter's gaunt visage, tears streamed down her cheeks, transforming her myriad emotions into a single inquiry. "Are you well now?" He paused at her mother's words, perhaps sensing the unspoken bond between them. When their eyes met, she immediately understood the depth of her mother's concern. She replied softly, "Mother, you know that I have parted ways with Ailing." Her statement was definitive, devoid of doubt. When Huiru nodded, her lips parting as if to speak, but her gaze fell upon the unfamiliar maid trailing behind Heyi, causing her to swallow her words. He then turned to Tong Shu, saying, "I wish to converse with my mother in the room for a while. Please wait for me in the courtyard." Tong Shu responded with a crisp affirmation. Once inside, when Huiru enveloped Heyi in her arms, tears brimming in her eyes as she patted her daughter's back. "My dear daughter, how foolish you are. You have sacrificed everything for the Ailing. Such a significant decision as parting ways should have been discussed with the family beforehand." Heyi allowed her mother to scold her, raising her hand to wipe away when Huiru's tears, her heart aching in unison. Her own eyes moistened, and she realized that words were futile. Instead, she voiced her perplexity. "How did you come to know this? Was it the Li family who informed you?" At the mention of the Li family, when Huiru carefully scrutinized Heyi's expression, saying it was Wu Lang. "No, it was that young master Zhao who sent his round-faced servant to say that you had parted ways with him in pursuit of a remedy for Ailing, requesting your father and brother to accompany him to the Li family to retrieve your dowry, in addition to silks and garments." A woman's dowry also included furniture, such as beds and cabinets, typically carried back by the male members of the family to signify their support after a separation. He had not anticipated that Zhao Yunyun would dispatch Qin Chuan to convey such straightforward news, leaving her momentarily speechless. When Huiru continued upon hearing this, your brother ignited like a firecracker, furious, believing that the Li family had sold you off for the remedy. He insisted on confronting them, but the servant detained him. That servant said, she paused, lowering her voice, that you would be following young Master Zhao, who would protect you, and that you are now residing in Zhao's residence. Your brother, not a mere child, grasped the situation and felt your injustice, cursing young Master Zhao as a wicked man, taking advantage of your vulnerability. The servant, possessing a good temperament, tolerated your brother's outbursts, responding gently that you were recuperating at Zhao's residence, and when your health improved, your brother could visit. However, the servant remained tight-lipped, leading your brother to silence. And that day, he accompanied your father and the servant to the Li family to retrieve your dowry. With reddened eyes, he pulled Wen Huiru down beside her, softly asking, and then, when Hui sighed, "You are aware of your mother-in-law's temperament. She is a formidable woman, unforgiving when she is in the right. Your father and brother went to the Li family with that young servant and were met with some harsh words from your mother-in-law. Your brother nearly came to blows with her. Fortunately, your father-in-law is a kind-hearted man. He reprimanded your mother-in-law and allowed your father and brother to retrieve your belongings, bringing back your furniture. Upon his return, your father sighed heavily and shed tears, deeply regretting that he had allowed you to make your own decision to marry into the Li family 2 years ago. Although Ailing is a good boy, his frail health is a concern. When your father visited, he found him in a deep slumber after taking his medicine. He looked up at her mother and softly replied, "Mother, I have no regrets." When Hui had always understood that her eldest daughter was strong-willed and difficult to persuade. She merely wiped her eyes and looked back at her, asking then, "How does young Master Zhao treat you? What will you do in the future?" At this, she could no longer restrain herself and lightly struck Heyi's arm, exclaiming, "You foolish girl, how can you sell yourself for Li Ailing?" He reassured her, "You have seen what kind of person young Master Zhao is, mother. Following him would not be a loss. Such life-saving medicine cannot come without a price." When Hui felt a pang of resentment, "But why should the Li family not pay a price?" He replied softly, "Zhao Jiyun has said he wants me." When Hui fell silent, biting her lip as she recalled Zhao Yunyun's warm, handsome, and elegant demeanor. Naturally, she believed he was a fine young man. However, she pondered, given his lofty status, what could she possibly mean to him? Will he truly marry you? If he wishes you to separate from ailing, he must intend to wed you, right? Upon saying this, her eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at Heyi. Heyi had long known her mother to be rather naive, and she felt compelled to temper her expectations to prevent her from making a fool of herself in public. It is merely a fleeting romance. With his status, how could he wish to marry me? You must understand, such interactions between nobles are quite common. If they do not suit each other, they simply part ways and marry others. Young Master Zhao does not desire scandal, which is why he wishes for me to separate from Erlang to pursue a proper relationship. When Hui's eyes widened, and she was at a loss for words. It was her first encounter with such frivolities among the nobility. She stammered then, what if you wish to marry him? Secretly, when Hui thought that having Zhao Yunyun as a son-in-law would be far better than Li Qiguang. She promptly added, young Master Zhao is precisely the kind of handsome man you adore, warm and elegant, with a gentle nature. I know you have a fondness for charming young men. He quickly interrupted her, a frown of irritation appearing on her face. Mother, how could I ever consider marrying him? How could I possibly love him? Please, do not speak of it again. In the shadows, a hidden guard took meticulous notes of every word. Wen Hui paused, noticing the sincerity in her daughter's words, and dared not press further. He, wishing to change the subject, inquired, what of father and my brother? After returning, your brother secretly wept for a while and volunteered to learn the art of carving from your father to improve our family business. Early this morning, the two of them left the city to procure jade materials from the northern mountain town and will not return for several days. Beishan town is a quaint settlement enveloped by mountains on all sides, where a round trip takes 2 or 3 days. The townsfolk engage in the trade of jade stones, with large supplies often secured by major merchants, leaving only scraps for small vendors like themselves to purchase. Upon hearing this, he felt a warmth in her heart. Despite her eyes growing moist, she couldn't help but smile and said, when he returns, I shall ask him to see me. When Huinyang nodded, gently caressing her face before chiding her for her foolishness. Regardless, your father and I have never been able to restrain you. This will be your final act for Li Erlang. There shall not be a third. The first was to bring him good fortune, and the second was to seek medicine on his behalf. He nodded softly, assuring there will be no third time. She had severed her ties with Li Qiguang. How could there be a third? After spending some time at the jade shop, he accompanied Wen Huinyang for a meal upon Ma Huang's return, then headed back to the Zhao residence. Before leaving, she took a few pieces of jade, intending to carve them to pass the time. Upon her return to the Zhao residence, he feigned a stomach ache to send Tong Shu to prepare hawthorn porridge for her digestion, and took Ma Huang to the side room, which now felt rather empty without the exquisite jade carvings that once adorned it. Before she could inquire, Ma Huang pouted and said, Aunt Zhou Wun Ti let me enter, and scolded me energetically. He chuckled at this, reassured that all was well. Noticing Ma Huang's puzzled expression, she gently remarked, otherwise, Aunt Zhou would surely be weeping. How could she muster the energy to scold you? Ma Huang laughed in agreement. He refrained from saying more, instead moving to the table to retrieve her carving tools, immersing herself in her work, momentarily forgetting the mundane affairs of life. As evening fell and Zhao Yunyun had yet to return, he assumed he would not be coming back, allowing herself a sigh of relief. After dinner, she lingered in the side room for a while longer, preparing to unwind and retire early. However, Tong Shu hurried in, exclaiming, Madam, Fifth Master has returned. He's heart, having settled during the afternoon's jade carving, now fluttered with anticipation. She turned to Tong Shu, who appeared quite pleased, and said, Madam, hurry to the door to greet Fifth Master. He has had a bit to drink tonight and is somewhat unsteady, insisting that no one touch him. Please lend him your support. Recalling the last time Zhao Yunyun was intoxicated, he paused momentarily before rising to tidy herself, simply securing her hair with a pin before following Tong Shu outside. Upon reaching the entrance, she found Zhao Yunyun leaning against the neck of the horse Taowa, whispering to it, while Qing Chuan, Jin Shu, and the old steward stood by, helpless. As if sensing Heyi's approach, they all turned to look. But Zhao Yunyun seemed oblivious, continuing to embrace Tao Heyi. He felt a sense of confusion. She did not comprehend his actions. Standing there for a moment, the only sound was Tao Hua's impatient snorts, and she fancied she felt the horse's alluring eyes glare at her, as if reproaching her for not dragging the inebriated man away. "I beg your pardon, Madame Tao," the old steward suddenly spoke, bowing respectfully to Heyi. Before he could respond, the old steward led Qing Chuan and Jin Shu away. Jin Shu cast one last glance at Tong Shu, who smiled as he took my Huang's arm and pulled her along. At that moment, Zhao Yunyun turned his head to glance at Heyi. His eyes, reminiscent of dew-kissed peach blossoms, glimmered with a softness tinged with irritation, as if harboring unspoken grievances. He seemed to struggle to steady himself, yet the weight of intoxication caused him to stagger, teetering on the brink of collapse. Though he wished to ignore him, her heart still bore a certain aversion. She could not bear to witness him fall in the cold night. Furrowing her brow, she hesitated for a moment, then sighed and stepped forward, extending a hand to support him. Zhao Yunyun leaned against her wrist, his footing faltering once more, causing him to lean into Heyi. Instinctively, she used her other hand to steady him, enveloping him in an embrace. Chapter 68. "Please, let's not linger here. Can we return?" His waist was slender, and Heyi's hands encircled it effortlessly. She stiffened, goosebumps rising on her skin once more, and was about to push Zhao Yunyun away. Yet, he seemed to lack strength in his legs, wrapping his arms around Heyi's shoulders, his head drooping, his face buried in the nape of her neck. The warmth of his breath, tinged with the scent of alcohol, brushed against her skin, causing it to flush. Zhao Yunyun was tall and imposing. Although he was considered tall among women, she barely reached his chin. In that moment, however, she felt as if she had transformed into a towering figure. While Zhao Yunyun appeared diminutive, she stood motionless, cradling the man who seemed to curl into her embrace. "Bower," Zhao Yunyun murmured softly in her ear. He snapped back to reality, still unaccustomed to such intimacy between them. Biting her lip, she attempted to push him away, but merely shifted her hand from his waist to his chest to nudge him. He seized her hand and returned it to his waist. "Zhao Yunyun." She furrowed her brow, no longer wishing to address him as young master. She considered asking him to release her so she could fetch someone to assist him inside. But then she recalled what the steward had said when he called for her earlier. He had refused help from others, and besides, the old steward had left quickly with the others. It was only she who could support him back. "I will help you back," he said softly, her tranquil and graceful visage glowing with a jade-like coolness in the night. She was relieved at her own strength, guiding Zhao Yunyun as they walked back. Zhao Yunyun looked down at her, obediently following her lead, yet his gaze remained clear, fixated on her downcast eyes. Recalling the message delivered by the shadow guard earlier that afternoon. How could I consider marrying him? How could I possibly love him? His expression darkened, but soon a silent smile broke through. He was determined to make He think she wished to marry him, to compel her to love him. "Bower." After only a few steps, Zhao Yunyun stumbled, nearly falling. He quickly wrapped her arms around him tightly to prevent them both from toppling over. Her nose collided with his solid chest, the impact causing a sharp pain that brought a sting to her eyes. Blinking away the moisture, she steadied herself and murmured, "I am not Bower. Please walk properly if you can." Zhao Yunyun, seemingly quite intoxicated, suddenly reached out, cradling her face in his hands. His palms were warm against her cool skin, and he appeared to find comfort in the contact, gently stroking her face before compelling her to lift her gaze. She froze for a moment, instinctively struggling to evade him, but Zhao Yunyun's face descended closer. He stiffened, her underlying disdain for Zhao Yunyun surfacing at that moment. She pushed against him with all her might, yet no matter how hard she tried, Zhao Yunyun remained unyielding as a mountain, his nose brushing against hers, their breaths intertwining. "Zhao Yunyun." "I am not Bower." She sensed what was about to transpire, having anticipated this day, her voice trembling softly. Zhao Yunyun retreated slightly, prompting He to raise her eyes. She found herself gazing into a pair of eyes, glistening with warmth and intoxicated affection, fixed on her as he murmured, You are my bower." Before she could voice a rebuttal, his soft, moist lips pressed against hers. He parted his lips and enveloped her mouth, their kisses slowly intertwining. The faint taste of the wine he had consumed lingered on his lips, imbued with a hint of sweetness. He yearned desperately to feel the same wave of nausea as before, to retch until Zhao Yunyun was thoroughly disinterested in her, but her body, in its vitality, betrayed her. The sour sensation in her stomach had vanished. Internally, she resisted, yet her body offered no stronger reaction, merely her trembling lips seeking to evade his touch. At that moment, Zhao Yunyun gently pushed her away, whispering tenderly in her ear, "My dear, if you wish to vomit, do so completely. Once you are done, I shall kiss you again." Instinctively, he parted her lips, wishing to comply with his words, but the more she tried to retch, the less she could. A flush of impatience crept onto her serene face. Zhao Yunyun's hand caressed her slender waist, suddenly pulling her closer into his embrace, chuckling softly. He's cheeks flushed crimson. Feeling embarrassed, she understood the nature of his laughter, a tacit understanding between them, devoid of words. He found her previous nausea amusing, realizing it stemmed from an acidic stomach rather than disdain for him. Why, then, did her body not react with the same aversion to Zhao Yunyun? She recalled her mother's words, suggesting she had an affection for the handsome young lord. Could it be that Zhao Yunyun's exquisite appearance rendered her incapable of feeling repulsion? Before she could ponder this further, Zhao Yunyun's lips descended upon hers once more, this time with a fervor that left no room for hesitation. He captured her lips, sucking and nibbling, an experience unlike anything she had known before. Li Qiguang's kisses had always been gentle pecks, not this ravenous assault that felt as though he intended to consume her. Breathless, she instinctively opened her mouth to gasp for air, but he seized the opportunity, his tongue slipping inside. He found herself ensnared, caught in a whirlwind of sensations. She felt a mix of embarrassment and disgust at the invasive nature of his kiss, which ignited a fresh wave of nausea. A whimper escaped her throat, but she lacked the strength to retch, her head spinning as Zhao Yunyun deprived her of breath, leaving her limbs weak. Only when he sensed her diminishing strength did he relent, retreating slightly to grant her a moment to breathe, while still peppering her with delicate kisses. As she gasped for air, her body lay limp against his chest, her mind rife with resistance. She detested the way his kisses felt, as if they were devouring her. She disliked Zhao Yunyun's assertiveness. Yet amidst her myriad of dislikes, a thought surfaced. She had indeed promised him. He desired her. He could possess her now. Not here. Can we go back? He regained her senses, glancing around and speaking softly between breaths. Zhao Yunyun appeared oblivious to her plea, lowering his head to nuzzle her forehead, adopting a dazed demeanor. He looked up at him, Zhao Yunyun, but he merely gazed at her swollen, glistening lips, leaning in for another kiss. He turned her head away, pressing her lips together, aware of the moisture still lingering on them. She froze, raising her hand to wipe her mouth, only to have Zhao Yunyun seize her wrist, capturing her lips once more. This time, genuine anger flared within her. She pulled her hand free and delivered a swift punch in response. Zhao Yunyun was utterly unprepared, for previously, Heyi's struggles had been merely conventional, predictable enough for him to easily subdue. However, he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, striking him squarely in the chest. Having sustained several bruises during today's training in the military, she fortuitously hit a tender spot, causing him to stagger backward, losing his balance and falling. He could scarcely believe it, his eyes widening in disbelief as he instinctively reached out to grasp Heyi's hand in a moment of desperation. Chapter 69, she thought it best to let it go. The man's broad and powerful palm easily restrained Heyi's wrist, sapping her strength. When she finally reacted and tried to grasp Zhao Yunyun, he pulled her down with him, landing on top of him. Zhao Yunyun let out a muffled grunt. As he attempted to rise, she looked up to find his dark eyes gazing at her with a tender glimmer, and upon meeting her gaze, he displayed a look of feigned grievance. His beauty was striking. With his drooping peach blossom eyes, he unwittingly stirred pity within her. He murmured, "I'm hurt, and you still hit me." He felt her cheeks flush, unable to argue with a drunken man, especially since her earlier punch had indeed landed solidly against him. Although a woman's fist might not be formidable to a man, hers was no ordinary woman's fist. It could inflict some pain. In her childhood, where her younger brother had provoked her, a single punch would leave him bruised and wailing. Yet, recalling Zhao Yunyun's robust physique, so different from the frail Li Qiguang after he had removed his clothing, she concluded that he could hardly be injured by her blow. In fact, her own hand had begun to throb. She attempted to roll off him, feeling a swell of frustration, and softly asserted, "I'm merely a delicate lady. How could a gentle push injure you?" Unable to restrain herself from a futile argument, she spoke words that weighed on her conscience, reasoning that Zhao Yunyun, in his drunken stupor, was not in a position to hold her accountable. Zhao Yunyun fell silent, gazing at her as if his eyes were silently questioning. "Tao Heyi, is it not a bit unkind to say such things?" Heyi's already flushed face deepened in hue, yet she felt she had not spoken falsely. Upon stepping outside, who could deny that she appeared gentle and graceful? A demure lady delivering a punch to a gentleman would hardly knock him down, certainly not. It was all Zhao Yunyun's fault for being a drunkard. As she pondered this, Zhao Yunyun grasped her wrist. Just as she was about to speak, he suddenly began to tug at his collar. Realizing they were still outdoors, she hesitated, despite the absence of attendants. This was quite inappropriate. To avoid further embarrassment for Zhao Yunyun, she tried to intervene, but he swatted her hand away with just the right amount of force to dislodge it. Though it did not hurt, she inexplicably ceased her resistance, thinking to herself, "Let it be. If there's any humiliation, it is Zhao Yunyun's to bear, not mine." Zhao Yunyun pulled aside his collar, revealing a glimpse of his chest. The interplay of the ground lantern and moonlight illuminated his fair skin, accentuating a conspicuous bruise upon it. He momentarily froze, feeling genuinely awkward. Guilt welled up within her, rendering her speechless as she reflected. Has my fist truly caused such harm? I'm hurt. Zhao Yunyun murmured softly, his intoxicated gaze lingering on her. He lowered her head, overwhelmed with remorse. After a long pause this time, he did not indulge in any further antics, quietly resting his head on Heyi's shoulder, his steps measured and steady. However, as they approached Mingde courtyard, where she intended to escort him inside, he cast a glance her way. The glow from the lantern he held illuminated his features, and that fleeting gaze, coupled with his half-lowered eyelashes, exuded a captivating charm. Yet, he, somewhat oblivious to the nuances of the moment, returned his gaze with confusion. Zhao Yunyun, his eyes clouded by inebriation, refused to enter Mingde courtyard. The inhabitants within seemed as lifeless as shadows. "Where is Jin Shu?" He peered inside, but the typically attentive maid was nowhere to be seen. After calling out a few times with no response, she realized that Zhao Yunyun could only be taken to Hanyu courtyard. After this ordeal, beads of perspiration adorned Heyi's face and body, her jade-like skin appearing even more radiant. She lowered her eyes for a moment of quiet contemplation before sighing and gently guiding Zhao Yunyun toward Hanyu courtyard. Throughout the journey, she remained silent, her heart a tumult of anxiety and trepidation. "Bao, air." Zhao Yunyun leaned closer, whispering in her ear. He pondered whether she should inquire of Tong Shu the next day to uncover the true identity of Bao Er. Was it indeed the person Zhao Yunyun yearned for, as she had surmised previously? Perhaps she bore a resemblance to that elusive figure? He chose to ignore him and, after much effort, finally returned to Hanyu courtyard. Upon entering, she spotted Tong Shu peering from the small kitchen, softly saying, "Madam, I prepared hot water with my huang, but we cannot brew the hangover remedy. I must trouble you with that." There was a hint of hesitation in her voice as she discreetly glanced at Zhao Yunyun, yet he remained unaware. Desperately wishing to rid herself of the weight of the nearly unconscious Zhao Yunyun, she thought it would be ideal to enter the kitchen and prepare the remedy. But when she looked up to ask either Tong Shu or Mai Huang for assistance in supporting Zhao Yunyun, the two heads had already retreated back into the kitchen. With no other option, he had to support the tall Zhao Yunyun on her own to her room. Aside from the maidservants' quarters, Hanyu courtyard contained only a single bedroom suitable for sleeping, and at this moment, Zhao Yunyun owned the entirety of the Zhao residence. There was no room for pretentiousness now. He felt somewhat lost and dazed. She guided Zhao Yunyun into the room and set him down on a small couch beneath the window, mindful of the fact that he had just fallen to the ground and could not be allowed to sit on the bed in such a dirty state. She intended to head to the kitchen, but Zhao Yunyun grasped her hand tightly, raising his head to meet her gaze. His beautiful eyes shone brightly even in the dim light of the room, his intoxicated expression soft and gentle as he said, "I'm hurt, Bao Air. Please help me with some medicine." Such tender and delicate behavior reminded he of Li Qiguan. In the enveloping night, she found it impossible to refuse. Perhaps her mother was correct. She did indeed have an affinity for such warm and handsome suitors. Even though her heart felt calm toward Zhao Yunyun, she could not help but soften her demeanor, recalling his past rescue of Li Qiguan. "All right," he whispered, "I will go brew the hangover remedy. Will you let go of my hand?" Zhao Yunyun regarded her for a moment before slowly releasing his grip. "All right," he replied softly. The halo of light became tender at that moment. For Tao Heyi, it was a person of such softness, her lustrous skin seemingly glowing faintly under the candlelight. As he turned, she sighed in relief and hurried toward the door. Zhao Yunyun, noticing her anxious escape, felt a shadow cast over the gentle expression between his brows. He reclined upon a small couch and, after a moment of contemplation, loosened his belt, allowing his garments to fall open and reveal a considerable expanse of skin. In the small kitchen, all the ingredients were prepared, even chopped. Remnants from the last time he had made a hangover soup. She did not inquire further, assuming that Mai Huang had informed Tong Shu to prepare them. Madame Mai Huang wanted to say something, but was at a loss for words. Finally, she glanced at Tong Shu, who was diligently tending to the fire, and quietly remarked, "Fifth Master seems quite intoxicated." He paused upon hearing her refer to Zhao Yunyun as Fifth Master, as Mai Huang had always called him Zhao Gongzi alongside her. She glanced at Tong Shu and then smiled at Mai Huang, responding indeed. With that, she lowered her head and poured the ingredients into the bubbling hot water, bringing forth the soup shortly after. However, after serving the hangover soup, she did not immediately return to her room, but instead stirred it slowly with a spoon, softly stating, "It's too hot. It must cool before drinking." Tong Shu chirped in agreement. What Madam says is indeed correct. With the approaching new year, it need not cool for too long. He stood quietly for a moment, took a deep breath, and then carried the hangover soup back to Zhao Yunyun. He lay on the small couch, his hand shielding his forehead, eyes closed, appearing quite uncomfortable. His attire was disheveled, seemingly loosened unconsciously due to the heat of intoxication, revealing once more his handsome male form before he. Yet this time, she could not afford to admire his beauty, for she noticed a bruise on his fair chest. Guilt surged within her heart once more. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Yunyun lowered his hand, his lashes fluttering as he gazed at He quietly, then smiled gently, extending his hand towards her, softly calling, "Darling, you've been gone for quite some time." It was a sigh that seemed both intoxicated and wistful. He approached, and he shifted slightly on the couch to make space for her to sit. After a moment's pause, she settled down and handed him the hangover soup. Expecting him to resist drinking, she was taken aback when he reached for it, drank it swiftly, and then returned the bowl to her. As she accepted it, he reclined again, pressing a small medicine bottle into her palm. His hand lingered over hers, gently brushing against it before retreating. His dark hair cascaded behind him, revealing his pale chest, the bruises, and the flushed eyes that spoke of intoxication. He was a captivating specter, and he had long been aware of this. Yet she remained unaware of why he desired her. Without asking if he had bathed, she silently opened the ointment, scooped some out, and leaned forward to apply it to the bruise on Zhao Yunyun's chest, her fingers relaxing as she carefully massaged the ointment into the tender area. Zhao Yunyun watched her, the intoxication in his eyes gradually dimming, a low, husky sound emanating from his throat. He, a woman who had been married, naturally perceived the atmosphere thickening around her, akin to the viscous ointment she had kneaded in her palms. Tonight, something was destined to unfold, yet she assumed it was merely an act of affection. Thus, when Zhao Yunyun took her hand and led her downwards, she merely lowered her gaze, offering no resistance. However, something felt amiss. He strained to lift her eyes, first resting her gaze on his loosely tied belt, and then summoning her courage to look further down. The moment she did, she felt as though struck by lightning, her complexion paling as she stood abruptly. Zhao Yunyun furrowed his brow, casting a dissatisfied glance her way. Seemingly aggrieved. "Bower," he interjected, "you should see a doctor. This doesn't seem right. It could be fatal." As she uttered these words, her gentle visage was marked by seriousness and trepidation, whispering softly. Chapter 70. You should come directly. Zhao Yunyun followed the direction of her gaze, momentarily falling silent. He felt as if he had truly imbibed too much, making it difficult for him to comprehend her earlier words. He murmured, "See a doctor?" He had already turned away, striving to expunge the striking scene from her mind, yet its impact was too profound to forget. She involuntarily recalled Li Qiguang's frail figure. While she had never seen others, it was evident that Zhao Yunyun was far from ordinary. If he were to share a bed with a woman, it could indeed lead to dire consequences. Her initial encounter with Li Qiguang had been somewhat arduous, but fortune smiled upon her later as he proved to be gentle and refined, rendering the situation less unbearable. However, Zhao Yunyun, he truly appeared rather unusual. Her limited experience compelled her to soften her tone, offering gentle encouragement. "Perhaps the doctor will have a remedy. You should see one and allow them to adjust your condition. This is not right." As her words trailed off, she found herself somewhat at a loss for coherent speech. Zhao Yunyun, however, was jolted to attention by her words, particularly the phrase "not right." No man could tolerate such a statement. He abruptly sat up from the small couch, reaching for Heyi's hand, exclaiming, "Why am I not right?" His hoarse voice bore a hint of irritation. He instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, but Zhao Yunyun's grip was formidable, making it difficult for her to escape. She endeavored to maintain her composure, speaking in a soft voice, "Your appearance is somewhat lacking. Most men do not resemble this." Zhao Yunyun was bewildered by her remark. Although he had consumed some alcohol, it was not enough to render him incapable of understanding such peculiar statements. He furrowed his brow, repeating, "My appearance is lacking?" Suddenly, he let out a laugh. He, unaware of his thoughts, sensed a coldness in his tone, tinged with disbelief. In the capital, no one had ever claimed that Zhao Yunyun was lacking. The capital represented the most discerning place in the Great Shu. Thus, when he asserted that he was not handsome, it implied a lack of discernment on her part. He could not deny her limited perspective, yet the remark led her thoughts astray, recalling certain events, such as the performance she attended at the Zhao residence regarding the tofu beauty Tao Qiu and the noble young lords, or Mrs. Qian's commentary on the rather indulgent interactions among the aristocracy. She assumed that Zhao Yunyun had been seen by many, that he had been compared by others. Her cheeks flushed, and she suddenly felt that he was excessively licentious, augmenting her feelings of repulsion towards him. After all, Zhao Yunyun belonged to an esteemed lineage, unlike Li Qiguang, who had only shown himself to her. A seducer with such skill and allure could not possess such poise without having weathered many encounters. As Heyi's mind swirled with these thoughts, contemplating her impending association with Zhao Yunyun, her spirits sank further. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunyun finally grasped the irritation in Heyi's expression. Raising an eyebrow, he glanced downward once more, then lifted his gaze to meet hers, revealing a peculiar expression on his face. "In what way am I not right?" He suddenly recalled how he had inexplicably urged him to seek a physician for some sort of adjustment, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly, a sudden wave of shyness and pride washing over him. He murmured, "Such matters are inherent, bestowed upon us by our parents. Why would one need a doctor? A physician cannot remedy this." His tone was languid and husky, clearly addressing the subject of consulting a doctor. Yet his slow speech seemed to infuse the air with an unusual atmosphere. He was unaccustomed to such words. Her face inexplicably flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. However, she struggled to articulate her thoughts directly, muttering instead, "When I was young and first learning to carve jade, I was rather ignorant. I took the largest hammer to strike a small piece of jade the size of my palm, and it was utterly shattered. My father scolded me for it, and I learned that different types of jade require different tools." Zhao Yunyun, taken aback by her intriguing words, paused for a moment before bursting into a deep, resonant laughter that grew increasingly hearty. He felt a twinge of embarrassment from his laughter, realizing her earlier remarks might have been somewhat excessive. Yet, she could not contain herself. Zhao Yunyun's laughter reverberated through his chest, and as he looked up at Heyi, his eyes sparkled with mirth. He chuckled. "I am in perfect health and have no need to see a doctor." He paused, leaning closer to Heyi, lowering his voice a notch. "Anyone who sees me must acknowledge that Zhao Wulong is the pinnacle of the capital's young elite." There was an inexplicable hint of pride in his demeanor, which he could not fathom. She felt uneasy under his gaze, those eyes glistening with intoxication and laughter, prompting her to respond. "It is merely that I, a humble village woman, lack the experience of a lady from the capital. I have only encountered the Qiguang." Zhao Yunyun suddenly squinted, and upon recalling his previous comments, he realized he felt a surge of irritation. "Do you think that I—" He's sparkling eyes were fixed upon Zhao Yunyun, rendering him momentarily speechless. Should he confess to Tao Heyi that his precious, noble form had never been unveiled to anyone, that even in bathing he required no maidservant's assistance? Even Tao Heyi had encountered Li Qiguang, while he, Zhao Yunyun, a young nobleman, had not met any other ladies, as if he were somehow diminished in her presence. As this thought crossed his mind, his expression darkened further, and he coldly remarked, "How could a frail body like Li Qiguang's compare to my robust physique? If anyone requires a physician, who do you believe that would be?" He could not bear Zhao Yunyun's disdain for Li Qiguang, her breath quickening as she retorted, "Being frail is not the fault of the second young master. Why must you belittle him so?" The enchanting atmosphere in the room dissipated entirely with Heyi's words, and Zhao Yunyun's chest heaved violently, the effects of his intoxication fading away. He tightened his grip on Heyi, pulling her forcefully towards him, causing her to tumble onto the small couch, landing atop him. With a flush of intoxication still adorning his face, Zhao Yunyun, in a swift motion, turned and pinned her beneath him. Heyi's heart raced, her eyes wide with fear as she stared at him, suddenly aware of the implications of their earlier quarrel and hesitatingly asking, "Have you sobered up?" Zhao Yunyun remained silent, lowering his head to kiss her. He fiercely bit down on Heyi's lips once more. She felt a surge of resistance within her, yet when her hands pressed against his chest, she faltered, releasing her strength and trembling as she closed her eyes. Her complexion turned pale, filled with trepidation towards Zhao Yunyun's presence. Yet, if she were destined to endure this torment, it would be better to confront it sooner rather than later, sparing herself the anxiety. Perhaps, after tasting it, he might grow weary? After all, it was merely a transaction. Zhao Yunyun sensed her rigidity and fear, his breathing deepening. He tightly shut her eyes and pursed her lips, her entire body stiff, as if she were a block of jade awaiting carving. Her palpable dread prompted Zhao Yunyun to take a deep breath. Suddenly, he rolled off her, lying on his side and pulling her closely into his embrace, allowing his disheveled garments to remain unfastened as he pressed her against his chest. His eyes, wide open, bore a fierce intensity. He desired her acquiescence. Zhao Yunyun grasped her hand, guiding it into his clothing, and whispered a few words near her ear. After a brief pause, his voice, tinged with a husky timbre from intoxication, inquired, "Is this acceptable?" He grasped the essence of his meaning. This was certainly far more favorable than the chipping away of jade. Although she had not experienced such intimacy before, she presumed it would not be overly complicated. Yet, she could not fathom why he did not take a more direct approach. She was not an untouched maiden. Even if her body were to be divided and she suffered greatly, she would accept it, now that she realized he was not afflicted, nor did he require a physician. She wished to avoid further delay, as if she owed him something. Resolutely, he steeled herself, and, with a voice that carried a hint of firmness, declared, "Just proceed directly." Chapter 71. The troubled lady prepares a delectable feast for Lord Li. Such a grandiose statement, paired with Heyi's fearless demeanor, doused Zhao Yunyun in an icy deluge. Proud by nature, Zhao Yunyun had exerted immense effort to possess her, not to torment a lifeless shell. Yet, Even his fervent desires were considerably subdued. He bit down hard on Heyi's shoulder, causing her to flinch in pain. He held her waist firmly, and though she pressed her lips together in silent endurance, he left his mark upon her skin, kissed her, and then broke into a smile. His voice reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. "What I desire is your willing heart." "I am already willing," he replied truthfully, though she found herself perplexed by what true willingness entailed. Leaving the Li family without status or recognition to reside in the Zhao household. Allowing Zhao Yunyun to draw near. Surely that could be deemed as willingness? Zhao Yunyun occasionally questioned whether Tao Heyi had ever been wed, withdrawing slightly to gaze down at her. Perceiving his scrutiny, he raised her eyes to meet his. In this moment, the usually tranquil depths of her eyes reflected a flicker of irritation. Zhao Yunyun extended his hand, his finger resting gently upon her heart. His slightly reddened gaze fixed upon hers as he softly declared, "I want your heart. I want your love." Taken aback, he couldn't help but chuckle lightly, finding his demands somewhat amusing. Surely, he asked for too much. How could she bestow upon him such affection? Why should she cherish a man who kept her in his company through mere transactions? He stood lofty and untouchable, while she remained merely a pawn in his game of power. Seeing her smile, Zhao Yunyun traced his finger lightly across her heart before leaning in closer. Whispering in her ear, "Tao Heyi, you will love me." His tone was both domineering and self-assured. Such confidence was to be expected from a nobleman. Yet he regarded it with indifference, merely casting her eyes downward in silence. He pressed a kiss upon her cheek, still holding her hand firmly as he drew it downward. Despite her calm demeanor, her heart began to redden. Observing her flustered expression, Zhao Yunyun felt a surge of delight. Watching her for a moment before leaning in to peck her lips. "You have wounded me. You ought to comfort me," he murmured, his tone rising playfully. As Zhao Yunyun bathed in the adjoining room, he sat on the small couch, staring blankly at her hands, frozen in place for quite some time. When Tong Shu went to Mingda courtyard to collect Zhao Yunyun's change of clothes, Mai Huang took the opportunity to bring Heyi a cup of hot tea. Upon entering, she found her mistress sitting with her hair down, motionless, fixated on her hands. Curiosity mingled with concern welled up within her, and she hurried over. Noticing the crimson hue of Heyi's palms, which stood out starkly against her fair skin, Mai Huang blinked in confusion, hesitant to speak loudly for fear that Zhao Yunyun, still bathing behind the screen, would overhear. Instead, she whispered, "Why are your hands so red, my lady?" He swiftly withdrew her hand, an inexplicable sense of panic arising within her. She was reluctant for Mai Huang to discover that her lady's hands were now sullied, fearing that in the future, while sculpting jade, she might feel a sense of guilt towards the stone. Feigning nonchalance, she gently replied, "I merely stumbled and grazed my palm against the ground." Mai Huang exclaimed in concern, rushing forward to inspect her lady's hand, for it was precious and must not be harmed. Unable to restrain her loud exclamations, he wished to intervene, but it was too late. A light chuckle from behind the screen reached her ears, causing a flush of embarrassment to creep over her cheeks. Despite having washed her hands several times, she couldn't help but dab at them again with a cloth. Regaining her composure, she assured Mai Huang, "It is nothing. The skin is unbroken, though it is slightly reddened. It shall heal shortly." Mai Huang responded with a soft "oh," then shyly inquired, "Will Master Wu be sleeping here tonight?" This question was rather redundant, for Tong Shu had already gone to Mingda courtyard to fetch Zhao Yunyun's clean garments, and Zhao Yunyun was still bathing. How could he not stay here? He nodded gently, murmuring an affirmative. Mai Huang, feeling a bit intimidated by Zhao Yunyun, did not linger and quickly exited the room. When Tong Shu returned with the clothing, he handed it to Heyi and discreetly stepped out, kindly closing the door behind him. Heyi held the garments for a moment, then composedly proceeded to the bathing area, lowering her head to place the clothes on a nearby rack, softly stating, "Tong Shu has brought the garments." She hesitated, wondering if it was customary for noble sons to have their maids assist them in dressing, and whether Zhao Yunyun followed the same practice. "Are you not leaving? Will you assist me in changing?" Zhao Yunyun inquired with a soft chuckle. Upon hearing this, he realized he did not expect her to serve him in dressing, and she breathed a sigh of relief as she stepped outside. She felt no inclination to sleep. However, she undressed, lifted the quilt, and sat against the pillow. Before long, she heard Zhao Yunyun emerging. She looked up to see him draped in loose undergarments. His long hair cascading down, his gentle and refined face flushed from esteem. Catching her gaze, he smiled gently, his eyes curving slightly. He quickly turned her head away. Zhao Yunyun said nothing further, casually extinguishing the candle before sitting by the bedside, softly announcing, "I will sleep on the outer side." In the past, when she had slept beside Li Qiguang, she always took the outer position for convenience, allowing easier access if he needed water in the night. Given his frail health, upon hearing Zhao Yunyun's words, she silently shifted inward. He then pulled aside the quilt and lay down. And before she could adjust her position against the wall, Zhao Yunyun turned towards her, wrapping an arm around her waist and drawing her firmly into his embrace. He instantly tensed, yet Zhao Yunyun merely nuzzled her cheek without uttering a word, soon drifting into a deep slumber. As if wearied from the day or intoxicated by fatigue, his warm breath brushed against her forehead, causing an uncomfortable tickle. She remained wide awake, her body stiff, awaiting the moment when Zhao Yunyun would finally release her. Once upon a time, when he and Li Qiguang would sleep entwined in each other's embrace, they would only indulge in such closeness momentarily before gradually releasing one another to sleep separately. Li Qiguang, being frail, found prolonged contact to be quite taxing. However, this time, he waited for an extended period, yet Zhao Yunyun did not loosen his hold on her. Unable to resist, she gently nudged him. But Zhao Yunyun remained in a deep slumber, merely lowering his head to nuzzle closer, their hair intertwining. Helpless against the situation, he eventually succumbed to drowsiness and drifted off to sleep. Just as she closed her eyes, Zhao Yunyun opened his. He gazed down at the person in his arms, his eyes shimmering with a lively spark, devoid of any sleepiness. His cultured voice, soft as a whispering breeze, grazed Heyi's ear. "I insist that you love me." The following morning, when he awoke, Zhao Yunyun was no longer beside her. For reasons unknown, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Rising, she glanced outside to find that it was still early. "My lady, why not sleep a little longer? This morning, the fifth master specifically instructed me to let you rest more," Tong Shu remarked cheerfully as she entered with a basin of warm water. He smiled gently at her and began her morning routine, inquiring, "Where is my Huang?" Tong Shu, ever ready with answers, responded, "My Huang is in the kitchen." After a brief pause, she continued, "Before leaving this morning, the fifth master had a message for you." He lifted her gaze to meet hers, silently urging her to speak. Tong Shu chirped. "The fifth master said that Li Erye sent him a letter wishing to meet. Knowing that Li Erye's health has improved, the fifth master felt relieved and has invited him to our home for a small gathering. He has requested that you prepare some delightful dishes to entertain Li Erye this evening." Chapter 72. Naturally, one must bathe, change attire, and burn incense. Upon hearing these words, he paused in her actions of washing her face, taking a considerable time before she resumed rubbing the cotton cloth. However, unbeknownst to her, perhaps due to the exertions of the previous night, the once soft cloth now felt as rigid as steel, making it difficult to manipulate. Her hands lacked strength, and her heart felt equally feeble. She stared blankly at her hands for a while, pondering why Li Qiguang had come. If he had taken the medicine, why was he not diligently recuperating? Now that they were face to face, what could they do but lament their separation? Yet, a thought crossed her mind. Could it be that the elixir gifted by Zhao Yunyun truly possessed such miraculous effects, enabling Li Qiguang to rise from his bed within just a few days? He felt a tumult within her heart. Though she was presently in Zhao's residence, she was reluctant to encounter Li Qiguang in such an awkward and constrained manner. Yet, she found herself yearning for him, eager to know how he fared. And then there was Zhao Yunyun. How would he regard this reunion? "Madam?" Tong Shu observed that the cotton cloth was nearly being crushed by Heyi's hands and could not help but voice her concern. He came to her senses and softly replied, "All right, I understand." She was too weary to lament the absence of a cook in the vast Zhao household. Since Zhao Yunyun insisted she prepare the meal, she would comply, allowing Li Qiguang to enjoy another dish crafted by her hands. However, despite the gentle smile she wore, Tang Shu easily discerned her underlying despondency. As a result of this situation, he barely touched her meals, merely having a few bites to stave off hunger before retreating to her chamber, intending to carve jade to distract herself from her troubling thoughts. The jade materials she had procured from the Tao family's jade shop required considerable time and effort to sculpt. Yet today, as she grasped the carving knife, her hands trembled incessantly, nearly ruining the jade several times. Observing this, Mai Huang could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Madam, what is wrong with your hands? Have you injured your bones? I shall fetch the doctor to examine you." He looked at her hands, squeezing them tightly. After a prolonged period of alternating fatigue yesterday, her fingers still felt sore and numb. Ultimately, she abandoned the jade carving, opting instead to grind ink and prepare some sketches. Even if her hand shook while drawing, it would only waste some paper, far preferable to ruining the precious jade. This activity allowed He to focus her mind and immerse herself in her work, devoid of distractions regarding Li Qiguang's visit in the evening. It was not until noon that she took a break, organizing the few sketches she had produced that day. The earlier sketches had been rendered unusable due to her trembling, yet fortunately, the latter ones turned out decently. Tang Shu approached to inquire if she wished to eat. Having barely eaten that morning and having been busy all morning, he nodded in affirmation. Soon, Tang Shu brought forth the meal. Previously, he had dined without needing anyone to attend to her, as Mai Huang always shared her meals. However, Tang Shu, being a maid of a noble family, maintained decorum, smiling sweetly, yet adhering strictly to propriety. Even when he offered her a seat to dine together, she politely declined with a smile, leaving Mai Huang feeling awkward to eat and standing by her side instead. This situation left He somewhat helpless. She contemplated the matter, but felt unable to disrupt the established customs and could not bring herself to say much more. After finishing their meal in silence, he suddenly spoke while cleaning up with Tang Shu and Mai Huang. "Tang Shu, do you know who Bauer is?" "Bauer?" Tang Shu furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, and shook her head. She had never heard the name before. Why does my lady inquire about this? By now, he was aware that Jin Shu and Tang Shu were the personal maids serving Zhao Yunyun. She assumed that if there was someone so significant to him that he could not forget even in his drunken state, they would surely know of her. Jin Shu was somewhat proud, while Tang Shu was more vivacious, which is why she directed her question to Tang Shu. Hearing Tang Shu's response, he felt puzzled and could not help but say, "Your fifth master must have a woman named Bauer in his heart, someone he cannot forget." Tang Shu was astonished. Clearly, this revelation shocked her. She had no knowledge of such a matter. Her fifth master possessed a gentle and handsome visage, yet his temperament was rather haughty and proud. From her observations, he seemed impatient with female company, even avoiding interactions with those young ladies. She had never heard of a woman named Bauer among those surrounding him. However, Tang Shu hesitated and added, "I have only served the fifth master for 2 years, so my knowledge is quite limited. Perhaps Jin Shu knows more. She has been serving the fifth master since childhood and is now 21. She should be aware of all his affairs." Mai Huang, upon hearing Jin Shu's age, could not help but exclaim, "Sister Jin Shu is already this old. Why hasn't she married yet? Is it true that maids from affluent families cannot marry at such an age?" As she spoke, her little face wrinkled in thought, but she quickly smiled, cheerfully declaring, "Then I shall also not marry when I grow up, and stay by my lady's side forever." He was amused by Mai Huang's words and playfully flicked her forehead, saying, "Who said you must marry in 3 years? In 3 years, Mai Huang would be 16. Feeling a bit bashful, Mai Huang scratched her face, insisting regardless, "I want to stay with my lady forever." Tang Shu, chuckling beside them, hesitated for a moment before continuing, "Sister Jin Shu is likely not marrying for the fifth master. She has been accustomed to serving him since childhood. There was also Sister Yin Shu, who served the fifth master in her youth, but she married 3 years ago and is now the lady in charge of the Marquis's household." Some truths need not be spoken so plainly. He understood Tang Shu's words well enough. Jin Shu desired to be more than just a maid to Zhao Yunyun. Perhaps she already was, merely maintaining the guise of a servant. My Huang, however, pondered less deeply and exclaimed, "But my lady is a woman, and it is convenient for me to serve her." Is it truly convenient for Sister Jean Shu, a woman, to serve the fifth master? He stuffed a piece of pastry into my Huang's mouth, saying, "Eat more and speak less." Since Tong Shu was unaware, he had no intention of inquiring directly with Jean Shu about this matter. After all, there might be not just this beloved bower, but also others like Zhener and Zhu. Yet, Tong Shu took note of the incident and, when he took her afternoon rest, went to Mingda courtyard to find Jean Shu. Upon her arrival, she found Jean Shu helping Zhao Yunyun with his clothing. After greeting her with a sweet smile and engaging in light chatter, she finally asked, "Sister, do you know a woman named Baoa? She is acquainted with the fifth master." Jean Shu cast a peculiar glance at her, pondered for a moment, and remarked, "The third daughter of the Wenxuan Bo family bears the character Bao in her name. Her mother is a cousin of the Marquis, and although they are not particularly close, the third daughter can indeed be considered a cousin of the fifth master." What brings us up? The Wenxuan Bo family, it is true, does not share a close relationship with the Dingyuan Marquis family. They have long since fallen into decline, subsisting on ancestral property, only exchanging gifts during festivals. Tong Shu had never encountered the third daughter with Bao in her name until today. She nodded, but intended not to engage in further conversation with Jean Shu, for she had taken it upon herself to inquire discreetly, without the permission of Madame Tao. As she served Madame Tao, it was naturally inappropriate to speak freely of her master's matters. However, when He awoke from her midday slumber, Tong Shu quietly informed her of the Bao character in the third daughter's name from the Wenxuan Bo family. He, upon learning this, exhibited little reaction, merely satisfying her curiosity about the lady who occupied Zhao Yunyun's thoughts, someone he might yearn for yet remain unattainable. Now, her concern should be how to prepare the evening meal to entertain Li Qiguang. In the evening, having completed his official duties, Zhao Yunyun received a message from his hidden guard. Upon opening it, he noted He's inquiry about the identity of Bauer, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Observing the entanglements between the men and women around him with a discerning gaze, it was clear he felt a twinge of jealousy. Yet, upon reading Tong Shu's subsequent revelation that Burr was likely the third daughter of the Wenxuan Bo family, a look of perplexity crossed his handsome features. Who could that be? The fifth master, are you to bathe and change? Qingchuan's voice called from outside the room. Zhao Yunyun slowly burned the letter, rising to his feet and glancing down at the bloodstains on his garment, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, he must cleanse himself, change his attire, and light incense. Chapter 73. How could she not comprehend Zhao Yunyun's true intentions? Erlang, your health has not yet fully recovered. It would be prudent to rest at home and refrain from venturing outside. Zhou Chunlan gazed at Li Qiguang with a countenance marked by concern, her hands clasped tightly together as she could not help but intervene. Although the elixir bestowed by young Master Zhao was indeed miraculous, her son had suffered from frail health since childhood, and she dared not let her guard down. If he were to take a step outside and fall ill again, where would they seek another remedy? Li Qiguang donned a heavy cloak and raised his gaze to Zhou Chunlan. His complexion had improved significantly from the previous ashen hue, though he still appeared somewhat pale. Nevertheless, his spirit was evidently more vibrant than before. Yet his face bore no trace of the gentle, carefree smile that once adorned it. Instead, his brow was slightly furrowed, and his eyes reflected a somber depth. He was acutely aware that his current recovery was largely due to He's sacrifices on his behalf. He should not have ventured out into the frigid winter so soon after consuming the elixir, yet he found himself unable to resist the urge. He, his wife of 2 years, had sacrificed her own well-being to secure his future with the aristocracy. It was already a burden to accept the elixir, and how could he not keep her in his thoughts? He was restless, tormented by the thought of her, especially at night when he closed his eyes and envisioned her. How was she faring at the Zhao residence? Did Zhao Yunyun treat her well? He knew that He was gentle and resilient, adept at navigating challenges with grace, often at the expense of her own well-being. "I'm going to see Yang today," Li Qiguang slowly informed Zhou Chunlan. Upon hearing that he intended to leave for Tao Heyi, her expression shifted once again, and she could not help but retort. She has long since distanced herself from you, climbing to greater heights. Why do you disregard your health to see her? You should focus on resting at home. This was the first time in many days that she had mentioned he, and the first instance in 2 years that she had spoken so harshly of her in Li Qiguang's presence. Mother, he followed another for my sake. Li Qiguang could no longer contain himself, raising his voice to admonish Zhao Yunyun with an unprecedented severity. Do not let me hear such words again. Zhao Yunyun had always understood Li Qiguang's affection for Heyi. Having sensed the budding sentiment, she had never displayed her discontent before him, only offering a few nagging remarks. Her coarse nature prevented her from being overly explicit. However, now that Tao Heyi was no longer Li Qiguang's wife, Zhao Yunyun's demeanor shifted. She pursed her lips, musing that Heyi had quickly acquiesced. Who could know if she had already entangled herself with young Master Zhao, leaving her son in the dark? Though reluctant to admit it, she could not deny Zhao Yunyun's handsome and refined appearance, nor his esteemed lineage. She found it hard to believe that Heyi had not been swayed. Yet, she refrained from expressing any thoughts that might undermine her son's dignity, as though to suggest he was inferior to Zhao Yunyun. Li Qiguang's face flushed with anger as he fixed his eyes on Zhao Yunyun, and then suddenly asked, "While I was away, did Yinyang often endure your displeasure?" Zhao Yunyun, feeling the sting of his accusatory tone, retorted defensively, as her mother-in-law. It is only natural to offer her guidance. How is that causing her distress? Other mothers-in-law do the same. Li Qiguang pressed his fingers to his forehead, suddenly feeling despondent as he leaned against the table, drained of strength to continue the conversation with Zhao Yunyun. He turned and made his way out of the room. Ailing. Zhao Yunyun rushed out, eager to voice her thoughts, yet was halted by Li Kuiming, who emerged from the study. Zhao Yunyun, upon seeing her husband's composed demeanor, her heart swelled with grievance, her eyes reddening. She stamped her foot, exclaiming, "Who do you think I am doing this for? Is all for Erlang's health? Do you expect our son to sacrifice his well-being for others?" Li Qiguang bowed to his father and led Fang Shu out the door. Outside, a mule cart awaited, which Li Qiguang had arranged for Fang Shu to rent the previous day. He was acutely aware that his life had been spared by Heyi, and thus he could not squander it recklessly. As they journeyed to the Zhao residence, Li Qiguang couldn't help but reminisce about the last time he and Heyi had visited Zhao Yunyun to celebrate his housewarming. In hindsight, the ulterior motives were likely already evident, yet he had regarded Zhao Yunyun as a kindred spirit, overlooking the disparity in their social standings. He had indeed overestimated himself. For how could a scion of a noble family truly forge a genuine connection with the son of an academy head? Otherwise, why had there been no contact over the past few years? Li Qiguang glanced down at the creased hem of his garment, unable to resist smoothing it repeatedly. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunyun had just returned home and inquired of the steward, "What is she doing?" The old steward replied cheerfully, "Madame Tao is busy in the kitchen." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunyun's expression darkened as he made his way toward the kitchen. The steward dutifully followed, explaining, after her midday rest, Madame Tao went to the kitchen, examined the ingredients, and began preparing the meal. Suddenly, Zhao Yunyun shot a glance at the steward. Although he was not the steward of the Duke of Dingyuan's household in the capital, he had been a loyal servant of the Zhao family. Having watched Zhao Yunyun grow up and thus understood his temperament well, he proactively remarked, "I hurried to the kitchen upon hearing this and informed Madame Tao of your dietary restrictions and preferences." "Oh, what has she prepared today?" Zhao Yunyun's voice was low, betraying no discernible emotion. The steward replied with a smile, "Madame Tao is quite skilled in the culinary arts. Today, she has made crab meat lion's head, white-cut chicken, cherry pork, ginseng chicken soup, steamed base, sweet and sour cabbage, and sweet and sour ribs, along with several delightful snacks and cold dishes." The first 3 dishes were Zhao Yunyun's favorites, and after some guidance from a steward, he had prepared them. However, the latter 4 dishes were Li Qiguang's favorites, a fact the steward was unaware of. He simply admired Heyi's culinary prowess, as she excelled in all methods of cooking. Having spoken, he turned to observe his master, hoping to see a pleased expression, only to be met with an increasingly darkening countenance, leaving him startled and reflecting on whether he had inadvertently misspoken. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, he felt somewhat restless, staring down at the simmering chicken soup, pondering how to greet Li Qiguang when she saw him. Addressing him as Erlang felt too intimate. She concluded that she could only refer to him as Li Yi. Lost in thought, she was startled by a gentle voice beside her, imbued with a warmth that suggested familiarity after shared intimacy. Turning around, she found Zhao Yunyun had quietly entered the kitchen and stood beside her. Upon encountering his appearance, even though he harbored an aversion towards him, she could not help but steal an additional glance. Zhao Yunyun adorned himself in a wide-sleeved robe of a subtle ash-gray hue, yet the fabric bore a unique weave, interlaced with silver threads that shimmered like rippling water. He was exceptionally resplendent, with his hair neatly tied up and a jade hairpin gracing his head, complemented by a jade belt around his waist and a delicate folding fan made of jade bone. He exuded an air of elegance and charm, further enhanced by a faint, refreshing fragrance that overshadowed the kitchen's odors. Perhaps it would be best if you refrained from coming here dressed so, he expressed her concern, fearing that the pristine white of his sleeves would be sullied by kitchen soot, thereby ruining the seemingly expensive attire. Zhao Yunyun had come to understand Heyi's occasional lack of decorum and chose to disregard her comment, leaning down to grasp her hand, playfully kneading it for a brief moment. Feeling the unexpected intimacy of his touch, Heyi's scalp tingled, recalling that his hands had been unclean just the night before. She instinctively wished to withdraw her hand, exclaiming, "My hands are dirty." Yet, before she could finish, he tightened his grip. With a smile, he remarked, "I do not mind." His fingers traced a line across her palm, causing her cheeks to flush, not from shyness, but from embarrassment, the kind that made her want to deliver a playful punch to him. In Zhao Yunyun's presence, she occasionally succumbed to the remnants of her childhood temperament. Naturally, he inquired about what she had prepared for the meal, to which he truthfully listed the dishes. Throughout, he maintained a gentle, radiant smile. Upon hearing her response, he wrapped his arm around her waist and bestowed a tender kiss upon the tip of her nose, frowning slightly as he softly articulated, "But I do not like chicken soup. It is too bland. I do not favor bass. It is too fishy. I do not appreciate vinegar-braised cabbage. It is too sour. And sweet and sour ribs? They are too greasy." He paused, reflecting that during his first visit to the Li residence, he had devoured quite a bit of everything she prepared. Lowering her gaze, she was well aware of Zhao Yunyun's true intentions. He desired her to prepare a meal to entertain Li Qiguang, yet he did not wish to see her painstakingly craft dishes tailored to Li Qiguang's preferences. Both were acutely aware of the unspoken understanding between them. He lifted her eyes to meet his, softly inquiring, "It is too late to prepare anything now. Zhao Yunyun, what do you think we should do?" At the sound of her gently uttering his name, Zhao Yunyun felt an unaccountable displeasure rising within him. Just as he was about to respond, the old steward at the door suddenly announced, "Fifth master, second master Li has arrived. The servant is bringing him in." Zhao Yunyun did not reply, but continued to gaze intently at Heyi, keenly observing every nuance of her expression. He noted her momentary tension and, with a sudden smile, released her hand. He surveyed the kitchen, retrieving a ceramic jar and using a small spoon to scoop out a spoonful of pepper powder, which he added to the simmering chicken soup. Not only the chicken soup, but he also sprinkled a dash of spice into every dish he had previously claimed to dislike. He watched in silence, pressing her lips together. Zhao Yunyun's dark, almond-shaped eyes lifted to meet hers, and he smiled nonchalantly. "The kitchen is unkempt. Let me take you to change into a dress." Chapter 74, Tao Heyi now belongs to Zhao Yunyun. In the reception hall, Feng Shu, unable to contain his curiosity, whispered to Li Qiguang, "Will my lady arrive shortly?" Li Qiguang shook his head. "I do not know." Feng Shu longed to see his lady once more. She was so enchanting, yet now she was compelled to part ways with the second master. He wondered how she fared in the present moment. Li Qiguang sat in the room, for the first time meticulously observing the furnishings. The furniture was crafted from exquisite wood, and the walls adorned with ancient paintings from a bygone dynasty. Even the inconspicuous vases on the antiquities shelf were rare antiques. On his last visit, he had not paid heed to such details, as he valued the camaraderie with his close friend over material possessions. However, at this moment, He acutely felt the disparity between himself and Zhao Yunyun. "Second master, please enjoy some tea. My fifth master will arrive shortly," Jinshu announced, bringing in refreshments. Maintaining a respectful demeanor, Li Qiguang offered a faint smile as he accepted the tea, but could not help but inquire, "How is Lady Tao faring these days?" Jinshu smiled lightly, choosing his words carefully so as not to undermine his fifth master's reputation. "Lady Tao is undoubtedly in deep affection with my fifth master." With that, he bowed slightly and exited. Li Qiguang lowered his gaze and took a sip of the tea, which was Guizhou purple bamboo shoot, a clear and exquisite brew. Yet, he could not discern its sweetness, only feeling a profound bitterness. After a single sip, he set the cup down. He sat in solitude for a considerable time, the pot of tea growing cold, until he heard a commotion outside, prompting him to look up. A young gentleman, adorned in flowing garments, approached like the moonlight, his ash-gray attire billowing like clouds or mist, exuding a warm and handsome elegance that made one feel inferior in comparison. Li Qiguang merely cast a glance at him before his gaze shifted to the figure accompanying him, and he could not help but be taken aback. He was clad in a sweeping snow-blue dress, her slender waist accentuated, adorned with delicate accessories, her flowing ribbons dancing gracefully. The wide sleeves, which would appear cumbersome on an ordinary woman, fluttered in the breeze, giving her an ethereal quality. Her hair, seemingly simply styled, was adorned with a few jade ornaments, one of which, a jade cicada of a vibrant green, rested in her hair, adding a touch of playfulness to her elegance. Together, they presented a striking image, both radiant and translucent, resembling a pair of celestial beings. Li Qiguang gazed at Heyi for a long while. She had never worn such elaborate attire before, typically favoring narrow-sleeve dresses that allowed for ease in carving jade. This was the first time he beheld her in such a manner, truly like a fairy fashioned from jade. He had always known Heyi to be beautiful, renowned as the gem of Shuzhou City. Before their marriage, suitors had frequently sought her hand, as his mother-in-law had mentioned several times, yet he had steadfastly resolved to marry him. Now, Li Qiguang felt a pang of discomfort and sorrow, particularly upon seeing the two hands intertwined beneath the spacious sleeves. Heyi, unaccustomed to wearing such cumbersome garments, had nearly stumbled several times on her way in, relying on Zhao Yunyun's steadying hand. As she entered, lifting her skirts, she looked up to see her husband, whom she had not seen for several days. Though his complexion was still pale, he appeared 100 times better than he had on that fateful day. Her heart swelled with relief and joy. In a fleeting moment, she recalled that she was holding hands with Zhao Yunyun. The gesture froze, bringing her a sense of discomfort, prompting an instinctive desire to withdraw her hand from his grasp. Zhao Yunyun's expression had long since darkened. He cast a glance at Li Qiguang, indifferent to the affection and pain reflected in his eyes, and turned his focus to Heyi. Noticing her pallor, a shadow of concern crept into his heart. As she instinctively attempted to pull away, he softly chuckled, loosening his grip only to entwine their fingers even more firmly. Heyi winced slightly at the pressure of his distinctly articulated fingers and couldn't help but meet his gaze. Zhao Yunyun looked down at her with a gentle smile, his charm undeniable, yet she discerned a profound darkness lurking in his eyes. Before she could react, he leaned in and murmured, "If you steal another glance at him, I shall be vexed." His light-hearted tone belied the unmasked threat and irritation, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. He had always struggled to comprehend Zhao Yunyun. If he wished for her to avert her gaze from Li Qiguang, why then did he insist on her changing into this outfit, creating an atmosphere of shared awkwardness? A sense of embarrassment began to well up within her, and his words only intensified her uncontainable irritation, her eyes casting a gaze that was both reproachful and playful. To Li Qiguang, this scene unfolded as a tale of mutual affection, a moment where they seemed to forget the very reason for their gathering. Zhao Yunyun noticed her fleeting glance of reproach and paused in surprise before bursting into genuine laughter. Observing Li Qiguang's entranced stare at Heyi, he mischievously reached out to tap her nose, then turned to Li Qiguang with a smile, greeting him as brotherly. His tone remained as smooth as ever, as though the matter of claiming a wife had never transpired. Li Qiguang, redirecting his gaze from Heyi to Zhao Yunyun, lacked the same composure that Zhao Yunyun exhibited. He held a silent stare with Zhao Yunyun for a considerable time before finally addressing him. Master Zhao. Zhao Yunyun, unfazed by this form of address, replied with a gentle smile, I have yet to thank you, brotherly, for facilitating my union with Heyi. Today, she has prepared a banquet for us. Shall we dine and converse together? Li Qiguang fell silent. As a man, he could not help but feel a surge of anger at the loss of his wife. Yet he was compelled to suppress it. He spoke softly, I wish to have a private conversation with Master Zhao. The meal can wait. Might I request that he step aside for a moment? He believed his words conveyed sincerity, yet he still regarded Zhao Yunyun as a friend, his tone carrying an air of casualness. Zhao Yunyun tightened his grip on her hand, tilting his head to observe Li Qiguang with a smile. He, initially reluctant to speak, felt compelled to remind Li Qiguang of her presence, lowering her eyes to veil the tumult of emotions within her. She maintained Zhao Yunyun's hold and offered a courteous bow to Li Qiguang, saying softly, I have met with you, masterly. Li Qiguang's eyes brimmed with tears, his heart heavy with the realization that his earlier address had been inappropriate. He stepped back, returning the bow with a smile, Madame Tao. Zhao Yunyun remained silent, his mood evidently somber. He could not fail to perceive Yi's intent to shield Li Qiguang from embarrassment. He pressed his thin lips tightly together, too disdainful to even feign civility, utterly repulsed by Li Qiguang's clingy and insipid demeanor. Grasping Yi's hand firmly, he compelled her to rise, as if forcing her to make a choice between them. Yi, reluctantly standing up, cast a quick glance at Li Qiguang before turning her gaze toward Zhao Yunyun, saying, I shall check on the food in the kitchen. If it is ready, I will have someone serve it. She paused momentarily, lowering her head and murmuring, Wulong. Her delicate neck bowed in a posture of submission, yet within Zhao Yunyun's heart burned a fierce flame. His thumb caressed Yi's fingers, recalling the memory of her jade-like hands soothing him the night before, and his pent-up frustration began to dissipate. What did it matter if she still held thoughts of Li Qiguang? Tao Heyi was now undeniably Zhao Yunyun's. He leaned down and, oblivious to the world around them, placed a kiss on Heyi's forehead, smiling as he said, Good. He felt her forehead grow warm. Her eyes cast down as she endeavored to ignore Li Qiguang's gaze. In her heart, she lamented the sorrowful reality that the couple they once were could now only exchange distant glances. With a heavy heart, she accepted Zhao Yunyun's permission and withdrew. As soon as he departed, the faint smiles the two men had worn vanished entirely. Chapter 75. What can you, Zhao Yunyun, offer her? Li Qiguang, with a pallid complexion, lifted his gaze toward Zhao Yunyun, his eyes bearing an unusual chill, devoid of the previous warmth and geniality. He declared, I shall participate in the imperial examination. With this single statement, Zhao Yunyun comprehended Li Qiguang's intent. He lowered his head and chuckled softly, responding with deliberate calmness. Then I wish my brotherly a successful placement on the honor roll, with high office, abundant wealth, and a beautiful partner at his side. The privileged scion of a noble family naturally possesses a power and affluence unattainable by mere scholars, and thus remains unfazed by any perceived threat from them. Li Qiguang was well aware of the disdain and indifference encapsulated in Zhao Yunyun's tone. Yet he continued unabated. Hinyang appears gentle and demure, but in truth, she possesses a heart of pure goodness. It is due to this nature that she can devote herself wholly to the craft of jade carving, imbuing her creations with an innate spirit. Those whom she holds dear receive her utmost devotion, while those she disregards elicit only a languid response, as her heart remains untouched by them. It is merely because I assisted her when she was 11, rescuing her from being abducted by unscrupulous men, that she has always kept me in her thoughts. 2 years ago, when I lay gravely ill, she, a blossoming maiden of 16, donned bridal attire and came to marry me to bring fortune. I am now aware that my mother treated her harshly in my absence, yet before me, she always wore a radiant smile, never mentioning those grievances. As he spoke, he paused briefly, reflecting, I have caused her much suffering. She has exchanged herself like an object for my sake. Zhao Yunyun had long been privy to these sentiments. His eyes, dark and cold, bore a hint of a smirk, embodying the haughty disdain of a noble. "Are you attempting to boast?" he queried, his gaze narrowing, fully aware of her hardships endured alongside him, now culminating in mutual contentment. Li Qiguang regarded Zhao Yunyun. How could he possibly flaunt Heyi's affection for him? Surely, he must have saved the life of a deity in a past life to earn such devotion from a lady. A bitter smile graced his lips as he addressed Zhao Yunyun. "Even if an ant attempts to shake a tree, I must utter this. Zhao Yunyun, having taken her from my side, treat her well and do not let her suffer. Otherwise, even if I were to forfeit my life for having wronged Henyang, I shall reclaim her freedom." With that, Li Qiguang rose, mustering a formidable presence to confront Zhao Yunyun. Yet Zhao Yunyun merely smiled, his eyes as frigid as ice and snow. Seated gracefully in his chair, he regarded Li Qiguang, who vociferously declared his oath, saying nothing, only offering a gentle smile. Imbued with charm and eloquence, "You are neither kin nor elder to Heyi. What gives you the audacity to assert dominance here? As for this life, even with miraculous elixirs to prolong it, could you possibly outlive me?" His gentle tone belied the piercing nature of his words. Li Qiguang's chest heaved violently, his pallor deepening. Zhao Yunyun observed him, the corners of his peach blossom eyes darkening slightly, and with a smile, he remarked, "Brotherly, do take care of your health. It would be best for you to live long enough to witness the flourishing of your descendants." "Who is this treasure?" Li Qiguang paused in bewilderment at the unexpected mention of the name. His curiosity piqued. Zhao Yunyun poured himself a cup of cold tea, took a sip, and then remarked, "Indeed, she is my treasure." Li Qiguang, finally understanding, furrowed his brow and suddenly said, after marrying Henyang, "I promised her that she would be the only one for me. Yet, I wonder how many treasures Zhao Wuya has had, both in the past and the future." Zhao Yunyun's lips curled slightly, a smile both mocking and enigmatic as he observed him. "Li brother, do you possess the capability to handle other women?" This statement, seemingly innocuous, bore weight, for Zhao Yunyun had gleaned from Heyi's reaction yesterday the frailness of Li Qiguang's ailing body. Moreover, Li Qiguang had sought out Dr. Yi over a month ago due to his intimate concerns, so Zhao Yunyun's words cast a shadow over Li Qiguang's countenance, rendering him momentarily speechless. He inhaled deeply and finally articulated, "What I promised Yang is the status of a legitimate wife. What can you, Zhao Yunyun, offer her?" Li Qiguang stood there, his slender frame exuding an undeniable strength, and he managed a smile, speaking lightly. "Zhao Yunyun, I shall watch to see when Henyang will hold you in her heart. Your forceful demeanor, will it truly inspire her affection?" The two exchanged soft-spoken words, yet it felt like a duel with swords, their tension palpable. Zhao Yunyun's gaze darkened, a brooding chill emanated from him. Li Qiguang stood pale, yet resolute, like a sturdy pine refusing to yield. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, dissipating the charged atmosphere between them like mist. When he entered, she found Zhao Yunyun and Li Qiguang both bowing over their tea. As they looked up at her arrival, she instinctively turned her gaze towards Li Qiguang. Deep down, she feared that Zhao Yunyun had mistreated him, but upon seeing Li Qiguang's calm and gentle eyes meeting hers, she felt a slight relief. That relief was short-lived, however, as she recalled Zhao Yunyun's unpredictable nature and cast a glance his way. Zhao Yunyun's expression was serene, his gaze tender as he regarded her. As she finally acknowledged him, he appeared devoid of malice, even offering her a gentle smile. This look unsettled Heyi, prompting her to avert her gaze. "The meal is ready. May we partake now?" she asked. Zhao Yunyun rose, smiling as he replied, "Very well. Thank you for your efforts, Henyang." His words were soft, echoing sentiments that Li Qiguang had once expressed. Heyi, reminded of Zhao Yunyun's previous visits to the Li residence, nodded and departed. Back in the kitchen, she instructed the maid to serve the dishes. Then, after a brief exchange with the servant, she returned to Hanyu courtyard with Mai Huang. She changed out of her cumbersome attire, refreshed herself, and donned a simple, comfortable gown. Exhaling deeply, today, Li Qiguang's visit had starkly reaffirmed that her connection with him had ended, and their encounters would henceforth be limited to formalities. Zhao Yunyun must be satisfied now, she pondered, her heart heavy with discontent as she retreated to the side chamber to carve jade. After a day of labor, her hands no longer trembled with fatigue. She had initially thought that Zhao Yunyun would make things difficult for Li Qiguang, prolonging the banquet for an hour or two. However, to her surprise, he merely carved a few strokes on a palm-sized piece of jade before she heard some commotion outside. He finished her carving and looked up to find Zhao Yunyun leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, gazing down at her. In the night's dim light, he appeared resplendent, his peach blossom eyes fixed intently upon her. She could not discern for how long he had been watching, but when their eyes met, he smiled and softly inquired, "Could you carve a jade statue for me?" He was unaware of what he and Li Qiguang had discussed thereafter, yet his expression revealed nothing. He appeared perfectly calm at that moment. She softly asked, "What do you want?" Zhao Yunyun glanced at the wheat-colored walls, prompting her to lower her head and step outside, closing the door behind her. He then sauntered over, his garments flowing gracefully, and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, "I desire a new jade sculpture of myself, and of you." He's cheeks flushed crimson at Zhao Yunyun's audacious words, and she maintained a serious demeanor, stating, "I cannot." Zhao Yunyun encircled her with his arms, enveloping her in a delicate fragrance that clung to him, with his long lashes casting shadows over his dark eyes. He murmured, "This is what I want. You are skilled in this art. It should not be a challenge for you." His tone held a hint of grievance. Clenching the carving knife tightly, he contemplated delivering him a punch, and once more insisted, "I cannot." Zhao Yunyun paused, unable to contain himself any longer. He turned her face towards him, his eyes dark and intense, his jaw clenched, breathing slightly ragged. With a mix of indignation and frustration, he asked, "You have given so much to Li Qiguang. Why can you not grant me this?" He resembled a child yearning for candy, demanding it with an insistence that left no room for refusal. What he sought was undoubtedly more than mere confectionery. The words Li Qiguang had spoken earlier echoed incessantly in Zhao Yunyun's mind. Tao Heyi was already his, and everything about her should belong to him. Why should she reserve a piece of her heart for that feeble invalid? He looked up at Zhao Yunyun, their faces so close that she could see the flames burning in his pitch-black eyes, as if they could consume her. Li Qiguang was like tepid water, while Zhao Yunyun disguised himself with the guise of spring water, beneath which lay a raging fire. A sense of helplessness stirred within Heyi, and her voice softened. "Zhao Yunyun, I can provide you with the jade sculpture you seek, but what then?" Zhao Yunyun gazed at her, leaned down, and gently nudged her nose with his, placing a soft kiss on her lips. "Then I want you to sew clothes for me, to look upon me daily, to think of me every moment, to bear my children, a son and a daughter. Will you grant me this?" His tender words, unlike his previous direct declarations of love, conveyed affection in every syllable and request. He fell silent, averting her gaze, and gently replied, "Zhao Yunyun, the disparity in our statuses renders such matters inappropriate. Let us cherish this fleeting time together. You find joy, and in return, I shall repay you. Is that acceptable?" Zhao Yunyun finally lost his temper. His proud nature could no longer endure the constant subservience, and he forcefully swept everything off the table onto the ground. This was disastrous. He was startled by his actions and hurriedly freed herself from him. Crouching down to examine the jade piece she had just carved, now shattered, anger welled up within her, and she confronted Zhao Yunyun, saying, "Zhao Yunyun, you desire so much. Yet I only ask for one thing. Please do not shatter my jade again." Her delicate face flushed with indignation, and her eyes, once calm like still water, now blazed with fire. Upon witnessing this fierce spark, distinct from her usual composure, Zhao Yunyun paused for a moment, then suddenly smiled at her. He took her hand, which clutched the broken jade, and gently said, "If you desire this, I shall grant it to you. I will never break your jade again. What else do you wish for?" He bit her lip, momentarily taken aback by his unexpected smile, just as she was about to respond when a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Zhao Yunyun paid no heed, his gaze fixed on Heyi. However, she could not ignore the commotion outside, where the voice of a seldom-seen servant, Qing Shi, rang out anxiously, "Fifth Master, something has happened outside the city." Chapter 76. All that I can give you upon hearing this. Zhao Jiyun's previously tender expression suddenly shifted. He furrowed his brows and cast a glance towards the door. It turned back to Heyi, gently inquiring once more, "What else do you desire? Please tell me." As a noble scion, he possessed everything one could wish for, and he projected an air of generosity, eagerly awaiting Heyi's request, as though he could grant her anything. He remained silent, gazing at him. Sometimes, a mere glance between a man and a woman suffices to convey unspoken sentiments. Though he did not verbalize her thoughts, Zhao Jiyun felt he comprehended her unexpressed words. A sudden smile broke forth, yet this smile bore a different shade from the earlier moment of joy, tainted with a hint of distorted gloom. He reached out to caress Heyi's face, his voice barely above a whisper. "All that I can give, I shall give you." This statement was but half of the truth, the latter part left for the listener to infer. Zhao Jiyun implied that what he could not offer would remain beyond her reach, and he knew well that Heyi's unvoiced thoughts were likely a desire to part ways with him. Reluctant to further probe and risk humiliation, he awkwardly remarked, "I shall take my leave, await my return." With that, he straightened his posture and turned to exit, his flowing sleeves billowing gracefully, his ornate clothing accentuating his broad shoulders, slender waist, and long legs, each step radiating elegance. He observed his retreating figure, yet her mind lingered on his earlier words. What she truly yearned for was for Zhao Jiyun to cease this capriciousness, to refrain from uttering cryptic remarks that left her bewildered, and instead to coexist peacefully. Was it truly beyond his capacity to offer her such tranquility? Weary, he felt that managing Zhao Jiyun was more taxing than dealing with Shou Chunlan. She glanced at the shattered jade in her palm, contemplating whether it could be transformed into another trinket. Yet today, she lacked the energy for such thoughts. Once she tidied the scattered items, he instructed Tong Shu to prepare warm water for a bath, wishing to cleanse herself of the kitchen's lingering smoke and soot. After washing her hair, she reclined on the couch, leaning against the warmth of the brazier while Mai Huang assisted in drying her hair. Tong Shu, sensing the closeness between Mai Huang and Heyi, had discreetly excused herself from the room. While the mistress bathed, "I quietly inquired about matters," Mai Huang said, drawing closer to Heyi in the absence of others. Under the comforting glow of the firelight, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. With her eyes shut, she listened to Mai Huang's words, then opened her eyes and softly asked, "What did you find out?" Assuming that the mistress was concerned about Lord Li, Mai Huang hurriedly replied, "I inquired whether Lord Li was driven out by Lord Wu after receiving a beating. After all, Lord Wu returned rather swiftly. Rest assured, he is a gentleman and would not harm Lord Li." He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Zhao Jiyun would not stoop to striking Erlang. In Mai Huang's heart, from the very beginning, Zhao Yunyun had been a presence as unsettling as a venomous snake or a fierce beast. Today, upon the arrival of Li Eryi, she felt a peculiar anxiety that Li Eryi might be in harm's way, prompting her to inquire about the situation. To her surprise, she learned that during the meal, both Li Eryi and Wu Ye had remained silent, merely focusing on their food. She chuckled softly, noting that Li Eryi had indeed eaten and left, and that both of them had finished the dishes prepared by his wife, which was quite remarkable. He was momentarily taken aback. Finished everything? She had prepared a substantial amount, and even two robust gentlemen might struggle to consume it all. How could Li Qiguang, in his frail condition, possibly manage? Moreover, the dishes that Li Qiguang favored had been spiced with pepper by Zhao Jiyun, which was particularly harsh on the stomach. They finished it all. Mai Huang remarked with a smile. He fell silent. While Zhao Jiyun could indulge without worry, Li Qiguang's situation was different. She feared he might suffer later, and though she wished to care for him, she could no longer be by his side. Resolved to push her concerns aside, she quietly hoped for his well-being and softly advised, in the future, do not inquire about Erlang so casually. Upon hearing this, Mai Huang felt a pang of guilt, wondering if she had erred in her actions that evening, and sheepishly nodded, "I understand, my lady." That night, Zhao Jiyun did not return, and he thought little of it, assuming there was some pressing matter at the Zhao family shop outside the city. However, the following afternoon, she sent Mai Huang to the Tao family's jade shop to check on her father and brother's return. Mai Huang hurried back, her expression anxious, reporting, "My lady, Tao Laozhang and Yu Lang have not yet returned. There has been turmoil outside the city. Some refugees have turned to banditry, robbing numerous merchant carts and causing fatalities. Some have even been taken up into mountains, and the officials are currently pursuing them in the nearby hills." "What?" he exclaimed, immediately rising in alarm, nearly dropping the carving knife from her trembling hands. As the year drew to a close, merchants were busy reconciling their accounts and counting their goods, with carts laden with silver, a tempting target for bandits. Yet she was aware that the military was stationed not far from Shuzhou, and it seemed unlikely they would allow bandits such an opportunity. Had her father and brother become victims in this chaos? Mai Huang continued upon learning this. "Antwan reported to the authorities and intended to find you, but she was intercepted by others reporting the incident and twisted her ankle. Fortunately, a neighbor was nearby and helped her back home." He could no longer remain still. She considered rushing to the jade shop, but then realized her return would be futile. Now, all she could do was wait for news from the officials, and she sat back down, her legs feeling weak. Clutching the carving knife tightly, her thoughts unexpectedly turned to Zhao Yunyun. Zhao Yunyun had connections with the well-informed Longlin guards, and after all, he was a member of the Zhao family. The troops stationed outside Shuzhou belonged to the Zhao clan, a fact well known among the townspeople due to the strategic importance of Shuzhou's location, which had historically been contested by various factions. If only she could ask Zhao Yunyun. Perhaps he would provide the quickest news regarding her father and brother. However, as she recalled the unpleasant departure they had experienced the day before, an uncomfortable feeling surged within her. How could she bear to be irritable with him in times of peace, yet turn to him in her hour of need? She could not behave in such a manner. For 18 years, before she had known him, she had never thought to demand anything from others. This was a bad habit that needed to be amended. With this thought, he endeavored to steady her mind. And only then did she realize that the urgent matter Zhao Yunyun had mentioned outside the city was not the Zhao family shop as she had assumed, but rather the issue with the bandits. However, she also recalled that Li Qiguang had mentioned that Zhao Yunyun managed the trivial affairs of the family shop. So how could he be involved with the bandits? She then inquired of Mai Huang, "How is my mother faring?" Lady Wen has been weeping continuously. Upon my return, she grasped my hand, incessantly asking what could be done. She said that if old Master Tao and Yu Lang were to come to harm, she would not wish to live any longer. I offered some words of comfort to her before hastily returning to inform you, Mai Huang responded. He bit her lip, her brow furrowed with deep concern. After a moment of contemplation, she set down her carving knife and called out for Tong Shu. Tong Shu, ever discreet, did not usually follow He closely, but upon hearing her call, she approached. He asked her, "Will he return today?" "I do not know," Tong Shu replied, shaking her head. She had overheard Mai